The Ramayana of Valmiki. Translated by Hari Prasad Shastri. Narrated by Matthew Schmitz. Book 2. Ayodhya-Kanda. Chapter 1. King Dasaratha desires to see Prince Rama made regent and summons a council. The great-souled Bharata affectionately requested the pious Shatrunga to accompany him on the journey to his maternal grandfather. Enjoying abundant hospitality and held by their uncle Ashwapati in all affection, the two brothers dwelt there happily. Satisfied with the love and entertainment bestowed on them, they daily remembered their royal sire. The aged monarch and the king also thought of his sons, now in a distant country. The 4 sons of the aged king were as dear to him as his own 4 arms issuing from his body, yet Rama, resembling Brahma, endowed with every good attribute, was dearest to his sire. Sri Rama, the eternal Purusha, the Lord Vishnu himself, descended on earth on the entreaty of the gods to slay Ravana, the enemy of the whole world. The charming Queen Kaushalya, glowing with maternal love for her son Ramachandra, resembled Aditi at the birth of Indra. Unequaled in beauty, brave and chivalrous, never speaking ill of others, Rama inherited the virtues of his illustrious father, of a cheerful disposition, speaking soft words to all, never returning a harsh answer when treated with contumely, when injured, pardoning the offender and remembering the offense no more, showing gratitude for the least of favors, and devoting his leisure from affairs of state to seeking the friendship of those eminent in wisdom, learning, age, and conduct. Wise and generous, he was foremost in addressing others, speaking with affection. Supremely courageous, yet not rendered vainglorious by his own powers, never uttering falsehood, honoring the learned and the aged, showing regard for his people who were devoted to him, having overcome wrath, surpassingly compassionate, venerating the Brahmins, showing extreme pity for the poor, well-versed in public and individual responsibilities, fulfilling his domestic duties, not only to add luster to the dynasty, but also to attain an exalted state in the other world. Wise in the discharge of his obligations, as a scion of the house of Ikshwaku, proving himself tender and loving to those who sought his protection, restraining the evildoer, ever seeking the weal of his subjects, eschewing frivolous pursuits and shallow talk, neither hearing nor speaking aught against Dharma, in debate equal in eloquence to Brihaspati, free from infirmities, youthful, handsome, having knowledge of time and space, and being able to divine the contents of a man's heart at a single glance. Verily, a great sage, and for his marvelous qualities as dear to the people as life itself. Profoundly learned in the science and the philosophy of the Veda, which he had studied with his spiritual preceptor, he even excelled his father in the art of warfare. The repository of all auspiciousness, virtuous, cheerful, truthful, and guileless, having received full instruction from the learned Brahmins in sacred and secular policy, knowing the significance of virtue, material prosperity and enjoyment, of prodigious memory, conversant with worldly wisdom, possessing a pleasing disposition, gentle, able to conceal his thoughts, recognizing when to refuse and when to accept material gifts, winning many friends, firm in his devotion to his guru and to God, countenancing no sin, never uttering a bitter word or one which would agitate the hearts of others, energetic, deploring his own faults whilst excusing those of others, a great advocate, grateful, lending support to those he held in affection, in all circumstances true to his word, capable of protecting the interests of his family and friends, knowing how to mete out retribution to the wicked, acquiring wealth by just means, and appreciating how to distribute it with discrimination, proficient in the Veda, following the literary and dramatic arts with enthusiasm, endowed with the gift of oratory in Sanskrita and his own native tongue, depending on right alone for felicity and prosperity, prudent, accomplished in sport, music, and painting, an incomparable rider whether mounted on horse or elephant, skilled in archery, renowned in the field, forestalling the enemy in attack and knowing how to destroy his defenses, fired with righteous wrath when engaging in combat, so that neither god nor Titan could withstand him, speaking naught against any, free from pride and envy, ever submissive, yet overruled in his resolve by none, preeminent among his people, renowned in the three worlds, in forbearance resembling the earth, in wisdom equal to Brihaspati, in courage like unto Indra, shining resplendent like the full moon in the love of his people and his sire, worshipped for his excellent qualities, his matchless valor, and his integrity, the earth desired to make him her lord. Seeing his illustrious son manifesting these qualities, King Dasaratha began to reflect in this wise: I have become old and have ruled a full measure of years. I desire to see Rama crowned while I yet live. This inclination grew in the mind of the king, and he waited eagerly for the time when he might resign his throne in favor of Rama. He reflected, Rama, resembling a cloud, raining compassion on all, beloved far beyond myself, in valor equal to Yama and Indra, in understanding like Brihaspati, in endurance like unto a mountain, exceeding myself in excellent attributes. On him do I desire to confer the dominion of the earth. This will be my heaven. Then that great sovereign, summoning his ministers, communicated to them his resolve to proclaim Rama, endowed with those powers, rare even in a king, and a mind of surpassing virtues, as heir apparent. At that time, inauspicious portents appeared on the earth, and in the heavens, and the king, conscious that he had grown old, reflected that by bestowing the throne on Rama, he would gratify his comely son, and also assuage his own sorrow and benefit his people. Filled with affection for his subjects and for their good, he desired to increase their felicity by installing Rama as heir apparent when the hour was auspicious. Summoning the subject princes and the inhabitants of other cities and lands with due respect, the aged monarch entertained them in his palaces, bestowing on them gifts of various kinds, but the sovereign of Kaikeyi and the king of Mithila were not informed of the occasion, since they would hear of it thereafter. Seated in the assembly, the king resembled Prajapati in the midst of his subjects. The kings of the earth coming together in council, King Dasaratha occupying the throne and they taking the places prepared for them, reverently faced the royal dais, observing the traditions of the court. Surrounded by his feudal lords and the elders, the king appeared like Indra, sitting among the gods. Chapter 2. The elders and counselors willingly accept Sri Rama as regent. In ringing tones, King Dasaratha addressed the leaders of the people seated before him, uttering words delighting their hearts. When the aged monarch began to speak, his words resembled the beat of drums or the crashing of thunder, yet they were filled with great sweetness, withal and uttered in the manner of a king. He said, "It is well known to you that this vast empire was upheld by my predecessors and their fathers before them. To promote the prosperity and felicity of the kingdom formerly protected by the kings of Ikshwaku, I, walking in the path trodden by my forebears, have preserved it to the utmost. Having passed 60,000 years under the royal canopy, my body has become old and feeble and seeks repose. The burdens of state, not able to be sustained by those of uncontrolled mind, have I borne, and now am weary. Today, therefore, with the approval of the learned Brahmins present here, and for the good of my people, I desire to surrender the dominion to the protection of my eldest son. Possessing every essential virtue, Sri Ramachandra, my beloved son, equal to Indra in prowess and the conqueror of his foes, excelling in every virtue, resembles the moon accompanied by the Pushya star. I desire to install as regent Rama, exalted among men, elder brother of Lakshmana, worthy to be your protector. In truth, I verily believe that not only the earth, but the three worlds will regard him as their lord. Desiring the joy of the universe, I shall lay upon him the weight of government, and thus be freed from anxiety concerning the kingdom. If this seems proper to you, give me your counsel, or say what should otherwise be done. Though this be my decree, yet should you judge aught else to be a better way, then speak that I may know of it. The best course is well known to be determined after careful deliberation." Hearing the words of King Dasaratha, the other monarchs and elders cried in unison, "Excellent! Excellent!" Upon this, a sound like distant thunder, pleasant to hear, or like the cry of peacocks delighting in the storm, arose. Thereafter, the purpose of the sovereign being communicated to all, acclamations burst forth that shook the foundations of the palace. Then the learned Brahmins, the ministers, kings, and the elders of the city assembled for the consultation with those who had come from afar, and being of one mind, after due deliberation, thus addressed the king. Almighty Sovereign, thou hast ruled for thousands of years and have now become old. Do thou therefore appoint Rama as regent. It is our cherished desire that the glorious Prince Rama should be seen by us, riding on an elephant beneath the royal canopy. The king, wishing to fathom their true motives, replied with candor, saying, Acting on my suggestion, you have all expressed your willingness to see Rama appointed regent, yet there is still some uncertainty in my mind. Tell me frankly why you desire to see Rama crowned. Have I erred? Have I failed to govern righteously? Then the elders of the people and the counselors answered the sagacious sovereign Dasaratha in the wise. O king, thy son is endowed with excellent attributes. Hear of the divine and amiable qualities of the wise and perfect Ramachandra, qualities endearing him to all and pleasing to record. In his love and zeal for truth, he is equal to Indra. Thou, O king, art exalted above all in the house of Ikshwaku, yet none in the world practices righteousness as does Sri Rama. By his conduct, he has added luster to virtue and prosperity. Diffusing happiness among his people, he resembles the moon, delighting the earth. In forbearance, he is like the earth in wisdom, like Brihaspati, in valor, like Indra. With a deep regard for truth, free from envy and jealousy, his disposition is excellent. Forgiving every injury, a comforter of the afflicted and the distressed, he addresses all with gentleness. Acknowledging every favor received in full measure, self-controlled, true to his word of whatever betide, speaking no ill of others, of candid utterance, full of wisdom, he ever reveres the aged. Of immeasurable renown, Sri Rama, whose glory and splendor constantly increase, who in the science of archery is superior even to the gods, asuras, and men, who has studied all the branches of learning and the Veda, is also unequaled in the art of music. The abode of peace and prosperity, ever courteous, humble, and wise, and who, having received the highest instruction from the Brahmins, is skillful in expounding the meaning of the Veda. When in company with Lakshmana, he goes to the attack, storming towns and villages. He never withdraws without wholly defeating the enemy. Returning triumphant, he inquires after the welfare of his subjects as if they were his own sons, and gives special thought to the well-being of women, servants, and his disciples, as a father regards the needs of his family. O sire, Sri Rama graciously inquires respecting our own disciples whether they render us proper service and hospitality and further discharge their duties faithfully. He suffers with the afflicted and rejoices like a parent when his people hold a festival. That mighty archer, the observer of truth, the servant of the aged, who blesses all those who seek his protection, is wholly righteous. Performing noble deeds, he will not hear or utter words that create discord. Possessing a charming brow and large eyes, in this resembling Vishnu himself, Rama, by the process of deduction, is able to converse with eloquence. By his courage, prowess, self-reliance, and patience, he has become the delight of his people. Ever ready to serve his subjects, scorning sensual pleasures, he is able to rule the three worlds. How much more this tiny earth? His joy and anger are never excited without cause. He destroys those meriting death, but shows mercy to the innocent. Liberal to those who have found favor with him, willing to suffer in the exercise of self-control, beloved of his subjects, he evokes devotion in every virtuous heart. Brilliant as the moon by reason of his excellent attributes, the earth claims him as her lord. O king, thou art fortunate in possessing this great son who resembles Kashyapa, the son of Marichi. The people of Ayodhya and the citizens of the kingdom of Koshala continually pray for Rama's life and well-being. Men, women, and the aged, and those from far and near, at dawn and eventide, unitedly pray to all the gods that Sri Rama may ever be attended by prosperity. O great king, graciously accede to our request. O giver of boons, we beg thee to install Sri Rama as regent without delay. Thy son, resembling Sri Vishnu himself, is benevolent and generous to all. O king, do this with a cheerful mind. Chapter 3. The king resolves Sri Rama shall be installed. To those who with joined palms were making this petition, King Dasaratha answered courteously, "Today indeed I am happy and fortunate, since the people desire my son, Sri Rama, to be proclaimed regent." Thus, in the presence of his subjects, the king in gracious accents addressed Sri Vasista, Vamadeva, and other sages. "In this month of Chitra, when the woods are beautiful with flowering trees, be pleased, O holy ones, to prepare all things for the installation of my son as heir apparent." After the king had spoken, the people applauded, and when these shouts of acclamation had died away, the monarch addressed the mighty sage Vasista, saying, "O blessed Lord, it is meet that thou shouldest order these things needful for the coronation ceremony." Then Sri Vasista commanded the ministers in attendance to provide gold, gems, unguents, garlands of white flowers, parched rice, honey, and clarified butter in separate vessels, also new cloths, chariots, weapons of all kinds, a complete army, elephants free from any imperfection, white flags, a white canopy, shamaras, 100 vessels of gold shining like fire, bulls with gilded horns, lion skins, and other requisites. Then the sage Vasista commanded them, saying, "Place all these in the king's sacred pavilion. Let every gate in the capital and private apartments of the palace be decorated with garlands and sandalwood, and let fragrant incense be kindled everywhere. O ye accomplished ministers, provide sweet and health-giving foods, milks and curds in attractive dishes sufficient to feed 100,000 Brahmins. Tomorrow, the holy Brahmins should be respectfully served with butter, curdled milk, and parched rice, and presented with as much dakshina as will preserve them from want for the remainder of their lives. Tomorrow, early in the morning, the peace chant should be recited. Therefore, let the holy Brahmins be invited and their seats prepared. Let banners and arches of flowers be displayed everywhere, and the roads sprinkled with water. Let beautifully attired singing girls with their attendants wait at the gates of the palace. Let food and cooling drinks be provided at all the principal crossroads. Also, gifts of money and ritual objects that are considered sacred. Let fruit and flowers be sent separately. Let armed warriors clothed in clean raiment and armed with scimitars wait in the courtyard of the king." In this manner, Sri Vasista and Sri Vamadeva performed all that had been required by the king, and everything being carried out to their satisfaction, they informed the great monarch accordingly. Then the illustrious sovereign said to the Prime Minister Sumantra, "Let the accomplished Prince Rama be brought here with all speed." Acquiescing in the royal command, Sumantra brought thither in a royal chariot that great warrior, Sri Rama. Surrounded by the rulers of the earth, the east, the west, the north, and the south, the kings of Aryan and non-Aryan descent, and those from the forests and the hills, King Dasaratha looked like Indra in the midst of the gods. He beheld his son Sri Ramachandra, handsome, valorous, of mighty length of arm, fearless, walking like an intoxicated elephant, his countenance resembling the moon, fair to look upon, captivating the hearts of all by his virtue and generosity, refreshing his subjects as clouds refresh those afflicted with the heat. The monarch could not gaze sufficiently on his beloved son, as he, attended by Sumantra, who followed him with reverence, alighted from his chariot and ascended the steps of the royal palace, which resembled Mount Kailasha. Approaching the king, he announced his name and made profound obeisance at his feet. Seeing the prince standing respectfully at his side, the king embraced him and asked him to occupy the golden throne set with jewels and gold. Raghava, thus seated, looked like the sun rising on the Sumero mountain. The whole assembly was illumined by the presence of Sri Rama, who resembled the moon riding in the autumn sky filled with innumerable stars. As a man adorned with many ornaments is overjoyed with delight to see his own image reflected in a mirror, so was King Dasaratha filled with ineffable delight when beholding the glory of his son. And like Kashyapa addressing Indra, the mighty sovereign smilingly spoke to Rama. "O my son, thou art the offspring of my chief queen, and do resemble her. Thou art exceedingly dear to me, endowed as thou art with all the great attributes. Thou hast imbued thy people with thy noble qualities. Accept therefore the high office of regent. Notwithstanding, my son, that thou art by nature endowed with all good qualities and art humble, yet hear while I tell thee that which is for thy good. Keep far from thee those evil habits born of love, pleasure, and anger. Through thy secret service acquaint thyself closely with all the happenings of thy kingdom and other domains, as though they took place before thine eyes. Give pleasure to thy people by filling the various storehouses and arsenals. O Prince, that sovereign who rules his subjects with due regard to their happiness causes his friends to rejoice like the gods who have drunk the nectar of immortality. Wherefore, O my child, conduct thyself with a mind fully subdued. Then the friends of Rama acquainted Queen Kaushalya of the king's resolve, and she rewarded the messengers of these good tidings with many cows and gems. Sri Rama, hearing the king's words, answered, "So be it," and bowing to the great monarch, left the palace in his chariot, the people greeting him with joy as he passed by. Satisfied with the sovereign's decree, they acclaimed him with salutations, and returning to their homes, worshipped their gods, propitiating them so that no impediment should arise in the installation of Sri Rama as regent. Chapter 4. Sri Rama and Princess Sita prepare for the ceremony. The citizens having departed, the king again consulted his ministers, saying to them, "Tomorrow the Pushya star is in the ascendant. I decree, therefore, that the lotus-eyed Rama shall then be installed as my successor." Dismissing his counselors, the king, entering the inner apartment, commanded Sumantra to bring Rama to him once more. In obedience to the command of his royal master, Sumantra repaired to the palace of Rama to bring him thither. Rama, hearing the doorkeeper announce the second visit of the minister, became anxious, and sending for him with all haste, inquired of him the purport of his coming. Sumantra answered, saying, "The king desires to see thee." Sri Rama thereupon hastily repaired to the palace of his royal parent. King Dasaratha, retiring to the private apartment, issued instructions that Rama should be brought thither. The prince, entering his father's palace, bowed low with joined palms from a distance and contemplated his sire. The king, raising him up, embraced him, and giving him a seat, again addressed him. "O prince, I have now grown old and have ruled long, enjoying all the pleasures of the heart. I have also performed hundreds of sacrifices and distributed great quantities of food and lavish gifts as alms to the Brahmins. O great one, a son such as thou art is the fruit of much charity and study of the Veda. O most excellent one, what I desired to give in charity I have given, and I have studied the Veda and offered up many sacrifices. My desire for pleasure is past. I have discharged every obligation to the gods, the sages, my ancestors, and the learned Brahmins. Nothing remains to be accomplished by me but thine installation. O my son, hear me. It is the will of my people that thou become their sovereign. I shall therefore install thee as my successor. Nevertheless, O Rama, fearful dreams have visited me at night, attended by the roar of thunder and the falling of meteors, signs betokening opposition. O Rama, the star of my birth is surrounded by the sun, Mars, and Rahu. Those versed in divination speak of it as of evil augury that portends either the death of a king or the visitation of some grave calamity. O Prince of Raghu, I desire to see thee crowned before my senses fail. Verily, the mind of man is inconstant. Today the astrologers announced that Purnu Vasu is in the ascendant, but tomorrow it will be the Pushya star, auspicious to thy coronation. I desire thee, therefore, to be proclaimed regent tomorrow. Do thou from now on fast with thy spouse, passing the night on a bed of kusha grass with a stone for thy pillow. It is the duty of the friends surrounding thee to guard thee. In such undertakings many obstructions arise. Prince Bharata is in the city of his grandsire. It is my will that thou be installed in his absence. Thy brother Bharata is virtuous, compassionate, master of his senses, and obedient to thee. Yet, O Prince, I know the mind of man to be fickle. Even the mind of a righteous and devout man may be subject to inconstancy. Tomorrow thy coronation shall take place. Therefore, now return to thy abode." King Dasaratha having thus spoken, Sri Rama left for his palace. Entering his own abode, anxious to acquaint Janaki with the king's proposal, and not finding the princess in her own apartment, Rama repaired to the palace of his mother. There he beheld the queen Kaushalya seated in the temple, observing the vow of silence and praying for her son's welfare. Acquainted with the sovereign's decree, Sri Lakshmana and Sumitra were already in the palace of the chief queen, and Sita, also having been summoned thither, was sitting at her side. Queen Kaushalya, attended by Queen Sumitra, Lakshmana, and Sita, having heard that Sri Rama would be installed when the Pushya star was in the ascendant, was meditating on Narayana with closed eyes and controlled breathing. Sri Rama, approaching his mother, paid reverence to her and joyfully exclaimed, "O mother, my father has commanded me to serve the people, and tomorrow I am to take up the burden of government. Sri Vasista, my preceptor, and other sages have ordained that the Princess Sita should, this night, fast with me. At dawn, the Princess Sita and I will carry out those prayers and rites proper to the occasion." Queen Kaushalya, long desirous of this event, with tears of joy flowing from her eyes, answered, "O my beloved son, Rama, mayest thou live long, and may all thine enemies perish. Acquiring the throne, mayest thou bring joy to thy friends, relatives, and also Queen Sumitra. O child, surely thou wert born under an auspicious star, since thou hast won favor with thy royal sire by thine excellent attributes. The purpose of my devotion and austerity, undertaken to please the lotus-eyed Narayana, has been fulfilled today, inasmuch as thou art about to obtain the kingdom of the dynasty of Raghu." Sri Rama, listening to his mother's words, smilingly addressed Sri Lakshmana, he who ever paid honor to his father, and said, "O Lakshmana, share with me the government of the kingdom. Thou art my second self. The dominion is equally thine. O brother, I desire life and a kingdom for thy sake." Thereafter, Sri Rama, bowing to the two queens, with their permission, withdrew with Sita to his own apartment. Chapter 5. On Vasista's advice, they observe a fast. King Dasaratha, having acquainted his son Rama with the knowledge of his approaching regency, now called his spiritual preceptor, Sri Vasista, and addressed him saying, "O sage, whose only wealth is austerity, graciously approach Sri Rama and cause him to observe a fast with Princess Sita in preparation for his coronation." Sri Vasista, answering, "Be it so," went himself to Sri Rama's palace. Ascending a chariot drawn by 2 horses, he drove to the palace, and, entering by the 3 gates, approached the abode of Raghava, white as a cloud. Sri Rama, hearing the arrival of his preceptor, speedily went forth to welcome him and offer him due obeisance. Taking him by the hand, he assisted him to alight from the chariot and, studying his mood, made enquiries as to his well-being. The venerable Vasista said, "O Rama, thy royal parent is gracious to thee. Tomorrow thou shalt be proclaimed ruler of the kingdom. Do thou observe a fast today. Tomorrow King Dasaratha will install thee as regent, as Nahusha of old made over his kingdom to Yayati." Having uttered these words, the knower of truth, the sovereign of Munis, requested Rama and Sita to observe a fast that night. Then Sri Ramachandra respectfully saluted Sri Vasista, and the royal preceptor, accepting his salutation, departed for his abode. Conversing delightfully with his friends, Sri Rama, when requested by them, retired to the inner apartments. The palace of Raghava was crowded with joyful men and women, and resembled a lake filled with lotuses, visited by innumerable birds. Leaving the palace, Sri Vasista perceived the streets to be filled with people. All the roads entering Ayodhya were crowded with spectators eager to witness Sri Rama's coronation, that none could pass to and fro without difficulty. The sound of the multitudes shouting with joy, filling the highways, resembled the roaring of the sea. All the streets of the capital were swept and sprinkled with water. On either side, flower garlands were hanging, and every house was decorated with flags and banners. Men and women, children and the aged, all anxiously awaiting the dawn, so that they might witness the sacred ceremony, looked forward with eagerness to the great festival that would promote their happiness. The priest, Sri Vasista, avoiding the crowded streets, at length reached the royal palace. Ascending the balcony which resembled a white cloud, he greeted the king as Brihaspati pays homage to Indra. Seeing the sage approaching, the king rose and inquired as to what Sri Rama had said. Sri Vasista answered, "All is prepared." As the king rose from his throne, the whole assembly stood up to honor the venerable sage. Having heard his spiritual preceptor's report, the king, dismissing the court, withdrew to the inner apartment as a lion enters its cave. Entering those gorgeous and richly ornamented apartments, equal to one of Indra's palaces, he resembled the moon gliding through the heavens. Chapter 6. The city of Ayodhya is decorated for the proclamation. Sri Vasista having taken his departure, Sri Ramachandra and the large-eyed Sita purified themselves and mentally adored the Lord Narayana. Offering salutations to the vessel containing the sacrificial oblation and to propitiate Narayana, Sri Rama poured clarified butter into the sacred fire. Thereafter, partaking of the remainder of the offering and praying for what was auspicious, seated on the kusha grass, he meditated on Sri Narayana. Observing silence with purified minds, the prince and princess slept in the temple. 3 hours before the dawn, they rose and caused their servants to clean and decorate the palace. Then, after listening to the recitation of the dynastic ballads, causing them great delight, they performed their morning devotions and silently repeated the Gayatri. As the sun rose, clad in silken garments, they saluted Sri Narayana, abiding in the golden orb, and then instructed the learned Brahmins to recite the peace chant and other prayers. The deep and melodious sound of the peace chant, recited by the Brahmins, mingling with the beat of drums, filled the capital of Ayodhya. The inhabitants of the city, knowing that Rama and Sita were observing a fast and offering devotion to the Lord, were filled with joy. On the dawning of day, the citizens brought banyan trees, setting them up as pillars to adorn the city for the coming coronation. The high temples resembling the Himalayan peaks, the stately houses, the highways, the crescents and the streets, the shops filled with merchandise, the mansions where members of the royal family dwelt, the public assembly halls and the tall trees were all hung with flags of different colors which fluttered in the breeze. Here and there, companies of actors and dancers gave pleasure to the people by singing sweetly and playing melodiously on their instruments. In the market, in the houses, at home and abroad, all spoke only of the coming proclamation of Sri Rama as ruler. Children playing in front of their homes also chattered about this matter. In honor of the occasion, the roads were strewn with flowers and rendered fragrant with incense and pleasant odors. Lamps were placed here and there, lest the royal procession should pass through at night. Having decorated the city, the inhabitants awaiting the proclamation came together in public assemblies or stood on raised tribunes. Praising King Dasaratha, they said, "That mighty King Dasaratha of the dynasty of Ikshwaku is indeed a pious man. Realizing he has grown old, he himself is installing Rama as ruler. How gracious is our king that he is placing us under the rule of Sri Ramachandra. May the Lord long protect the prince as our ruler. Sri Rama is simple, highly learned, devoted to righteousness and affectionate to his brothers. Virtuous and wise, Sri Rama loves us as his own brethren. May the righteous and sinless King Dasaratha live long, by whose grace we see Rama enthroned today." Hearing the praises of King Dasaratha by the people, those living far distant were attracted to the holy ceremony and flocked to see the royal procession, filling the city of Ayodhya Puri. On the day of the full moon, the tumult of the multitude was like the roar of the ocean. People coming from far and near to Ayodhya, which resembled the city of Amaravati, enhanced the beauty of the capital as aquatic creatures add to the beauty of the sea. Chapter 7. The hunchback maid, Manthara, informs Queen Kaikeyi of Sri Rama's coming installation. At this time, Queen Kaikeyi had a female servant who had accompanied her from the abode of her royal parent and was ever in attendance on the queen. Her name was Manthara. By chance, ascending the balcony of the palace which resembled the full moon, she perceived the capital of Ayodhya adorned with garlands of lotuses and the principal streets sprinkled with water. Flags were fluttering from the tops of the tall houses, the roads leveled, and the wide streets crowded with people. Holy Brahmins carrying auspicious gifts were waiting to offer them to Sri Ramachandra. The temples were painted white, and strains of musical instruments resounded everywhere. Elated by the festivities, joyful crowds were singing the Vedic mantras, and not only men, but elephants, horses, and cattle demonstrated their joy in their own peculiar fashion. Large flags bound with flowers were being carried by joyous citizens wandering here and there. Manthara was amazed to see these unusual activities, and meeting Sri Rama's royal nurse, gaily dressed in a white silken robe, she inquired of her, saying, "Why is the wealthy queen Kaushalya, mother of Sri Rama, distributing immense riches and charity today? Why are the people of the capital so joyous? What is the happy king about to accomplish?" The royal nurse, overcome with joy at that time, told the hunchbacked Manthara of Rama's enthronement. She said, "Tomorrow at dawn, under the Pushya star, King Dasaratha will install the sinless Rama, the subduer of anger, as Yuvaraja." The words of the nurse filled the hunchback woman with jealous wrath. Speedily descending from the high palace which resembled Mount Kailasa, that sinful woman, consumed with malice, entered the bedchamber of Queen Kaikeyi, and, waking her, thus addressed her. "Why art thou sleeping, O deluded one? Thou art in imminent peril. Art thou blind to future suffering? O fair one, the good fortune which thou vauntest is about to pass away, like a river that is dried up in the summer season." Queen Kaikeyi, pained by the bitter words of the sinful hunchbacked maid, answered her, saying, "O Manthara, is all well? Why do I behold thee with a gloomy mien? What is the cause of thy distress?" Hearing the gentle accents of Queen Kaikeyi, Manthara, who was full of cunning, assuming a sorrowful mien and feigning friendship for the queen, spoke bitterly. "O Devi, a great calamity has befallen thee. Hear me. King Dasaratha is about to proclaim Sri Ramachandra as regent. I am immersed in the bottomless sea of fear. I am afflicted with pain and sorrow. I am as if scorched by fire, and for thy good I have come hither. O Kaikeyi, thy woes are my woes, thy sorrows my sorrows. Of this I am certain. Hearken, thou art the daughter of a great royal house, and thou art the favorite of King Dasaratha. Why art thou deceived by his crafty ways? Outwardly, thy husband appears to be a speaker of truth, but inwardly he is a deceitful man. His speech is fair, but his heart is hard. Thy honesty is the cause of thy suffering. Prevailing on thee by specious words, the king visits thee and speaks insincere words to thee. By delivering the kingdom to Kaushalya's son, he seeks to make her mistress of all. Like an affectionate mother, thou hast nourished in thy lap the enemy that is called thy lord. Thou resemblest the one who pressed a serpent to her bosom, deeming it, through illusion, to be her infant. As a snake or an enemy harms the one who has spared him, so has King Dasaratha today dealt with thee and thy son. This sinful, deceitful monarch will destroy thee, thy son, and thy relatives, who are worthy of happiness, by enthroning Sri Ramachandra. O thou of deluded intellect, ever indifferent to thine own good, hear me, there is yet time. Whatever thou canst do for thine own advantage, perform, and thus protect thy son and me." Hearing the words of Manthara, the beautiful queen rose from her couch like the autumnal moon. Filled with wonder and delight, she took from her person a precious ornament and presented it to the hunchback woman. That lovely one, unequaled in beauty among youthful women, said to Manthara, "O Manthara, thou hast brought me joyful tidings. Tell me what I can offer thee in return for these pleasing words. I find no difference between Rama and Bharata. I am, therefore, fully satisfied if the king installs Sri Ramachandra. O dear one, nothing is more pleasing to me than the news of Sri Rama's enthronement. Ask for whatever pleases thee, and I will confer it on thee." Chapter 8. Manthara persuades the queen that Bharata should be regent and Prince Rama banished. Prompted by disappointment and anger, Manthara, casting the jewel away in disdain, cried, "O foolish queen, this is no occasion for rejoicing. Dost thou know that thou art about to be submerged in a sea of sorrow? I cannot but laugh silently at thy folly. Thou rejoicest when there is reason to mourn. I pity thy simplicity. How should a woman rejoice in the advancement of the son of her enemy? Prince Bharata has an equal right to the kingdom with Ramachandra. Rama fears Prince Bharata, and, fearing him, seeks to displace him. Lakshmana, though heir to the throne, is Rama's obedient servant, just as Prince Shatrugna is faithful to Bharata. O beautiful one, by birth, Bharata has a claim to the throne. Traditionally, the kingdom should be his. Sri Rama is well versed in affairs of the state and acts promptly in his own interests. Knowing the danger threatening Bharata from Rama, I am filled with dread. Today, Queen Kaushalya is fortunate indeed. Her son will be enthroned by the holy Brahmins at dawn, when the Pushya star is in the ascendant. Therefore, thou shalt have to stand in complete submission like a stone before Queen Kaushalya, whose enemies will be subdued. Thus, not only thou, but the virtuous Prince Bharata will become a servant and dependent on the Queen Kaushalya. The women of Sri Rama's household will be filled with joy. But thy daughters-in-law, having no status, will suffer great anxiety and sorrow." Queen Kaikeyi, believing Manthara really to be benevolently disposed to her, began to extol the great virtues of Ramachandra, saying, "Sri Rama, instructed by his holy guru, is truly righteous, grateful, truthful, and pious. He, the eldest son of the king, assuredly deserves to be made regent. May he live long. He will ever protect his brothers and servants as a father protects his children. O Kubija, why art thou jealous of Rama's coronation? After 100 years, Bharata will inherit the throne of his illustrious ancestors. Why art thou sad on such a joyful occasion, O Manthara? Sri Ramachandra is as dear to me as is Bharata. He serves me with greater zeal even than he does Queen Kaushalya. If Sri Rama ascends the throne, it is as if Bharata ruled the land. Sri Rama regards his brother as himself." Hearing the queen's words, Manthara, intensely provoked, sighed deeply and said, "O stupid one, thou deemest adversity to be prosperity. Thou art sinking in an ocean of suffering and yet dost not perceive it. When Rama becomes king, who will succeed him? Prince Bharata or his own son? Prince Bharata will remain without a kingdom forever. O beautiful princess, all the sons of the king cannot occupy the throne, and if they could, it would bring calamity. Therefore, O Kaikeyi, the sovereign confers his throne on the eldest son, yet if the younger son be endowed with good qualities, he may succeed. The kingdom is given to one and one only. When Rama becomes king, then thy son, like an orphan, deprived of all comfort, will be cast forth from the royal dynasty to suffer. I have come to tell thee this for thy good, and thou dost not comprehend it. If thou wert wise, thou wouldest not reward me with this jewel on account of the increased prosperity of thy rival. Assuredly, when Rama assumes the regency, he will either banish Prince Bharata or have him put to death. Through proximity, people acquire affection even for inanimate objects, but thou didst send thy son in his childhood to thy father's house. Prince Shatrughna has accompanied Bharata. Lakshmana follows Rama as Shatrughna follows Bharata. It is said that a tree marked down for felling by the dwellers of the forest is preserved by the proximity of the thorny Ishika bushes. Thus will Lakshmana ever protect Rama, and Rama in return will preserve Lakshmana. These two brothers love each other as do the Aswins. This is well known. Rama will therefore seek to harm Bharata, though he will ever protect Lakshmana. I therefore consider it were best for Bharata to escape to the forest. If Rama succeed to his father's kingdom, how may thy welfare and that of thy relatives be assured? To thee, Bharata is a child worthy of happiness, but to Rama he is a rival. When Rama is king, Bharata will not live long. It becomes thee, therefore, O queen, to protect Prince Bharata, as the leader of a herd of elephants protects it from the lion's spring. Prompted by pride, thou hast in the past slighted Queen Kaushalya. Dost thou think she will spare thee when she is chief queen? O beautiful one, note well when Rama obtains the kingdom together with its mountains, seas, and valleys, then thou and thy son, Prince Bharata, will suffer ignominy. Assuredly, when Rama is king, Prince Bharata will be deprived of life. Therefore, act so that Rama may be exiled to the forest and Bharata obtain the kingdom. Chapter 9. Queen Kaikeyi is resolved upon her evil design. The face of Queen Kaikeyi flushed with anger, and sighing deeply, she said to Manthara, "Today I shall indeed banish Rama and ensure that Bharata be proclaimed regent. O Manthara, how may Bharata become regent and Rama be deprived of the kingdom?" Hearing these words, the sinful Manthara, bent upon the complete destruction of Sri Rama, said to the queen, "Hear, O Kaikeyi, I will unfold to thee the only course which will lead to the coronation of Prince Bharata. O Kaikeyi, hast thou forgotten that which thou hast often related to me? O lover of poesy, if it be thy desire to hear the tale from my lips, listen and then take action." Thus addressed Queen Kaikeyi, rising from her couch, replied, "O Manthara, relate by what means Bharata may acquire the throne and Sri Rama suffer eclipse." Then the wicked Manthara, desirous of doing injury to Rama, said, "Formerly, when thy husband was engaged in a war between the Devas and Asuras, he supported the cause of Indra. He took thee with him, and I accompanied thee. O Kaikeyi, To the south, in the Dandaka forest, there ruled a king named Timidwaja, in his capital Bijayanta. He was versed in the magic named Shambhara, and he was unconquerable by the gods. He waged war on Indra, and in the great conflict, the Asuras at night carried off the wounded from their beds and slew them. King Dasaratha fought great battles with these Asuras, who pierced his body many times with their weapons. He, falling unconscious though, O Devi, brought him from the battlefield, and when they still assailed him, didst skillfully preserve him. O beautiful one, then the king, thy lord, well pleased with thee, proffered thee 2 boons, and thou didst answer, I shall claim them when the need arises. I was not then acquainted with this matter, but thou didst later relate it to me. Prompted by my love for thee, I have treasured all this in my memory. Now demand the cessation of preparations for Sri Rama's enthronement. For the first boon, ask for the proclamation of Bharata as regent, and for the second, the banishment of Rama for 14 years. During the period of his exile, men will grow to love thy son, and his rule will be assured. O daughter of a mighty king, entering the chamber of wrath, clad in soiled raiment, cast thyself on the bare ground. On the entrance of the king, neither look at nor speak to him, but, rolling on the ground, continue to weep. Doubtless thou art very dear to thy lord, who, for thy sake, would enter a raging fire. The king would never provoke thee, nor can he bear to see thee weep. He would sacrifice life itself for thy sake. The king cannot be indifferent to thy requests. O indolent one, test the power of thy beauty today, but have a care lest the king offer thee diamonds, pearls, gold, and other gems, and be not caught in the snare of greed. O fortunate one, remind the king of the 2 boons promised to thee on the battlefield. Strive hard for the success of thine undertaking. If the king would lift thee up, let him on oath renew his promise. Do thou say to him, O great king, send Rama into exile for 14 years, and make Bharata ruler of the kingdom. Whilst Rama is absent, the rule of Bharata will be established, and he will reign forever. O beautiful one, demand the exile of Rama from King Dasaratha, and all will be well with thy son. Men will forget their love for Rama and will cease to care for him, and Bharata will have no enemy anywhere. When Sri Rama returns, the supremacy of Bharata will be firmly established. Ruling with love, he will inspire affection, and many friends will support him. Therefore, O Queen, questioned by the king, fearlessly and firmly demand that the preparations for Rama's enthronement be terminated. Kaikeyi thus prevailed upon to execute the evil design of Manthara, and, fully prepared to comply with it, followed her counsel as a young chicken follows its mother. The beautiful queen, aggrieved that the king had not consulted her concerning this great event, said, O Manthara, thou art truly my sincere well-wisher. Of all deformed creatures on earth, thou art the wisest. O Kubaija, as yet I fail to comprehend the king's real intention. Deformed women are usually sinful and perverse, but thou, O Kubaija, art unique, resembling a lotus bending to the breeze. In spite of thy physical defect, thou art not to be despised. It would seem that thy slender waist, bashful of thy full-rounded bosom, had withdrawn itself. O Manthara, thy face is like the full moon. Thou art indeed lovely. Thy body is smooth, thy waist decorated with a girdle. Thy thighs are long, thy limbs slender. O Manthara, when thou walkest before me, clad in a silken sari reaching to thy ankles, thou art as graceful as a swan. Acquainted with every grace and blandishment, thy hump, protruding like the hub of a wheel, is surely filled with wisdom, diplomacy, and understanding. I therefore present thee with a gold chain to adorn it. O lovely woman, when Bharata becomes king and Rama goes into exile, I will cover thy hump with beaten gold. When I am certain of the success of my undertaking, I will apply sandalwood paste to thy hump, and to thy forehead a diadem of gold and gems. O Kubaija, I will give thee ornaments of pure gold. Thus attired and adorned, thou shalt be free to live as thou pleaseth. Thou shalt put my sister queens to shame and precede them with pride. O thou whose face is incomparably beautiful, thou art a rival of the full moon. O deformed one, many hunchbacked women wearing gold ornaments shall attend thee as thy handmaids. Thus flattered, Manthara, reclining on a white couch glowing like an altar flame, spoke, O fortunate one, it is useless to construct a dam when the water has run away. Therefore enter on thine undertaking immediately. Go wait upon the king in the chamber of wrath." Thus prompted by Kubaija, the beautiful-eyed Queen Kaikeyi, filled with ambition, entered the chamber of wrath with Manthara. There, inspired by the hunchbacked woman casting her pearl necklace of immeasurable value on the ground, the queen, rolling on the floor, addressed her. "O Kubaija, either Rama shall go into exile and Bharata obtain the kingdom, or King Dasaratha will have news of my death. I shall neither put on ornaments nor partake of delicious dishes. If Rama is installed, it shall be the end of my life." Manthara continued to instruct Kaikeyi in the most cruel manner, uttering hostile words to Rama. "Know well, O fortunate one, should Rama become ruler, it will mean endless suffering for thee and thy son. Therefore exert thyself to overthrow him." The queen, wounded by the shafts of Manthara's words, placing both hands on her heart, replied angrily, "O Kubaija, either thou shalt bear the news of my death to the king, or Rama shall be exiled and Bharata enthroned. If Rama be not exiled, then I shall neither sleep on a bed nor wear flowing garments, nor apply sandalwood paste nor antimony to my person. Except Bharata be enthroned, I shall neither eat nor drink. If this is not accomplished, I do not deserve to live." Having firmly resolved this, casting her ornaments to the ground, she herself lay down like a fallen canary. Her face veiled in wrath, her body stripped of its garlands and jewels, the queen resembled the sky bereft of sun and stars. Chapter 10. The king is deeply afflicted at the sight of the weeping queen. Incited by Manthara, Kaikeyi, like a canary, continued to roll on the ground as if wounded by a poisoned arrow. The artful queen, devising a plan, gradually unfolded her design to Manthara. Heaving deep sighs like a python, Manthara was filled with satisfaction, perceiving her favorite, Kaikeyi, resolved on her evil course of action. Reflecting on the matter, torn with jealousy, the queen, plucking out her eyebrows, scattered her shining ornaments on the ground, adorning it as stars illumine the firmament. Lying thus, attired in soiled raiment, with her hair disheveled, she resembled a nymph fallen from heaven. The king, having given his instructions for the installation of Sri Rama, dismissed the court and entered the inner apartments of the queens to inform them of the great occasion. Anxious to impart the good tidings to his beloved consorts, the illustrious King Dasaratha entered the inner apartment, first going to the beautiful abode of Kaikeyi. As the moon sails into a clear sky after eclipse, so did the king enter the apartment of Queen Kaikeyi. He passed through the garden made beautiful by parrots, peacocks, swans, and cranes. Music was softly playing, while dwarfed and hunchbacked maids passed to and fro. There were leafy bowers and alcoves on whose walls were painted beautiful pictures. Everywhere, champaka and asoka enhanced the view, whilst other trees were laden with blossom and fruit. Altars of ivory, silver and gold with springs of water flowing by seats inlaid with precious metals and costly jewels, where delicious food and drink was constantly served, transformed the palace into paradise itself. The king entered the inner apartments, but did not perceive the queen on the couch where desire had caused him to seek her. Calling loudly and receiving no answer, he grew sad. Never before had Kaikeyi missed the time of dalliance. Never before had the king found the apartment deserted. The monarch, desiring to know where the queen was, questioned a maidservant, who replied with fear and submission, "O sire, she has entered the chamber of wrath." On hearing these words, the heart of the sovereign was exceedingly troubled. Restless and agitated in mind, the king bowed with sorrow and entered the chamber of wrath, and found the queen lying on the ground in an unseemly manner. The king, who in his old age loved the young queen as dearly as his own life, was deeply afflicted at the sight. That sinless monarch beheld the ambitious Kaikeyi lying on the earth like a branch torn from a tree, or a nymph thrust forth from heaven. She lay like an apsara fallen on the earth when her merit is exhausted, or like a snapped garland, or a doe ensnared by the hunter, or like a young elephant wounded by a poisonous arrow. Standing over her like an immense tusker, the monarch regarded her with affection. Gently caressing her, apprehensive yet propelled by desire, the king addressed his lotus-eyed queen. "O Devi, I know not why thou art displeased. By whom hast thou been insulted? O tell me, O auspicious one, I am grieved to see thee lying in the dust. Why art thou ever benevolent towards me, lying on the earth? Thou art as dear to me as my own life. why dost thou act as one possessed by an evil spirit? Art thou sick? If so, I have many eminent physicians who can cure thy malady, who, being satisfied with the gifts and honors bestowed on them, are ready to obey my will. In an instant they shall restore thee to health. O beautiful one, tell me these symptoms of thy complaint, or dost thou desire to reward or punish any man? Do not let the charm of thy face be marred by grief. In order to please thee, I will put to death one who does not deserve the penalty, or will pardon one who merits death. I will reduce a rich man to poverty, or cause a pauper to be made wealthy. I and all those who belong to me are thy obedient servants. I shall never oppose thy will, O Queen. If I can please thee even at the cost of my life, thou hast but to speak. Well dost thou know how much I love thee. Now tell me what I may do for thee. I swear to accomplish whatever thou desireth. Know me to be monarch of a kingdom on which the sun never sets. The lands of Dravira, Sindhu, Suvira, Surashtra, Dakshinaputta, Vanga, Anga, Maganda, Matsya, Kashi, and Koshala together with their abundant produce and wealth are ruled by me. If thou desirest any of these, tell me. O frail one, why dost thou cause thyself suffering? Rise, rise, O dearest, what dost thou fear? O Kaikeyi, as the sun dispels the mist, I will dispel thy fears. Thus flattered by the king, Kaikeyi appeared somewhat pacified, yet in order to afflict her lord, began to utter bitter and harsh words. Chapter 11. She asks for the 2 boons promised her by the king. The queen addressed the great sovereign Dasaratha, who, overcome with desire, was pierced by the shafts of Kamadeva, and said, Neither am I sick, nor has any offered me insult. I harbor a certain ambition which thou canst fulfill. If thou art willing to accomplish this, then give me thy solemn promise, and I will make known its purport to thee. The resplendent monarch, agitated by desire, raising the head of the queen from the ground, took her in his arms and answered smilingly, O fortunate one, dost thou not know that none is dearer to me than thou, saving that lion among men, Sri Ramachandra? I swear by the invincible Rama, who is even dearer to me than thou, that I will fulfill thy ambition. O Kaikeyi, I swear by Rama, without seeing whom I cannot live 1 hour, that I will execute thy desire. O dear one, by my oath I have demonstrated to thee the intensity of my love. Now tell me what thou desirest. Knowing the great love I bear for thee, have no fear. By my meritorious deeds I declare to thee I will grant thee what thou asketh. Following the instructions of Manthara, knowing the fulfillment of her ambition to be at hand, and concerned with the advancement of Bharata, Kaikeyi spoke harshly. Satisfied with the attitude of the king, she, resembling the dreadful god of death, addressed him. O great king, formerly thou didst promise me 2 boons to which the 33 gods were witness. O king, moon, sun, ether, the planets, day and night, the cardinal points, the universe and those who inhabit it, the earth, the Gandharvas, the Asuras, the spirits and other beings are witness to that promise given to me by thee. O ye gods, listen with attention to the boons which the king, a lover of truth, highly resplendent and acquainted with the law of duty, grants me. The Queen Kaikeyi, praising the king who was overcome by desire and ready to grant any boon, said, O king, recollect how in the war between the gods and Asuras thou didst fall wounded like one dead, and I rescued thee by applying the appropriate means. On thy recovery thou didst promise me 2 boons. O truthful monarch, I now earnestly desire these 2 boons which are in thy power to grant. Shouldest thou, despite thy promises given, not fulfill these desires, then I will relinquish my life, dishonored by thee. The queen, holding the king's mind subject by her sweet words, resembled a hunter who, intending to slay a deer, lays a snare for it. Then addressing the king, infatuated with passion and willing to grant any boon, she said, O Deva, hear me. I now claim these 2 boons. Employing the preparations made for Rama's installation, let my son Bharata be proclaimed regent. This is the first boon. The second pledge granted me on the battlefield is now also due to be fulfilled. Let Ramachandra be exiled to the forest for 14 years, wearing a dress of bark with matted locks like a hermit, while my son Prince Bharata rules without hindrance. This is my earnest desire. Let me this day behold the exile of Rama. O King, protector of truth, preserve thy integrity and the traditions of thy birth. The rishis declare that the observance of truth is the most excellent means of attaining heaven. Chapter 12. The king suffers bitterly at the thought of sending Prince Rama into exile. The harsh words of Queen Kaikeyi caused intense suffering and agitation to the heart of the king. He began to reflect, am I seeing a dream by day? Is my mind unhinged? Am I possessed by an evil spirit? Is an inauspicious star causing me distress? Or is this disturbance the result of some malady? Pondering a while, the king grew calm, but his mind was still troubled, and recollecting the demands of Queen Kaikeyi, he again became restless and agitated like a deer in the presence of a lioness. Heaving deep sighs, seated on the ground, he resembled a highly venomous snake hypnotized by the power of a mantram. He cried out in anger, "Woe unto me!" and fell senseless. After a long time, he recovered consciousness and, suffering great distress, full of wrath, answered Kaikeyi, while his glance seemed as if it would consume her. "O thou of evil disposition, O destroyer of my dynasty, what harm have Sri Ramachandra or I done to thee? Rama has ever treated thee as his own mother. Why hast thou determined thus? Alas, I brought thee to my house for the destruction of my home. I deemed thee to be the daughter of a king, and thou hast shown thyself to be a venomous serpent. All my people unite in praise of Rama. For what fault shall I abandon him? It were possible for me to part with Queen Kaushalya, Sumitra, my kingdom, even life itself, but I cannot abandon Sri Rama. To behold the heir apparent causes delight to my heart. When not contemplating him, my mind loses its capacity to act. The world may continue to exist without the sun, crops may grow without water, but I cannot live even for a little while without Sri Ramachandra. Therefore, O sinful one, give up thine arrogance. See, I put my head at thy feet. Be gracious to me. Why hast thou determined on this cruelty, O wicked one? If thou desireth to test my love for Prince Bharata, then do so. When thou didst say betimes that Rama, my eldest son, was entitled to the kingdom on account of his virtues, didst thou utter these words in flattery to gratify me or to exact some service of Rama? The tidings of Rama's installation is causing thee a burning discontent. Possessed by an evil spirit, thou art not thyself, I ween. O Devi, it is a great calamity that the house of Ikshwaku, famed for its probity, should fall into disrepute. Hadst thou not been afflicted by an evil spirit or influenced by an inauspicious planet, thou wouldst never have spoken to the detriment of others. It is certain that thou art possessed by a malignant entity. O child, thou hast often said that thou didst love Sri Ramachandra, even as Bharata himself. O Devi, how dost thou dare to seek the banishment of Ramachandra for 14 years? How canst thou demand the exile of the virtuous and tender Ramachandra for 14 long years? O thou of beautiful eyes, how canst thou think of sending Rama into exile, whoever honors thee? Rama has paid thee greater respect than Bharata. I fail to comprehend how thou canst desire his exile. Reflect well. None in the world will offer thee greater service, respect, and obedience than Rama. Among the thousands of women and maidservants in my private apartments, none ever speaks ill of Rama, and he, with a pure heart, offers protection to every living being, while his subjects ever love and obey him. He has won the hearts of all beings by protecting the interests of the needy and the afflicted. Generosity, faithful service to his preceptor, valor in the field of battle, skill in archery have all contributed to his renown. Truth, austerity, friendship, purity, simplicity of life, knowledge of philosophy, and service of his teacher are well-known qualities of Sri Ramachandra. O Devi, Sri Ramachandra, ever acting in the highest interests of all, equal to the Maharishis and the gods in enlightenment, must not suffer the ills of exile. Sri Rama has never spoken a harsh word to any. How shall I then, at thy instigation, give him this pitiless message? What shall befall me bereft of Rama, who is endowed with forgiveness, gratitude, self-control, renunciation, truth, and virtue, and who never inflicts pain on any human being? O Kaikeyi, I have grown old, and my end is near. In this wretched state I beseech thee to show mercy on me. The earth, girdled by the sea, and all that is contained therein, shall be thine. Why dost thou drive me to the brink of death's dark abyss? O Kaikeyi, I touch thy feet in supplication. Protect Sri Ramachandra and save me from dishonoring my word." King Dasaratha, stricken with grief, fell senseless, his whole frame convulsed and agitated. Again and again he entreated the queen to take him beyond the sea of suffering, but that cruel one, growing each instant more adamant, replied, "O king, if thou repent of the 2 boons given to me, none in the world will call thee righteous. When other kings question thee regarding thy promises, O righteous one, what will be thine answer? Wilt thou say that she to whom thou owest thy life, and by whose grace thou yet livest, who rendered thee great service at the time of misfortune, and to whom thou didst promise 2 boons, has now been refused these blessings? Assuredly thou shalt become a stigma on the illustrious dynasty of Ikshwaku, having given promises from which thou now wouldst fain withdraw. Recollect King Shivya, who gave the flesh of his own body to redeem a pledge, was of thy royal house. King Alarka, likewise of thy dynasty, plucked out his eyes that the sight of an aged and learned Brahmin might be restored, and thus obtained the highest state. Not only man is bound by his word, the ocean, whose boundaries are fixed, does not pass beyond the shore. Therefore, recollecting thy pledge, do not relinquish it. O king, art thou bereft of thy senses? Abandoning truth, thou wouldest grant Rama the kingdom, so that thou mayest enjoy the embraces of Queen Kaushalya. Be it in accord with Dharma or not, be it truth or falsehood, thou must fulfill the promise made to me. It shall never be revoked. Shouldest thou withdraw thy pledge and grant Ramachandra the kingdom, I will give up my life by drinking deadly poison. Were I to see Queen Kaushalya receiving salutations as chief queen, I should not be able to endure it. O great sovereign, I swear by Bharata and my own life that nothing save the exile of Rama shall satisfy me." After speaking these words, Kaikeyi became silent, disregarding the supplications of the afflicted monarch. Understanding the full portent of the harsh words of Kaikeyi, implying Rama's exile and the rulership of Bharata, the king remained silent for a long time. His senses numbed, he gazed steadfastly at the face of his beloved queen, speaking thus bitterly. Maharaja Dasaratha, afflicted on hearing the threatening speech of Kaikeyi resembling a thunderbolt, inspiring pain and grief, knowing she had resolved to banish Rama, cried out, "O Rama, Rama!" and heaving deep sighs, fell to the earth like a felled tree. Like a madman bereft of sense, or as one in delirium, or a snake hypnotized by incantations, he fell, deprived of his glory. In abject tones, he addressed Kaikeyi, saying, "Who has instructed thee in this evil design, cloaked in specious garb? Art thou not ashamed to address me as one possessed? Formerly, I did not deem thee capable of such conduct. In youth, thy disposition was otherwise. What has overpowered thee that thou seekest such a boon? Stay these unjust words that Rama should go to the forest and Bharata occupy the throne. O sinful one, O cruel-hearted one, O evildoer, relinquish the insistence on thy resolve for thine own sake and for the sake of thy subjects and thy son. Either Rama or I must have offended thee. How have we done so that thou speakest thus? Assuredly, Prince Bharata will never wish to occupy the throne while Rama lives. I deem Bharata no less virtuous than Ramachandra. When instructing Rama to go to the forest, seeing him stricken, how can I look on him? How can I look upon his face darkened like the moon in eclipse? How can I revoke that decision made in consultation with my ministers and friends desiring my welfare, causing confusion as the sudden smiting of an army by the enemy? What will the kings of other lands say when they hear the breaking of my resolve, which was reached by common consent? Will they not say, King Dasaratha of the house of Ikshwaku is like a child. We marvel that he has ruled so long. When the aged, wise, and learned Brahmins inquire for Rama, shall I answer them that, coerced by Kaikeyi, I have sent him into exile? If I say this in truth, it will be accounted falsehood, since I have already instructed my guru to install Sri Rama as regent. What will his mother, Queen Kaushalya say if I banish Rama? How shall I explain this cruel deed to Queen Kaushalya? She is ever dutiful, a friend, serving me as a handmaid, keeping my secrets as a trusted companion, practicing virtue like a woman, and in attending on my welfare resembling a sister, serving me with delicious food like a mother, ever speaking sweetly to me, ever desiring my good. Her son is dearest to me. How can I fail to accord her due respect? Fearing thy displeasure, how great would be my subsequent repentance and remorse. As one partaking of delicious food, really injurious to him, is later filled with regret, so knowing Rama exiled at my command, the terrified Sumitra will place no further faith in me. Oh, how unfortunate is this, that Sita, hearing these evil tidings of my death and Sri Ramachandra's banishment, will yield up her life, as a nymph dies deprived of her mate in a Himalayan valley. I shall not long survive the exile of Rama and the grief of Sita. Enjoy thou the kingdom with thy son, but as a widow. Know well, O Devi, there is no happiness for me in life if Rama is exiled. As men, infatuated by the color of wine, drink it thinking ill of it, the while and knowing its harmful consequences, so did I, charmed by thee, enter into union with thee, believing thee true and faithful. Yet now I know thy disposition to be incomparably vile. Thou hast deluded me with alluring deceits. As a hunter decoys a deer by sweet music, so, alas, will the people of the capital think of me as my son's executioner. They will shrink from me as from a Brahmin who drinks intoxicating liquor. Alas, that I should hear such bitter words. Now I am suffering deep affliction as men who consume the fruit of their former iniquities. O sinful one, having long protected thee, it is I who have erred, like the man who carefully preserves the rope with which he is eventually hanged. As a child, in a solitary place, plays with a black snake, not knowing it will be the cause of his death, so am I. Who is more wicked than myself, who during my lifetime causes my saintly son to become an orphan? The whole world will despise me, saying, King Dasaratha is overcome by lust, and at the prompting of a woman has sent his son into exile. Sri Rama in his childhood abstained from flesh, honey and wine, and faithful to his Brahmacharya vow, was reduced to a skeleton by the observance of severe austerities, much study, and the firm service of his preceptor. Now, a householder, the time has come that he should enjoy health and prosperity, yet now he is condemned to undergo great physical privation. It is certain when I command him to go to the forest, he will reply, Be it so, O sire. Alas, how much better if it could be otherwise. My beloved child will assuredly not disobey me. Not knowing my true reason and believing the command to spring from the sincerity of my heart, he will acquiesce and willingly depart. Yet all will execrate me if Rama leaves us. Death, who spares none, will take me to the region of Yama, while Sri Ramachandra has gone to the forest. Then, O Kaikeyi, what grievous injustice wilt thou inflict on thy remaining relatives and Queen Kaushalya? She, deprived of Rama and Lakshmana, will no longer be able to endure her grief and will yield up her life. O Kaikeyi, having cast me, Kaushalya, Sumitra, and my 3 sons into the pit of death, canst thou be happy? Wilt thou be able to protect the dynasty of Ikshwaku, which for long ages has been ruled without disturbance, when Rama and I are gone? Will Bharata approve the banishment of Rama? If it be so, let him not perform my obsequies. O enemy, may thine ambitions be fulfilled. When I am dead and Rama banished, then wilt thou, a widow, govern the kingdom with thy son. O thou, dwelling in our midst as the pretended daughter of a king, wert thou truly a princess, thine incomparable renown would not have been tarnished, nor would I have been set at naught by thee. Now my son, accustomed to ride on chariots, horses, and elephants, will have to walk barefoot in the forest. He, who formerly was served at table by attendants in jeweled livery, each vying with the other, saying, My dish is sweeter, O Lord. How shall that Rama henceforth live on the bitter and insipid fruits of the forest? How shall he pass his life dependent on fruit and roots? How shall Sri Ramachandra, accustomed to costly apparel and luxurious couch, sleep on the bare ground, clothed in the yellow robe of a mendicant? I know not why an evil-minded woman should issue this cruel decree that Rama should be exiled and Bharata be installed as regent. Woe unto those women seeking material gain, skillful in accomplishing their own purpose. I do not condemn all women, but those like the mother of Bharata. O Kaikeyi, versed in wrongdoing, ever meanly disposed and seeking thine own advantage, didst thou enter my house to cause me affliction? What fault hast thou seen in me or in Ramachandra, the friend of all the world? O Kaikeyi, on seeing Rama suffering in the forest at thy request, fathers will abandon their sons, faithful wives their husbands, and the whole world will condemn thee. When I behold Sri Ramachandra, adorned and handsome as a god, approaching me, my eyes are delighted, and seeing him thus I am filled with joy and courage. The affairs of the world may continue in the absence of the dawn, and the earth exist without rain, evoked by Indra, but none in the capital will enjoy happiness beholding Rama going into exile. Alas, today I am about to perish for long, nursing thee in my arms, O Kaikeyi, a venomous snake bent on my destruction. Thou art my real enemy. Now do thou, Rama, and Lakshmana perform my funeral ceremonies, then govern the kingdom with thy son Bharata. Destroy my relatives and friends, depopulate my towns and country, and live in accord with mine enemies, O thou cruel wretch. Why do thy teeth not break into 1,000 fragments, seeing thou hast spoken improperly before thy lord, and uttered vain boasts? Never did my Rama speak an unkind word to thee. He knows not how to speak unkindly. Thou chargest Rama with baseness, who was ever of gentle speech, and who is endowed with every excellent quality. O thou defamer of the kingdom of Kaikeyi, I shall not grant thy request, whether thou be angered or sorrowful, or takest thy life by swallowing poison, or dasheth thy head against a rock, or even sinkest into the earth. Thou utterest words keen as the edge of a razor, deceitful and heart-rending, veiling them in gentle accents. Thy nature is perverse. Thou art the destroyer of thine own family. Thou hast inflicted bitter agony on me. Though charming in looks, thou art a dangerous woman. I do not desire to consort with one so surpassingly wicked. What use to speak of love and joy? I cannot live without Ramachandra. O Devi, abstain from destroying me. I touch thy feet. Be gracious to me. Finding her heart unmoved by his appeal, King Dasaratha, like an orphan, fawning and abject, fell unconscious at the feet of Kaikeyi as one about to die. Chapter 13. Kaikeyi disregards the king's immeasurable distress. King Dasaratha, lying on the ground in utter ignominy, resembled King Yayati fallen from heaven. The cruel queen, seeing her purpose yet unaccomplished, herself fearless yet inspiring terror in the heart of the king, again demanded the boons, saying, O king, thou didst ever deem thyself a man of truth and one faithful to his vows. Why dost thou then withhold the boons promised to me? After some time, the monarch, exceedingly disquieted, replied in anger, O sinful woman, after my death, when Ramachandra, the chief of men, has gone into exile, thou mayest accomplish thy purpose. In heaven, the gods will inquire concerning the welfare of Sri Ramachandra. If I reply that I have sent Rama into exile to please Kaikeyi, it will be looked upon as a falsehood, and none will believe it. Having passed innumerable years without a son, how should I, after long suffering and anxiety, be blessed with an heir, forsake the long-armed Rama? How can Rama, valorous, learned, tolerant, and forbearing, whose eyes are like lotuses, be driven into exile by me? How should I send the beautiful Rama, whose complexion is like the blue lotus, to the Dandaka forest? Sri Rama, meriting every comfort and pleasure, undeserving of sorrow, how can I behold that wise Ramachandra in distress? Had I died without seeing Rama afflicted, who merits no suffering whatsoever, my spirit would have experienced joy in heaven. O pitiless, O sinful Kaikeyi, why dost thou compel me to send my dear and truthful son, Sri Ramachandra, to the forest? I shall incur dishonor throughout the whole world. Thus lamenting and distracted, evening having fallen and the night creeping on apace, King Dasaratha, afflicted and in great anguish, experienced no delight on beholding the moon. The old king, sighing heavily, continued to lament, and, gazing at the starry sky, cried, "O night, adorned with stars, do not pass into the dawn. O auspicious night, with great humility I supplicate thee. Have pity on me, and do not pass away. I have no desire to behold the face of this cruel Kaikeyi, who has caused me immeasurable distress." Then the monarch again entreated Kaikeyi, saying, "A virtuous man, and yet wretched, I take refuge in thee, for I have only a short while to live. O auspicious one, know this: I am a king, and not alone, but in the royal assembly have I proclaimed Rama as regent. Be gracious unto me, O Kaikeyi, O child, O giver of delight. Grant imperishable rulership to Sri Ramachandra, and endear thyself to me. O Kaikeyi, thus shalt thou obtain great renown. O thou of beautiful face, let Rama be installed, so shalt thou cause pleasure to Sri Ramachandra, to Bharata, to the court, nay, to the whole world." Then the pure-hearted sovereign, his eyes reddened in his distress, burst into a flood of tears, but the wicked Kaikeyi disregarded both his flattery and his weeping. The king, realizing the exile of Sri Rama could not be avoided, fell senseless to the earth. Sighing deeply at every moment, King Dasaratha passed the night in great anguish. At dawn, the royal musicians, striking up to awaken the great monarch, were ordered by him to be silent. Chapter 14. The king is overcome by grief. The queen summons Sri Rama. Kaikeyi, beholding the king distracted with suffering, undecided how to act, and restless as a fish on dry land, said, "O king, what is the meaning of thy grief and sorrow? Having promised me 2 boons, wilt thou incur the sin of default? Those versed in the secret of righteousness call truth the essence of virtue. I ask thee but to protect truth for thine own good. O king, in ancient times thy forebear, King Shivya, fulfilled a promise given by yielding up his body to a hawk, and thus acquired a high spiritual state. Thus also the illustrious Alarka, gladly taking out his own eyes, gave them to a blind Brahmin versed in the Veda. The Lord of Waters, the ocean, paying due regard to truth, does not pass beyond its boundaries at the time of the full moon. Truth is Brahman. Truth is the crown of righteousness. The imperishable Veda proclaims the glory of truth. When the heart is purified by the practice of truth, Brahman is realized. O king, if thou holdest truth to be the fruit of virtue, then following truth, grant me the 2 boons, O bestower of boons. For the sake of safeguarding thy future happiness, send Rama into exile. Send Rama into exile at my request. Thrice I repeat my desire. If thou failest to exile Rama, I shall not survive the dishonor, and shall yield up my life in thy presence." Hearing the words of Kaikeyi, King Dasaratha found himself bound and unable to escape, like King Bali of old in the presence of Vamana. Distraught, his mind agitated, his countenance pallid, the king resembled a bullock tottering between the yoke and the wheel. Anxiety and grief overwhelmed the king. With a supreme effort, mustering his courage and controlling his senses, his eyes distended, he addressed Kaikeyi. "O sinful woman, at the time of our nuptials, in the presence of the sacred flame, I took thy hand in mine. But today, I reject thee and the son born of thee, Prince Bharata. O Devi, the night is nearly past and the sun about to rise. My guru and the elders will urge me to perform the installation ceremony. Let the preparations made for the installation be used for my funeral rites. Let no part therein be taken by thee, O Kaikeyi, as thou dost oppose the installation of Sri Rama. How shall I look upon the faces of these people, now filled with joy in anticipation of Rama's enthronement, that will soon become overcast and melancholy?" The night illumined by the moon and stars passed away as the king was speaking, and day dawned. Then Kaikeyi, eloquent in speech but full of iniquity, transported with anger, spoke passionately. "O king, why dost thou speak like one affected by a grave disease? Send for thy son Ramachandra to come hither. Install my son on the throne and send Rama into exile. Then shalt thou have accomplished thy duty." The king, like a well-bred horse smarting under the lash, replied, "I am caught in the net of Dharma. I am bereft of understanding. Let me behold my eldest son, Sri Rama." The morning had now dawned, and the night had fled. The sun had risen, and an auspicious planet was in the ascendant. The blessed Lord Vasista, endowed with every excellent quality, surrounded by his disciples, holding these sacred articles required for the installation, came to the great door. Passing through the capital, Sri Vasista observed the streets swept and watered. Flags were fluttering everywhere in the breeze, flowers of many kinds were strewn on the roads, and garlands hung here and there. All the inhabitants looked happy. Shops and stalls displayed a variety of merchandise, while incense mixed with ambergris and sandalwood perfumed the air. Everywhere people were celebrating the festival and eagerly awaiting the coronation of Ramachandra. Having passed through the city of Ayodhya, which resembled Amaravati, Sri Vasista came to the royal palace and beheld at the gate an assembly of Brahmins and teachers who enhanced the scene. Innumerable priests skilled in the ritual of sacrifice, courtiers and leaders of the warrior class, as well as merchants were gathered there. Sri Vasista penetrated to the private apartments and delightedly entered there. At the door he beheld the charioteer Sumantra of pleasing looks, and the holy sage begged him to announce his arrival to the king and inform his majesty that he had brought the sacred water of the Gunga in golden vessels, and various seeds, fragrant herbs, and gems of different kinds. There was also honey, curds, clarified butter, parched rice, kusha grass, flowers, and milk, together with 8 beautiful virgins and a white elephant. A chariot drawn by 4 horses, an excellent sword and bow, a palanquin with bearers and a canopy resembling the moon in purity, 2 white shamaras, a narrow-necked jar of gold, white heifers, a lion with great teeth, a fine steed, a lion throne, a tiger's skin, sacrificial fuel and fire. Musicians of every kind, beautifully adorned women singers, teachers, priests, cows, deer, and birds, representatives of the people and merchants with their families were gathered there. These and many people inspired by affection and of gentle speech had come with their leaders to see the coronation of Rama. Sri Vasista ordered Sumantra to inform the king with all haste that Rama should be installed when the Pushya star was in the ascendant. Sumantra, instructed by the royal sage Vasista and having access to the person of the king, entered the palace crying, "Jai, Jai," to his majesty. The guards permitted him to enter without hindrance, and Sumantra, approaching the king, ignorant of his condition, began to praise his royal master, according to the prevailing custom. With great humility he addressed him, saying, "O gracious sovereign, as the sun at the breaking of day gives pleasure to the sea, so do thou give us joy by thy radiant countenance. Add to our delight, O mighty Lord, as in the morning Indra was adored by his charioteer, whereafter he defeated the Asuras, so do I salute thee. I come to wake thee as the Vidyas and Vedas waken Brahma. As sun and moon stimulate the earth which supports all men and life, so do I come to waken thee, O great ruler. Awake, O Maharaj, and rejoice the hearts of the people by thy sight. Don thy royal robes and adorn thyself with the great gems, resplendent like the sun on the crest of Mount Meru. O sire, may the moon, the sun, Shiva and Kuvera be auspicious to thee. May Varuna, Agni, and Indra grant thee success. The lovely night has passed, and the auspicious day has dawned. O royal sage, arise and perform thy duties. Preparations for the installation of Rama are completed. The leading citizens and the inhabitants of the capital are waiting in reverence at the gate. The blessed sage Vasista with his disciples is at the door. Command us, O king, to inaugurate the coronation of Rama immediately. As cattle without a keeper, an army without a general, night without the moon, cows without a bull, so is thy kingdom without a king today." The king, hearing the peaceful words of Sumantra, was once more submerged in the sea of sorrow. Though overcome with grief, his eyes red with wrath, he answered him, "O Sumantra, thy words of praise inflict great pain on me." Sumantra, beholding the miserable condition of his master and hearing his anguished words, joining his palms in submission, stepped backwards, tongue-tied. Then Kaikeyi, skilled in achieving her own purpose, addressed Sumantra. "O Sumantra, being overjoyed on account of the installation of his son, the king has not slept this night. Being fatigued, he is now overcome with sleep. Go thou, therefore, and bring the illustrious Ramachandra hither. This matter requires no deliberation." Sumantra reflected that the arrival of Sri Ramachandra would pacify the mind of the king. He speedily went to summon him, and on the way reflected, "Why has Queen Kaikeyi summoned Rama in haste?" The charioteer believed the eagerness of the king had prompted him to summon Sri Ramachandra for the purpose of his installation. Sumantra happily came to the beautiful palace of Sri Rama, which resembled a small island in the sea, and beheld there many people standing at the gate. He beheld many kings and great chieftains assembled in their allotted places. Chapter 15. Sumantra hurries to Prince Rama's palace. When night had given way to the dawn, Brahmins well versed in the Veda, together with the king's priests, came to the palace gate. With them came the counselors, the chiefs of the army, and leading merchants to witness the installation of Rama. The sun having risen, and the Pushya planet with Karata being auspicious, it being the time at which Rama was born, Brahmins brought vessels of gold filled with water, a finely decorated throne, and a resplendent chariot with a seat spread with a tiger skin. Water was brought from the confluence of the Gunga and Yamuna, and from the holy rivers, lakes, and wells, from the westward flowing streams and those descending from great heights and flowing through the plains. From these seas also water was provided and stored in shining vessels of gold and silver, wherein lotus blooms floated, and on whose surface sticks of gular and banyan were sprinkled. Honey, curds, clarified butter, kusha grass, and flowers were also provided. Beautifully adorned singing women were likewise present. Chamaras with handles of gold set with jewels, a beautiful canopy, scintillating and round as the moon, were furnished for the ceremony. Also a white caparisoned steed, a young elephant of great size, and 8 virgins gracefully attired. Musicians with venas, bards, and those who proclaimed the king's praise. Everything required for the installation of a sovereign of the dynasty of Ikshwaku was furnished by command of the king. Not beholding King Dasaratha at the appointed time, those present said, "Who will announce our arrival to the monarch? The sun has risen, but the king has not come forth. Every preparation for the installation of Rama is now complete." While they were thus speaking, Sumantra, honored servant of the state, addressed the royal guests and Maharajas, saying, "As commanded by the king, I propose to bring Sri Rama before him. On my return, I will ask His Majesty for you who are worthy of honor the reason for the delay." The aged Sumantra came to the door of the inner apartment and entered unannounced. Praising the royal dynasty of Raghu, he reached the chamber where the king was lying on the ground. Pouring forth his praise, he approached the arras hanging before the king's chamber and said, "O sovereign, may Surya, Kuvera, Varuna, Agni, and Indra grant thee victory. The goddess night has departed, dawn has come. Arise, O lion among kings. Brahmins, ambassadors, and chiefs of the forces have assembled and are desirous of seeing thee." The king, rousing himself, said to his chief minister, Sumantra, "Bring Sri Ramachandra hither speedily. Why dost thou delay? I do not sleep. Go, bring Sri Rama with all haste." Sumantra, bowing to the king, went forth to execute his commands. Thinking the installation of Rama to be near, he set out for the palace, passing joyfully along the royal route, gay with flags and banners. Hearing on all sides people conversing of the coming event, he mingled with the happy throng, and after walking some distance, saw Sri Rama's palace, white as the peak of Mount Kailasha, and fair as Indra's abode. The turrets, adorned with golden images, studded with coral and jewels, rendered the palace resplendent like the winter clouds on the caverns of Mount Sumeru. The main gateway, decorated with wreaths of gems and pearls, was fragrant with sandalwood and ambergris, sweet-scented like the Malagiri mountain, and abounding with cranes and peacocks. The doors and walls of the inner apartments were decorated with paintings of lions, tigers, and wolves, pleasing to the eye and mind. The palace of Rama, resplendent as the sun and moon, furnished like the palace of Kuvera, and equaling the abode of Indra, was surrounded by many kinds of birds who sported there. Men from distant lands in bejeweled apparel waited, bearing gifts in their hands, eager to behold Rama. The spacious palace was sumptuously furnished, and the attendants serving there were men of small stature. Sri Sumantra, delighting the people in his chariot drawn by horses, came to the door of the palace, which was filled with untold wealth and surrounded by deer and peacocks, gladdening the heart. Entering the gates and greeting those dear to Rama, Sumantra reached the door of the inner apartment. There also he heard everyone conversing of Sri Rama, and he rejoiced to hear them speaking of his glory. He beheld the inner enclosure, resplendent and lofty as Mount Meru, which was rendered charming by the presence of many deer and birds. There too he beheld those from various lands, descending from their chariots, bearing gifts. He observed an elephant equal to a hill in height, resembling a dark cloud, who had never known the touch of a goad and whose forehead was dripping with sweat. Its name was Shatrunja, and it stood prepared to carry Rama. Proceeding further, Sumantra beheld many charioteers and horsemen ready with their caparisoned horses. Continuing on his way, Sri Rama's chief minister saw countless artists and poets gathered there. Passing through the multitude, he came to the private apartment of Sri Rama. Unchallenged, the great Sumantra, resembling a cloud, entered the apartment as a crocodile enters the gem-filled ocean. Chapter 16. Sri Rama in his chariot drives swiftly to the king. Passing through a further doorway thronged with people, Sumantra came to another gate where no guard stood. He beheld there many young men, alert, vigilant, and devoted to their master, armed with bows and axes and wearing beautiful earrings. Beyond these, Sumantra saw aged men, clad in red, gorgeously attired, holding staves in their hands, guarding the apartments of the queens. Seeing the virtuous Sumantra approaching with others, they stood respectfully at attention. Sumantra, addressing these humble and experienced attendants, said, "Be pleased to inform Sri Ramachandra that Sumantra waits at the door." They, ever desiring the good of Rama, informed the prince and Sita of the arrival of Sumantra. Knowing Sumantra to be in the confidence of his royal father, Sri Rama affectionately caused him to be summoned. The charioteer, entering there, perceived Sri Ramachandra resembling Kuvera himself, seated on a golden couch, spread with soft cushions and richly ornamented. His brow was anointed with pure and fragrant sandalwood paste, the color of the blood of a wild boar. By his side, the Princess Sita, as beautiful as the moon, attended by the Chitra planet, was seated, holding a chamara in her hand. Sumantra, versed in the customs of the court, offered respectful salutations to Sri Rama, who appeared as resplendent as the noonday sun. With joined palms, Sumantra humbly inquired as to the prince's welfare, and addressed him who was thus seated on the couch, saying, "O excellent son of Queen Kaushalya, the king desires to see thee in the apartment of Queen Kaikeyi. Be pleased to go thither without delay." Thus addressed, that lion among men, the most illustrious Ramachandra, filled with joy, on receiving the summons replied, "Be it so. I will go thither with all speed." Then turning to Sita, he said, "O Devi, my mother Kaikeyi and my father have consulted each other concerning these matters relative to my installation. O princess of beautiful eyes, my mother Kaikeyi, ever benevolent and accomplished, knowing the king's desire, is influencing him for my good. That daughter of the great king of Kaikeyi, ever obedient to my royal father, desires my welfare. He, with his beloved queen, has sent for me through Sumantra, who is ever well disposed to me and desires what is pleasing to me, as does the king, my sire, and the queen, my mother. Assuredly, today, the king will proclaim me regent. I shall go to my royal father in all haste. Do thou converse happily with thy maids of honor." Hearing these courteous words, spoken by her lord, the lotus-eyed princess Sita, reciting the peace chant, followed Sri Ramachandra to the door. She said, "O Maharaj, the kingdom has many learned Brahmins who will crown thee, as Indra was crowned by Brahma. When the preliminary initiation is completed, and thou dost perform the Rajasuya sacrifice, and I behold thee dressed in an antelope's skin with the deer's horns in thy hand, do thou then allow me to pay thee homage. May Indra in the east protect thee, may Yama in the south protect thee, may Varuna in the west protect thee, may Kuvera in the north protect thee." Having taken leave of Sita, Sri Rama left his palace with Sumantra. Sri Rama, going forth from his palace as a lion issues from his cave, beheld Sri Lakshmana humbly waiting at the door. At the middle gate, Sri Rama encountered his friends and honored those who had gathered there to witness his coronation. Then that lion among men, the son of King Dasaratha, mounted his chariot resplendent as flame, spread with tiger skins, and which, on its course, made a noise like thunder. Inlaid with gold and gems, it dazzled the beholders, as does the brightness of the sun. The horses yoked to the chariot, equaling young elephants, galloped as swiftly as the steeds of Indra. Sri Rama, seated in his resplendent chariot, moving rapidly with a sound as of thunder issuing from the clouds, appeared like the moon coursing in the heavens. His younger brother, Prince Lakshmana, attended him, standing behind him in the chariot with a chamara in his hand. On every side, shouts of "Jai! Jai!" arose, while the multitude followed Sri Rama's chariot with its cavalcade of mounted horsemen and mountain-like elephants. Warriors, whose brows were anointed with sandalwood paste and ambergris, preceded the royal chariot bearing naked swords in their hands. Then followed the musicians and bards singing their praises and the shouts of warriors resembling the roaring of lions. The chariot went forward amid a rain of flowers showered down from the balconies and windows by beautifully adorned women of faultless limbs, who thus offered salutations to Rama and, desirous of his welfare, chanted hymns of adoration, saying, "O delight of thy mother, whose heart today is raised in exultation because of thee. Today thy royal mother will see thee in possession of the throne. The Princess Sita, exceedingly dear to Rama, is esteemed the most fortunate woman in the world by womankind, who, believing her to have practiced a high degree of virtue and asceticism in a previous birth, say, as the planet Rohini found union with the moon, so has the Princess Sita found union with Rama." Hearing the delightful eulogies of the women, Raghava pressed on, listening to the converse of the citizens and those come from afar concerning his approaching coronation. Some said, "Today, Sri Ramachandra, our Lord, will acquire limitless wealth and power through the favor of his royal sire. Those people over whom he holds sway will obtain their heart's desire and the fulfillment of their ambitions. Should he enjoy the kingdom for long, it will be our gain, since no distress will visit the kingdom while he is king." Thus preceded by neighing horses and the praises of his dynasty sung by chroniclers and bards, Rama advanced like the god Kuvera, while on every side he beheld the decorated highways filled with male and female elephants, chariots, horses, and people and stalls overflowing with gems and merchandise. Chapter 17. He advances to the palace amidst the plaudits of his friends. Seated in his chariot, the prince beheld his delighted friends and the city, white as a cloud, adorned with flags and banners fluttering here and there, fragrant with the perfume of incense, filled with a multitude of men and enriched by stately buildings. Passing through the scented highways where heaps of sandalwood were burning, and rare perfumes, wool and silken cloths, unpierced pearls, and innumerable gems being exposed to view, with stalls replete with articles of food and drink and merchandise of every kind, he beheld the royal highway adorned like the pathway of the gods in heaven, with every auspicious mark such as curds, rice, sandalwood, parched grain, and milk. Traversing the crossroads, gay with flowers and fragrant objects, amid the blessings and salutations of his friends, he acknowledged their praise with humility. Those in advanced years were crying, "O Prince, thou who art to be crowned today, let thy rule resemble thy grandfather's and thy great-grandfather's. Thus shall we prosper as in the days of thine ancestors. May our happiness exceed even those times. Neither do we require the comforts of this world, nor those of the other world. Beholding Sri Ramachandra returning after his coronation, our delight will exceed all else. Nothing is dearer to us than the installation of Sri Ramachandra of limitless glory." Thus did Raghava advance, amidst the eulogies of his friends, the focus of every eye and heart, serene and imperturbable. Those who were unable to behold him or were unnoticed by him became objects of contempt to others. Nay, they were a reproach to themselves. The all-compassionate Ramachandra looked on each of the four castes with equal condescension. Each loved him according to his capacity. Passing the temples, the sacred groves and pavilions, Sri Ramachandra circumambulated them in reverence. He now beheld the royal palace, resembling a white cloud, its towers like the snow-capped peaks of Mount Kailasa, its balconies seeming almost to reach the skies like the fire chariots of the gods. The pleasure houses, set with precious gems, caused the whole palace to excel all those on earth and rival even the abode of Indra. Approaching his father's palace, Sri Rama passed through the 3 gateways guarded by archers and proceeded on foot through the 4th and 5th enclosures. There, Leaving his attendants, he entered the private apartments of the king. The multitude, seeing Rama enter the palace, were filled with joy and awaited his coming forth as the sea awaits the coming of the full moon. Chapter 18. He sees the king full of anguish and speechless. Kaikeyi utters the cruel words. Entering the private apartment, Sri Ramachandra beheld King Dasaratha full of distress, his countenance pale, seated with Kaikeyi on the royal couch. First placing his head at the feet of his royal sire, he then respectfully offered salutations to Mother Kaikeyi. The king, his eyes filled with tears, his throat choked with emotion, could only utter the word Rama and nothing more. As the heart of a man who accidentally touches a serpent is filled with fear, so was the heart of Rama on beholding the king's misery. The king, agitated by grief and remorse, sighing bitterly, filled with anguish, resembled the ocean, which, calm by nature, is agitated by a mighty storm, or Rahu, causing the sun's eclipse, or with the soul of a sage stirred by the utterance of falsehoods. Without knowing the cause of the king's distress, Sri Rama became agitated like the sea on the day of the full moon. Sri Ramachandra, ever engaged in seeking his father's welfare, reflected, "Why is my father not happy to see me today? Formerly, when displeased on beholding me, he was pacified, but today, beholding me, he is troubled. Why is he overcome with grief and bereft of his glory?" Making obeisance to Kaikeyi, he said, "If by an involuntary offense I have caused my father displeasure, then, O mother, propitiate him for me. Erstwhile, even when displeased, my father showed favor to me, but today I behold him pale of countenance and deeply distressed, nor does he speak to me. Is my revered father suffering any physical or mental distress? It is rare indeed for a man to be consistently happy. Has His Majesty seen any grievous fault in the amiable Prince Bharata, or the valorous Shatrughna, or in my mothers, or in me? I do not desire to live a single instant if His Majesty is not satisfied with me, or is displeased, or if I have disobeyed him. Why should not man obey his parents, who are the source of his birth, and who are living gods? Hast thou spoken harsh words in vanity to the king, on hearing which his heart is lacerated? O Devi, answer my question truly. Tell me the cause of this unprecedented grief in my sire." Kaikeyi, thus addressed by Sri Rama, dead to all shame and skillful in defense of her selfish purpose, spoke arrogantly. "O Rama, the king is not angry, nor is he suffering physical pain. He has something on his mind which he fears to disclose to thee. He loves thee dearly, and so hesitates to tell thee this unpleasant matter. It is for thee to fulfill what he has promised to me, and to act in accordance with it. Having formerly granted me a boon, he now repents it like a common man. To promise a boon and then seek to evade it is like the setting up of a dam when the water has gone. O Rama, have a care lest the king abandon truth for thy sake. Among holy men, truth is said to be the root of dharma. Should the king command thee and thou fulfill his command without further deliberation, then will I reveal the whole truth to thee. The king may not communicate with thee directly, therefore be ready to execute what I command on his behalf." Sri Rama, highly agitated, replied to Kaikeyi in the presence of the king, "For shame, O Devi, to speak thus to me. At the command of my father I am willing to do anything, even to casting myself into the fire. At the bidding of the king, my parent and author of my welfare, I will gladly drink deadly poison or throw myself into the sea. O Devi, disclose to me his will. I vow to fulfill his command. Be assured, O mother, Rama does not utter falsehood." To the ever-truthful Rama, Kaikeyi answered in these wounding words, "O Ramachandra, long ago the Maharaja fought against the Asuras and fell wounded on the field. I then preserved him, and he promised me 2 boons. For these I ask the installation of Prince Bharata and thy exile to the Dandaka forest. O Great One, if thou desirest that thou and thy father should uphold truth, then hear me. In obedience to thy father, now go into exile for 14 years. Let the preparations made for thine installation be used for the enthronement of Bharata. Giving up thy claims to the kingdom, do thou with matted hair, wearing a deerskin, live in the Dandaka forest for 7 and again 7 years. Let the earth be ruled by Prince Bharata. This kingdom, filled with an abundance of gems, horses, and elephants, must be his. On account of this is the king distressed, his countenance pale, and he is unable to look on thee. O Rama, obey the king and preserve him by fulfilling his command." At these cruel words of Kaikeyi, Sri Ramachandra betrayed no sign of distress, but the king, realizing the future suffering of his son, was overwhelmed with grief. Chapter 19. Sri Ramachandra betrays no sign of distress and prepares for exile. The slayer of his foes, Sri Ramachandra, hearing the words of Kaikeyi, keen as the pangs of death, was in no way moved by them, and answered, "Be it so. To honor the promise made by the king, I will leave for the forest immediately, with matted locks, attired in raiment made of bark, but I desire to know why the illustrious sovereign does not address me. O Devi, fear not, I vow, in thy presence, that I shall dwell in the forest, dressed in bark with matted locks. Rejoice, therefore. Whatever command the benevolent monarch, ever mindful of my welfare, shall lay upon me, I will gladly execute to please him. There is nothing I would not do for him without hesitation. But one painful thought still lingers in my mind. Why does the king not speak to me himself of Bharata's enthronement? O mother, by thine order I am willing to surrender to my brother Bharata not only the kingdom, but also Sita, together with every object of desire, my wealth and my life. How much more would I do for my father, that he may preserve the vow of truth and serve thy purpose? Render this matter clear to the king. How is it that I behold my father with bowed head, shedding tears? Let messengers on swift horses summon Prince Bharata immediately from his uncle's house, while I, without considering the merit or demerit of my sire's injunctions, enter the Dandaka forest for 14 years. Queen Kaikeyi, highly pleased by the words uttered by Sri Ramachandra, and assured of his exile, urged him to depart, saying, "So be it. Messengers on swift-footed horses will summon Bharata immediately from his uncle's home. O Rama, being ready to enter the forest, do not delay. Depart therefore with all speed. Overcome with shame, the king dare not ask thee to depart, but do thou disregard this. O Ramachandra, the king will neither bathe nor partake of food till thou hast entered upon thine exile." The king, hearing the words of Kaikeyi, cried, "Woe, woe," and stricken with grief, fell senseless on the golden couch. Raising up the king, Sri Ramachandra, urged on by the words of Kaikeyi as a horse under the lash, prepared to enter the forest in all haste. His heart, unmoved by the queen's cruel words, replied, "O Devi, I did not desire the kingdom to acquire wealth and power, but, becoming regent, I wish to preserve Dharma. Know me, like the sages, to be a protector of Dharma. If I can render any service to my father at the cost of my life, it is as if already accomplished. There is no greater good in this world than service to one's sire by thought, word, and deed. On this command, not issued by the king but by thee, I will dwell for 14 years in the uninhabited forest. O Sati, thou hast been my mother, and yet art unacquainted with my nature. If thou hadst known me, no need would have arisen to consult my father on so insignificant a matter. Now I go to take leave of my mother, Queen Kaushalya, and offer consolation to my Sita. Let Bharata rule the kingdom according to Dharma and serve our royal father faithfully. This is a son's abiding duty." Hearing the words of Sri Ramachandra, the king, speechless and overcome with grief, wept aloud, shedding bitter tears. The most illustrious Rama made obeisance to his father, lying pitifully there, then, bowing to the feet of Kaikeyi, left the apartment. Having circumambulated the king and queen Kaikeyi with extreme reverence, Sri Ramachandra came forth from the inner chamber and beheld his friends standing at the door. Sri Lakshmana, full of wrath, his eyes suffused with tears, followed Rama. Sri Rama circumambulated these sacred articles prepared for the installation ceremony in great reverence, and prayed that they should be dedicated to the installation of Prince Bharata. Then, turning from them without a backward glance, he slowly withdrew. The abandoning of the ceremony failed to impair the serenity of Sri Ramachandra. The splendor of his countenance remained unchanged, as the moon suffers no diminution of its beauty in the waning period. On renouncing the kingdom and departing for exile, Sri Ramachandra resembled a great yogi, and none observed any change of mood in him. Relinquishing the royal canopy, the beautiful Chamara, and bidding a respectful and affectionate farewell to his friends and the people's delegates and guests, remembering the sorrow occasioned to them and restraining his senses, the prince went to the apartments of his mother to break the distressing tidings to her. Those about him found no change in him, neither in the adornments of his body, donned in preparation for the royal ceremony, nor in the cheerfulness of his countenance. Such was the truthful Ramachandra. As the autumnal moon does not lose its splendor, so the cheerfulness of the mighty-armed Rama did not diminish. Addressing those standing near with sweetness and respect, he approached his mother, Kaushalya. The most valorous Prince Lakshmana, the sharer of his brother's joys and griefs, followed him. Aware of the great distress that would arise in the hearts of his friends, Sri Rama, for his mother's sake, entered the palace in a serene and cheerful mood. Chapter 20. Queen Kaushalya is afflicted and helpless with sorrow. Perceiving that lying among men, Sri Ramachandra, his palms joined in a gesture of farewell, coming forth from his father's apartments, the ladies of the inner chamber began to lament loudly, saying, "Shall Sri Rama, who fulfilled all our desires without awaiting the injunction of his royal sire, and who is our sole figure, today go into exile? From his birth he has honored and respected us as his own mother, Queen Kaushalya. When we have spoken harsh words to him, he was never angry, nor did he ever give any cause for displeasure. That prince who ever reconciled those who were affronted is today going into exile. Our king, acting like an ignorant man, is determined to destroy his subjects and is sending Rama, who is the sole support of all beings, into exile." Thus weeping bitterly, all the maids of honor and maidservants of the king lamented like cows bereft of their calves. The king, hearing their cries of distress, deeply afflicted with grief for his son, overcome with shame, fell down on his couch. Sri Ramachandra, grieving for the woes of his relatives, breathing like a mighty elephant, approached his mother's apartments with Lakshmana. Entering there, he beheld at the first gate the venerable and aged guardian of the door and his attendants, who rose on perceiving the prince, crying, "Jai, Jai," to him. Reaching the second gate, he met with the aged Brahmins honored by the state for their great learning. Saluting them, he entered the third gate, where women, the aged, and children were keeping guard. The women gave their blessings to the prince and went to inform the Queen Kaushalya of Sri Rama's arrival. According to scriptural injunctions, the queen had spent the whole night worshipping Sri Vishnu, desirous of her son's good. Clad in a silken sari, she was pouring oblations into the sacred fire with joy. Sri Rama, entering the chamber of his mother, beheld her offering oblations into the sacred flame. He beheld there the sacrificial articles prepared for the worship of the gods: curds, rice, butter, sweetmeats, rice cooked in milk, garlands of white flowers, sesamum seed, fuel, and jars filled with pure water. Sri Rama saw the fair-complexioned queen in a white robe, emaciated through long fasts. After a time, perceiving her son, Sri Ramachandra, she ran towards him as a mare runs to meet its foal. Embracing him, inspired by maternal love, she addressed the great Rama with gentle and affectionate words. "O my son, mayest thou become aged and righteous like the royal sages. Mayest thou attain the age appropriate to thy dynasty. Mayest thou acquire renown and fulfill thy family duties. O dear prince, now approach thy truth-loving father, who awaits thee today to appoint thee regent of the kingdom." Offering her son a seat, she placed before him sweetmeats. Sri Rama, touching them only with joined palms, humbly addressed her. He, ever affectionate and now showing even greater tenderness in protecting his mother's honor, said, "O goddess, thou art not yet acquainted with the great calamity that threatens us. I must go to the Dandaka forest and have come to seek thy sanction. It is the season of sorrow for thee, Sita, and Lakshmana. Now entering the forest, my seat will be of kusha grass, and there, residing for 14 years, I shall live on honey, roots, and fruit. The king has conferred the regency on Prince Bharata, and I, giving up royal fare, must enter the forest to eat the food of ascetics there. By the king's command, Bharata will be installed as regent. For 14 years it is ordained that I shall live in the forest, practicing asceticism far from the haunts of men. The forest from henceforth will be my home. Roots and berries will be my food. Hearing these words, the queen fell to the ground like the bough of a fir tree severed from the trunk by an axe. Resembling a nymph fallen from heaven or a phantom tree struck down, she fell. Sri Ramachandra raised her to her couch, her body soiled with dust like a steed that has rolled on the earth, and gently brushed away the dust with his own hands. The queen, worthy of every happiness, seated by her son, filled with distress, addressed him in the presence of Sri Lakshmana. "O child, O Rama, hadst thou not been born of my womb, I should have suffered the distress of being childless, but I should have been spared this sorrow. O my son, were I a barren woman, I should not have been thus afflicted, for a barren woman has but one grief, that of being childless. The fortune that befalls a wife, alas, was not to be enjoyed by me for long. Having a son, I looked for happiness, but now, though chief queen, I must bear the piercing words of my rival consorts, no longer showing me deference. What greater calamity can befall a woman? The insults that will be heaped upon me without thee will prove unendurable. Alas, this is the season of unfathomable grief and affliction. O my son, when thou art gone, I shall cease to live. As chief queen, I have already borne great provocation. Now, serving Kaikeyi, I shall be deemed lower than her maidservant. Indeed, some say I am already her slave. Those who attend me will desert me on beholding Bharata made regent." Then Queen Kaushalya, growing angry, began to utter bitter words, saying, "How shall I, thus afflicted, look on the face of Kaikeyi? O Rama, 17 years have passed since thou didst receive the holy thread. Since then I have lived in expectation of thine installation and the termination of my sorrows, but now I must suffer further. I shall not be able to endure this. O Rama, I shall not be able to suffer the contumely of the other queens in my old age. O child, not beholding thy countenance resembling the full moon, how shall I bear this miserable life? I have kept innumerable fasts, worshipped the gods, and nourished thee till now. Yet, unfortunate as I am, it has proved to be in vain. Surely, my heart is made of stone that it has not broken today. It resembles a river in the rainy season that does not overflow under continued rain. Surely death has forgotten me, or there is no room in his abode. Had it not been so, he would have carried me hence today like a doe carried away by a lion. Assuredly, my heart must be as hard as iron, that it is not riven under this affliction. Oh, why does not the earth open and engulf me? It seems one cannot die before the time appointed. Those sacred austerities, fasts, meditation, and penance undertaken for the prosperity of my child have proven vain, like seeds sown in a barren field. If at this time of sorrow I might die, threatened with thy separation, I should embrace death as willingly as a cow deprived of its calf. O my son, of what use is life now to me, robbed of the sight of thy face resembling the full moon? Nay, I will follow thee to the forest like a feeble cow following its calf." Queen Kaushalya, the mother of Rama, afflicted and helpless, realizing her own unfortunate position and her son to be bound in the service of truth, lamented like a canary whose offspring has been made captive. Chapter 21. Sri Rama, in spite of the laments of the queen and Sri Lakshmana, prepares for departure. Sri Lakshmana, overcome with grief, addressed Mother Kaushalya in words suited to the occasion. He said, "O mother, it cannot be pleasing to thee that Rama, at the command of the king, who is subject to a woman and oblivious of the prosperity of the kingdom, should go to the forest. Old age has impaired the intellect of the monarch who, impelled by desire, is no longer master of his senses. What words will he not utter? I see no fault in Ramachandra for which he should be exiled and deprived of his kingdom. I know no man, whether friend or foe, who can find fault with Rama, even in absence. Like a god, he is guileless, self-controlled, and forbearing even to his foes. What righteous king would abandon such a son without cause? What son, versed in the discharge of a sovereign's duties, would give obedience to so puerile a king?" Addressing Rama, Lakshmana continued, "O brother, before the multitude become acquainted with these tidings, assume the reins of the kingdom. I will assist thee in the undertaking. O Raghava, who will dare oppose thee, when, like death itself, I stand by thy side, armed with my bow. If 2 or 3, nay, if all the people of Ayodhya resist thee in thine undertaking, I will destroy them. If all the supporters of Bharata oppose thee, not even one shall escape. The meek are ever oppressed. Should our father, inspired by Kaikeyi, become our enemy, then, though worthy of protection, I will undoubtedly slay him. Even should a spiritual preceptor, prompted by egoity, follow the evil path and do what ought not to be done, he must be restrained. On what authority does the king confer the kingdom on the son of Kaikeyi when the son of the chief queen, rightly heir to the throne, still lives? O slayer of thy foes, who will dare to incur our enmity and give Bharata the kingdom? O mother, I swear by the truth, by my bow, by the laws of charity, by the merit acquired in worshipping the gods, that I am Sri Rama's willing servant. O Devi, should Rama enter the blazing fire or the dark forest, no, I shall have preceded him. O goddess, do thou and Sri Ramachandra behold my prowess, by which I shall destroy all your sufferings, as the sun destroys darkness. I will also slay the king enslaved by Kaikeyi, who is aged, contemptible, of unsubdued mind, and in his second childhood. Hearing the words of the noble Lakshmana, Queen Kaushalya was overcome with grief and said to Sri Ramachandra, O child, thou knowest the content of thy brother's heart. Now act as thou considerest meet. It does not befit thee to abandon thy sorrow-stricken mother at the unjust words of her rival. O righteous one, if thou art established in Dharma, then remain here, serve me, and acquire virtue. There is no higher duty than service of the mother. I am, with the king, equally an object of thy reverence, and I command thee not to go to the forest. In thy separation there is no occasion for rejoicing, neither do I desire to live. But with thee I will gladly live, sustaining myself on herbs alone. If thou, leaving me afflicted with grief, go to the forest, then shall I refuse food and yield up my life. Then, O my son, being responsible for my death, thou wilt, like Sumudra, unmindful of thy mother, enter hell. Seeing his mother, the Queen Kaushalya, thus lamenting, the righteous Ramachandra spoke to her dutifully, saying, O goddess, I cannot disregard my father's commands. Therefore I bow before thee and entreat thy favor and sanction to enter the forest. Know that the sage Kandu, a great pundit, acquainted with his yogic duty, slew a cow in obedience to his father's commands, knowing it to be a sin, which was thereafter not charged against him. In ancient times, likewise, in our own dynasty, the sons of King Sagara, digging the earth, sacrificed their lives at their father's behest. At the command of his father, the son of Jamadagnya, Parasurama, with his axe, cut off the head of his mother, Renuka. O Devi, these and other godlike men have obeyed their father resolutely. I too, without hesitation, shall perform that which benefits my father. O mother, not I alone obey my father, but all those virtuous men mentioned by me have been obedient to their father's will. I follow no new law, nor one contrary to the traditions of the royal dynasty, but tread the path of my illustrious ancestors. I am accomplishing naught which has not already been accomplished in this world. He who acts in accordance with his father's commands does not fall from virtue. Having spoken thus to his mother, Sri Rama addressed Lakshmana, saying, O Lakshmana, I am acquainted with thine immeasurable love for me, thy valor and thy prowess. None can withstand thee. O Lakshmana, my mother, endowed with every good quality, is now subject to misery and grief through ignorance of Dharma and lack of resignation. O brother, Dharma is the highest good on earth. Truth and Dharma are one. My father's command is founded on Dharma, hence it is superior to my mother's ruling. O hero, it is unworthy in one seeking the supreme fruit of Dharma not to fulfill the promise made to his father, mother, or a learned Brahmin. I cannot therefore disregard my father's command. O hero, inspired by my father, Mother Kaikeyi has urged me to this course. Therefore, O Lakshmana, relinquish the idea of bloodshed, and embracing the state of virtue, follow me. Thus lovingly addressing Lakshmana with bowed head and in great humility, Rama turned to Queen Kaushalya and said, O goddess, now grant me permission to go into exile. In my absence, pray for me. Having honored my vow, I shall return, like King Yayati, who, falling to earth from heaven, again ascended thither. O mother, comfort my unhappy father. Have no anxiety, O mother, I shall return after 14 years, as desired by my father. Do thou, Sita, Lakshmana, and Sumitra obey my royal sire. This is the ancient tradition. O mother, disregarding the preparations made for mine installation, let thy mind be freed from grief and allow me to go into exile as ordained by Dharma. Hearing the words of Rama, inspired by righteous motives, spoken with courage and equanimity, Queen Kaushalya, as one restored to life, gazed steadfastly at Rama and said, O my son, if thou art versed in Dharma and art mindful of the good done to thee by thy parents, then am I as worthy of thy respect as thy father. O my son, do not abandon thy unfortunate mother and enter the forest. O my child, of what use is my life without thee? The earth, the region of the Pitris, heaven, and the region of Mahaloka, which are the abodes of highest bliss, for me are all void without thee. An hour with thee is my greatest delight, O my son. Sri Rama, hearing his mother's lament, was agitated, like a king who is perturbed, when on a dark night his torchbearers are assailed on the way. Then the dutiful Rama again addressed his mother, rendered almost senseless with grief, and Lakshmana, distressed and disquieted, and spoke to them for their good, in words that were full of integrity. O Lakshmana, I know of thy prowess and the intensity of thy devotion to me, but now, in opposition to my purpose, thou dost increase my mother's misery. O brother, there are 3 means to happiness in this world. They are righteousness, prosperity, and pleasure. Those who love righteousness should pursue it as a wife acquires merit by being obedient to her husband, and pleasure by endearing herself to him, and prosperity by becoming a mother. That undertaking which does not ensure these 3 should be given up, and that by which they are secured should be carried out. He who pursues prosperity alone is without friends and has many enemies, and he who is devoted to pleasure, which is not based on righteousness, is an object of contempt. O brother, the king is firstly our preceptor, secondly our father, and thirdly he is an aged man. From the point of view of Dharma, I must obey his commands, whether they are inspired by anger or desire. As a righteous man, I must fulfill his behests. Rare is the son so ruthless as to disobey his father. How can I evade the behests of my sire, who is my parent and has full authority over me as a king, and further is the consort of my dear mother Kaushalya? How, therefore, should the queen, abandoning the virtuous king, her lord, follow me like a widowed woman? O goddess, grant me permission to leave for the forest whilst thou dost recite the peace chant, that my vow may be accomplished. Like King Yayati of old, who returned to heaven, inspired by his love of truth, I too shall return. O mother, I dare not disobey my father for the sake of a mere kingdom. Life is brief, and I have no desire for the rulership of the world through the sacrifice of virtue. The mighty Rama, thus acquainting his mother with his intention of entering the forest as demanded by Kaikeyi, circumambulated the queen Kaushalya, fixing his heart on his departure. Chapter 22. He appeals to Sri Lakshmana not to grieve. Sri Ramachandra then turned to Sri Lakshmana, who, unable to endure his distress, full of wrath against Kaikeyi, his eyes distorted, was breathing heavily like a mighty elephant. Addressing him in terms of affection as a beloved brother and friend, patiently calming his fears, Rama said, O brother, give up grief and anger and arm thyself with patience, forgetting the preparations made for mine installation. Make thyself ready for my departure to the forest. O Lakshmana, prepare with the same zeal as thou didst prepare for my coronation. The mind of my mother, Kaikeyi, is clouded with suspicion on account of my proposed enthronement. Therefore, O Lakshmana, act so that her suspicions may be allayed. O brother, Mother Kaikeyi believes thou wilt use force to place me on the throne. This I cannot endure, nor can I suffer her to experience anxiety. At no time do I recollect that I have voluntarily given cause for offense to my parents. O Lakshmana, let us relieve the apprehensions of our royal father, ever truthful and valiant, but now fearful lest his future life be jeopardized. If I do not abandon the desire for the crown, the distress caused to the heart of the king at the violation of his vow will be mine also. O Lakshmana, because of this, I desire to enter the forest without delay, abandoning the project of mine installation. Thinking her purpose accomplished, Queen Kaikeyi will today, if I depart for the forest, cause her son Bharata to be summoned and will make over the kingdom to him with joy. The heart of Kaikeyi will find no rest till I, dressed in a deerskin with matted locks, enter the forest. I cannot grieve her, who has urged me to go to the forest and contributed to my resolution. Therefore I will depart without delay. O Lakshmana, the acquisition of the kingdom is not part of my destiny. If Providence had favored me, Kaikeyi would not have desired to send me to the forest. O dear one, thou knowest no distinction was made by me between my three mothers, nor has Kaikeyi looked on me as different from Prince Bharata. But today, to frustrate my coronation and send me into exile, she has uttered cruel and pitiless words. This is the will of God, and naught else. Had it not been so, how should Kaikeyi, the daughter of a king, of gentle disposition and noble nature, speak thus like a vulgar woman in the presence of her husband? Whatever is inscrutable to man should be known to the decree of Providence. Even Brahma cannot evade the consequences of karma. It is this unalterable and fixed decree that has created the dissension between Kaikeyi and me, not to be understood by man. Pleasure, pain, fear, anger, profit and loss, life and death, and similar matters come into being as a result of our karma. Even the sages practicing great austerities, prompted by their karma, abandoning asceticism, have been swept away by concupiscence and avarice. This sudden happening, never apprehended, this frustration of a well-devised plan, is the work of karma. Therefore I in no wise regret my resolve, nor the cancellation of my coronation. Do thou also abandon grief, and following me, forget the preparations for the coronation. O Lakshmana, with these vessels of water brought hither for mine installation, let my dedication to the ascetic life be made. Yet what use have I now for these sacred waters? From now on, I shall draw water with mine own hands for every ritual. O Lakshmana, do not grieve that the installation ceremony remains unperformed. We know by reason and discernment that there is little difference between ruling a kingdom and living in a forest. O Lakshmana, do not for an instant blame Queen Kaikeyi for obstructing my coronation. Prompted by karma, men say what is unlawful. Chapter 23. Sri Lakshmana offers to defeat all those who obstruct Sri Rama's installation. Instructed by his brother Lakshmana, his head bowed, was filled with distress on account of Sri Rama's impending departure, yet glad to learn the secret of Dharma. Remaining in the cave of anger while breathing like a snake, provoked in its hole, his frowning mien resembling an enraged lion, swaying like the trunk of an elephant with quivering limbs, averting his gaze, he addressed his elder brother, saying, O brother, in this evil hour thou art subject to a great delusion. Ill-timed in this assertion that disobedience to a parent is contrary to Dharma. It does not become one virtuous as thou art to speak thus. Thou, a leader among warriors, canst control thy fate, yet like a weak man thou speakest of it as irrevocable. Dost thou respect these wicked beings, O virtuous one? Dost thou not know how many deceivers appear as righteous men? Take note how the king and Kaikeyi, for selfish ends, deceive thee and send thee into exile. If this matter of the boons granted to Kaikeyi were true, then why was it not revealed ere the preparations for thy installation were made? If it can be said it was done in error, then that error is a calamity. It will cause dissension among the people. How can the younger take precedence over the elder in matters of state? I cannot suffer this, O great hero. Pardon me. This law thou praiseth, by which thy mind is governed, is incomprehensible to me. Thou who art powerful, why must thou submit to Kaikeyi? Wilt thou obey the unjust command of thy father, contrary to the law of Dharma? Dost thou not perceive their duplicity in frustrating thine installation under the pretext of granting a boon? I consider the pursuit of such a course to be worthy of condemnation. This is the reason for my distress. Though our parents, the king and Kaikeyi, desire to harm thee and are swayed by passion, who, except thee, would countenance their design? Yet thou attributest this matter to decree of fate. This action is unpleasing to me. Let the weak and the cowardly trust in so uncertain a fate. Heroes and men of patient resolve do not accept the dictates of karma. He who by his own endeavors conquers fate never suffers. Let it be seen today whether fate or exertion prevail. That destiny which prevents thine installation, which resembles an elephant refusing to respond to the goad, and having broken its fetters, is wandering about unchecked, that decree will I conquer by my prowess. Neither the guardians of the four quarters, nor all the dwellers in the three worlds, united as one, can prevent thine installation. How much less then, my father? Those who have planned thine exile shall themselves pass 14 years in exile. I will frustrate the hopes of my father and Kaikeyi, who, depriving thee of the kingdom, seek to enthrone Bharata. The power of karma will not bring such adversity to those opposed to us as my valor shall inflict on them. After ruling 1,000 years, do thou retire to the forest, leaving thy sons to govern the kingdom. Then, like our ancestors, who, becoming aged, withdrew to a hermitage, do thou continue to live in the forest. Formerly kings in their declining years, giving over their subjects to the governance of their sons and grandsons, used to retire to the forest as ascetics. If, O Rama, thou fearest to rule against the behests of the king, thinking the administration would be insecure, I will protect thy kingdom as the shore protects the earth from the inroads of the sea. If I fail, may I never be called a hero. Now fix thy mind on thine enthronement with these auspicious preparations. Single-handed, I can effect the defeat of the kings who obstruct thine installation. These two arms of mine are not for show, nor is my bow a mere decoration. My sword was never meant to dangle at my side, nor are my arrows designed to be kept in the quiver. All these are dedicated to the task of destroying the enemy. I will not brook the existence of my foes. With my keen, bright sword, I will hew their bodies to pieces, even if it be Indra himself. I will cut to pieces elephants, horses, and men with my sword, creating large heaps and rendering advance impossible. Today, my enemies shall fall like clouds rent by lightning. Donning the Godha, lifting up my bow, I shall strike the enemy with many shafts and large numbers of them with a single arrow. I shall destroy innumerable soldiers, horses, and elephants by piercing their most vulnerable parts with my shafts. Today, I shall demonstrate the power of my weapons and establish thy sovereignty. Today, these two arms, accustomed to be adorned with ornaments and sandal paste and used to distributing charity and to protecting friends, shall prove their prowess by opposing those who obstruct thine installation. O Ramachandra, I am thy servant. Tell me who is thy foe and command me to oppose him, so that, severing them from their fame and friends, the kingdom be placed in thy hands. Sri Ramachandra, hearing the words of Lakshmana, wiping away his tears, consoled him, saying, O dear one, know my chief valor to be obedience to the will of my father. It behooves the virtuous to fulfill their father's command. Chapter 24. The queen realizes she has no power to restrain Sri Rama's resolution. Seeing the righteous Ramachandra determined to obey his sire, Queen Kaushalya, her eyes filled with tears and her throat choked with emotion, said, O Rama, thou hast never experienced hardship. Fruit of my womb and the seed of King Dasaratha, thou, following Dharma, hast ever spoken sweetly to all. How wilt thou be able to endure living in the forest? He whose servants live on sweetmeats and butter, how will that Rama of mine be able to live on roots and fruit? Who will not feel insecurity knowing King Dasaratha to have banished his illustrious and virtuous son? If he acts thus to such a son, what of myself? If Ramachandra, beloved of all, is compelled to enter the forest, then undoubtedly destiny, past karma, rules our joys and sorrows. O child, the fire of grief in my heart, fanned by the wind of thine absence, fed on lamentation and affliction, stimulated by tears, emitting the smoke of anxiety, will utterly consume and destroy me, like a forest fire at the end of winter reduces the bushes, creepers, and grass to ashes. O child, as a cow runs after its calf, so shall I follow thee wheresoever thou goest. Rama, listening to the sorrowful speech of Queen Kaushalya, replied, O mother, the king is sorely distressed by the deceit of Kaikeyi, and I also must leave him when I go to the forest. The Maharaja will not survive if thou also come with me. No more cruel act can a woman perform than to leave her husband. It is not to be countenanced. As long as my father lives, it is for thee to serve him. this eternal Dharma must be followed by thee." The virtuous Maharani, listening to the advice of Sri Ramachandra, he who overcame difficulties with ease, replied submissively to him, "O my son, thy words are true." Sri Rama then addressed her who was suffering deep distress, saying, "O goddess, both thou and I must obey my father. He is first my preceptor, secondly my father, thirdly thy husband, and finally the protector, master, and lord of us all. Having cheerfully passed 14 years in the forest, I will return and do thy bidding." Queen Kaushalya, her eyes brimming with tears, she who did not merit suffering, answered Sri Ramachandra, saying, "O my son, how shall I endure dwelling with my rivals? If thou art resolved to enter the forest at the command of thy father, then, like a wild doe, take me with thee." To his weeping mother, Sri Rama replied, "As long as a woman lives, she should consider her husband as her master and her lord. The king is our master. How should we be masterless while the king lives? Bharata also is virtuous, humble, and devoted to the good of all. He will undoubtedly treat thee with respect and not oppose thee. When I am gone, let not the king suffer on account of my separation, and let him not be overcome by this great grief. The king is now aged. It becomes thee to serve him with every care. Even a virtuous woman, devoted to piety and fasting, if negligent towards her consort, comes to a sinner's state, but she who is devoted to her Lord attains heaven. The woman who is ever devoted to her husband and ever ready to seek his welfare attains heaven, even if she has not worshipped any god. Service of the husband is a duty sanctioned by ancient tradition, by the Veda and the scriptural law. O mother, undertake those rituals promoting universal peace and serve the gods with floral offerings. For my sake, give hospitality to pious and learned Brahmins and await my return. Performing the discipline of daily purification, give up savory foods, and existing on simple fare, serve the king. Should the king still be living when I return, truly it shall be well." The queen, her eyes suffused with tears, distressed on account of the impending separation from her son, replied to Sri Ramachandra, "O child, thy resolution to enter the forest being fixed, I have no power to restrain thee. O hero, fate is irrevocable. Therefore enter the forest without anxiety. Mayest thou be happy. On thy return, my sufferings will cease. O auspicious one, when thou returnest on the fulfillment of thy vow, rendering back the debt thou owest to thy father, my joy will be complete. None can comprehend the warp of fate. It is fate that urges thee to oppose me. O prince, now depart and return safely, promoting my delight with a pure heart. O child, I pray that thou wilt return soon, and that I shall behold thee in robes of bark with matted locks." Queen Kaushalya, knowing that Ramachandra was eager to enter the forest, reverently gave him her blessings, uttering auspicious words. Chapter 25. The queen gives her blessing, and the Brahmins pronounce the benediction. Restraining her grief, sipping a few drops of pure water from her hand, Queen Kaushalya, purifying herself, performed the benedictory rites for the well-being of Rama. She said, "O prince of the house of Raghu, I may not restrain thee, therefore now depart, and on thy return tread the path of the virtuous. O great Raghu, may that Dharma which thou hast practiced with courage preserve thee. May the gods thou hast worshipped in the temples and on the highways and the great sages protect thee. May the weapons given thee by the wise Vishwamitra protect thee. O mighty one, preserved by this service rendered by thee to thy father, mother, and the truth, mayest thou live long. May the sacrificial kusha grass, sacred grass rings, altars, temples, sacred places, mountains, trees of every kind, lakes, rivers, birds, snakes, and lions ever protect thee. May Brahma, Pusha, Arayama, Indra, and Lokapala all be auspicious to thee. May the seasons, the months, the weeks, the years, the day and night favor thee. O my son, may holy meditation, concentration, and dharma, together with the injunctions ordained in the Veda, protect thee. May the Lord Sanat Kumara, Mahadeva with Uma, Brihaspati, the 7 holy rishis, and Sri Narada bless thee. May all the perfect beings adored by me ever protect thee. May the mountain ranges, the seas, as also Varuna their lord, space, the earth, the rivers, and the stars with their deities, the planets and the day and night protect thee in the forest. May the 6 seasons, the 12 months, the whole year, and the divisions of the hour promote thy happiness. May the Devas, the Adhityas, and the Asuras wandering in the forest in the guise of hermits protect thee. May no Rakshasas, Pisachas, those who practice cruelty, that which is ill-omened, and the eaters of flesh ever cause thee injury. May no monkeys, scorpions, gadflies, serpents, or reptiles approach thee. O my son, may no elephant, lion, tiger, bear, or beast with awful jaws, or buffaloes and those with dangerous horns be hostile to thee. Propitiated by me, may they not cause thee injury in the forest. May thy way be blessed, may thine undertaking be crowned with success. O my son, mayest thou ever find fruits, roots, and the means of subsistence. Mayest thou ever tread the forest unhindered. May all things between heaven and earth protect thee at all times. May Indra, the moon, the sun, Kuvera, and Yama, worshipped by thee, protect thee from thy foes. May Agni, Vayu, Duma, and the sacred formulas taught by the rishis protect thee when inadvertently contacting the untouchables. May the Lord of the world, Brahma, Vishnu, and the gods not mentioned by me protect thee in the forest. Then the illustrious Kaushalya worshipped the gods with flowers and sandalwood, offering oblations and kindling the sacred fire for the health and peace of Sri Ramachandra with the aid of the pious Brahmins, learned in rituals. With butter, white flowers, sacrificial fuel, and mustard seed prepared for the oblation by Queen Kaushalya, the learned and pious Brahmins performed the Hawan ceremony for the welfare of Rama. Then the mother of Rama asked the Brahmins to pronounce the benediction and present the oblations to the Lokapalas, the priests receiving the remainder. With honey, curds, rice, and clarified butter, the Brahmins pronounced their blessings, and the queen, having offered them abundant alms and whatsoever they desired, addressed Rama, saying, O Rama, may the same blessing bestowed on Indra, on the destruction of Bratrasura, be thine. May the blessing bestowed on Garuda, when conveying away the Amrita, be thine, by the power of my worship of Vinata. May the blessing attendant on Indra, the bearer of the mace, at the time of the raising of the Amrita from the ocean at the instance of his mother, Aditi, be thine. O my son, may the good fortune attendant on the blessed Trivikrama, when measuring the world in 3 strides, be thine also. O Rama, may the seasons, the oceans, the islands, the Vedas, and the cardinal points contribute to thy happiness. Thus scattering rice over the head of her son, the large-eyed Queen Kaushalya, applying sandal paste to his forehead, bestowed on Rama the healing wood, Vishalya Karina. For his protection, the queen silently repeated mantrams, and, though her heart was filled with distress, appeared as one content. Embracing her son and kissing his head, she said, O my son, now go in peace. Mayest thou, having fulfilled the commands of the king, return in health to Ayodhya. O child, my joy will be complete when I behold thee at thy coronation. My troubles ended and my ambitions fulfilled on thy return from exile. Beholding thee occupying the throne, I shall know supreme happiness. Having fulfilled the injunctions of thy father, thou wilt return, and I, beholding thee clad in royal apparel with innumerable gems, shall then find peace. O prince, now depart and accomplish the desire of Princess Sita and me. The queen, reciting the peace chant, her eyes suffused with tears, embracing her son again and again, circumambulated him, gazing on his face. Touching her feet repeatedly, the illustrious Ramachandra, resplendent in the light of the perfection of self, left for the palace of Princess Sita. Chapter 26. Sri Rama acquaints Princess Sita of his resolution. Sri Ramachandra, ever devoted to virtue, taking leave of his mother, ready to enter the forest, passed through the crowded streets by his excellent qualities, inspiring peace in the hearts of the multitude. The ascetic Princess Sita, not being acquainted with what had happened, her mind full of joy in the thought of the coming coronation of her consort, worshipping the gods and proficient in every duty, awaited the approach of her lord with a happy heart. Meantime, Rama, dressed in his customary apparel, his head bowed in humility, entered the palace filled with joyful and richly attired persons. Seeing Ramachandra unadorned, the princess was filled with consternation and fear, and rose trembling from her seat. Rama, beholding the princess dearer than life to him, could not restrain his distress. Sita, seeing the countenance of Rama, sad, pale, and moist with anguish, addressed him. "O my lord, what is this? Today the Pushya planet and the moon are in conjunction, and Brihaspati in the ascendant. This is the time fixed for thy coronation by the holy Brahmins. Why art thou thus distressed? Why do I not behold the canopy, pure as foam, set with 100 stars over thy head? Why are the chamaras, white as the moon or the swan, not waving to and fro over thee? O Great One, why do I not hear the bards today eloquently voicing thy praise, or the pundits reciting the chant of peace? Why have the learned Brahmins not anointed thee with honey and curds as a mark of thine enthronement? Why art thou not attended by ministers, citizens, and courtiers sumptuously attired? Why do 4 swift steeds with golden trappings, fleet of foot, not precede thee? I do not behold the great elephant resembling a cloud, possessed of every auspicious mark, in thy train. Why dost thou appear downcast when the preparations for thy coronation are completed? O my lord, why does the countenance manifest no signs of joy?" Hearing the sorrowful words of the Princess Sita, Rama replied, "O Sita, my honored father has commanded me to go into exile. O princess, born of an illustrious family, acquainted with the law of Dharma and eminent in virtue, hear while I tell thee what has befallen me. Long ago my father, a lover of truth, granted 2 boons to my mother Kaikeyi. Beholding the preparations for my coronation, Kaikeyi demanded the fulfillment of her boons and has now gained ascendancy over his mind. In accordance with the 2 boons granted to her, it is mine to pass 14 years in the Dandaka forest and Prince Bharata to be installed as regent. I am now going into exile and have come to bid thee farewell. Let no words in praise of me be repeated to Prince Bharata, lest he withhold his protection from thee. It is for thee to submit to his will for the sake of thy support. The king has conferred the regency on Prince Bharata forever. It behooves thee to act in such a way that he is not displeased with thee. O wise one, now I go into the forest in obedience to my father's behest. Remain here with a quiet heart. O sinless one, when dressed as a hermit I leave for the forest, then do thou also cease to adorn thyself. Rising early, do thou worship the gods according to the prescribed rituals. Then, approaching my father and mother, offer obeisance to them. My mother, Queen Kaushalya, having grown old, is afflicted on account of my departure. It becomes thee to serve her with respect. My other mothers should be honored and served by thee. Like Queen Kaushalya, their hearts are also full of love towards me. Like my own mother, Kaushalya, they have also cherished me. Therefore I deem them worthy of the same honor. My brothers, Bharata and Shatrughna, should be regarded by thee as thy brothers or thy sons. It behooves thee never to provoke Prince Bharata, from now ruler of the kingdom and chief of the family. Served with sincerity, a king is pleased, but if provoked he becomes full of wrath. A monarch renounces his own offspring if they oppose him and receives even strangers as friends who have promoted his welfare. O Kalyani, obeying King Bharata, remain here, seeking his good. O dear one, I shall enter the great forest. It behooves thee to remain here. I charge thee to act in such a manner that no one will be displeased." Chapter 27. She entreats Rama to allow her to accompany him. The sweet-speaking Sita, worthy of Rama's love, thus being instructed to remain in Ayodhya, though filled with affection, indignantly replied, "O offspring of a great king, O Rama, how canst thou speak in such wise? O prince, thy words evoke laughter. O chief of men, father, mother, son, and daughter-in-law live according to their merit and dependent on it, but a wife enjoys the fortune of her husband, since she is a part of himself. I am therefore entitled to share thy father's command, and also go into exile. The happiness of a woman depends on her husband. Neither father, mother, son, relative, or companion avail her at death. In this world and in the other world, the husband alone is her all in all. If thou today depart for the forest, I will precede thee on foot, clearing the thorns and kushagrass from thy path. O hero, relinquishing anger and pride, take me with thee without hesitation. There is no fault in me that merits my remaining here without thee. The joy experienced by lords of men, whether dwelling in a palace or transported in an aerial chariot through the heavens, or possessing the eightfold psychic powers, is far inferior to the joy of the wife in the service of her lord. My royal father has instructed me fully in the duties of a wife, and therefore I have no need of further instruction in the matter. Assuredly, I shall accompany thee to the forest uninhabited by men, filled with savage beasts such as bears and bulls. O my hero, I will dwell in the forest as happily as in the palace of my father, having no anxiety in the three worlds save the service of my spouse. O hero, I will wander with thee in the forest according to the ancient spiritual ordinance, free from desire for pleasure, traversing the honey-scented woodland. O Lord of my life, since thou canst protect and support innumerable people, canst thou not more easily protect me? Without doubt, today I shall enter the forest with thee, O fortunate prince. None can break my resolve. I shall live happily on fruits and roots with thee in the forest, causing thee no anxiety. Under the protection of one as wise as thee, O Lord, I desire to enjoy the beauty of lakes, mountains, and rivers without hindrance. O Rama, I long with thee to see the beautiful lakes where swans and Kavandava birds play and charming lotuses bloom. There will I bathe with thee, O my lotus-eyed Lord, sporting there with thee. Thus would I pass 1,000 years with thee. The happiness enjoyed in thy company renders even the delights of heaven distasteful to me. O Prince, without thee, heaven itself would not please me. I long to enter the forest with thee where deer, monkeys, and elephants roam. O Prince, serving thy holy feet, I will pass the time there as happily as in my royal father's house. Recognizing no other, in thee my mind finds its highest delight. Separated from thee, I shall surely die. O Master, be gracious enough to take me with thee. Assuredly, I shall not burden thee. Sri Ramachandra, hearing the humble and piteous words of Sri Sita, unwilling to let the princess accompany him, sought to dissuade her by describing the hardships of a forest life. Chapter 28. Sri Rama seeks to dissuade her. The virtuous Ramachandra, devoted to truth, reflecting on the hardships to be borne in the forest, in spite of Sita's entreaty, was unwilling to grant her request. Once more he addressed the weeping Sita, insisting she should not accompany him, saying, O Sita, thou art nobly born and devoted to the practice of virtue. Remain here, continuing to act righteously. O frail princess, act according to my will. Life in the forest is fraught with misery. O Sita, relinquish the thought of sharing my exile. Many are the dangers there. The forest is named Manthara, meaning it is unfit for human habitation. For thine own well-being, I advise thee to remain here. In the forest, there is no comfort. The rivers issuing from the mountains are difficult to cross. The lions roaring in the mountain caves strike terror in the heart and render the forest perilous. Therefore, remain here. O Sita, many wild beasts wandering at will in the forest may assail thee. Therefore, life there is full of danger. The deep marshes and the rivers infested with crocodiles are difficult to cross. Even an elephant may find them impassable. Many savage elephants wander here and there. Assuredly, the forest is replete with perils. Waterless are the paths covered with thorns and poisonous creepers. There the hoarse cry of wildfowl re-echoes. The forest is a source of suffering. Wearied by journeying, the traveler finds no silken pillows nor a soft couch, but at night must sleep on the bare earth, his bed the fallen leaves. Verily, the forest is a source of suffering. O Sita, in the forest there is naught to eat save the fruit that has fallen from the trees. With this, the traveler must be satisfied day and night. Therefore, the forest is a source of suffering. O daughter of Mithila, fasting to the utmost extent, with matted locks, wearing robes of bark, one must constantly worship the devas and pitris and offer respectful hospitality to the unexpected guest. Thrice daily must ablutions be performed by those who live according to the prescribed ordinance. Therefore, the forest is a source of suffering. O youthful princess, it is necessary to make offerings of flowers on the altars, plucked by one's own hand, as ordained by the sages. A dweller in the forest must be satisfied with whatever food he can obtain. Therefore, the forest is a source of suffering. Great storms visit the forest, covering it with darkness by day. Constant hunger and many other perils prevail there. Therefore, it is a source of suffering. O beautiful one, great snakes and pythons dwell in the forest. Serpents as torturous as the currents of the river live in the waters and obstruct the traveler's path. Therefore, the forest is a source of suffering. O delicate princess, scorpions, poisonous reptiles, hornets, and mosquitoes afflict one constantly in the forest. Therefore, the forest is a source of suffering. O charming princess, the forest is filled with briars, harsh grass, and gnarled trees obstructing the way. It is therefore a source of suffering. Life in the forest is full of conditions adverse to the body and manifold dangers. It is therefore a source of suffering. O Sita, a dweller in the forest must relinquish anger and avarice and practice severe penances, nor must fear visit him in the midst of alarms. Do not, therefore, consider entering the forest which is not meant to be thy lot. Reflecting carefully, I see naught but suffering in the forest for thee. Thus Rama disclosed his mind to Sita and sought to dissuade her from entering the forest, but the princess, sorely distressed, unable to consent to his counsel, then made answer. Chapter 29. Sita continues her entreaties, but the prince is unwilling to consent to her departure. Sri Sita, hearing Rama's words, was greatly distressed, and with tears coursing down her cheeks, answered in a low voice, O Rama, the sufferings of a life in the forest described by thee will, through my love for thee, be transmuted to joys. Deer, bear, lions, elephants, sarabas, birds, bulls, and other woodland beasts, on beholding thy matchless countenance, will flee away stricken with terror. All fear thee, O Lord. Instructed by my elders to remain in thy company, it behooves me to go with thee. Separated from thee, I cannot live. When near to thee, O Rama, even Indra, the king of the Devas, dare not do me injury. O Rama, thou hast taught me that a woman must not be parted from her lord. O most wise Lord, long ago in my father's house, I was told by one conversant with the movements of the planets that I should have to dwell in the forest. O mighty one, since I was told by that Brahmin skilled in occult sciences of my life in the forest with thee, I have looked forward to the time with joy. Oh, what felicity to live with thee in the forest! O dear one, thou must grant me permission to go to the forest with thee. I must go with thee. It cannot be otherwise. Thus shall I prove my fidelity, enjoined by my elders. The time for the fulfillment of the Brahmin's prophecy is at hand. O hero, I know all the miseries of life in the forest, but it is those of unsubdued mind who suffer them. While still living in my father's house, a pious and saintly woman predicted in the presence of my mother that I should live in the forest. O my lord, formerly I have begged thee to let me sport with thee in the woods. The time is now come. Grant my prayer and let me go with thee. O prince, may the undertaking be propitious. Glad am I to accompany thee to the forest. To serve thee there will be my great delight. O Lord, relinquishing envy, accompanying thee in the forest, all my sins will be washed away through my devotion to thee. I have no other God but thee. If death overtakes me, I shall not experience happiness in the other world without thee. I have heard from the Brahmins that a woman, given by her father according to the sacred ordinance to a man, becomes his wife in this world and also in the other world. O Prince of beautiful locks, in perfect devotion to thee, filled with humility, regarding pain and pleasure as equal, sharing thy austerities, permit me to accompany thee. If thou art still unwilling to take me, a woman distressed to the forest, then I will seek death by poison or drowning. In this wise, Sita entreated Rama to let her accompany him, but still the great prince was unwilling to consent. Seeing Rama disinclined to grant her request, Sita was filled with grief, and her hot tears fell, moistening the earth. Sri Rama, seeing the princess flushed with anxiety and indignation, still sought to divert her from her purpose. Chapter 30. Seeing her fixed resolve, Sri Rama grants her request. Sri Rama again stressed the dangers of the forest and sought to persuade Sita not to accompany him. But Sita, with fixed resolve, trembling with fear, yet urged by love and pride, spoke as in jest. O Rama, if my father, the Lord of Mithila, had known thee as a man in form only, but a woman at heart, he would never have united me to thee. Alas, that men in ignorance speak of Rama as resembling the sun in splendor, when in reality he is not so. O Rama, what makes thee sad? Whence thy fear that thou, abandoning me, who am devoted to thee, shouldest go to the forest? O hero, know me to be to thee what Savitri was to Satyavanta, the son of the valiant King Dayumatsena. O sinless prince, I have never looked on any, even in thought, but thee, nor do I resemble those women, dishonoring their family's name, who look on other men. Therefore let me go with thee. O Rama, why dost thou desire to surrender me to Bharata? I, who, long resident with thee, thy youthful spouse, am solely devoted to thee. Whether living as an ascetic or hermit, or residing in heaven, I will follow thee. I shall experience the same delight as walking in the gardens or sporting with thee in the woods. O Rama, in thy company the thorny briars such as Kusha, Sarpat, and Shara will seem to me as soft as deerskin. The dust raised by the storm covering my body will be as sandal paste to me. I shall share with thee the couch of grass with the same delight as a bed of silken down. Whatever leaves, roots, or fruits thou dost bring for me will be as sweet and satisfying as ambrosia. Enjoying with thee the fruits and flowers of every season, I shall not call to mind my mother, father, and home. No anxiety will be caused to thee by my presence in the forest, neither shall my sustenance be a burden to thee. I tell thee the forest will be heaven in thy company, and without thee even the palace will be hell to me. Be pleased, therefore, to let me go to the forest with thee. I fear naught in the forest, but if thou still refusest to take me with thee, then will I end my life by poison. Never will I dwell among strangers. O my Lord, without thee nothing is left to me but death. Abandoned by thee, it were better to die. I cannot endure the grief of thy separation even for an hour. How then shall I suffer it for 14 years? Thus Sita, lamenting and embracing Sri Rama, wept aloud. From her eyes, like a she-elephant wounded by poisoned arrows, long restrained tears issued, as fire is kindled by the friction of wood. Crystal drops fell from her eyes as water slips from the petals of the lotus flowers. The face of the princess, resembling the full moon, withered by the fire of intense grief, looked like a lotus withdrawn from water. Sri Ramachandra, taking Sita, afflicted and fainting, in his arms, spoke to her in the following wise. O Devi, I do not desire even to enter heaven if it causes thee pain. Naught do I fear. Like Brahma, I am wholly fearless. Though able to protect thee in every way, yet not fully knowing thy mind, I declined to let thee share my exile. Seeing thou art destined to share my exile, I do not desire to abandon thee, as a man of virtuous conduct determines not to sacrifice his good name. O beautiful one, following the example of the good of yore, I shall act in the same manner. Do thou follow me as Suvarchala follows the sun. O daughter of King Janaka, I am not entering the forest by my own desire, but to obey the injunctions of my father. O Devi, it is the duty of a son to obey his parents. I could not endure life if I failed to observe my father's command. Fate is invisible, who can control it, but the parents and the spiritual preceptor are visible deities, and their orders must be obeyed. What in the world is so sacred as the worship of that which grants dharma, prosperity, and pleasure? By this worship, homage is paid to thee 3 worlds. O Sita, observance of truth, charity, and sacrifice, accompanied by suitable offerings, dakshina, is of less avail in obtaining the spiritual realm than the service of parents and the guru. Those who serve their parents and the spiritual preceptor obtain heaven, wealth, learning, and progeny, and nothing is impossible for them. Those who are devoted to their parents and their guru obtain entrance to heaven and the regions of the Devas, the Gandharvas, and Brahma. This is eternal righteousness, to obey the command of thy parents, fixed in the practice of truth. O Sita, not knowing thy mind, I advised thee not to accompany me, but now seeing thy fixed resolve, I desire to take thee with me. O princess, whose eyes sparkle like wine, thou art destined to be my companion. Do thou assist me in the performance of my duty. It is well that thou didst desire to be with me in accordance with the custom of our forebears. O Sita, prepare to go into exile without delay. Without thee, even heaven does not please me. Bestow thy jewels on the Brahmins in charity, and offer good food to the poor. Hasten, make no delay. Give to the Brahmins jewels, ornaments, rich apparel, whatever thou possessest or is employed for my entertainment, all that is mine and thine, couches, coverlets, and vehicles give in charity to the Brahmins, and what remains distribute among the servants. Sri Sita, happy at the acquiescence of Prince Rama and knowing her departure to be fixed, began to distribute all her possessions. Free from anxiety, Sita bestowed on the pious Brahmins her wealth and all her jewels. Chapter 31. Sri Lakshmana is resolved to accompany them. Sri Lakshmana, being present, hearing the converse of Rama and Sita, was afflicted and unable to restrain his grief, and weeping bitterly, spoke as follows: "If thou art resolved to enter the forest in which dwell many wild beasts and elephants, I will accompany thee with my bow and arrows. I will wander with thee in the beautiful forest to the delightful sounds of birds and deer abounding there. O Ramachandra, without thee I do not care to dwell even in the region of the gods, nor do I desire immortality or dominion over other abodes." Seeing Prince Lakshmana determined to accompany him to the forest, Sri Ramachandra sought to dissuade him, but Sri Lakshmana answered, "O brother, having already granted me permission to accompany thee, why dost thou now prohibit me? O sinless one, I would fain know what prevents thee from taking me with thee. My mind is clouded with fears." Sri Ramachandra, perceiving Lakshmana humbly standing before him, ready to accompany him, said, "O Lakshmana, thou art most dear to me, virtuous, brave, and constantly engaged in righteous deeds. Thou art as dear to me as my life. Thou art my younger brother, my servant and my friend. If I grant thy request, who will protect the renowned Kaushalya and Sumitra in thine absence? O brother, the king who granted their desires as a cloud responds to the need of the earth is still under the bondage of pleasure-desire. When Kaikeyi, the daughter of King Ashvapati, becomes the queen mother, she will not treat her rival consorts well. She will not heed the needs and comforts of Queen Kaushalya and Sumitra, nor will Bharata, governed by his mother, respect them. Therefore, O Lakshmana, remaining here, winning the king's favor, render Queen Kaushalya happy. O brother, heed my instruction. O knower of Dharma, acting thus, thou wilt demonstrate thy great devotion to me, and also serve thy mother, and thereby earn great merit. O Lakshmana, reflecting on these words, follow my injunction. Bereft of us, our mothers cannot be happy." Rama, having uttered these words, the eloquent Lakshmana replied in gentle accents, "O hero, Bharata will assuredly have due regard for the queens Kaushalya and Sumitra. If Bharata, having obtained this mighty kingdom through evil counsel and pride, should not protect the queens, I will assuredly slay that wicked wretch. O noble one, Mother Kaushalya can well command thousands like me. That illustrious queen can easily protect my mother and herself and countless others. Make me thy humble attendant. There is no wrong in this. Thus shall my highest desire be accomplished, and thou shalt also find satisfaction. Armed with my bow and arrows, a spade and basket, gathering wild fruit and flowers, I shall precede thee, pointing out the way. Each day I shall provide thee with ascetics' food, leaves, and other suitable offerings. Do thou with the daughter of the king of Videha enjoy thyself on the mountain slopes. Sleeping or waking, I shall do all for thee." Sri Ramachandra listened to the loving words of Sri Lakshmana with delight and answered, "O Lakshmana, seek the permission of thy mother Sumitra and other relatives to go with me. O Lakshmana, fetch without delay the dread bows given by Varuna himself to Rajarishi Janaka at the time of the great sacrifice, also the impenetrable armor and the celestial quivers, the two swords bright as the sun, decorated with gold, which King Janaka presented to me at the time of my nuptials, and which were deposited with care in the house of Sri Vasista." Knowing his exile to be certain, Sri Lakshmana bade farewell to his relatives, and, bringing the weapons decorated with fresh flowers from the home of Sri Vasista, presented them to Ram. Then Sri Ramachandra spoke joyfully to Lakshmana and said, "O handsome prince, thou art welcome at this hour. O brother, I desire to offer all my substance in charity to the Brahmins and ascetics. Do thou assist me. To those Brahmins dwelling in the city devoted to their guru, to them and to my servants, distribute all my wealth. Summon the excellent Suyajna, the son of Sri Vasista, and bid him come here without delay. Having duly honored him and other pious Brahmins, I shall set out for the forest." Chapter 32. Sri Rama bestows his wealth upon the Brahmins, his friends and servants. Commanded by Sri Rama, Lakshmana went to the house of the Rishi Suyajna. Beholding the Rishi seated in his sacrificial pavilion, he made obeisance to him and said, "Renouncing the kingdom, Sri Ramachandra is entering the forest. come in all haste to see him embark on this arduous undertaking." Having performed his evening devotion, the Rishi Suyajna, in the company with Prince Lakshmana, entered the beautiful and enchanting palace of Sri Rama. Perceiving this knower of the Veda to have come, Sri Rama and Sita rose and with joined palms welcomed the Rishi with reverence. Offering him salutations, Sri Rama bestowed on him alms, beautiful ornaments, jeweled earrings, necklaces of precious gems strung on golden thread, amulets and other jewels, and at Sita's instance said, "O peaceful Rishi, be gracious enough to accept this necklace and gold which Sri Sita offers to thy spouse, also the bracelets and rings of beaten gold and jeweled bangles. About to enter the forest, Sri Sita offers them to thy wife. Accept also this soft pure couch with a coverlet embroidered with precious stones, pearls and tassels. This elephant also, named Shatranjaya, which my uncle gave me, I present to thee, O great Rishi, together with 1,000 golden coins." Suyajna, requested by Sri Rama, accepted all the gifts and gave his blessings to Rama, Lakshmana, and Sita. Then Rama, ever of sweet speech, addressed Lakshmana as Brahma addresses Indra, saying, "O Lakshmana, call hither the 2 excellent sons of the Rishi, Agastya and Sri Vishwamitra, and honor them with gifts of gems. Give to each in abundance as a field of corn is visited by rain, 1,000 cows, gold, silver, jewels, and ornaments. To that Brahmin, versed in the Tatatirya, who daily with devotion gives his blessing to Queen Kaushalya and Sumitra, who is learned in the Vedanta and experienced in all matters, give vehicles, silken robes, and women attendants, so that he may be wholly satisfied. To my confidential advisor, Chitarata, who has served me over a long period, give precious jewels, clothes, and abundant wealth, and to the brahmacharis, my fellow students who study the Veda, and are of excellent conduct, following no profession, living detached, enjoying good food, yet dependent on alms. Give to each of these 1,000 cows. O Lakshmana, bestow on them 80 camels apiece, loaded with jewels, 1,000 bullocks loaded with rice, and 200 bulls for tilling the ground. O Lakshmana, give them cows so that they may enjoy butter, milk, and curds, and to each of the brahmacharis attending on Queen Kaushalya, give 1,000 cows and 1,000 golden coins, and give them abundant alms so that my mother may be pleased with us." Obeying the commands of Prince Rama, Sri Lakshmana offered hospitality to the Brahmins. Like Kuvera, he gave to every Brahmin abundant wealth as instructed by his brother. Then Sri Rama, seeing his servants standing near him weeping, bestowed on them sufficient wealth for their entire lives and said, "Until I return from the forest, keep watch on the palace belonging to Sri Lakshmana and myself." Then all wept, overcome at the thought of his departure, and Rama, turning to his treasurer, said, "Bring hither my wealth." And they heaped quantities of gold and silver before him, wonderful to behold. Then Rama, with the aid of Lakshmana, distributed among the aged, the sick, and the needy. Now there was a certain Brahmin of the family of Garga, whose name was Trijata, whose complexion was pale on account of much privation. He, toiling honestly, went to the forest daily with spade, axe, and plow, maintaining his family on the fruits and flowers of the forest. His wife, worn down with much poverty, gathering her young children together, addressed her husband, saying, "Abandoning thy plow and spade, follow my instructions. Go with all speed and approach the virtuous Sri Ramachandra. Undoubtedly thou shalt obtain something there." The Brahmin, covering himself with a few wretched rags, set out for Sri Rama's palace, his countenance in luster resembling that of the Rishi Brigu or Angiris. Entering the 5th gate unchallenged, he came to where the multitude were assembled, and approaching Sri Ramachandra said, "O illustrious prince, I am destitute of wealth, and having many children, subsist on what I find in the forest. Look upon me with compassion." Sri Rama answered jestingly, "I have still many thousand cows not yet bestowed on any. Casting thy staff from this spot, I will bestow on thee as many cows as can stand in the space between thee and where the staff has fallen." Trijata, hearing these words, binding his rags firmly about his waist, twirling his staff, threw it away with all his might. The staff fell on the further bank of the river Sarayu, where thousands of royal cows and bulls were grazing. Sri Rama ordered all these to be driven to the Brahmin's hermitage, and thus addressed him, "Be not displeased, O Brahmin, that I jested with thee. I desired to test thy great powers. Now the cattle will be driven to thine abode. Ask further whatsoever thou desirest. O Brahmin, I will bestow anything thou askest on thee. All my wealth is to be given to the Brahmins. Nothing so pleases me as the bestowal of my wealth on Brahmins such as thou, bringing me renown." Then the Brahmin Trajata, highly gratified, taking the cows, departed with his wife, full of power, renown, and devotion, blessing Sri Ramachandra. Thereafter, Rama bestowed the remainder of his wealth, acquired through virtue, upon his friends, honoring them with marks of respect. There was not a Brahmin, servant, pauper, or beggar that he did not honor with charity at that time. Chapter 33. He goes with Sita and Lakshmana to King Dasaratha's palace. Sri Rama, having with Sita distributed riches in abundance to the Brahmins in charity, went with Lakshmana and Sita to see King Dasaratha, followed by their servants bearing weapons adorned with flowers and sandalwood. The people of the capital, mounting to the top of high buildings and the roofs of 7-storied houses to view them, were dispirited. Some said, "Behold now, Sri Rama, formerly attended by 4 divisions of the army, is today only followed by Sita and Lakshmana." Others answered, "Sri Rama, having tasted the delights of sovereignty and experienced in all the joys of life, he who confers wealth on the needy, prompted by duty, desires to render fruitful the promise of his sire. Today Sita, never beheld before even by the birds, is exposed to the view of the common people on the highway." One said, "Surely the king is possessed of an evil spirit, or he would never send so dear a son into exile." And another, "None ever banished even a traitor. How much less Sri Rama, who has won the affection of the whole world by his excellent conduct. He is not only virtuous, but is innocent, compassionate, learned, truthful, self-controlled, and of subdued mind. His subjects are as distressed at the thought of his absence as the waterfowl during the summer drought. The sufferings of Rama, Lord of the world, afflict all, as does a tree uprooted from the earth. The glorious Ramachandra, knower of Dharma, resembles the root of a tree, of which the flowers, fruit, leaves, and branches are the people. Let us, abandoning our gardens, fields, and homes, sharing his woes, follow Sri Rama. Our houses deserted, their treasure removed, their courtyards neglected, without grain or stores, their beauty gone, will be buried in dust. The Devas will no longer visit them, but mice, scurrying hither and thither, will fill them with countless holes. Without water, covered with soot, uncleansed, no daily rites will be performed there. Fallen in ruins, strewn with broken vessels, as if cursed by the king or by divine decree, all these utterly forsaken by us, let Kaikeyi enjoy. We pray that this city abandoned by Sri Rama may be converted into a wilderness, and the forest where Rama dwells become a flourishing city. May the snakes forsake their holes, the deer and birds abandon their abode in the mountains and valleys, and the lion and elephant leave the forest, in fear of us, and come and dwell in the capital of Ayodhya. May the city abandoned by us, bereft of hay and grain, having become the resort of serpents, deer, and birds, be ruled by Kaikeyi and her son, and may we, dwelling in the forest with Rama, enjoy fully every happiness." Sri Rama, passing by, hearing their converse, was not in any way disturbed, but proceeding slowly like a young elephant with majestic stride, approached the palace of his father, which resembled the Meru mountain. Sri Rama, entering the royal palace guarded by seasoned troops, beheld Sumantra standing there disconsolate. Sri Rama, with a smiling countenance, passing the people who were afflicted and filled with grief, approached his father's apartment, desirous of serving him. Before entering the royal chamber, he requested Sumantra, dejected on account of Rama's departure, to inform the king of his arrival. Desirous of fulfilling the command of the virtuous monarch, Sri Rama, determined to enter the forest, requested Sumantra to make known his presence to the king. Chapter 34. The king gives his blessing while the whole palace is filled with lamentation. The dark-complexioned, lotus-eyed Ramachandra, that peerless prince, instructed his minister to announce his arrival to the king. On this, Sumantra, entering the royal apartment, beheld the king sorely distressed, lamenting bitterly like the sun under eclipse, or a fire buried in ashes, or a lake without water. The learned Sumantra, with joined palms, addressed the sorely grieving monarch by praising him in a fitting manner and offering obeisance. He said, "Jai to thee, O king." Then, faltering in low and gentle accents, he added, "O king, thy son Rama, that lion among men, is at thy door. Having distributed his whole wealth to the pious Brahmins and servants, now having taken leave of his friends, he wishes to approach thee. Clothed with very excellent quality as the sun with its rays, he is about to depart for the forest. Be pleased to receive him, O sire." The virtuous monarch, the knower of Dharma, profound as the sea, pure as the sky, spoke, "O Sumantra, summon the ladies of the court. I wish to see Rama in their presence." Entering the private apartments of the queens, Sumantra said, "His Majesty demands your presence. Go to him without delay." Thus addressed by Sumantra, in obedience to the wishes of their consort, they prepared to approach the king. 350 women, their eyes reddened with weeping on account of Rama's departure, surrounding Queen Kaushalya, slowly advanced towards the king. They being present, the king commanded Sumantra to bring his son before him. Sumantra, bringing Sri Rama, Lakshmana, and Sita with him, speedily entered the apartment of the king. The monarch, beholding Sri Rama approaching, rose from his seat and ran towards him in haste with his consorts, but ere he reached him, fell senseless to the earth. Then Sri Rama and Lakshmana, advancing, lifted up the king, who had been rendered unconscious by grief and suffering. The palace resounded with the lamentations of 1,000 women crying, "Rama, Rama, alas, alas!" The tinkling of their ornaments drowned in the tumult of their cries. Sri Rama and Lakshmana, supporting the king in their arms, conveyed him to the couch, and after a long time he revived. Then Sri Ramachandra addressed the monarch, who was sinking in the ocean of grief, and said, "O great king, master of all, I am about to enter the Dandaka forest. Be gracious enough to look on me with favor. Grant also that Lakshmana and Sita accompany me, since they, setting aside my counsel that they should remain here, have with fixed purpose resolved to follow me. O sire, giving up grief, command us, as Prajapati commands his subjects." His eyes filled with compassion, fixing his gaze on his beloved son, the king, knowing him to be about to enter the forest with a serene heart, said, "O Ramachandra, I have been deceived by Queen Kaikeyi by reason of a promise. Do thou, setting me aside, seize the kingdom of Ayodhya by force." Hearing the king's words, Rama, eminent in virtue, spoke eloquently and humbly, "My lord, may God grant thee yet 1,000 years to live and rule the earth. Desirous of following truth, I shall assuredly enter the forest, dwelling there 14 years. I shall then return to serve thee and offer thee homage." Held fast in the toils of truth, the king, urged on by Kaikeyi, wept and full of distress answered, "O child, to attain felicity in the other world and renown on earth, and for the sake of thy return, enter the forest with a peaceful heart. May no fear from any source visit thee on the way. O Ramachandra, firm in truth and in the performance of duty, none can divert thee from the path of righteousness. O my son, do not yet depart. Stay one more night with thy mother and me. Satisfied after the night, early in the morning do thou set out for the forest. My child, for my sake thou hast undertaken that which none can accomplish. For my good and my future happiness thou hast chosen to enter the forest. O child, in truth I cannot suffer thy departure, but am helpless. Deceived by Kaikeyi, whose designs resemble a fire covered with ashes, I am caught in this snare. But why must thou also suffer? O child, what wonder that thou, my eldest son, should desire thy father to uphold the truth." Hearing the words of his afflicted parent, Sri Rama, deeply distressed, answered, "O father, if today I should remain happily in the royal palace, what of tomorrow? Therefore, with thy permission, I would fain leave at once. Let thy kingdom, filled with wealth and grain, inhabited by thy subjects, surrounded by tributary states, be given to Prince Bharata. O giver of boons, my resolution to enter the forest is fixed. Thus hast thou ordained. I shall reside in the forest for 14 years with the ascetics. Do thou without delay give the kingdom to Bharata. I desire naught, nor is happiness as dear to me as obedience to thy commands. O my father, do not grieve nor be distressed. The mighty ocean, lord of the rivers, does not overstep his bounds. O sire, I desire neither kingdom nor pleasure, nor even Janaki, nor delight, nor heaven, nor life itself, but only to wish to see thee, the votary of truth. O my father, thou art as a god to me. I vow by the truth and the merits acquired by me that my words are free from the taint of hypocrisy. O my father and Lord, I cannot remain here a moment longer. Restrain thy grief. Nothing can move me from my resolve. When Kaikeyi commanded me to enter the forest, I answered, I will go. Therefore, true to my word, I shall depart. Do not be distressed, O my lord. I shall live in the forest where peaceful deer abound and birds sing their beautiful lays. O father, a father is said to be the god of gods. Knowing thee to be a supreme deity, I am obedient to thy behests. O august king, I shall easily pass 14 years in the forest and then return to thee. Now it becomes thee to pacify those afflicted and sorrowful. O lion among men, fulfill thy duty and do not fall a victim to grief. I renounce the capital, the kingdom, and the earth. Let them be given to Bharata. Without hesitation I shall follow thy command and enter the forest. Let this kingdom adorned with high mountains and deep forests, filled with cities and villages, be ruled by Prince Bharata according to Dharma. Let thy word be fulfilled. O king, my heart is not given to delights nor to any object of pleasure. All I desire is to carry out thy commands, approved by virtuous men. O king, give up all sorrow for my sake. I neither desire happiness nor wealth, nor the earth nor Janaki, nay, not even life. I desire the world to know thee as the votary of truth. O my lord, be happy. I, entering the forest filled with many kinds of trees, viewing the mountains and rivers, shall dwell joyfully, living on fruits and roots. The king, filled with anguish, embraced his son and fell senseless to the earth. The queens all began to lament, save Kaikeyi alone. Then the aged Sumantra also fell unconscious, and the whole palace was filled with lamentation. Chapter 35. Sumantra arraigns Queen Kaikeyi. Coming to his senses, the minister Sumantra, overcome with anger, breathing heavily, grinding his teeth, wringing his hands, beating his head, his eyes growing red, his color altered, showed every sign of distress. Perceiving the Queen Kaikeyi to have forfeited the king's regard, Sumantra pierced her heart with words as keen as arrows, causing her to tremble. Penetrating to the most vulnerable parts of her being, Sumantra exposed the hidden defects of the queen by his barbed words. He said, O lady, thou hast abandoned thy husband, the nourisher and supporter of the movable and immovable. There is naught undesirable in the world that thou hast not accomplished. I consider thee the murderess of thy husband and the destroyer of thy family. By thy vile deeds thou hast smitten King Dasaratha, who is unconquerable, who resembles Indra, and who is immovable as a mountain. O Kaikeyi, do not insult the aged king who has conferred these boons upon thee. Obedience to her husband should, in a woman, far exceed the love of 1,000 sons. It is the ancient tradition of this dynasty that the eldest son succeed his father, but thou seekest to revoke it and make thy son ruler while the aged king still lives. Let thy son Bharata rule the kingdom. We will follow Rama wheresoever he goes. No one of good report will remain to help thy son in the administration, since thou seekest to repudiate the immemorial usage. I wonder the earth does not open and swallow thee for thy misdeeds. Why do the holy sages not condemn thee utterly? What fool cuts at the root of a sweet mango tree with his axe in order to plant a nimba tree in its place, which does not bear sweet fruit even if watered with milk? It is a common saying that honey does not flow from the nimba tree. I perceive thee to be as wicked as thy mother. The sins committed by thy mother are known to me. I have heard of them on trustworthy report. Thy father, by virtue of a boon granted to him by a yogi, understood the language of all creatures. Of every bird, he understood the voice. Once returning to the capital, he heard the converse between 2 ants and laughed, whereupon thy mother grew wrath and threatened to take her life, saying, I must know the cause of thy laughter. The king replied, saying, O lady, if I tell thee the cause of my laughter, it will undoubtedly lead to my death. Then thy mother spoke to her husband, Kaikeyi, saying, I care not if thou livest or diest, tell me the cause of thy laughter. If thou wert dead, thou couldst not insult me with thy laughter. The king approached the yogi, told him the whole story, and the yogi said, O king, let thy wife return to the house of her father or die. Do not thou reveal the secret to her. Then King Kaikeyi, with a contented mind, abandoned thy mother and lived free like Kuvera. O sinful queen, thou also followeth the evil path, deceiving the king and urging him to evil ways. It is a true saying, the son follows the father, and the daughter the mother. Do not follow thy mother, but obey thy husband, the king, our protector, by regarding his word. Cease to be ruled by evil, and do not lead thy husband into the way of unrighteousness. The king will not rescind the promise made to thee. O lady, entreat the king to bestow the crown on Rama, who is the eldest son, who is generous, virtuous, a fulfiller of his duty, and a protector of all living things. If Sri Rama goes to the forest, the whole world will speak ill of thee. Let thy mind be at peace, and let Rama be crowned. If any other than Rama rule the kingdom, it will not profit thee. If Rama becomes regent, then the king, following the ancient tradition, will doubtless retire to the forest. Thus did Sumantra, with harsh words, arraign the queen in the assembly, but Kaikeyi was in no wise moved, neither did she show any sign of repentance, nor did her countenance change. Chapter 36. She disregards the words of the chief minister and the king. Then King Dasaratha, deeply distressed on account of his vow, addressed the weeping Sumantra, saying, O Sumantra, prepare 4 divisions of the army laden with wealth to accompany Sri Rama. Let beautiful and eloquent women and merchants follow in his train, together with rich traders who can set up stores stocked with those things necessary for the army of Sri Rama. Let those personal attendants pleasing to Rama, having received abundant wealth, accompany him. Let chosen citizens accompany Rama with instruments of war and vehicles, and those who know the forest paths go also. Sri Rama, hunting the deer and elephants, drinking fresh honey, and enjoying the beauty of the rivers, will call those left behind to remembrance. Let all my wealth and grain be sent with Rama to the uninhabited forest. Observing sacrifices with the sages in sacred places, bestowing alms upon them, Sri Rama will dwell there happily. Prince Bharata will govern the people here, and Rama set out abundantly provided. Kaikeyi was seized with fear on hearing the words of the king. Her mouth dried up, and she was unable to speak. Trembling with agitation, she then said, O chief of men, Bharata will not accept the kingdom stripped of its wealth and people resembling unfermented wine. The eyes of the king reddened with anger at the cruel and shameless words of Kaikeyi, and he replied, O wicked wretch, why dost thou seek to crush me with this load of sorrow? When thou didst demand Rama's exile, thou didst not add he should go empty-handed. At the king's words, the fury of Kaikeyi was redoubled, and she said, Of thy dynasty, King Sagara sent his son Asumanjas into exile. Let Rama depart in the same manner. At these words, King Dasaratha cried, Woe, alas! And all the people felt ashamed, but Kaikeyi remained unmoved. Then the chief minister, Siddhartha by name, a virtuous man, much favored by King Dasaratha, addressed Kaikeyi, saying, O lady, Asumanjas, seizing the children playing in the street, threw them into the river Sarayu. For this he was considered an exceedingly wicked man. The people of the city, disgusted with his cruel deeds, entreated King Sagara to banish him, saying, Wilt thou preserve us or Prince Asumanjas in the city? King Sagara inquired of them the cause of their fear, and they said in reply, Prince Asumanjas has become insane, catching our children while at play and throwing them into the river. He rejoices in this act. King Sagara therefore abandoned his malevolent son, and placing him on a carriage with his wife, clothing and other necessities, proclaimed, Asumanjas is banished for life. Asumanjas, armed with an axe and basket, wandered about in the forest and reaped the fruit of his evil deeds. The righteous Maharaja Sagara banished his son on account of his evil conduct. But, O queen, what wrong has Rama done that he should be exiled by thee? I see no fault in Rama. It were as easy to find a taint in the moon. O lady, if thou hast found any fault with Rama, then declare it openly, and he will be banished from the kingdom. O Kaikeyi, it is an unrighteous act to abandon one following the path of virtue without substantial reason. Such an act would destroy the splendor of Indra himself. O lady of beautiful countenance, do not destroy the prosperity of Sri Ramachandra and become a source of ignominy to the people. Hearing the words of the minister Siddhartha, King Dasaratha, overcome with grief, spoke to Kaikeyi in broken accents and said, O sinful one, dost thou regard the words of any minister? Art thou blind to thine own welfare and mine? Art thou determined to follow the evil path? Giving up my wealth and substance and the comforts of the palace, I will follow Rama. Do thou rule at ease with Bharata forever. Chapter 37. Despite the instruction of Vasista, Sri Sita still desires to enter the forest. Hearing the words of the chief minister Siddhartha and those of the king, the gentle prince humbly made the following reply. O king, having renounced all pleasures to live on the products of the forest, what need have I for wealth, an army, or other requisites? Who will concern himself with the ropes binding the howdah to the elephant when he has parted with the elephant? O great one, such am I. What occasion have I for an army in the forest? Let it be given to Prince Bharata. Bring me garments of bark. I go to pass 14 years in the forest, and need but a spade to dig for roots and fruit and a creel and a basket. I wish to start without further delay. Hearing his words, Kaikeyi rose up and brought the robes of bark, and in the midst of the assembly without shame addressed Prince Rama, saying, Put them on. Sri Ramachandra, receiving the raiment from Kaikeyi, discarding his rich apparel, put on the dress of bark. Sri Lakshmana, also putting off his beautiful robes, put on the dress of an ascetic in the presence of his father. Sri Sita, dressed in a lovely silken sari, seeing the robes of bark proffered her, was startled like a doe at the sight of the fowler's snare. The Princess Janaki, endowed with excellent qualities, received the bark dress in shame and distress. Versed in the duties of a faithful spouse, she, addressing her godlike husband, her eyes suffused with tears, said, How do the ascetics put on the robes of bark? Sri Sita, ignorant of the custom, remained confused. Unskilled in the art of wearing robes of bark, putting one end of the vestment round her neck and holding the other in her hands, she stood perplexed. Then Ramachandra, chief of the good, approaching the princess, fastened the robe of bark over her silken sari. All the ladies of the court, perceiving Rama assisting Sita in putting on the dress of bark, began to weep and timidly addressed the illustrious Rama. O beloved prince, thy father has not granted Sri Sita permission to enter the forest. Do thou enter the forest in accordance with the king's behest, but let not Janaki go with thee. Let our life be fruitful beholding her face. Let Lakshmana go with thee for thy protection, but the beautiful Sita is not fitted to dwell in the forest like an ascetic. O Rama, prompted by Dharma, go without delay as thou desirest, but we entreat thee, leave Princess Sita with us. Sri Rama, knowing that Sita was not willing to stay there in his absence, disregarding the request, helped Sita to don the bark raiment. Sri Vasista, the king's preceptor, seeing Sita attired in the habit of an ascetic, was displeased and said to Kaikeyi, O destroyer of thy dynasty, O evil-minded Kaikeyi, thou hast deceived the king, and now exceed the boons granted to thee. Thou art dead to all good sense. It is not for Princess Sita to enter the forest. Let her rule in the place of Rama till he return. The wife is, as it were, half of her spouse. Therefore, what is his due is hers also. Sri Sita, being the half of Sri Rama, is in his absence entitled to the throne. Should Sri Sita accompany Rama, then I and all the people of Ayodhya will follow him. Where Rama goes with Sita, there will follow the guards, the people of the kingdom and citizens of the capital. Yea, even Prince Bharata and Prince Shatruguna, assuming the robes of ascetics, will accompany their elder brother. Then this kingdom, abandoned by men, peopled by trees alone, will be governed by thee, O thou bent on the destruction of thy subjects. Know well, that is no kingdom where Sri Rama is not king, but the forest in which Rama dwells becomes the kingdom. The king, unwillingly consenting, may bestow the kingdom on Bharata, but Bharata will never accept the crown, nor will he honor thee as his mother, if he be the true son of King Dasaratha. Even if thou shouldest die, yet will Prince Bharata, acquainted with the ancient law, refuse to rule the kingdom as long as his elder brother Sri Ramachandra lives. Thou desiring the advancement of thy son, Bharata, seeking to make him king, art in reality bringing him to grief, since all will follow Sri Ramachandra. O Kaikeyi, thou shalt see beasts, snakes, deer, birds, and even trees bend before Rama, swayed by his love, not to speak of men. O lady, remove the dress of bark and let Sita be attired in royal robes. The ascetic's garb ill befits her. The guru Vasista forbade Sita to don the robe of bark and said to the queen, "O daughter of the king Kaikeyi, thou hast demanded the exile of Rama alone. Let Sita be clad in royal robes when accompanying Rama. The boon exacted by thee did not imply the exile of Sri Sita. Therefore let the princess, beautifully arrayed and adorned, enter the forest in a royal chariot." Despite the instruction of the resplendent sage, chief among the Brahmins and the king's preceptor, Sri Sita, not relinquishing the ascetic's dress, desired to enter the forest, attired like her lord. Chapter 38. Sri Rama requests the king to protect his mother during his absence. Seeing Sita, like a widow though possessing a husband, putting on the habit of bark, all the people present condemned King Dasaratha. The king, hearing their murmuring, lost all interest in life, virtue, and fame, formerly cherished by him. Sighing deeply, he said to his consort Kaikeyi, "O Kaikeyi, it is unfitting for Sita to enter the forest wearing the habit of an ascetic. Our holy guru Vasista has spoken truly. Sita is not fitted for life in the forest. That frail princess is worthy of perpetual happiness. Has the daughter of the great emperor Janaka caused injury to any, that amidst the people she stands mute, dressed in a robe of bark like an ascetic? I gave no promise that the daughter of King Janaka should put on the dress of a devotee. Let this princess enter the forest attired in an auspicious manner with all her ornaments. My death is not far distant, and my mind is in confusion. By promising these boons to thee, I have been brought to naught. This act is consuming me as is the boon by its flowering. If it be said that Sri Rama has done thee injury, O sinful one, what harm did Janaki ever do to thee? Of what dost thou accuse the daughter of King Janaka, whose eyes resemble the gazelle's, and who is meek and gentle? O wicked one, by sending Rama without reason to the forest, thou shalt assuredly enter hell. What else will not befall thee on account of thy evil deeds? When Sri Rama approached me on the eve of his installation, then didst thou forbid him to inaugurate the ceremony, and charged him to enter the forest with matted locks in an ascetic's garb. By my silence I gave consent, but now, desirous of plunging thyself into hell, thou requirest Sita to enter the forest robed in the habit of a recluse. King Dasaratha, lamenting, saw no end to his distress. At length, helpless and overcome with grief on account of his son, he fell to the ground. Sri Rama, his head bowed and ready to enter the forest, observing his father's distress, said, "O king, my mother Kaushalya, devoted to her lord, aged and of a generous disposition, who never speaks ill of any, bereft of me, will be drowned in a sea of sorrow. She who has hitherto known no suffering is now worthy of thy special regard. O father, thou to whom honor is due, regard my mother with affectionate attention, that she may not suffer in the separation from her son and the bearing of many woes, but live dependent on thee. O emperor, equal to Indra in power, protect my mother in my absence, that she may not languish and die." Chapter 39. As they prepare for departure, the palace resounds with grief. Hearing the words of Rama and beholding him in the guise of an ascetic, the king lost consciousness and his consorts turned away in distress. Overcome with grief, the wretched monarch could neither look on Rama nor utter a word to him, and for a space remained insensible. Then, regaining consciousness, the long-armed king, remembering Rama, began to lament. "Now, without doubt, I know that in some previous birth I separated many calves from their mothers and deprived many beings of their lives, on account of which all this has befallen me. The vital airs do not leave the body before the appointed time. Though tormented by Kaikeyi, yet death does not claim me. Alas, I behold Sri Ramachandra, resplendent as a fire, divested of his royal robes and attired in ascetic's garb. This evil caused by Kaikeyi, through guile and the desire for personal advantage, is the source of universal distress." The king's eyes were suffused with tears, and crying, "Rama, Rama," his throat choked, and he could utter no more. After some time, still shedding tears, he addressed Sumantra, saying, "Yoke the best steeds to the chariot and convey Sri Rama out of the city. Now it is made clear that a man's virtue leads him into affliction, since so wise and valiant a son is being banished by his parents." As instructed by the king, Sumantra yoked the most excellent of steeds to a richly decorated chariot, and bringing the golden car with the best steeds yoked thereto, before the prince, said humbly, The chariot is at hand." The king then summoned his upright and trustworthy treasurer and spoke to him in words suitable to the place and time. "Bring hither for Janaki costly apparel and ornaments to serve the princess for 14 years. As instructed by the king, the master of the treasury brought the various articles and delivered them to Princess Sita. The highly born Sita, attiring herself in a sumptuous robe and ornaments, made ready to depart for the forest. Thus attired, Sri Janaki illumined the palace as the rays of the rising sun illumine the sky. Queen Kaushalya embraced the princess of virtuous conduct to her bosom and, blessing her, said, "The world is filled with undutiful wives who cease to regard their lord when he has fallen into distress. Such is the nature of those who, having enjoyed great pleasures, on finding their consort involved in trouble, condemn and sometimes even abandon him. Many are the women, untruthful, heartless, unchaste, devious and vain, full of evil passions, the destroyers of long-honored ties. Neither a worthy family nor duty, nor the instruction of the guru, nor gifts sway them, nor do they honor the marriage ties, their minds being fickle. But those women devoted to their husbands, of virtuous conduct, honoring the tradition of their family, truthful, following the instructions of their preceptor, regard their lord as the chief of men. Therefore do not condemn my son, now ready to enter the forest, who should be regarded by thee rather as a deity, whether in poverty or prosperity." Sri Sita, understanding the import of these words, inspired by Dharma, humbly replied, "O noble lady, I will fulfill thy commands. It is known to me that a woman should serve her lord, and my parents have instructed me in the matter. Do not deem me a false woman. I am as unable to forsake the path of virtue as the sun's light the moon. As a lute is useless without strings, as a chariot cannot move without wheels, so is a wife bereft of her husband, even if she have 100 sons. Father, mother, or son can give but a small measure of happiness, but a husband is the source of limitless joy. What woman is so unworthy that she will not obey her husband? I am acquainted with all the duties of a wife, being instructed by those eminent in virtue. A husband is as a god to his consort, never shall I not honor him." The simple-hearted queen, shedding tears of distress on account of the separation from her son, hearing Princess Sita's words, was comforted. Then Rama said, "O mother, when I am in the forest, do not look on my father with a reproachful countenance. The term of my exile will soon be ended. The 14 years will pass like a dream. Surrounded by my friends, thou shalt behold me serving my sire." Speaking thus to his mother Kaushalya, Sri Rama reflected how to address the 350 other consorts of the king. To these who were bitterly lamenting, he spoke with humility. "While living amongst you, if I have ever, in ignorance, offended you, be gracious enough to pardon me." These pious and humble words of Rama, inspired by Dharma, touched the hearts of the queens, causing them to shed tears, and their lamentations resembled the sound of kurunka birds. The palace of the king, formerly resounding to the beating of drums resembling the crash of thunder, was today filled with the wailing of the sorrow-stricken queens. Chapter 40. All Ayodhya is distressed to see Sri Rama's chariot depart. Sri Rama, overcome with grief, touched the feet of his sovereign and, bowing down with Lakshmana and Sita, circumambulated the king. Having taken leave of his sire, Rama with Sita paid reverence to the sorrow-stricken Queen Kaushalya. Then Sri Lakshmana bowed before the Queen Kaushalya and embraced the feet of his mother Sumitra. His mother, weeping, desiring her son's good, blessed Lakshmana and said, "O my son, Sri Rama was born of Queen Kaushalya for the protection of the world, and I have borne thee so that, devoted to Sri Rama, thou shouldest accompany him to the forest. O my son, do not neglect the service of Sri Rama. O sinless one, whether in fortune or in adversity, regard him as thy life. It is the duty of the good to be subject to their elders. The tradition of thy dynasty is the giving of charity, the performance of sacrifice, death on the field of battle, and implicit regard for thine elders." Speaking thus, Sumitra, seeing Rama ready to depart for the forest, again and again exhorted Lakshmana in this wise, "O my son, enter the forest with Rama. O child, have no anxiety, do not grieve either for thy father, mother, home, or country. Esteem Rama to be Dasaratha, Janaki as myself, and the forest equal to Ayodhya." Sumantra now addressed Rama with humility as Mitali addressed Indra. "O illustrious prince, be pleased to mount the chariot. I will take thee wheresoever thou desirest. Let the period of thine exile enjoined by Kaikeyi begin today." Then the beautiful daughter of King Janaka, adorned with the jewels bestowed on her by the king, cheerfully mounted the waiting vehicle, which shone like the sun. Sri Rama and Lakshmana also swiftly ascended the chariot, enriched with gold and weapons. Having regard to the period of exile, King Dasaratha had bestowed on his daughter-in-law robes and jewels and ordered arms and mantra-charged weapons, armor and shields to be placed on the chariot. Seeing that all were mounted, Sumantra set the chariot in motion, guiding the horses swift as the wind. Rama, having started for the Dandaka forest, the whole city, young and old, men and women, soldiers, elephants and horses, distracted and full of indignation and distress, became as beings demented. The loosing of elephants and the loud neighing of horses filled Ayodhya with tumult and ferment. Young and old, distraught, ran after the chariot of Rama as men overpowered by the sun plunged into the water. Some running beside the royal car, some behind looking up towards Rama, others weeping and lamenting, cried to Sumantra, "O charioteer, drive slowly, draw in thy steeds, so that we may see the face of Rama so soon to be hidden from us. Surely the heart of his mother must be made of steel, that it did not break on seeing the godlike prince departing for the forest. Great indeed is Sri Sita, who follows her husband like a shadow, as the light of the sun that never forsakes the Meru mountain. O Lakshmana, perfect art thou, constantly serving thine amiable and godlike brother. This is perfection, this is prosperity, thus to attend thy brother is the way to heaven." Thus lamenting, following the chariot of Rama, the people could not restrain their tears. The afflicted and wretched monarch, King Dasaratha, overcome with grief, coming forth from the palace barefooted, surrounded by his queens, cried out, "I must again behold my beloved son." Then he heard the lament of the women wailing like she-elephants when their mates are bound in chains, and like the full moon in eclipse, King Dasaratha was bereft of his splendor. Sri Rama, free from anxiety, urged the charioteer on, saying, "Faster, faster!" And as he spoke, enjoining Sumantra to drive more speedily, the people cried, "Stay, stay!" so that the charioteer knew not how to obey both commands. The dust raised by the wheel of Rama's chariot was laid by the tears of the people. As Sri Rama left the city, the people weeping and bewildered were distraught, the tears of the women falling like drops of water on lotus leaves when fishes leap. The people following Rama's chariot and perceiving the anguish of the king wept in sympathy. A great tumult now arose from the ladies of the palace, and the king's attendants all weeping and crying, "O Rama, O Kaushalya!" And hearing the wailing and lamentation of the people, Sri Rama looked back and beheld the king and his mother Kaushalya barefooted, following his chariot, and was filled with sorrow. Sri Rama, bound by the cord of duty, turned his eyes from his parents, as a foal not permitted to follow its dam. Perceiving his royal parents, unacquainted with suffering, worthy of excellent chariots, running barefooted towards him, he said to Sumantra, "Drive on speedily," unable to bear the sight of his parents' distress, as an elephant is unable to bear the goad. His mother, Kaushalya, trembling and tottering, ran towards him like a cow hearing the cries of her calf that has been bound, crying, "O Rama, O Sita, O Lakshmana!" The king calling, "Stay, stay!" to the charioteer, with Rama crying, "Go forward speedily," caused the heart of Sumantra to be riven like one standing between two rival armies. On this, Rama addressed him, saying, "On thy return to the palace, when charged by the king with disobeying his commands, do thou say, 'Amidst the noise of the rolling wheels, I was unable to hear.' Further delay will prove calamitous." Sri Sumantra, regarding the words of the prince, signaling the people following to return, urged the horses on. The chariot, outstripping the king, caused him to halt with his household, and mentally circumambulating Rama, he returned to the palace. The courtiers now said to the king, "None follows a friend far, whom he wishes to see return." King Dasaratha, hearing this injunction, bathed in perspiration, utterly wretched, stood gazing at the receding chariot. Chapter 41. The whole world grieves for Prince Rama. That lion among men, Prince Ramachandra, having in humility departed, a great cry of distress arose among the ladies of the inner apartment. They cried, "Where is Ramachandra, the only asylum and refuge of the orphaned, the weak and the suffering? Where is Prince Rama, who, when provoked, showed no anger, who caused no agitation to any heart, who appeased those who were wrathful and considered others' distress as his own? Where is that Rama now, who treated us with the same regard as he showed his illustrious mother, Queen Kaushalya? Where is he wandering now, that Rama, protector of the world, who has gone to the forest, persecuted by Kaikeyi and exiled by his father? Oh, how insensible the king has grown, that he has sent the virtuous and truthful Rama, the object of universal love, into exile." In this way, all the ladies of the court wept aloud like cows who have been bereft of their calves. The king, overwhelmed with grief on account of separation from his son, suffered increasingly on hearing the loud and piteous cries of the ladies of the palace. On the prince's departure, no brahmachari performed the fire ceremony, no householder prepared food, but passed the day in deep distress. The elephants cast off their trappings, and the cows refused to nourish their calves. Mothers showed no delight at the sight of their firstborn. Trishanku, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and Venus, and other inauspicious planets gathered round the moon, pulsating there. The stars lost their brilliance, and the planets their splendor. Vishaka, growing dim, was scarcely indistinguishable in the sky. The clouds, driven by a strong wind, overtaking each other, resembled waves rising in the sea. When Sri Rama departed, an earthquake caused the city to tremble. The 10 cardinal points were covered in darkness. Neither were the planets nor the stars visible. All the inhabitants of the city were overwhelmed with misery. None partook of the food that day or found pleasure in any pastime. All the people of Ayodhya, sighing heavily, were filled with sorrow and grieved for the king. Those walking in the streets wept, and nowhere was there any sign of joy. No cool breezes blew, nor did the moon shine. The rays of the sun were weak, and the whole world mourned for Rama. Sons gave no thought to their parents, husbands were indifferent to their wives, and brothers showed no affection to each other. All were sunk in grief. The friends of Rama, unconscious of themselves and filled with distress, were bereft of sleep. Without Rama, Ayodhya resembled the earth with all its mountains, suffering from drought. Every household was consumed with grief, and the cries of elephants, horses, and warriors filled the city. Chapter 42. Without Rama, the king's heart finds no rest. So long as the dust raised by the wheels of Rama's chariot could be seen, so long did the king not withdraw his gaze from the way. So long as King Dasaratha could see his beloved and most virtuous son, Sri Ramachandra, so long did he stand gazing after him, and when the dust was no more visible, the wretched monarch, stricken with grief, fell to the earth. Then Queen Kaushalya, taking hold of his right hand, and Queen Kaikeyi, his left, ministered to him. The virtuous and upright king, beholding Queen Kaikeyi near him, said, "O wicked queen, touch me not. I do not desire to see thy countenance. Thou art neither my consort, nor do I desire relationship with thee. Thy servants are no longer my servants, nor am I their master. Thou who hast abandoned obedience to thy lord, I now repudiate. Thy hand, except by me when circumambulating the sacred fire, I relinquish, and renounce the worldly and spiritual pledges given thee in the ceremony. If Bharata, receiving this kingdom, is satisfied, then let him not perform my obsequies." Queen Kaushalya, torn with grief, raised the king, soiled with dust, and conveyed him to his chariot. The king, sorely afflicted, remembering his son in ascetic's garb, resembled one who has murdered a Brahmin or touches a blazing fire with his naked hand. Turning again and again towards the path that the chariot had taken, the king's countenance resembled the sun in eclipse. Conceiving his son Rama to have passed beyond the city boundary, and thinking of him, he again gave way to grief, crying, "I see the marks of the hooves of the horses that were yoked to the chariot of my son, but him I do not see. Alas, my son, who performed with sandal paste, slept on soft pillows, fanned by beautiful women, today sleeps beneath a tree with wood or stone for his pillow. In the morning he will awake on the hard ground, his mind oppressed, his body smeared with dust, sighing deeply like a bull rising from beside a spring. The dwellers in the forest will behold Rama rising like an orphan and wandering as one forlorn. That daughter of King Janaka, worthy of every happiness, her feet pierced with thorns, hearing the roar of animals like tigers, will be struck with terror. O Kaikeyi, thy ambition is fulfilled. Now, rule the kingdom as a widow, for I cannot support life without the chief of men." Thus lamenting, the king returned to the capital like a man having cremated one supremely dear to him. He beheld courts and houses deserted, the markets forsaken, and the temples closed, while on the royal highway only the feeble and afflicted were to be seen. Seeing the city desolate and remembering Sri Rama weeping bitterly, the king entered the palace as the sun enters a cloud. As the presence of an eagle deprives a lake of its serpents, rendering it still, so did the capital appear when Sri Rama, Lakshmana, and Sita had gone into exile. Then the king, in distress, his throat choked with grief, spoke in faint and trembling accents. "Take me speedily to the palace of Queen Kaushalya, the mother of Rama. Nowhere else can I obtain peace." The attendants carried the king to the apartments of Queen Kaushalya and placed him on the couch, but the king's heart could find no rest. The palace without Rama, Lakshmana, and Sita appeared to him like the sky bereft of the moon. Finding no delight there, the king, lifting up his hands, cried, "O my son Rama, art thou leaving me? How blessed are they who, seeing Rama return, will embrace him." Finding the night dark, resembling the hour of death, the king at midnight thus addressed Kaushalya, "O Kaushalya, I do not see thee. My sight has followed Rama, nor has it yet returned. Therefore reach forth thy hand and touch me, O queen." Seeing her royal consort merged in the remembrance of Rama, the queen, sighing, seated herself by the king and began to lament in sympathy with him. Chapter 43. The Lament of Queen Kaushalya. Queen Kaushalya, deeply afflicted by the separation from her son, seeing the king lying on the couch merged in grief, said, "O king, that evil Kaikeyi, having discharged her poison on Sri Rama, will wander about at will like a snake that has casted its slough. That sinful woman, having accomplished her design and sent Rama to the forest, will ever inspire me with terror like a venomous serpent in the home. If her demand had been that Rama should dwell in the city on alms, or had she condemned him to be her slave, it were better than exile. She has cast out Rama, as the oblation offered to the Asuras is cast away by those who tend the sacrificial fire. The long-armed Rama, the wielder of the great bow, walking like the king of elephants, must now have reached the forest with Sita and Lakshmana. O king, consider how thy son Rama, who has never before experienced suffering, is banished by thee, urged by Kaikeyi. What fate will befall them now? Without wealth, exiled in his youth when a king's happiness should have been his portion, how will he be able to live on roots and berries in the forest? Will the time ever come when I shall see Rama, Lakshmana, and Sita return, putting an end to my sorrow? When will that glad day dawn when the illustrious capital, filled with rejoicing crowds, decorated with flags, banners, and garlands, welcomes Rama? Oh, will that auspicious hour ever strike when the citizens hearing of his return will be filled with gladness, like the sea at the time of the full moon? When will Sri Rama with Sita enter the city like the bull who, at dusk, preceding the herd of cows, returns to the town? When will the people of the capital, waiting to scatter rice over him, gather in thousands on the highways to welcome Rama, the subduer of his foes? Oh, when shall I see my sons, resplendent as two mountain peaks, return to Ayodhya, adorned with earrings, bearing the sword and scimitar? When will the two princes, circumambulating the city with Janaki, receive gifts of flowers and fruit from the hands of virgins and Brahmins? When will the virtuous and sagacious Rama run towards me, leaping like a child? Surely my love pours forth for him as the breasts of mothers when suckling their infants. O great king, because of this, Kaikeyi has increased my love for my child. Bereft of him, I am like a cow whose calf has been forcibly carried away by a lion. My only son Rama is versed in all the classics and endowed with every excellent quality. Without such a son, I cannot live. O great king, I cannot sustain life in the absence of my brave and beloved son. The fire of grief caused by the separation from my son is consuming me, as the rays of the sun in summer consume the surface of the earth. Chapter 44. She finds peace in the consolation of Queen Sumitra. The righteous Queen Sumitra, hearing the lament of Queen Kaushalya, addressed her in reasonable words. O Queen, Why dost thou weep in abject fashion for thy son, the chief of men, endowed with every virtue? O noble lady, Sri Rama has renounced the throne and entered the forest to render his father illustrious as the votary of truth. Sri Rama, honoring his father, has conducted himself as the best of men and secured the future glory of his sire. There is no cause for grief, since Rama is treading the path of Dharma. Neither is there cause to grieve for Lakshmana, ever compassionate to all, sinless, serving Rama and in every way worthy of the highest good. The tender-limbed Janaki, too, is following thy virtuous son. O Queen, the exile of Rama is no cause for sorrow, since he is the protector of all beings and the follower of virtue. O Queen, the banner of his good name waves over 3 worlds. Consider the purity of Rama. Even the sun dares not cause him suffering by its rays. In his presence, the hot winds of the forest in summer will grow cool and, like the spring breeze, bring him refreshment. When asleep in the forest at night, the moon, like a father, will succor him with its cool beams. That Ramachandra, to whom the Brahma Rishi Vishwamitra gave celestial weapons on the death of his son Shambhara, that valorous son, that lion among men, depending on the strength of his arms, will dwell in the forest as fearlessly as in his own palace. That hero whose arrows destroy his foes is certainly to be succored by the earth. That Rama, endowed with great prowess, power, and courage, will soon return on the termination of his exile to claim the kingdom. O Lady, Sri Rama, who illumines the sun, which gives light to the whole world, who gives splendor to the fire, who is the supreme ruler of rulers, who is the fame of fame and the essence of forgiveness, who is the chief of beings. Wherever he dwells, in the forest or the city, all is one to him. Sri Rama, this great hero, will speedily regain his kingdom, together with Sita, the earth and every prosperity. Sri Rama, for whom, when departing for the forest, the people of Ayodhya, filled with grief, shed tears, will soon regain the kingdom. Naught is difficult to obtain in the world by him, who, though invincible, entered the forest, dressed like an ascetic, followed by Sita, who is Lakshmi in another form. What should be difficult for him, who, armed with bow and sword, is preceded on his way by Lakshmana? O Lady, abandon grief and infatuation. Assuredly, thou wilt behold Sri Rama returning from his exile. O thou who art irreproachable, O Kalyani, O auspicious one, thou wilt behold thy son like the rising moon, placing his head at thy feet. Thou wilt shed tears of joy, seeing thy son installed on the throne and in possession of the king's treasury. O Lady, neither grieve nor let thy mind be troubled. I see naught that is inauspicious in respect of Rama. Soon thou shalt behold thy son with Sita and Lakshmana. O sinless queen, it becomes thee to encourage others. Therefore, why dost thou now cause thy heart distress? O Devi, do not grieve. There is none in the world more virtuous than Rama. Seeing Rama returning from the forest with his friends, making obeisance to thee, then wilt thou shed tears of joy, like the clouds in the rainy season. In brief, I tell thee, thy son Sri Rama, returning to the capital, will press thy feet to him with his tender hands. Seeing thy son bowing to thy feet, thou wilt cover him with tears as the clouds cover the mountains with rain. Thus did the beautiful Sumitra, ever persuasive and benevolent to all, offer words of consolation to the queen Kaushalya, and having spoken, became silent. The chief queen, the mother of Sri Rama, hearing the words of Queen Sumitra, found peace and forgot her grief, which resembled the rain of the autumn clouds that swiftly disappears. Chapter 45. The Lament of the Brahmins Who Follow Sri Rama. The people of the capital, deeply devoted to Sri Rama, the upholder of truth, followed him on his way to the forest. Though King Dasaratha, on the advice of his ministers, turned back, the citizens of Ayodhya continued to run beside the chariot of Rama. The inhabitants of the city were devoted to Rama, whose virtues rendered him resplendent like the full moon, and, weeping piteously, implored the holy prince to return. But Rama, determined to prove his father to be true to his word, pressed on towards the forest. They, looking on Rama as a thirsty man looks on water, were addressed by him with tender affection, as a father addresses his children. He said, O ye people of Ayodhya, for my sake bestow the love and honor shown to me, in even greater measure on Bharata. Prince Bharata, who is of an excellent disposition, will assuredly deal benevolently with you and endear himself to you. Though young, he is wise, gentle, and endowed with great courage. Warm-hearted and charitable, you will have no cause for fear on his accession to the throne. King Dasaratha has appointed him heir apparent in consideration of his great virtue. We should therefore obey the king. When I am absent in the forest, you should so act towards him as to occasion him no distress. Do you, desirous of pleasing me, obey the king?" Rama, instructing the people to obey the king again and again, only increased their desire to see him as their sovereign. It appeared that Rama, with Lakshmana, drew the distressed and weeping inhabitants of the city after them, as if bound by a cord. Among the elders in age, wisdom, and austerity, the first, their heads trembling with advanced years, calling from a distance, said, "O ye swift and excellent steeds, return, return. Do not proceed further and favor Rama. All beings are endowed with perception, but you excel in the sense of hearing. Therefore hear our entreaty and turn back. We know the heart of our master to be simple and gentle. We know him to be a hero firm in his vows. Therefore return to Ayodhya. Do not carry Rama away from the city to the forest." Hearing the lament of the aged Brahmins and perceiving their distress, Sri Rama, causing the chariot to halt, dismounted. With Lakshmana and Sita he walked towards the forest, followed by the multitude, proceeding slowly on foot. The ever-virtuous and compassionate Rama was unable to endure the sight of the aged Brahmins walking on foot, far behind the chariot. The Brahmins, seeing Rama did not return, despite their supplications, but still proceeded towards the forest, where, troubled and overcome with distress, cried, "O Rama, thou art a friend of the Brahmins, and the whole caste is following thee with the sacred fire borne on their shoulders. See, we are carrying the holy canopies like autumn clouds obtained by us by observing the Vajrapeya ceremony. By covering thee with their shade, we will protect thee from the rays of the sun. O child, formerly thy mind was set on the study of the Veda, but now thou art determined to enter the forest. Our only wealth, the Veda, we have stored in our memory, and our consorts are at home, protected by their conjugal devotion. There is no cause for further reflection. We are determined to go with thee. If thou dost not walk in the path of Dharma, who will follow it? O Rama, what more can be said? We whose heads are white like swan's down offer humble salutations to thee. Among us, some have entered upon their sacrifices, O Rama. Their completion depends on thee. Not we alone, but beasts, birds, and trees entreat thee to return. Have pity on all these. Trees desiring to follow thee, prevented by their roots which penetrate deep into the earth, employ thee not to depart, their branches bending low in the wind. See the birds, forgetting to seek their food, sit motionless on the trees, supplicating thee who art compassionate to all. Thus lamenting, the Brahmins beheld the river Tamasa as if obstructing the path of Rama, preventing his further progress. Then Sumantra, loosing the tired horses, let them roll on the ground to relieve their fatigue and gave them to drink, causing them to bathe in the river and allowing them to graze on the banks of the Tamasa. Chapter 46. Sri Rama with Sita and Lakshmana and the charioteer drive on alone to the forest. Sri Rama, reaching the beautiful banks of the river Tamasa, gazing on Sita, addressed his brother Lakshmana. O son of Queen Sumitra, this is the first night of our exile. There is no cause for anxiety. The forest looks deserted and melancholy, the birds and beasts having retired to rest. Doubtless the capital of Ayodhya with its inhabitants and my royal sire are deeply distressed on account of our departure. The king, seeing in us many virtues, looks on us with deep affection. O Lakshmana, I fear lest my father and my illustrious mother become blind with incessant weeping. Yet Prince Bharata of upright conduct will assuredly offer consolation to my parents in dutiful and pious words. O mighty armed prince, reflecting on the compassion of Prince Bharata, I have no fear for my parents. O hero, thou hast done well in accompanying me to the forest. Had it not been so, my solicitude for Sita would have been great. O Lakshmana, there is an abundance of roots, fruits, and berries here, but tonight I desire to partake of water alone. Having thus addressed Prince Lakshmana, Sri Rama said to Sumantra, O gentle friend, attend to the horses with great care. The sun having set below the horizon, Sumantra, fastening the horses to a tree, placed tender grass before them, heedful of their welfare. The time of Sandhya having come, the charioteer observed his devotions according to the rules of his caste. Then, with the help of Lakshmana, prepared a bed for Rama. Perceiving the bed made with tender leaves on the banks of the Tamasa, Sri Rama with Sita and Lakshmana rested there. Finding Sri Rama and Sita sleeping, Lakshmana, leaving his seat, recounted the excellent virtues of Rama to the charioteer. Lakshmana thus passed the whole night till the sun rose, conversing with Sumantra on the attributes of Rama. In this manner, on the banks of the Tamasa, among herds of cattle, Sri Rama and those who had followed him passed the night. At dawn, Sri Rama rose and, seeing the people still asleep, said to his virtuous brother Lakshmana, "O Lakshmana, see how these people, abandoning their homes and property to follow us, are sleeping under the trees. It seems that they, vowing to bring us back, will give up their lives rather than be false to their determination. Let us therefore, O brother, leave this place before they wake. When we have crossed the Tamasa, there will be no further cause for anxiety. By our silent departure, the people of the capital of King Ikshwaku will not, like us, be compelled to sleep under the trees. It is the duty of a prince to preserve them from suffering and not make them companions of his distress." Sri Lakshmana answered Ramachandra, saying, "O wise one, I accept thy resolve. Let us mount the chariot immediately." Rama then said to Sumantra, "Speedily prepare the chariot. I will proceed towards the forest. Let us therefore depart from hence without delay." The charioteer, hastily yoking the horses to the chariot, humbly addressed Rama, saying, "O great prince, the chariot is now ready. Please ascend with Lakshmana and Sita. May prosperity attend thee." Sri Rama, with his bow, quiver, and other weapons, mounted the chariot and passed over the swiftly flowing river. Crossing the Tamasa, at a short distance from the shore, they traversed a rugged path overgrown with briars, and then came to a wide road where they could travel with ease and which was safe from any danger. To elude the citizens, Sri Rama said to Sumantra, "O charioteer, drive first towards the south. Having thus driven for a space, return again so that no trace of us may be found." Sri Sumantra, following the instructions of Rama, drove forward, then returning stood before Rama. The son of Dasaratha, the augmenter of the glory of the house of Raghu, spoke from the chariot, saying, "Now drive towards Tapovana." Sumantra, turning the chariot towards the north, proceeded in the direction of the forest. Chapter 47. Those who have followed Prince Rama find themselves alone. The night being over and the day having dawned, the citizens awoke and, not beholding Rama, were overwhelmed with grief, not knowing how to act. Seeking here and there, their eyes bathed in tears, they were unable to discover by what path Sri Rama had departed. Wretched and pale with distress, with quivering hearts and utterly dispirited, they broke into piteous exclamations, saying, "Cursed be the sleep that veiled our perceptions. How we shall not behold the full-chested and large-eyed Rama. How fruitless is our devotion, since Rama has gone to the forest, leaving us, his faithful friends, here. Why has Rama, who ever treated us as his children, left us to enter the forest? Either we will find death here or go to the Himalayas and perish in the snow. What avails life without Rama? Here is dried wood. Let us collect it and, kindling a fire, perish in the flames. What shall we say on our return? Shall we tell others we have abandoned the mighty armed Rama, who is free from envy and a votary of truth? Alas, we cannot do so. The wretched city with the women, the aged, and the children, seeing us return without Rama, will be plunged in grief. Having abandoned our homes to follow that self-controlled prince, how can we venture to face the people without him?" Thus lamenting with uplifted arms, filled with distress, they resembled cows bereft of their young. Following the track of the chariot wheels, they pressed forward, till, losing their trace, they became prostrate with grief. Finding no further path to follow, they turned back, crying, "Alas, what shall we do? Fate is against us." Then, by the way by which they had come, they retraced their steps to Ayodhya. Sri Rama failing to return, the people became restless, and seeing the capital cheerless, despondent, and sorrow-stricken, they wept, murmuring to each other, "The city, bereft of Rama, has no beauty. It resembles a dried-up river, divested of its snakes by an eagle." As the sky without the moon or the sea without water, so did the city appear to the people, causing their hearts to faint within them. Sadly entering their magnificent dwellings, afflicted and distraught, they were unable to distinguish one of their own relatives from a stranger. Chapter 48. Ayodhya without Sri Ramachandra is bereft of beauty. Thus afflicted, the people of the capital, their eyes streaming with tears, longed to give up their lives. Having followed Rama to the forest, they became melancholy and appeared to be almost lifeless. In their homes, with their wives and sons, they lamented bitterly. None rejoiced, none were cheerful, none decked out their children to advantage, nor did the women adorn themselves. No fire burnt on the hearth of any home, none was glad to recover the wealth he had lost, and none rejoiced at a sudden increase of riches. Mothers found no delight in the return of their firstborn after a long absence. Every house was filled with wailing. The husbands returning without Rama were upbraided by their wives with bitter words, as an elephant is goaded by its driver. Everywhere was heard, "Without beholding Ramachandra, of what use to us are our homes, women, wealth, sons, or pleasure? There is only one who is truly virtuous, and it is Lakshmana who has followed Rama and Sita to the forest. How fortunate are those lakes and rivers filled with lotuses, whose waters Rama, entering to bathe, doth purify. Beautiful forests, rivers with verdant banks, lakes and mountains will be adorned by the presence of Sri Ramachandra. Those mountains visited by Rama, recognizing their beloved guest, will honor him with due hospitality. The trees also, their branches laden with flowers and buds, in which the bees are humming and murmuring, will offer their beauty to Rama. The hills will send forth flowers out of season and yield fruit and blossom in his honor. The crystal waterfalls of varied beauty will gush forth from the mountains to give delight to him. The trees growing on the slope of the mountains will enchant him. Where Rama is, fear and danger are banished. The heroic sons of King Dasaratha, even now, are but a little distance from us. Come, let us follow them. There is no happiness save in the service of the holy feet of that illumined one. Verily, he is the only Lord of the world, the absolute, the highest state, and our sole support." The women of the city, overcome with grief, addressing their husbands, said, "Let us follow Rama. We will serve Sri Sita. You attend on Sri Rama. Remember, Rama will preserve and maintain you in the forest, while Sri Sita will grant support to us. Of what use is life where the heart is restless and the mind bereft of purpose? If Kaikeyi rule the kingdom, setting aside the moral law, what delight can we have in children and possessions? Even our lives will become valueless. Will Kaikeyi be solicitous on our account, she who has abandoned King Dasaratha and her son Sri Ramachandra for the sake of power? We swear by our sons that while we live, we will never be slaves to Kaikeyi. Who can live happily under the rule of that shameless and evil woman who pitilessly exiled the son of the king? Without a ruler, the defenseless kingdom will become a prey to every misfortune and perish on account of Kaikeyi's evil deeds. The king will not long survive the exile of Rama, and without him the kingdom will be destroyed. Our good karma being exhausted, we are miserable. Let us either have recourse to poison or follow Rama, or seek some other place and live there unknown. By exiling Rama, Sita, and Lakshmana, through false means we have been made subject to Bharata's governance, as beasts are led to the slaughter. Sri Rama, a source of delight resembling the full moon, the destroyer of his foes, mighty armed, Lakshmana's elder brother, whose eyes are like the lotuses, who speaks in gentle accents, who is brave, guileless, and beloved of the people, will assuredly adorn the forest wheresoever he roams. The women of the city, distressed by their separation from Rama, wept and mourned as do the friends of a dying man. Lamenting thus, the sun set and the night fell. No sacrificial fires were visible, nor did the Brahmins, devoted to the study of the Veda, intone the sacred texts or recite the Puranas, and in no dwelling was any lamp kindled. The city of Ayodhya, stricken and destitute, the stalls of merchandise forsaken, was bereft of beauty like the sky divested of stars. The women of Ayodhya, filled with sorrow as if their own sons or brothers had been banished, wept bitterly, Sri Ramachandra being dearer to them than their own children. In the city, no songs or music was heard, nor was there dancing or any sign of rejoicing. The merchant ceased to expose their merchandise and sat sunk in dejection. Thus Ayodhya, without joy or activity, appeared as desolate as an ocean without water. Chapter 49. The chariot crosses the boundary of Koshala. Sri Rama, remembering his father's command, had traveled far through the night. Day dawned while he was still journeying. Offering up his morning prayer, he continued on his way, soon reaching the southern boundary of Koshala. Enjoying the cultivated fields, the forests, and trees laden with blossom, he drove on, drawn by swift horses. As he passed, he heard the people of the villages and hamlets conversing thus: "Woe unto King Dasaratha, enslaved by concupiscence! Ah, how hard is the heart of the wicked Kaikeyi, how cruel her disposition! Violating the ancient tradition, she has performed this evil deed. She who has banished the Prince of Light, who is erudite, compassionate, and self-controlled. How will the daughter of King Janaka, brought up in ease, endure the hardships of the forest? Alas, the king has no love for his son, or he would not have abandoned one so perfect who is devoted to the welfare of all." Hearing the words of the villagers, Sri Rama pressed on quickly and crossed the boundary of Koshala. Then, fording the river Vedasuruti, a pure stream, he proceeded south. After traversing a great distance, he came to the cool waters of the Gaumati, flowing towards the sea, with many cows grazing on its banks. The swift steeds, restrained by Rama, crossed this river and then the Sayandika, on whose banks peacocks and ducks were heard. Rama here showed Sita the land formerly given by Manu to Ikshwaku, a spacious and open country of many principalities. Then Sri Rama, whose voice resembled an enchanted swan, addressed Sumantra, saying, "O charioteer, when will the day come when I, returning from the forest in company with my parents, will sport in the flowering woods of Sarayu? To hunt in the forest is the prerogative of royal sages. It is the favorite pursuit of kings and others also inclined to it. I do not deem it evil and desire to engage in it when the season of my austerities is over." Thus firm in his purpose, Sri Ramachandra continued to converse sweetly with Sumantra. Chapter 50. They reach the river Gunga and meet the chief of ferrymen, Guha. Having crossed the boundary of Koshala, Rama, turning his face towards Ayodhya with joined palms, addressed the city. "O Ayodhya, chief of cities, protected by the kings of the house of Ikshwaku, I take leave of thee and of the gods thy protectors who dwell with thee. Having fulfilled the command of the king, I shall, returning from the forest, again behold thee and my parents." Then lifting up his arms, Sri Rama, the tears falling from his eyes, addressed the citizens of his father's kingdom. "O ye who have treated me with the respect and affection due to a master, it is not meet that you remain with me. Now return to your homes and discharge the duties of your households." Bowing down to Sri Rama, the people circumambulated him with reverence and turned homewards, frequently halting, weeping, and lamenting. Sri Rama, seeing them weeping and not yet satisfied with beholding him, told the charioteer to drive on speedily and passed beyond their sight as the sun sinks out of view at the time of evening. Proceeding on his way, Sri Rama beheld prosperous towns and villages full of men of charitable, righteous, and fearless disposition, evidenced by the abundance of temples and sacrificial pillars of their cities. The gardens, filled with mango trees, were enriched by pools of translucent water, with carefully tended highways and herds of cattle grazing here and there. Everywhere, the recitation of the Veda could be heard. From his chariot, Sri Rama surveyed the kingdom of Koshala and passed beyond its confines. The sagacious Rama, proceeding through the extensive land inhabited by happy and prosperous people, enriched by pleasant gardens, came to the southern boundary of Koshala and beheld the holy Gunga, adorned by the presence of the sages, with its cool waters flowing in three directions. Near the bank of the sacred river, he saw the beautiful hermitages, frequented by holy men, and pools of limpid water visited by celestial nymphs at play. The holy Ganges, honored by deities, titans, celestial musicians, and naiads, that sacred current displaying innumerable charming vistas, embellished by the gardens of the gods, and which in heaven is named the stream of golden lotuses, that holy river, the sound of whose clashing waves resembles deep laughter, which, moving rapidly, covered with foam white as snow, flows merrily forwards, and falling from the heights and the rocks below, resembles a maiden's plaited locks. Sometimes made beautiful by whirlpools, here dark and deep, there with the roar of waters proclaiming the presence of Sri Gunga herself. Those sacred waters wherein the celestial beings plunge and swim, where white lotuses float, bordered by high banks or shelving sands, there where swans, cranes, and shakur birds are heard, where trees adorn the banks and water lilies float, or fields of lotus flowers whose buds reveal their tender beauty carpet the tide. Sometimes the waters, reddened by the petals of lotuses, make the river appear like a lovely woman attired in a crimson sari. Those sparkling waters, green as emerald, where mighty tuskers sport, and also the great guardian elephants of the earth's four quarters, or those bearing the gods, where the sound of hurrah, hurrah resounds forever. Sri Gunga, beautiful as a woman, tastefully adorned with brilliant gems. Sri Gunga, enriched with fruit, flowers, and birds of every hue, abounding in porpoises, crocodiles, and serpents. That sacred stream, falling from the feet of the blessed Vishnu, divine and spotless, the destroyer of others' sin, having sported in the locks of Sri Shiva, thereafter descending on earth through the power of the penance of Bhagirata. Sri Rama, proceeding towards the city of Sringavera, seeing the queen of the ocean, the holy Gunga, where the songs of the Karoncha bird are heard, watching wave on wave rising on the sacred stream, that mighty warrior, Rama, said to Sumantra, "O charioteer, let us lodge here. There, under the Angudi tree, laden with verdant leaves and blossom, let us rest. O benevolent one, let us linger by the mighty river, whose auspicious waters are worshipped by the gods, the Danavas, serpents, beasts, and birds, and let us offer homage there." Sumantra and Lakshmana answering, "Be it so," stayed the chariot under the Angudi tree. Arriving there, Sri Rama and Lakshmana descended from the chariot, and Sumantra, unyoking the horses, respectfully seated himself facing Rama at the foot of the tree. The king of that country was one Guha, dear to Rama as his own life, by caste a ferryman, but possessing an army and designated King of Watermen. Hearing that the lion among men, Sri Rama, had come to his territory, he, together with his aged minister and relatives, went forth to meet the prince. Sri Rama, seeing the chief of ferrymen from a distance, went with Lakshmana to meet and welcome him. Perceiving Sri Rama to be in ascetic's garb, Guha, distressed, bowing before him, said, "O prince, let this small kingdom be as Ayodhya to thee. Please issue thy commands, I am at thy service. O mighty armed one, it is rare to receive a guest so deeply beloved." Guha then brought excellent dishes of delicious foods, together with the arghya, and said, "We are thy servants, and thou art our lord. Accept this kingdom and rule it as thine own. Here are dishes of various kinds, desserts, liquids, spices, excellent beds on which to rest, and provender for the horses, all at thy disposal." Sri Rama answered, "O Guha, thou hast come to welcome me on foot out of affection. By this I am duly honored. I am pleased with thee." Then taking him in his strong arms and embracing him, Sri Rama addressed him in cheerful accents, saying, "O Guha, through my good fortune I behold thee and thy friends in good health. Is all well among thy people and with thy possessions? O friend, having renounced the acceptance of gifts, I am not able to partake of what thou hast offered me with love. Know that having assumed the robe of kusha grass and the antelope skin, I live on fruit and roots. I am the protector of Dharma and my father's servant. Being an ascetic, I may only accept a little grass for the horses and nothing beside. By this alone I am fully welcomed. These horses of my father Dasaratha are dear to him. They having received oats, grass, and pure water, I am honored in full measure." On this, Guha commanded his servants to provide drink and provender for the horses. Then Rama, assuming a dress of bark, performed his evening devotions, drinking water brought by Sri Lakshmana. Then Lakshmana washed the feet of Rama and Sita, who had laid themselves down beneath the Angudi tree, and seated himself respectfully near them. Guha, with Sumantra, seated near Sri Lakshmana, who, armed with bow and arrow, carefully guarded Rama, spent the night in holy converse. Rama, the wise and illustrious son of King Dasaratha, deserving every comfort, and who now, lying on the ground, suffered adversity, passed the night undisturbed in deep sleep. Chapter 51. The night is spent on the bank of the sacred river. Guha addressed Sri Lakshmana, who was humbly guarding his royal brother, and said, "O friend, rest at ease on this soft bed prepared for thee. We are fitted for the forest life, but thou accustomed to ease, rest now. We will watch during the night and guard Sri Rama from harm. None is dearer to me on earth, I swear to thee in truth. To gratify Sri Rama, I will acquire fame, righteousness, wealth, and pleasure. I, with my bow and arrow, attended by my kindred, will watch over Sri Rama, now asleep with Sita. Wandering daily in the forest, nothing there is unknown to me. Even if a powerful enemy attacked me in the forest, I could withstand him." Lakshmana answered, "I have full faith in the power of thy protection, nor do I fear any. But how, forgetful of Dharma, can I refrain from watching over Sri Rama? Beholding the chief heir of Dasaratha, sovereign of the earth, lying on the ground with the daughter of King Janaka, how should I dare to rest while he is sleeping? See Nishada, that mighty prince, Sri Rama, whom none dared challenge, sleeps on a bed of straw. That great one, obtained by King Dasaratha by the merit of charity, austerity, and devotion, having become an ascetic, his aged sire will not long survive, and then will the earth become a widow. O Nishada, I deem the women wailing and lamenting at our departure have become silent, and the royal palace also. But I fear the king, Kaushalya, and my mother will not outlast this night. Consoled by Shatrughna, my mother may endure a little while, but Queen Kaushalya, the mother of this hero, will surely yield up her life without Rama. Alas, Ayodhya, the repository of wealth and inhabited by those who love Rama, will perish through the distress caused by the king's death. How can the king live without beholding his beloved and virtuous eldest son? Queen Kaushalya also will perish, nor can my mother survive long Kaushalya's death. Alas, the whole structure of the king's purpose has fallen in ruins. Desiring to appoint Rama as his regent, he will leave this world still cherishing this hope. He is fortunate who, attending the last hours of the king, performs his obsequies, and then ranges the city full of charming courts, palaces, and temples, with intersecting streets where lovely courtesans are seen. That city abounding in splendid chariots, horses, and elephants, resounding with trumpets, possessing every amenity, filled with happy people, enriched by parks and gardens where conferences and joyous gatherings are held daily. When shall we, returning from the forest, walk in the royal city? May King Dasaratha continue to live so that we may behold that excellent monarch on our return, with Sri Rama, the upholder of truth." Thus lamenting and afflicted, Sri Lakshmana, keeping watch over Rama, passed the night. Prince Lakshmana, uttering words of truth and affection concerning his parents and elders, spoke thus to Guha, who, grieving and disquieted, wept like an elephant in pain. Chapter 52. Sumantra is ordered to return. Sri Rama, Sita, and Lakshmana cross the holy river. The day having dawned, the broad-chested and illustrious Rama addressed the virtuous Prince Lakshmana. "Lo, the goddess night has fled and the sun is about to rise. Oh, listen how the blackbird is singing and the peacock's cry is heard in the forest. Let us cross the swift-flowing Bhagirathi, which runs towards the sea." Sri Lakshmana, hearing Sri Rama's command, standing before his brother, called Guha and Sumantra. Guha, divining Sri Rama's purpose, summoned his ministers and said to them, "Speedily, bring a good boat, stout and strong, capable of taking Sri Rama across." The minister, according to Guha's instruction, brought an excellent boat and said, "Sir, the boat is ready." Then Guha, with joined palms, approaching Sri Rama, thus addressed him, "O Lord, thy boat is at hand. What further dost thou require of me? O lion among men, O prince, O thou observer of great vows, the boat capable of crossing the river flowing towards the sea is here. Please enter it." The glorious Prince Rama answered Guha, saying, "Thou hast supplied me with all I could desire. Now place the baggage on the boat." The princes, donning their quivers and bearing their bows, came to the place where the boat was waiting. Then Sumantra, approaching the righteous Rama with bowed head and joined palms, said, "What commands hast thou for me, O Lord?" Touching Sumantra with his right hand, Sri Rama replied, "O virtuous Sumantra, now return to the king and serve him with vigilance. I no longer need thee. O friend, leaving the chariot, I will enter the forest on foot." Sumantra, receiving the order to return, imagined himself already separated from Rama and, full of grief, exclaimed, "O Lord, none in the kingdom desires thee to enter the forest with Sita and Lakshmana like a common man. When I behold thee, compassionate and guileless, facing great adversity, I regard as vain compassion, simplicity, the brahmacharya vow, and the study of the Veda. O Prince, dwelling in the forest with Sita and Lakshmana will bring thee renown equal to none who conquers the three worlds. But we, separated from thee, O Rama, are doomed and will fall under the sway of the sinful Kaikeyi." The wise Sumantra, certain of Rama's departure, filled with distress, wept long and bitterly. At length, restraining his tears, he purified himself with water, and was then addressed by Rama, who spoke to him in gentle accents, saying, "Among the ministers of the house of Ikshwaku, none is so kind a friend. Wilt thou therefore act in such wise that the king be freed from grief? The Lord of the earth is aged, his mind confused, and he is tormented with desire. Therefore I ask thee to minister unto him. Whatever the king commands, through affection for Queen Kaikeyi, do thou perform. Kings rule to fulfill their desires. O Sumantra, act in such a way that the king might not be displeased, and that he may not sink under the weight of affliction. When thou dost approach him, who was hitherto a stranger to suffering, offer salutations on my behalf and say, 'Having renounced Ayodhya and entered the forest, Sri Rama, Lakshmana, and Sita suffer no distress. 14 years having passed, thou shalt soon see them return.' Deliver thus my message of affection again and again to the king, to my mother Kaushalya, the other queens, and also Kaikeyi. Bowing to the feet of my mother Kaushalya, tell her that all is well with me, and also with Sita and Lakshmana. Advise the king to send for Bharata speedily, and when he is come, let him be installed as regent. Taking Prince Bharata in thine arms, appoint him king. Thou shalt thus be freed from the grief caused by this separation. Thereafter let Bharata, on my behalf, be instructed to treat our mothers with equal affection and with the same honor as is due to the king. Let him look on Sumitra and my mother Kaushalya as his own mother Kaikeyi. Do thou say, if thou accept the kingdom to please the king, thy fame and happiness in both worlds are assured." Having spoken thus, Sri Rama desired to dismiss Sumantra from his presence, bearing the message, but the minister, deeply distressed, addressed him, saying, "O Ramachandra, forgive me if I utter words lacking in reverence, urged by my devotion for thee, nor deem me to be a hypocrite. O Raghava, Ayodhya, by thy departure, resembles one afflicted by the loss of a son. How shall I return there without thee? Seeing the chariot without thee, the people will be filled with distress. The heart of the city will be riven in twain. Though thou hast traveled far, yet in the hearts of the citizens of Ayodhya thou art still present with them. Assuredly, the people have neither partaken of food nor water in thine absence. At the time of thy departure, O prince, thou wast acquainted with their grief, and didst witness their weeping and lamentation. On beholding the empty chariot, their sorrow will be increased 1,000-fold. On returning to Ayodhya, with what words shall I address thy mother? Shall I say, 'I have left thy son at the home of thy brother, do not grieve'? How can I utter such a falsehood, yet how can I relate the truth to her? Those noble steeds that have drawn the chariot bearing thee, Lakshmana and Sita, how shall they be driven without thee? O sinless prince, I cannot return to Ayodhya without thee. Therefore let me remain with thee in the forest. If in spite of my prayer thou still renouncest me, I will, with the chariot, enter a blazing fire. O prince, whatever beings seek to frustrate thy life of devotion in the forest, I will repel with my chariot. Through thee I am enabled to drive the chariot. Now be gracious enough to let me enter the forest with thee. Accept me, therefore, as thy protector, and let me enter the forest. I ask thee with exceeding love. O hero, should these excellent steeds serve thee in the forest, they will acquire a high spiritual state. O prince, by whatever means I may serve thee in the forest, I would esteem it more than residence in heaven or in Ayodhya. Without thee, I am unable to return to the capital, as the sinful Indra was unable to enter Amaravati. It is my highest desire, when thy period of exile shall be over, to convey thee to the capital once more. O Rama, 14 years with thee will pass like a moment, while without thee they will seem like 1,000 years. O friend of those devoted to thee, I have resolved to stay in the forest with the son of my lord. How canst thou abandon thy devoted friend, who only seeks to do his duty?" Thus repeatedly besought the minister Sumantra. Sri Rama answered him, saying, "O lover of thy master, I know of thy devotion to me, but hear the reasons which prompt me to send thee hence to Ayodhya. Seeing thee return to the capital, my mother Kaikeyi, convinced I have entered the forest, will be satisfied and will no longer reproach the king, charging him with falsehood and unrighteousness. I desire that my mother Kaikeyi should enjoy the prosperous kingdom governed by her son Bharata. Therefore, to please me, return to the capital and deliver the message with which I have entrusted thee." Thus Rama, offering explanation to Sumantra, then spoke words of reason and encouragement to Guha, saying, "O Guha, it is not proper for me to dwell in the forest in which my friends reside. Therefore, constructing a hut of leaves and twigs elsewhere, I will live as an ascetic. For the spiritual welfare of my father, I, Sita, and Lakshmana, with matted hair, following the ascetic discipline, will reside in the forest. Bring me, therefore, the milk of the burja tree." Guha obeyed the instruction of the prince, whereupon Rama poured the viscous liquid on his own head and also on the head of Lakshmana. Thus Sri Rama, that lion among men, and his brother Lakshmana appeared as ascetics, and in their robes of bark with matted locks looked charming. Taking the vow of brahmacharya, the two brothers addressed Guha, saying, "O Guha, do not neglect thine armies, thy treasury, thy forces of defense, and thy people. A kingdom is governed through diligence and exertion." Taking leave of Guha, Sri Rama with Sita and Lakshmana went quickly towards the Ganges. Seeing the boat near the bank of the swiftly flowing river and desirous of crossing over it, Rama said to Lakshmana, "O lion among men, hold the boat firm and aid the gentle Sita to board it. Then you, too, enter it." Acting on his brother's command, Sri Lakshmana first assisted the daughter of the king of Mithila and then boarded the boat himself. Then the resplendent Rama followed, being the last to enter, and Guha ordered his servants to row them over the sacred river. Occupying his seat in the boat, Prince Rama began to recite the Vedic mantra for the safe conduct of all. Performing the Akmana ritual, he offered salutations to Sri Gunga, and Lakshmana also made obeisance to the sacred stream. Sri Rama once more bade farewell to the charioteer, the army, and Guha, and asked the helmsman to row to the other side. The boat moved swiftly to the sound of the oars. Arriving in midstream, the delighted Sita, with joined palms, adored Sri Gunga, saying, "O Gunga, may this son of Dasaratha, obeying the commands of his father, be protected by thee. May he, passing 14 years in the forest, return again with Lakshmana and myself. Then, O Devi, O blessed Gunga, returning with them, I will worship thee. O Gunga, thou art the fulfiller of pious desires. O thou tripartite goddess, reaching to the abode of Brahma and appearing in the mortal realm as the consort of the ocean king. O beautiful one, I bow down to thee and adore thee." When returning safely from the forest, Sri Rama occupies the throne. Then I, desiring to gratify thee, will give 100,000 cows, abundant grain, and beautiful apparel to the Brahmins in charity. Returning to Ayodhya, I will offer a sacrifice of 100 jars of wine and rice to thee. I will worship all the gods dwelling on thy banks, and all the sacred places such as Prayaga and Kashi. O sinless one, grant that Rama and Lakshmana, free from sin, completing the term of their exile, return again to Ayodhya. Thus worshipping the Gunga, the promoter of delight, they reached the further bank. Then Rama, chief of men, leaving the boat on the southern shore, proceeded to the forest with Lakshmana and Janaki, and addressed Sri Lakshmana, saying, "O son of Sumitra, do thou carefully protect Sri Sita in the lonely and also the frequented areas of the forest. We must guard her in this unknown and uninhabited place. Therefore, O Lakshmana, do thou go before and let Sita follow thee. I will walk behind to safeguard you both. Let us defend each other, O prince." So far, Sri Sita has not made trial of her strength, but from today she must endure the hardships of a forest life. Today, the daughter of King Janaka will enter the forest where no man dwells, nor are there fields or gardens there, but hard and arid ground with yawning chasms everywhere. Sri Lakshmana, thus instructed, went ahead with Sita following him, Sri Rama coming after. Meantime, Sumantra, on the further bank, followed Raghava with his eyes and, overcome with grief, wept bitterly. Sri Rama, resplendent as the earth's guardians, giver of boons, having crossed the river Gunga, came to the land of Batsya. Thereafter, the two brothers hunted the deer and wild boar and other beasts, and, growing hungry, fed on roots and berries as ordained, resting at eventide beneath a tree. Chapter 53. Determined to follow their destiny, they enter upon exile. The delighter of the world, Sri Rama, sitting beneath a tree, performed his evening devotion, Sandhya, and then addressed Sri Lakshmana thus: "O brother, this is our first night in the forest without Sumantra. Do not be dispirited. From now on at night, but one of us shall sleep, since the protection of Sri Sita is our care. O Lakshmana, gathering leaves and grass, let us prepare a bed and lay ourselves down." Sri Rama, accustomed to a sumptuous and princely couch, lay that night on the bare earth. Conversing with Sri Lakshmana, he said, "O Lakshmana, it may be that King Dasaratha slept fitfully this day, but Kaikeyi, having realized her ambition, is surely satisfied. I fear that she, avid for the kingdom, will slay the king ere Bharata returns. The aged monarch is defenseless, a slave to Kaikeyi and a subject to desire. Bereft of me, how will the wretched king safeguard himself? Viewing the king's downfall and his subjection in matters of desire, it would seem that concupiscence is more powerful than wealth or virtue. O brother, what foolish man, swayed by a woman, would abandon an obedient son like me? Bharata alone is fortunate, who, with his consort, having acquired Ayodhya, will enjoy the kingdom. Prince Bharata will become the ruler of the whole empire, since the life of the king is drawing to its close, and I have entered the forest. He who gives up righteousness and, disregarding prosperity, seeks to gratify his desires, like King Dasaratha, falls a prey to sorrow. O handsome prince, I deem that Kaikeyi entered our house to destroy the king, to send me into exile, and to install Bharata as ruler of the kingdom. O brother, I fear that Kaikeyi, blinded by power, may persecute Kaushalya and Sumitra, they being our mothers. Do thou, lest Kaushalya and Sumitra suffer, go to Ayodhya for my sake. I with Sita will enter the Dandaka forest. Go thou to Ayodhya and become the protector of the defenseless Queen Kaushalya. The evilly disposed Kaikeyi, through enmity to us, may cause injury to our mothers. O Lakshmana, assuredly in some previous birth, my mother has deprived other women of their sons and is reaping the fruit of that action in this life. Woe unto me that I should have to abandon my mother who nurtured me with exceeding love and should now enjoy felicity. O Lakshmana, may no woman give birth to a son like me, who am the source of infinite distress to my mother. O brother, a Maina, taught by me, cried in the hearing of my mother, "Bite the enemy's foot while you are in his mouth." O Lakshmana, my unfortunate mother is today sunk in an ocean of grief, and I am not able to succor her. Better it were that she had had no son. Assuredly, she is an object of compassion, mourning in my separation. Alas, what extremity of grief is hers today. O Lakshmana, should I give way to wrath, I were able to subdue the world, not to speak of Ayodhya, but for the upholding of righteousness, I may not demonstrate my power. Should I do so, I should incur sin and endanger the life hereafter. Never will I take the kingdom by force. Thus lamenting in the lonely forest, Rama, abandoning restraint, passed the night in tears. When ceasing to lament, Lakshmana beheld Rama like an extinguished fire or a calm sea. He thus addressed him: "O great hero, deprived of thee, Ayodhya is without splendor, as the night at the setting of the sun. But, O Rama, it is unworthy of thee to grieve, sapping the courage of Sita and myself. Like fish without water, we cannot live an instant without thee. O great one, I do not desire to see my father, my brother Shatrugna, or my mother Sumitra, nor even heaven itself." Hearing the words of Lakshmana, full of good counsel, Sri Ramachandra arose and seated himself by Sita on the bed of leaves. Determined to follow his destiny, Sri Rama entered upon the period of exile. From that day, the two great princes of the house of Raghu dwelt in the lonely forest, serene and fearless, like two lions dwelling on the summit of a mountain. Chapter 54. They spend the night at Prayaga, in the hermitage of the sage Bharadwaja. As the sun rose in a cloudless sky, having passed the night under a banyan tree, they set out from thence and proceeded to where the Gunga and the Yamuna meet, flowing through the vast forest. The two illustrious brothers, journeying onwards, beheld beautiful vistas in the forest, hitherto unseen by them, and they, sometimes reclining at ease, delighted in the blossoming trees. The day being nearly over, Sri Rama said to the son of Sumitra, "O Lakshmana, look towards Prayaga. Smoke is rising like the fire god's banner. Undoubtedly, it is a sign that the hermitage of Holy Bharadwaja is near. We have assuredly reached the junction of the Gunga and Yamuna. The sound of these mighty rivers clashing together is clearly heard. Woodcutters have hewn the logs from mighty trees, and many are cut down in the hermitage of the holy sage. Conversing thus as the sun was setting, the two great archers reached the confluence of the Gunga and Yamuna and the hermitage of Bharadwaja. Desiring to look upon the holy sage, they halted respectfully at some little distance from the place. Then Rama slowly and reverently entered the hermitage, beholding there the omniscient sage Bharadwaja of mighty vows, the conqueror of time by sacred discipline. Surrounded by his disciples, offering oblations into the holy fire, they beheld the rishi, and Rama with Sita and Lakshmana paid obeisance to him. Rama said, "O blessed and mighty sage, we are Rama and Lakshmana, the sons of King Dasaratha, and this, my wife, is the daughter of Videha's king. This fortunate one is following me to the lonely Tapovana. My royal sire has sent me into exile, and the son of Sumitra, my younger brother, ever dear to me, taking the Brahmacharya vow, has followed me. O blessed Lord, fulfilling the behests of our father, we shall enter the sacred forest, and practicing Dharma, live on roots and berries." The virtuous sage Bharadwaja, hearing the words of Prince Rama, offering them Madhuparka, together with the Argaya, and with water wherewith to wash their feet, thereafter gave them various roots and fruits. Then the holy sage prepared a resting place for them. The Maharishi Bharadwaja, seated amidst the deer and birds, thus honored Rama, inquiring as to his welfare. Rama, receiving the worship of the great rishi, reflected on the words spoken to him. "O Prince, I behold thee after a long time. I have heard that thou wast exiled without cause. Remain here at ease and in peace at this sacred and pleasant place where the two great rivers meet." Sri Rama, ever devoted to the good of all, answered, "O Lord, thy hermitage is close to the abodes of men, and many will come hither to gaze on Sita and myself. I therefore do not deem it wise to linger here. O Blessed One, do thou inform me of a lonely place where Sita, the daughter of Janaka, may live in happiness." In gentle accents, Sri Bharadwaja replied, "O child, 10 miles from here there is a mountain, purified by the presence of many sages who dwell there. Beautiful and pleasing to the sight, there do thou abide. Monkeys, bears, and chimpanzees wander there freely. That mountain is Chitrakuta, delightful as Gandhamadana. Those beholding the peaks of Chitrakuta obtain spiritual merit, their minds admit no sin, and living there they win divine rewards. Many sages performing austerities there for thousands of years have entered heaven in their embodied state. O Rama, this lovely place is a fit residence for thee, I deem, if thou wilt not remain here with me until the period of thine exile be past." Thus Bharadwaja honored Rama with Sita and Lakshmana, offering them every mark of hospitality due to their royal state. So in the hermitage of the great sage at Prayaga, Rama spent the night in converse on ancient times. Relieved of weariness, Sri Rama with Lakshmana and Sita passed the night pleasantly in the sacred hermitage. When morning dawned, Sri Ramachandra, approaching the great sage, made resplendent by virtue of austere practices, thus addressed him, "O thou devoted to truth, we have passed the night at ease in thy hermitage. Now grant us leave to depart to the place appointed by thee." Sri Bharadwaja then made answer, "O Rama, set out for the mountain Chitrakuta, abounding in honey, roots, and fruit, worthy to be thy dwelling, covered with trees and the abode of heavenly beings. There peacocks cry and mighty tuskers roam. Go then to that sacred place, which is pleasant and filled with fruit and flowers, and where elephants and deer wander through the woods. There, lingering with Sita by the springs and waterfalls, and mountain slopes and peaceful caves, thy mind will find delight. O Rama, do thou depart to dwell on that high and lovely mountain, thronged with elephants and various beasts, where the Titiba and the Kokila sing." Chapter 55. They cross the Yamuna and travel on. Sri Rama and Lakshmana, the conquerors of their foes, having passed the night in Prayaga, offered obeisance to the sage and proceeded toward Chitrakuta. On their departure, Sri Bharadwaja gave them his blessing as a father blesses his son, and addressing Rama, that hero of the region of truth, said, "O Great One, proceeding west of the junction of the rivers, on the bank of the Yamuna, which flows into the swiftly moving Gunga, thou wilt find a worn-out ferry boat. Do thou pass over the stream by means of a rod to which, at either end, an upturned pitcher is hung. On the opposite shore thou wilt behold a mighty green-leaved fig tree, surrounded by many others. The leaves of this tree are of a dark green hue, and it is frequented by Sitas. Reaching that place, do thou with Janaki pray for the accomplishment of thy legitimate desires. Rest there a while, then pass beyond it. Reaching Nilvan at a mile's distance, there many Sala, Jamnu, and Badri trees are seen. That is the way to Chitrakuta, and often have I journeyed on that path. Beautiful it is and free from thorns, and there is no danger there of a forest fire. After pointing out the way to Sri Rama, the sage turned back to his own hermitage. Offering salutations to the saint, Sri Rama, having taken his leave, said to Lakshmana, "O Lakshmana, surely we are fortunate in that the holy Rishi has treated us so graciously." Conversing thus, the two princes proceeded onwards, Sri Sita walking before them, and came to the bank of the swiftly flowing Yamuna. Then they began to consider how they should pass over it, and collecting some wood, constructed a raft, tying together lengths of dried bamboo and filling the interstices with kusha grass. Then Lakshmana, spreading the branches of jambu and vetas trees, made Sita a comfortable seat. Sri Sita, shyly holding the hand of her lord, Sri Rama placed his beloved on the raft with her clothing and ornaments beside her. Thereafter, placing the axes and the chest covered with deerskins containing their weapons there, the two brothers began to sail. Arriving in midstream, Sri Sita, bowing low, prayed to the holy river, saying, "O Devi, forgive us for passing over thee. Grant that my lord may fulfill his vow without obstructions. When I return, to please thee I will offer 1,000 cows in charity." Then with joined palms she said, "May the lord of the house of Ikshwaku return in peace to the capital." Having crossed the rippling Yamuna, the swift daughter of the sun, they reached its southern bank. There, abandoning the raft, they entered the woods and the river bank and came to the heavily shadowed fig tree. Sri Sita said, "O mighty tree, I make obeisance to thee. May my lord fulfill his vow so that I may again behold Sri Kaushalya and the queen Sumitra." Then Sita circumambulated the tree with reverence, and Rama, beholding the lovely Sita praying for his welfare, said to Lakshmana, "Do thou go forward with Sita, of whom no ill word has ever been uttered, who is ever obedient to me and is dearer than life itself. O chief of men, I with my weapons will follow after. Whatever fruit or flower the daughter of Janaka may desire in the forest, do thou gather for her, so that her mind may find delight." Sri Sita, between the two princes, walked like a female elephant guarded by two tuskers. The daughter of Janaka, beholding many things formerly unknown to her, questioned Rama concerning every tree, shrub, and climbing plant. Seeing many beautiful trees covered with blossom, Sri Lakshmana brought the princess all she desired. Viewing the river and its sandy banks caressed by the waves, where swans and cranes called, Sri Sita was filled with happiness. Having traveled some distance, the two valiant brothers slew many deer for food. Then with Sita passed through the pleasant woods, ringing with the cries of peacocks and frequented by elephants and monkeys. Perceiving a delightful and sheltered place which found favor with Sita, they lodged there, free from fear. Chapter 56. They reached the mountain Chitrakuta and built a hut. The night being past, Sri Rama, slowly waking, roused the sleeping Lakshmana and addressed him, saying, "O Lakshmana, how beautiful are the parrots, cuckoos, mainas, and other birds which are heard here. O Parantapa, this is the hour to pursue our journey. Let us go hence, O prince." Sri Lakshmana, renouncing sleep, shook off his drowsiness and rose refreshed. All of them, rising and bathing in the river Yamuna, offered up their morning prayers. Then, taking the path through the Palasa forest, they proceeded towards Chitrakuta, as directed by the holy sage. Walking with Lakshmana, Rama now spoke to the lotus-eyed Sita, saying, "O daughter of King Videha, see how the spring has dressed the Palasa trees in sweet-scented blossom, these crimson flowers glowing like fire, and the branches decked with flowers as if adorned with garlands. How rich in bloom are the bilwa trees, untouched by man who is not able to approach them. Here we can easily gather food. See, O Lakshmana, hanging on the trees, the honeycombs at least a drona in size, covered with bees. How charmingly the water bird is singing and the peacock answering with its call. And look, the earth is half concealed with flowers. Here are the lofty peaks of Chitrakuta, where countless birds sing and herds of elephant wander. Somewhere on Chitrakuta, a level field must lie midst grove of trees, a pure and stainless place where we will dwell. The two brothers, in company with Sita, conversing thus, reached the pleasant and captivating mountain of Chitrakuta. Coming to that place on which there were birds of many kinds, abounding in various roots and pleasant fruits and clear transparent pools, Rama said to Lakshmana, "O gentle brother, how pleasant is this hill covered with sandy trees, creepers and fruits of many kinds, appearing delightful, and where we may abide unmolested. Within the forest many sages dwell. This place is meet to be our hermitage." Thus resolving, Rama, Lakshmana, and Sita came to the hermitage of the sage Valmiki, and with reverence offered obeisance to him. The virtuous sage, full of joy, paid homage to them, asking them to be seated, saying, "You are most welcome." Sri Rama, presenting himself together with his brother and Sita, related the cause of his exile to the sage, and then addressed Lakshmana, saying, "O brother, bring strong wood and let us build a hut in this place. O excellent prince, here do I wish to dwell." Sri Lakshmana thereupon brought many pieces of wood hewn from the trees and erected a hut thatched with leaves. When Sri Rama beheld that firm and pleasant hut furnished with a door, he said to the devoted Lakshmana, "O Lakshmana, bring venison with which we may worship the deity of the dwelling place. Since we purpose to live here long, we should enter it with peaceful intention. O son of Sumitra, having killed a black deer, bring it here speedily. Let us follow the scriptural ordinance in this manner." Sri Lakshmana, having obeyed his brother's command, Rama said, "Now dress the meat, and we will offer it as a sacrifice. Hasten, O brother, this is an auspicious hour." The illustrious son of Sumitra slew a black antelope and roasted it in the flames. When it was dressed and the blood drained from it, Lakshmana addressed Raghava, saying, "O godlike one, I have prepared the flesh of the black deer. Now offer up the sacrifice to propitiate the god." The devout and resplendent Rama, skilled in silent prayer and sacrifice, having bathed, recited the holy texts, offering homage to the gods, then entered the hut, his heart filled with joy. Having adored Rudra and Vishnu for the purification of the dwelling, he read the peace chant and other propitiatory prayers. Repeating the japa and bathing in the river, he offered oblations for the expiation of sins. He then erected altars and, in the 8 directions, for the worship of different gods and gratifying the deities, presiding over the elements with offerings of flowers, garlands, fruits, cooked meats, and the recitation of Vedic mantras. He, together with Sita, entered the delightful hut thatched with leaves, set up in a suitable place, sheltered from the wind. Sri Rama, of subdued senses, dwelt happily in that habitation, built in the forest, the abode of beasts and birds, abounding in trees and flowers, where elephants wandered and the cries of wild beasts re-echoed. Living on the pleasant mountain Chitrakuta, by the banks of the river Malati, Rama forgot the capital and remembered his renunciation no more. Chapter 57. Sumantra returns to the stricken city of Ayodhya. Separated from Rama, Guha was filled with distress. Conversing long with the charioteer, he perceived Rama reach the southern shore and turned homewards. Sumantra, hearing fully from the men of Shrangvarpira of Rama's arrival at Prayaga, his meeting and residence with the Rishi Bharadwaja, and his journey towards Chitrakuta, bade farewell to Guha, and yoking his horses to the chariot, with a sorrowful heart started for Ayodhya. Speedily passing through the flower-laden forests and viewing the rivers, pools, villages, and towns, he reached the stricken city of Ayodhya on the evening of the 3rd day. Seeing the silent city, he reflected, "Has the city with its sovereign, men, elephants, and horses been consumed by the fire of grief caused by the separation from Rama?" Pondering thus in his swiftly borne chariot, Sumantra reached the gate of the inner city and entered it. There innumerable people rushed towards the chariot and surrounding it cried, "Where is Sri Rama? Where is Sri Rama?" And Sumantra answered, "Having reached the banks of the Gunga, the virtuous Rama ordered me to return, therefore I have come." Then the people, finding Rama had crossed the sacred river, their eyes filled with tears, sighing heavily, cried, "O Rama, O Rama!" and all exclaimed with one voice, "Alas, We are deprived of the sight of Rama. We are destroyed. We shall no more behold Rama, the distributor of gifts and performer of sacrifices, who sat in our assemblies and who resembled the beautifully adorned Meru mountain. Alas, where is Sri Rama, our protector, acquainted with the need of each and the happiness of all? Then Sumantra, proceeding further, heard on every side through the lattices of the houses the wailing of women mourning for Rama, and hearing their lamentation on the royal highway, the charioteer, covering his face, passed quickly on towards the palace of the king. Descending with all speed from his chariot, he passed beyond the 7 gates and entered the royal residence. Seeing Sumantra return alone, the women, seated at the balconies and windows of the palace, 7 stories high, languishing in Rama's separation, broke into loud lamentations. Exchanging glances, their eyes streaming with tears, in broken accents they gave expression to their grief. He heard too the feeble wailing of the queens of King Dasaratha, saying, "What will Sumantra, who went forth with Rama and has returned alone, say to the stricken queen Kaushalya? Surely the human soul suffers pain and anxiety more readily than joy, since Queen Kaushalya still lives separated from Rama." Hearing the words of the queens and weighed down with sorrow, Sumantra entered the residence of the king, and passing through the 8th door, beheld the white chamber, the wretched king, disconsolate and wasted with grief on account of his son. Approaching the king seated there, Sumantra, making obeisance to him, delivered the message entrusted to him by Sri Rama. The king heard it in silence, his mind agitated with pain and grief, and fell unconscious to the earth. The queens, seeing the king fallen in a swoon, lifted him in their arms and covered him with tears. Kaushalya and Sumitra, raising the fallen monarch from the ground, addressed him, saying, "O thou fortunate one, why dost thou not answer the messenger of Rama, who has accomplished his arduous task? O king, having exiled Rama, why art thou now full of shame? Arise, there is no cause for this distress. O Lord, Queen Kaikeyi is not here, in fear of whom thou dost not dare address Sumantra. Speak without fear." Thus exhorting the king, Queen Kaushalya fell insensible, her throat choked on account of her grief. The ladies of the court and the other queens, perceiving Kaushalya lying on the ground lamenting, began to weep aloud. Then all the people of Ayodhya, old and young, hearing the wailing from the inner apartments of the palace, broke into lamentations, as on the day when Rama had left the city. Chapter 58. He delivers Sri Rama's message to the king. The king, recovering consciousness after a while, summoned the royal charioteer and turned his gaze upon him. Sumantra reverently approached the aged monarch, who was grieving and restless, and sighing heavily like a newly captured elephant. Then the afflicted sovereign spoke to Sumantra, who was most miserable, his body covered with dust, his eyes suffused with tears, and said, "O charioteer, that virtuous one, worthy of every comfort and happiness, will now be seeking refuge under a tree. Oh, what will be his food? How will Rama, the son of King Dasaratha, who merits no suffering, who is worthy of resting on a royal couch, sleep as one orphaned on the bare earth? How can that prince, formerly accompanied by soldiers and elephants, and whose chariot was drawn by matchless steeds, now sleep in the lonely forest? How will Rama and Sita be able to dwell in the forest abounding with pythons and other wild beasts? O Sumantra, how can the tender and sorrow-stricken Sita, with the 2 princes, abandoning the chariot, walk barefooted in the forest? O charioteer, thou art fortunate in that thou hast seen the 2 princes wandering in the forest like the Ashwini Kumaras on the mountain Manthara. O Sumantra, when they entered the forest, what did Rama say? What did Lakshmana say? What did Sita say? O charioteer, tell me fully of Rama's dwelling, his sleeping and his eating. Thus shall I live a little longer, like King Yayati of old, on hearing the words of the sadhus." Thus questioned by his royal master, Sumantra, his throat choked, his speech broken by sobs, replied, "O great king, Sri Rama, the upholder of righteousness, reverently joining his palms and bowing his head, said, 'On my command, offer salutations again and again to the most praiseworthy sovereign, renowned far and wide in the world as highly virtuous, and to all the men and women of the inner apartment, carrying tidings of my welfare with salutations befitting their rank. Convey the news of my welfare to my mother Kaushalya with my deepest respect, and admonish her not to neglect her duty. Let her practice dharma and tend the sacrificial pavilion. say to her, O goddess, honor the king, my father, as thou wouldest a god. Abandoning family pride and royal prerogative, serve my other mothers attentively. Kaikeyi is the king's favorite. Do thou attend to her as to the king himself. O king, Sri Rama has instructed Prince Bharata thus. Let it be known to the prince that I am well, and instruct him to treat all his mothers with justice. Tell the illustrious Prince Bharata that, though regent, he must continue in obedience to his royal father. The king is far advanced in years. Let not Prince Bharata proclaim himself king. Let him obey the king and act as coadjutor. Sri Rama charged me with tears, saying, Let Bharata look upon my beloved mother as his own. The mighty-armed and highly illustrious Rama of lotus eyes, addressing me thus, wept aloud. Then Sri Lakshmana, growing wrath and sighing heavily, said, What fault has this noble prince committed to be exiled? Assuredly, the king has agreed to the foolish desire of Queen Kaikeyi, granting her boons without considering if they were proper or improper, through which we are all involved in misery. If Rama has suffered exile to satisfy the stupidity of Queen Kaikeyi, then assuredly it is an evil act. Even if the gods decreed the exile of Rama, I see no reason for it. Acting with imperfect understanding, the king, regardless of consequences, has banished Rama, which will surely cause him untold suffering. I see no parental affection in the king. To me, Sri Ramachandra is brother, master, relative, and father. The darling of the whole world, Sri Ramachandra, devoted to the good of all, has been banished. How can the people approve this act? Having, in opposition to the will of the people, exiled Sri Ramachandra, who is virtuous and beloved, how can he claim to be a king? The sagacious Janaki, O king, stood mute, her eyes fixed and vacant, like one possessed by a spirit. That illustrious daughter of Janaka, unacquainted with suffering, wept with grief and was unable to speak. Seeing the countenance of her lord wet with tears, her mouth became parched, and gazing at me, she wept bitterly. Thus, Sri Rama, his face drawn with grief, supported by Lakshmana, addressed me, seated in the royal chariot, while the ascetic Sita fixed her gaze on me in silence. Chapter 59. The king, bewailing the absence of Rama, is drowning in a sea of sorrow. Sumantra said, O king, when Sri Rama entered the forest, I returned, and the weary horses, halting, stood still, showing signs of distress. Offering obeisance to the two princes, I mounted the chariot, and restraining my grief, went forward, remaining a few days with Guha, in the hope that Sri Rama might call me again and take me with him. O king, turning homewards, I beheld the very trees filled with distress, their tender shoots, buds, and flowers being withered. The water in the pools and rivers was slowly ebbing away. The leaves in the woods were falling, and the beasts were motionless. The restless elephants no longer wandered here and there. Afflicted by Rama's separation, the forest had become silent. O king, the waters in the ponds had grown turbid, and the lotuses had submerged themselves, being unable to bear the severance from Rama. The fishes and waterfowl had deserted their accustomed haunts, and the aquatic plants and those that grew on land no longer gave forth their fragrant scents, while their fruits were devoid of taste. Gardens were bereft of beauty, and birds sat motionless in the woods. Entering Ayodhya, none appeared to be happy, and the citizens, beholding the royal chariot without Rama, were perpetually sighing. O Lord, seeing from a distance the chariot returning without Rama, all were plunged in grief. The women of the city, from their windows, balconies, and roofs, seeing the chariot without Rama, broke into lamentation. With tears falling from their unpainted eyes, full of distress, they withdrew their gaze from all. Today I am unable to distinguish friend or foe, owing to grief. All men, together with elephants and horses, join in the suffering and mourning. All are afflicted in Rama's separation. The city of Ayodhya, neglected and wretched, resembles Queen Kaushalya bereft of her son. Hearing these words, the king became agitated, and in troubling accents addressed the charioteer. O Sumantra, deeply penitent am I, that without deliberating with my able counselors and elders, I granted the boons to the evil-minded Kaikeyi under the sway of Manthara. This unpremeditated act was performed by me, inspired by my desire for Kaikeyi, without consultation with my friends and ministers. O Sumantra, this great calamity is the result of fate and will destroy the house of Ikshwaku. O charioteer, if I have ever done any good to thee, then take me to Sri Ramachandra soon. My life is fast ebbing from my body, or do thou go to the forest and cause Rama to return, if he be still obedient to me. If that mighty one be gone far from here, then take me in the chariot and drive there speedily. I desire to look on him but once more. Where is Rama, the elder brother of Lakshmana, whose teeth resemble the water lilies, and who is a mighty warrior? If I am to live, I must see that virtuous one. If I do not behold Rama with reddened eyes, wearing beautiful earrings, set with jewels, I shall assuredly perish. Oh, what can exceed my pain, that at the moment of death I am unable to see Rama, the hero of the house of Ikshwaku. O Rama, O Lakshmana, O patient Sita, you do not know that I am dying in bitter anguish. The king, his mind drowned in the sea of sorrow, cried, O Kaushalya, that ocean of misery caused by Rama's separation is fathomless. Severance from Sita are its shores. Deep sighs are the whirlpools rendered turbid by my tears. The stretching of the arms are its restless motion. Lamentations are the sound of its thunder. Disheveled hair are the weeds. The words of Manthara are the crocodiles, and Kaikeyi is the fire in its depths. The unscalable cliffs are the boons which sent Rama to the forest. Without Rama, I am sinking in this bottomless sea. Living, I am unable to cross over it. I desire to see Rama and Lakshmana this day, but alas, I am unable to obtain my desire as a result of some great sin formerly committed by me. Thus complaining, the king fell senseless on the couch. The monarch, bewailing the absence of Rama, swooned away. Hearing the king's words, the mother of Rama, Queen Kaushalya, was seized with fear. Chapter 60. The charioteer attempts to console Queen Kaushalya. Queen Kaushalya, lying trembling on the ground like one dead or possessed by an evil spirit, now said to the charioteer, O Sumantra, take me to the place where Rama, Lakshmana, and Janaki dwell. Life without them, even for a moment, is vain. Speedily return there in thy chariot. Either I must follow them or enter the region of death. Sri Sumantra, weeping and distressed, respectfully sought to console the queen, saying, O lady, abandon disquiet, infatuation, and anxiety born of grief. Sri Rama will live happily in the forest. Prince Lakshmana, self-subdued, serving Rama and living in accordance with virtue, will fashion for himself an auspicious future. In the solitary forest, Sri Sita, her mind wholly centered on Rama in devotion, will live without fear, as in her own home. I see no lack of courage in Princess Sita. It would appear that she was born to reside in a strange land. As in former days, she enjoyed the parks and gardens, so does she now enjoy the uninhabited forest. Sita, whose countenance resembles the full moon, her mind absorbed in Rama, depending on him, sports in the forest. With her heart and mind centered on him, she would hold this great capital no better than a wilderness without Rama. Walking in the forest, seeing the villages, rivers, towns, and various kinds of trees, she inquires of Rama concerning their history and origin. To her, the forest is a pleasure garden and in the neighborhood of Ayodhya. This I remember of Sita, but what she said of Kaikeyi now slips my mind. Sumantra, carefully withholding the reference to Kaikeyi, which had escaped from him through inadvertence and in order to propitiate Queen Kaushalya, addressed her further, saying, The luster of the face of Janaki is not marred by the fatigue of the journey, or the winds, or through fear of dangerous beasts, or through the heat of the sun. The countenance of the princess, resembling the full moon, is not impaired by residence in the forest. Her feet, no longer painted with vermilion, appear as fresh lotuses. The princess, ever exceedingly devoted to Rama, has not put off her ornaments, but with her tinkling anklets trips happily along, causing the very swans to envy her. Depending on the power of Sri Rama, she suffers no fear at the sight of a lion or tiger in the forest. O lady, there is no cause for grief for these three, or for the king or thyself. The self-imposed exile of Sri Rama, in obedience to his father's command, will remain a subject for veneration to the whole world, as long as the sun and moon abide. Having banished sorrow, Sri Rama, pursuing the path trodden by the sages, living on fruits and berries, fulfills the behest of his sire. Though consoled by the charioteer, Queen Kaushalya, torn with grief in the separation from her son, cried out, O my darling, O my son, O Rama. and continued to weep. Chapter 61. Queen Kaushalya reproaches the king. The virtuous Rama, the upholder of Dharma, having departed, Queen Kaushalya, weeping bitterly, addressed her royal consort. O king, thy fair name is known throughout the three worlds. Thou art esteemed, compassionate, charitable, and of gentle speech. Yet, O great one, tell me, how will thy two sons, brought up in ease together with Sita, be able to endure the forest life? How will the young and tender Sita, worthy of happiness, endure heat and cold? How will the large-eyed princess, who lived on dishes prepared by skillful cooks, sustain life on the wild lentils of the forest? How will she, accustomed to the sweet strains of music, be able to bear the roaring of man-eating lions? How will the two mighty princes, whose arms resemble the rainbow, sleep on the ground, pillowing their heads and their arms? Oh, when will I again behold the lotus face of Rama, framed in beautiful locks, whose eyes are like the water lily and whose breath is fragrant as the nymphoea? Surely my heart must be as hard as a diamond that it does not break into 1,000 pieces, bereft of Rama. O king, in banishing thy children, thou hast been merciless. Worthy of every comfort, they are now wandering aimlessly in the forest. Should Rama return after 14 years, will Prince Bharata restore the kingdom and the treasure to him? If those inviting the pious and learned Brahmins to the funeral sacrifice first serve their poor and deserving relations, and subsequently the Brahmins, these will not accept the food of that sacrifice, renouncing it like wine. The learned Brahmins regard it as a mark of disrespect, to be served even with that in which other Brahmins have already participated, which is like a bull shorn of its horns, of lesser worth. O master of thy people, will not Rama even thus disdain the kingdom enjoyed by his younger and undeserving brother? A lion will not eat the food killed by another, neither will Rama accept that which has already been enjoyed by others. As the libations, butter, kusha grass, and pillars employed in the sacrifice are not used again, so will Rama not accept a kingdom which resembles a sacrifice without soma. Sri Rama will never suffer this indignity, as a lion will not suffer the twisting of its tail. Do not all fear Rama as he appears on the battlefield? He himself is righteous, indicating the path of virtue to others. Never will he seize the kingdom by force. Is not the mighty-armed Rama with his golden shafts be able to destroy all living beings and dry up the sea? Yet today, that Rama, powerful as a lion, is rendered impotent at the king's command, as the spawn of fishes is devoured by their parents. O king, hadst thou regarded the scriptures and the eternal laws, observed and inculcated by the learned sages, thy virtuous son had not been exiled by thee. O Lord, the first support of a woman is her husband, the second is her son, the third her relatives, but a fourth she has not. Thou hast ceased to regard me as thine. Thou hast banished my son Rama, and I may not follow him and leave thee desolate. O Lord, thou hast destroyed me utterly. O king, thou hast brought disaster on thy counselors, the whole kingdom, the ministers, and thyself, and I with my son and all the citizens of Ayodhya are utterly ruined. Hearing the bitter reproaches of his consort, the king, reflecting on the cause of this calamity, overwhelmed with grief, fell senseless, drowned in the sea of sorrow. Chapter 62. The king is overcome with grief. Filled with anguish on hearing the harsh words of Queen Kaushalya, the king began to reflect on what could be done. Regaining consciousness, he sighed heavily and began to ponder within himself. He then remembered how, formerly, he had slain a young ascetic inadvertently by a sound-directed arrow in the forest. The monarch was now subject to a dual cause of grief, the recollection of his former evil deed and his banishment of Rama. Thus afflicted, with bowed head, the king addressed the queen in faltering tones. O Kaushalya, ever compassionate to thine enemies, I entreat thee, with joined palms, not to look on me with hostility. O lady, to the wife, the husband is a deity, be he virtuous or worthless. This is the eternal law. I know thee to be wise and acquainted with what is proper and improper. It is not meet that thou shouldst utter these wounding words. Hearing this plaintive speech, tears welled from the eyes of the queen like falling rain, and taking his hands in hers, she addressed the king, saying, O Lord, do not grieve, be at peace. See, I lay my head at thy feet, do not entreat me. It is as death to me. I have spoken what ought not to be uttered. Pardon my transgression. That woman is not nobly bred, who expects her lord to solicit her with humble words. O sire, I am acquainted with a woman's duty, and I know thee to be a lover of virtue. What I have said was uttered involuntarily through distress on account of my son. Grief destroys patience. Grief destroys the understanding. There is nothing more destructive than grief. The blow of an unknown enemy may be endured, but the distress arising from grief is not easily borne, even with resignation. This is only the 5th night since the exile of Rama, but to me they are as 5 years. Sorrow has driven away every joy from my breast, and because of Rama my pain increases, agitating my heart as the waters of a swiftly flowing river disturb the ocean. While the queen was yet speaking, the sun declined and the night fell. Consoled by the words of Queen Kaushalya, the king, wearied with grief, sank into slumber. Chapter 63. He recalls a former evil deed which is the cause of his present distress. A full hour having passed, the king awoke and was overcome with distress. He began to ponder deeply, but his mind was clouded with grief, and though equal to Indra, death threatened to seize him as Rahu seizes the sun. The 6th night after Rama's exile, the king again remembered his former evil deed, and, agitated by the recollection of his sin, he addressed the queen Kaushalya. O Kalyani, O auspicious one, whatever man does, be it good or evil, he gathers the fruit thereof. He is deemed ignorant who does not consider the merit or demerit of his actions before performing them. O queen, he who enjoys the red flowers of the palasa tree, cuts down the adjoining mango tree, and yet desires to partake of mangoes, will not realize his expectation when the palasa bears fruit. He who, heedless of the consequences, enters into action, will in the end repent like the man who waters the palasa tree. O lady, I have cut down the mango tree and watered the palasa tree. Now when the fruit is ripe, I too, having banished Rama, repent bitterly. O Kaushalya, in order to be esteemed as an archer in my youth, I directed my arrows by sound alone, and a grievous deed was committed by me. I am the cause of this present distress. O queen, as a child swallows poison in ignorance, so have I destroyed my happiness by this deed formerly committed in ignorance. As one beguiled by the beauty of the palasa flower waters it in expectation of the sweet fruit of the mango, so did I cultivate the fruit I now reap by shooting at a sound. O lady, in those days we were not united in marriage, and I was heir apparent. At that time, the rainy season being near, the increase of desire having come, the sun drying up the earth, scorching the world with its rays, entered the southern path. Then the heat subsided and refreshing clouds covered the sky, delighting the peacocks, the frogs, and the swallows. The birds, drenched with rain, passed the night in distress, tossed to and fro on the trees by the humid winds. The limpid water in the streams, dark and turgid from deposits of the mountain soil, flowed onwards sluggishly. In that delightful season, taking my bow and arrows in my chariot, I came to the bank of the river Sarayu, desiring to hunt. Taking my stand at a ford, where buffaloes, elephants, and tigers came at night to drink, I heard the sound as of a pitcher being filled with water in the darkness. Seeing naught and deeming it to be the sound of an elephant, I took from my quiver an arrow dipped in the poison of a snake and discharged it whence the sound came. Having discharged the keen and poisoned shaft, I heard the voice of a youth crying out, and he, pierced in the side, fell, exclaiming, "Who has shot an ascetic who has no enemy in the whole world? Desirous of drawing water, I came here in the dead of night. What harm had I done to him who has smitten me? Why should I, who live on fruits and roots in the forest, and have injured none by word or deed, be slain by weapons? What gain is there in destroying one wearing bark and deerskin? To whom have I done an injury? Such an act is unlawful, as one who does not respect the couch of his guru is considered an abandoned person. So he who has wrongfully smitten me cannot be a virtuous man. I do not grieve for the loss of my own life, but for what will befall my parents when I die. To what condition will they be brought on my death, that aged pair so long supported by me? My mother, my father, and I have been killed by a single arrow. By what foolish man have we all been slain? O Kaushalya, I, ever desirous of acquiring virtue and eschewing what was evil, hearing this sad complaint, became exceedingly distressed, and the bow fell from my hands. The lament of the sage caused me the deepest affliction, and overwhelmed with grief I advanced to where he lay, wounded by my arrow. There I beheld him lying on the ground, his hair disheveled, his body besmeared with blood and dust, the water flowing from his loshta, which lay at some distance from him. Seeing me standing there dismayed, he fixed me with his gaze as if he would consume me, and said, "O king, what harm have I, a dweller in the forest, done to thee, that thou hast wounded me while fetching water from the river for my aged parents? Thou hast inflicted a mortal wound by thine arrow, and have in this wise slain my mother and father also, who, weak, aged, and blind, and the victims of exceeding thirst, await my return. Afflicted with thirst, they are watching for my return. Alas, what fruit have I earned by the practice of penance and the hearing of the Veda and Puranas, since my father does not know that I am lying mortally wounded here? Yet if he knew, what could he do, since he is blind and a cripple? As a tree cut down cannot support another, so my parents, blind and crippled, cannot assist me. O king, go speedily to my father, and inform him of my plight. I fear lest he curse thee and consume thee as a fire burns up wood. O king, the path beheld by thee leads to my parents' hut. Do thou go there and propitiate them, O king, that they may not wax wrath and curse thee. O king, free my side from this shaft. This arrow penetrating my body resembles a river that washes away the long and sandy bank. O lady, I reflected that as long as the arrow remained fixed he would not die, though suffering great pain, but should I extract it he would certainly perish. The son of the Muni, seeing me afflicted and reading my thoughts, addressed me in great agony and said, O king, though in anguish and confused, my body quivering with pain and about to die, yet I am able to control my distress and am at peace. Dismiss thy fears, O king, though thy sin is grievous, thou hast not slain a Brahmin. O king, I am born of a Shudra mother and a Vaishya father. As he was speaking, his eyes rolling, his face blanched, struggling and quivering on the earth, I withdrew the arrow, and he, looking up in agony, yielded up his breath. O queen, deeply afflicted, I beheld that treasury of truth, lamenting, his body bathed in sweat, in the act of giving up his life. Chapter 64. Overborne by grief, the king yields up his life. The king, grieving over the separation from his son, continued to describe the infamous deed, the slaying of the young ascetic, to the queen and said, O Kaushalya, having unwittingly committed this impious deed, I, deeply distressed, reflected what could now be done and decided to seek out the parents and propitiate them. Taking the pitcher filled with water, I bore it to the ascetic's hermitage, and there beheld his mother and father, aged and feeble, seated together like two birds bereft of their wings. Motionless, deprived by me of their support, they sat, conversing of their son and awaiting the water. My mind was clouded with grief, and I was smitten with fear. But seeing the aged pair, my anguish was increased 1,000-fold. Hearing the sound of my steps, the father spoke, O my son, why hast thou delayed so long? Give me water speedily, O child. Why hast thou been diverting thyself in the water? Come quickly into the hermitage. Thy mother is exceedingly anxious. O my son, if aught thy mother has done has displeased thee, it behooves thee to forget it. Thou art our only support who are blind and crippled. Thou art our very eyes. Our lives are dependent on thee. Why dost thou not speak to us? Beholding the Muni, and as once sorely dismayed, I uttered inarticulate words. Then by force of will, controlling my speech, I related to him the whole misfortune. Slowly I narrated to the sage the distressing fate that had befallen his son and said, O Mahatma, I am not thy son. My name is Dasaratha, and I am a Kshatriya. A sinful act has been committed by me of which I now repent. O Lord, armed with bow and arrow, I came to the bank of the Sarayu to hunt the elephant, tiger, or lion that might come there to drink. Hearing the sound of a pitcher being filled with water and supposing it to be an elephant, I discharged an arrow and, coming to the bank of the river, beheld an ascetic lying on the ground, pierced to the heart by my weapon. O Lord, having mistaken thy son, who had gone to seek water, for an elephant, I slew him by an arrow discharged on hearing that sound. On his entreaty, I extracted the arrow from his heart, causing him pain, and he left this life lamenting for his blind parents. Thy son was suddenly and unknowingly slain by me without design. what was to happen has been accomplished. Thou art a sage. Now do what thou considerest proper." Hearing the tale of my evil deed from my own lips, the sage refrained from pronouncing a curse on me. His eyes suffused with tears and his heart distressed, he addressed me who supplicated him with joined palms, saying, "O king, if thou thyself hadst not confessed this evil deed to me, thy head had instantly split into 1,000 pieces by my curse. O king, the killing of one dwelling in the forest by a Kshatriya causes him to lose his status, even if he be Indra. If anyone knowingly attacks a sage or spiritual preceptor with a weapon, his head is severed into 7 pieces. Thou livest still, since the deed was done by thee without design, else hadst thou and the whole house of Raghu perished. O Kaushalya, the sage said, take me to the place where the body of my son is lying. I wish to acquaint myself with his final state. Alas, under the decree of destiny, he is lying lifeless on the earth, his body besmeared with blood, stripped of the deerskin formerly worn by him. O Kaushalya, taking the deeply distressed sage and his wife to that place, they with their fingers touched the lifeless body of their son. Approaching the place, they embraced the dead body of their child, the father crying, O child, thou art today not bidding us welcome, nor dost thou speak to me. Why art thou lying on the earth? Art thou displeased? O my son, if thou art angry with me, regard thy virtuous mother. Why dost thou not embrace me and speak tender words to me? Now that half the night is gone, who will read the scriptures and Puranas in gentle accents to me? O my son, who will perform our morning ablutions, and after offering up his morning devotions, serve and console us? Helpless and destitute, who will gather roots, berries, and fruits for me in the forest and feed me like a beloved guest? O my son, how shall I nourish and support thy mother, blind, ascetic, and devoted to her son? O my child, stay, stay, do not yet enter the abode of Yama. Tomorrow thy mother and I will accompany thee. Without thee we are distressed, helpless, and bereft of support. We will accompany thee to the abode of Yama. Beholding the Lord of Death, we shall say to him, Forgive our transgressions of the past, which have caused us to be separated from our son, and let him yet be our support. Grant us this blessing, O Lord of Death, and make us free from fear. Thou art just and the renowned protector of thy realm. O my son, thou art innocent and hast been slain by a sinful man, therefore by the power of truth enter thou the abode of heroes. Go, my son, to that high state attained by those who follow truth and suffer death at the hands of their foes without retreating. Go to that high region attained by Sagara, Shivya, Dilipa, Janamejaya, Nahusha, and Tuhundamara. That state attained by those versed in the Veda and practicing austerity be thine. That state, O my son, of those who attend the sacred fire, of those highly generous persons who make gifts of land and charity, may that state acquired by those who give thousands of cows in charity and serve their guru single-mindedly, or those courting death by fire in meditation, be thine. None born of thy family has ever descended to a lower state, but he who has slain our son shall end in misery. Thus for a long time, wailing in distress, the aged parents began to offer ceremonial water for their dead son. The son of that sage, by virtue of his meritorious deeds, ascending to heaven in a celestial form, in the company of Indra, addressed his parents with consoling words, saying, By virtue of my services to you, I have obtained this state. You too will soon join me here. Thereafter, that self-controlled ascetic ascended to heaven in an aerial chariot. O lady, that great sage with his wife performing the water ritual said to me, standing near with joined palms, O king, now put an end to my life also. I shall feel no grief in dying. This was my only son, and by slaying him thou hast rendered me childless. As he was slain by thee, I pronounce a curse on thee. Mayest thou suffer the same grief that thou hast caused to me, through separation from thy son, ending in thy death. O king, having slain the sage unknowingly, the guilt of killing a Brahmin will not be thine. As the dispenser of charity receives the merit of those gifts, so wilt thou suffer in the degree of the suffering thou hast caused me, putting an end to thy life. O queen, having cursed me, they lamented for some time, and then gathering wood, kindled a fire, and entering it, departed this life. O Lady, today, recalling that evil deed committed thoughtlessly in my youth, by discharging the arrow by sound, the fruit of my action has overtaken me, as illness follows the partaking of unwholesome food. O noble lady, the time of the fulfillment of the sage's curse has come." Having said this, the king, weeping and overcome with fear on the approach of death, spoke again. "O Kaushalya, I am about to yield up my life through grief for my son. I am unable to see thee. Do thou draw near and touch me. Those about to enter the abode of death distinguish naught. If Rama could but touch me for an instant, or receive my wealth and the regency, I might yet live. O auspicious lady, I have not dealt justly with Rama, but what he has done to me is right. What thoughtful man would abandon even a sinful son? But what son, sent into exile, will not think ill of his father? O Kaushalya, I no longer behold thee. My memory is also fading. O Queen, the messengers of death call on me to depart. What affliction is greater than this, that at the hour of death I do not behold the virtuous Rama, the hero of truth? The grief caused by the absence of my son, who never opposed my wishes, dries up my life as heat dries up a river. They are not men, they are gods, who will look on that lovely countenance of lotus eyes and charming features after 14 years. Blessed are those who will behold the face of Rama, resembling the full moon, returning to Ayodhya. Fortunate are they who will behold Rama in the capital like the planet Shukra, completing its course in the heavens. O Kaushalya, my heart is breaking. I have lost the sense of touch, taste, and sound. When the mind expires, the senses are extinguished as the flame of a lamp subsides when the oil is consumed. O grief, thou art destroying me and carrying away my life as a river bears away the banks by its force. O Prince, O mighty hero, O sole remover of my pain, O darling of thy sire, O my master, my son, where art thou? O Kaushalya, O virtuous Sumitra, I depart. O my cruel enemy Kaikeyi, destroyer of my family's felicity." Thus lamenting, the king died in the presence of Rama's mother and the queen Sumitra. Overborne by the grief caused by the exile of his son, that generous and mighty king at midnight yielded up his life. Chapter 65. The palace is filled with the sound of distress. The night having passed, at dawn, according to custom, the bards arrived at the palace of the king. The traditional singers, those versed in rhetoric and in the history of the dynasty, and skilled musicians acquainted with the rhythm and melody, began to sing the praises of the king. The sound of their eulogies and their songs filled the whole palace. Others, uttering tributes and clapping their hands, recited the monarch's wonderful deeds. The birds in the trees near the palace and those confined in cages awoke and sang. Their notes mingled with the salutations of the Brahmins, the music of the Venas, the chanting of the holy names of God, and the praises of those describing the great deeds of the king. Eunuchs and servants stood near, ready to serve, as was their wont. Those who attended the ablutions of the king brought water scented with fragrant perfumes in pitchers of gold. Charming and well-attired men and women came with oil, unguents, mirrors, combs, towels, and other articles, and all that was needed by the king was provided according to custom. Till sunrise, all awaited the king. Then they addressed each other, saying, "How is this? Has his majesty not yet risen?" Then the women, other than Kaushalya, who formerly attended on the king, began to waken their lord as was their usage. Having with affection and skill touched the body of the monarch, they found no sign of life in him. Then the women, knowing well the motion of the pulse and understanding the signs of sleep, began to tremble, perceiving the king's condition. Fearing that the king no longer breathed, they shook like the narcal grass in the midst of a flowing stream, and slowly became aware that their sovereign had passed away. The queens, Kaushalya and Sumitra, overcome with grief on account of the departure of their sons, lay as if dead. Suffering had rendered the chief queen pale and her body feeble. The two queens, their splendor dimmed by sorrow, resembled the stars hidden by clouds. Seeing the two queens lying insensible and the king dead, the women wept aloud in distress. At the loud wailing of the attendant women, like female elephants bereft of their leader, Kaushalya and Sumitra came to themselves. Touching the body of the king and finding it cold, they fell senseless, crying, "O my lord, O my lord." Lying on the earth covered with dust, Queen Kaushalya resembled a star fallen from the skies. The king being dead, the ladies of the inner apartments beheld the queen lying on the ground like a female Naga. The other consorts of the king, with Kaikeyi overcome with grief, fell unconscious to the earth. The wailing of the women within, and those who now followed them, filled the whole place. The royal dwelling, bereft of joy and filled with the sound of distress, was thronged with afflicted relatives and friends mourning and weeping. The queens, stricken with grief, lamenting piteously like orphans cleaving to their departed parent, clasped the arms of the mighty monarch. Chapter 66. The inhabitants of Ayodhya mourn for their lord. Kaushalya placed the head of the dead king, resembling an extinguished fire or a waterless ocean, or the sun without luster, on her lap, and oppressed with grief, thus addressed Kaikeyi. "O Kaikeyi, thy ambition is fulfilled. Now rule without further opposition. Having abandoned the king, enjoy the kingdom with thy son, O thou of evil conduct. Rama having departed, and the king also, I resemble a traveler on a dangerous and difficult path bereft of his companions. There is no further joy in life for me. Alas, what woman bereft of her lord, her deity, desires to continue to live? Kaikeyi alone is such a one, having abandoned all virtue. The greedy disregard the consequences of their acts, like a hungry man devouring poisonous food without considering its effects. Alas, Kaikeyi has destroyed the dynasty of Raghu at the instigation of a hunchbacked woman. How bitterly will King Janaka mourn on hearing that King Dasaratha, urged by Kaikeyi, has exiled Rama together with his consort. The lotus-eyed Rama, not knowing the king is dead, is unaware that I, today, am masterless and a widow. The daughter of King Janaka, the wretched Sita, unworthy of affliction, will suffer intensely in the forest. Hearing the fearful roar of lions and tigers in the dark night, she will cling in terror to Rama. The aged Janaka, whose only child is Sita, will assuredly die of grief when acquainted with the sufferings inflicted on his daughter. I today, in devotion to my lord, will enter the blazing fire, embracing his body." Hearing these words, the chief minister, versed in the tradition, drew Queen Kaushalya away from the body of the king, and placing it in a vessel filled with oil to preserve it, performed the requisite ceremonies. The counselors, acquainted with the time-honored duties, were unwilling to cremate the body of the king in the absence of the prince. As the body was lowered into the oil-filled vessel, the women of the palace wept bitterly, exclaiming, "Alas, the king is dead." Lifting up their arms, shedding tears and wailing pitiably, they cried, "O king, having separated us from the sweet-speaking Rama, why hast thou too abandoned us? How shall we live with the evil-minded Kaikeyi, who has exiled Rama and slain her lord? Alas, Sri Rama, the chief support of our life, has gone to the forest, relinquishing his royal portion. How can we live under the reproaches and tyranny of Kaikeyi in the absence of Rama and of thee? Will not she who exiled Rama, the mighty Lakshmana and Sita, and abandoned the king, abandon us also?" Then the chief queens, the consorts of King Dasaratha, overwhelmed with sorrow, shedding tears, felt themselves bereft of all happiness. Like the night without a moon or a lovely and youthful woman bereft of her lord, the city of Ayodhya appeared stricken. Filled with men and women weeping and lamenting, the city was unswept, its ways unadorned. The great sovereign having, through grief at the separation from his son, given up his life, the queens wept lying on the ground, till the sun sank below the horizon and the dark night crept on. The friends and relatives of the monarch, taking counsel together, being unwilling to cremate the body of the king in the absence of his son, laid it, therefore, in a vessel of oil. The king being dead, the inhabitants of the city filled with streets and courts, mourning for their lord, causing Ayodhya to resemble the night bereft of stars. Men and women gathered together, inveighing against the mother of Bharata, Queen Kaikeyi. All were distraught and bereft of joy. Chapter 67. The elders recommend that a member of the house of Ikshwaku be appointed king. To the inhabitants of the city, lamenting and weeping, the night was as a high mountain, scaled with difficulty. The sun having risen, the Brahmin advisors to the kingdom came together in the royal assembly, even those illustrious ones, Markandeya, Vamadeva, Kasyapa, Gautama, Katyayana, and Javali. These renowned sages, together with the ministers, taking their seat in the presence of Vasista the Excellent and chief priest, declared their mind, saying, "The past night has been like 100 years to us. Afflicted on account of his son's departure, the king has given up his life. The king is dead, and Sri Rama has entered the forest, together with the mighty Lakshmana. The princes Bharata and Shatrughna are in the capital of the kingdom of their maternal grandfather. A member of the house of Ikshwaku must be appointed king, lest the country fall into ruin. On a kingdom destitute of a ruler, clouds charged with lightning and thunder pour down, rain and hail. In a rulerless land, the peasants sow no grain. Fathers and sons oppose each other, and wives no longer remain subject to their husbands. In a rulerless land, there is no peace. Thieves and brigands exercise their power. Women unfaithful to their consorts leave their homes. Where women lose their virtue, trust is also lost. In a rulerless land, there are no assemblies, nor do the people visit pleasant parks and gardens or build temples and homes of rest. In such a land, the self-controlled Brahmins offer no sacrifice, nor do those of pious vows assist them in the sacred rite. In a rulerless land, the Brahmins do not receive their due share of these sacrificial fees. Neither do actors nor leaders of song or dance find joy in such a land. The holy festivals promoting the land's prosperity are no longer held, nor do those reciting the holy tradition give satisfaction to their hearers. In a rulerless land, virgins adorned with golden ornaments do not frequent the flower gardens at close of day, nor do the devotees of pleasure, riding swift chariots in company with charming damsels, repair to the forest. In such a land, the wealthy are not protected, nor does the husbandman, the cowherd, and the shepherd sleep at ease with open doors. In a rulerless land, great elephants of 60 years of age do not wander on the royal highways adorned with tinkling bells. The twanging of the archer's bow is no longer heard, nor do the merchants traveling the roads in security bring their goods to sell from distant lands. In a rulerless land, the self-controlled sage, fixing his mind in contemplation on his identity with the all-pervading spirit, receives no hospitality when night falls. Wealth is not unassailable, nor are man's needs supplied. The armies have no leaders, nor can they match the enemy in war. In a rulerless country, no man, gorgeously appareled, riding in an excellent chariot, drawn by swift steeds, can go forth without fear. Nor can the learned disputant propound his doctrines in the city or forest. In such a land, garlands and sweetmeats, alms, or other gifts are not offered by worshippers as a sacrifice. Nor in the springtime do the princes, like blossoming trees, adorned with sandalwood and ambergris, walk abroad. A kingdom without a sovereign is like a river without water, a forest without vegetation, or a cow without a keeper. As a chariot is known by its standard, as a fire is indicated by smoke, so the king, a light representing the kingdom, has been extinguished. No man loves his own kind in a rulerless land, but each slays and devours the other. Atheists and materialists, exceeding the limits of their caste, assume dominion over others, there being no king to exercise control over them. As the eyes continuously point out what is dangerous to the body, promoting its welfare, so the king ever regards the advantage of his people, promoting truth and ethical conduct. The king leads his people in the path of righteousness and guides them in integrity. He is the parent of his subjects and the greatest of benefactors. In the path of duty, he excels even Yama, Kuvera, Indra, and Varuna. The king, discerning good and evil, protects his kingdom. Bereft of him, the country is enveloped in darkness. O holy Vasista, while the king lived, we obeyed thy mandates as the sea keeps within its boundaries. O great Brahmin, consider our words and the danger threatening this, our kingdom, and appoint someone as king if he be of the house of Ikshwaku. Chapter 68. Messengers are sent to Prince Bharata. Sri Vasista, having heard the pronouncement of the ministers and Brahmins, said, "The king has bequeathed the kingdom to Bharata, who with his brother abides happily in the house of his maternal uncle. Therefore dispatch swift messengers speedily to bring back the two princes. This and naught else should be done." Then all said, "Be it so, O Lord." Vasista then said to Siddhartha, Vijaya, Jayanta, Asoka, and Nandana, Come hither and attend to what I command you to do. On swift steeds, set out for the city of Rajagraha, and concealing all signs of grief, thus address Prince Bharata. The holy priest Sri Vasista and his counselors salute thee and inform thee that an urgent matter awaits thy attention in the capital. Have a care not to disclose to him the fall of the Raghu dynasty, nor speak of Rama's exile or of the king's death. Take with you silken robes and excellent gems for the king of Kaikeyi and for Prince Bharata, and depart without delay. The messengers received the commands of Sri Vasista, and taking provision for the journey, went to their own houses. Then, mounting swift horses accustomed to prolonged travel, they started for the kingdom of Kaikeyi. Having taken leave of the holy guru, equipped with provisions, they departed in haste. Their course along the bank of the Malini lay south between the Uparathala mountain and north of Pralamba. They crossed the sacred Ganges at Hastinapura and proceeded westward, arriving in Panchala, the Punjab, by way of Kuru Jangula. On the way, they beheld many lakes filled with limpid water and translucent streams, and passing speedily onwards, reached the river Sharadanda, full of pure water and frequented by many species of waterfowl. On the bank of that river grew the sacred tree Satyapayachan, to which the messengers made obeisance and then entered the city of Kalinga. Passing through the village of Abhikala, they crossed the river Ikshumati, issuing from the mountain Bodhibhavana, a territory formerly belonging to the house of Ikshwaku. There the messengers drank the water of the river from the palms of their hands and encountered certain Brahmins versed in the Veda. Traversing the land of Valika, they descried the mountain Sudamana, which bore the marks of the feet of Vishnu, and duly worshipped it. They beheld the rivers Vipasha and Shalmali, and many pools, lakes, and reservoirs. Proceeding further on their journey, according to the instructions of their master, they saw lions, tigers, elephants, and various other beasts. After a long period, the horses became fatigued, but the messengers pressed on to the town of Giribraja in the kingdom of Kaikeyi. For the sake of performing the will of their lord, and to preserve the royal dynasty and the honor of the house of Dasaratha, without relaxing their pace, the messengers entered the city at nightfall. Chapter 69. Prince Bharata's Inauspicious Dream. On the night the messengers reached the city, Prince Bharata had a most inauspicious dream. Seeing that evil dream, the son of the emperor, when the night ended, was much distressed. His intimate friends, the companions of his own age, seeing him in distress, spoke pleasing words in the assembly and related humorous traditions to distract his mind. Some played on venas for his entertainment, others danced, acted, and narrated stories. Despite the endeavors of his amiable companions, Prince Bharata remained melancholy. At length they addressed him, saying, "O friend, we have tried in vain to entertain thee. Why dost thou not smile?" Bharata replied, "Hear the cause of my sadness. In a dream I saw my father in faded apparel, his hair disheveled, falling from a mountain peak into a pit of cow dung. There I saw that great king wallowing like a frog and drinking oil from the palms of his hands. Afterwards, I beheld him eating rice mixed with sesamum seed, his body besmeared with oil, he being immersed in it. Again in that dream, I saw the sea dry up and the moon fall on the earth and the world plunged into darkness. The tusks of the royal elephants were broken in pieces and a blazing fire was suddenly extinguished. I saw the earth rent and the leaves of the trees wither and the mountains riven and emit smoke. I beheld the king on an iron seat, clad in black, and women attired in black and yellow mocking him. That virtuous king, adorned with sandalwood paste, wearing garlands of red flowers, seated in a chariot drawn by asses, went southwards. I saw a female demon of monstrous shape, clothed in red, deriding the king. This fearful vision has been seen by me. Either myself or Rama or the king or Lakshmana will surely die. When in a dream one is seen riding in a chariot drawn by asses, the smoke of his funeral pyre will soon ascend. On this account I am distraught, naught gives me joy, my throat is choked and my mind confused. I see no reason for fear, yet I am apprehensive. I cannot speak or breathe, my body has lost its power, I am agitated and cannot control my distress. Never have I seen so threatening a dream. Reflecting on it, I am perturbed, fear has taken possession of my heart, and I know not if I shall ever again behold the king. Chapter 70. The message is delivered, Bharata and Shatrughna leave the palace. While Bharata was relating his dream, the messengers from Ayodhya, overcome with weariness, entered the city of Rajagrapura with the impassable moat. Having approached the king of Kaikeyi and the heir apparent, Prince Ayodhya-Kanda, and being received by them with due hospitality, they addressed Prince Bharata, saying, "The chief priest, Sri Vasista, and his counselors send their greetings. Return speedily to Ayodhya. An urgent matter awaits thy attention there. O great prince, taking these precious robes and jeweled ornaments sent to thee, present them to thy maternal uncle." Sri Bharata, accepting the gifts, offered them to his maternal uncle with great affection. Then, making provision for the messengers and entertaining them duly, he afterwards said to them, "O messengers, is my father the king well? Is the great Ramachandra well, and my brother Prince Lakshmana? Is the queen Kaushalya, the upholder of Dharma, in good health, she who is virtuous and a patron of Brahmins, who is ever to be worshipped, who is wise and the chief queen? Is the second of my father's queens, Sumitra, the mother of Lakshmana and Shatrughna, well? And my mother, Kaikeyi, self-willed, given to anger, arrogant and accounting herself wise, is it well with her? What message has she sent to me?" The messengers thus addressed by Prince Bharata answered with respect, "O lion among men, those whose welfare is dear to thee are well. Prosperity awaits thee, therefore summon thy chariot." Prince Bharata said, "I will seek permission of the king to depart and inform him I must go without delay." Thus dismissing the messengers, Prince Bharata approached his grandfather and said, "Your Majesty, urged by the messengers, I wish to return to my father in haste. I will come again when thou art pleased to call me." King Kaikeyi, smelling the head of the prince, addressed him in comfortable words, saying, "O Bharata, Kaikeyi is blessed in thee, a virtuous son. Carry my greetings to thy mother and father. Salute also the holy sage Vasista and the wise and pious Brahmins in my name, and greet the mighty warriors Rama and Lakshmana." King Kaikeyi, then bidding Bharata farewell, commending him, gave him great elephants and precious shawls, woolen cloths and deerskins. He gave him also with great veneration much wealth, 2,000 necklaces, coral and gold ornaments, and 1,600 excellent horses. He sent also wise and trustworthy counselors to attend him. Then Prince Ayodhya-Kanda gave Bharata 2 stately elephants named Iravata and Indrasira, and many mules to transport his gifts. His uncle gave him also certain fierce dogs, bred in the palace with large teeth equaling tigers in strength. Sri Bharata praised the gifts conferred on him and sought permission to leave without delay. His heart was heavy on account of his fearful dream and the urgency of the messengers. The prince came forth from the inner apartments of the palace and, surrounded by elephants and horses, stood on the royal highway. Entering the king's apartment, unchallenged, Sri Bharata bade farewell to all. Then, mounting his chariot with Prince Shatrughna, he started on his journey. Servants, horses, camels, bulls, and mules followed the chariot of the prince. Escorted by the private counselors of the king, together with the army, the patient and highly valiant Bharata, together with Shatrughna, left the palace fearlessly as the perfected ones leave the region of Indra. Chapter 71. Prince Bharata sees Ayodhya filled with unhappy people. That valiant and resplendent prince, turning eastward, came to the river Sudama, and passing over it, reached the broad Hladini and the Satali flowing westward. Having crossed over the river at Iladana and reached Parvata and the stream in which all objects thrown are petrified, then proceeding further, he forded the Shalyakartana river. Then the righteous and truth-loving prince ascended the mountains and crossed the river Shilavaha near the forest Chitraratha, arriving at the confluence of the Ganges and Saraswati, and traversing the land of Viramutsaya, entered the Barunda forest. At length, reaching the swift and joy-inspiring Kalunga River, which descends from the mountains, he crossed the Yamuna and allowed his army to rest. There the weary horses were refreshed, and his followers bathed and drank, taking water with them for future use on the way. Thereafter, Prince Bharata entered the uninhabited forest on a great Bhadra elephant, speedily traversing it. Finding they were unable to cross the Gunga at Unchadana, they went to the place called Pragavata, and crossing there passed over another river named Kutakoshtaka. Then with his army, he reached the village of Dharmavardhana. Resting for a while at Varutha, the son of Dasaratha went towards the east to the wood called Ujjahana, which was filled with Kudumbra trees. Arriving at the groves of Sala and Banduka trees, Bharata, leaving his army to follow slowly, went forward with haste, halting at the village of Sarvatirtha. Then crossing the river Uttamika, he passed over several other streams with the help of mountain ponies. At Hasti Prastaka, he crossed the river Kutika, and at Lohitya, the Sukatvari. Arriving at the forest of Sahavana, having crossed the Sthanumati near Eksala, he traversed the Gomati at Vinata. His horses being greatly fatigued by the journey, the prince halted the night at Salawan, and at dawn beheld Ayodhya. Having spent 7 nights on the way, seeing Ayodhya from a distance, the prince said to his charioteer, "O charioteer, this would appear to be the renowned and taintless city of Ayodhya, abounding in green lawns, but at a distance it resembles a heap of yellow dust. Formerly the sound of the recitation of the Veda was heard, intoned by the Brahmins, and the city was frequented by royal sages. Today I do not hear the cheerful cries of men and women in pursuit of pleasure. The woods at eventide were formerly filled with people running here and there in sport, but today they are deserted and silent. O charioteer, this is not like Ayodhya to me, but seems to be a wilderness. None of the nobly born are seen coming and going in chariots or riding on elephants and horses. The flower gardens were erstwhile filled with cheerful people, and the orchards with those who made merry there. These gardens, once abounding in flowers and trees, with pleasant groves and arbors, today seem to mourn. I no longer hear the cry of deer or the birds singing with joy. O friend, why do the breezes, redolent with the scent of sandalwood and ambergris, not blow as formerly over the city? In the past, the sound of drums and the music of the veena was heard by us. Now all is silent. I see portentous signs and evil omens. My mind is heavy on account of these forebodings. O charioteer, without apparent cause my heart beats fast and painfully. My mind is clouded, and apprehension freezes my senses." Entering the capital by the northern gate, his horses being overcome with weariness, the guards, inquiring as to his welfare, sought to accompany him on his way. But Bharata, sick at heart, declined their company, though with due deference. He said, "O charioteer, I behold the houses with their doors set open, bereft of splendor and emitting no fragrance of incense or sacrificial offering. Filled with unhappy people and those who are fasting, the houses are destitute of all splendor. No garlands hang from any dwelling, and the courtyards lie neglected and unswept. The temples without attendant priests have lost their former splendor. None worship the gods, and the sacrificial pavilions are deserted. The shops where formerly flowers were sold and other merchandise are neglected, and the merchants appear dispirited and anxious over the cessation of their trade. Birds in these sacred groves seem joyless, and men and women in soiled attire, weeping and lamenting, wasted with grief, roam about the city." Speaking thus to the charioteer, and seeing the city's distress, Prince Bharata drove towards the palace. Beholding the capital once gay as Indra's city, with the roads and courts deserted and the houses covered with dust, he was overcome with anguish. Struck by these painful portents, formerly unknown to him, Bharata, with bowed head, his heart filled with dread, entered his father's palace. Chapter 72. Queen Kaikeyi begins to relate what has occurred. Not seeing his father in the palace, Bharata, desirous of beholding his mother, went to her apartment. Kaikeyi, seeing her son after a long absence, with a joyous heart, rose from her golden couch. Observing the apartment of his mother, divested of splendor, Bharata reverently touched her feet. She, having kissed the head of her son, embracing him again, seated him on her lap and said, "O child, how many days have passed since thou didst leave thy grandfather's abode? Having journeyed in haste, I trust thou art not fatigued. O child, are thy grandfather and uncle well? Tell me, O dear one, hast thou been in health since thou hast visited that other country?" Sri Bharata, thus questioned by his mother, related all that had happened. He said, "O mother, 7 days and 7 nights have passed since I left my grandfather's home. Both he and my uncle are well. The parting gifts of wealth and gems which the king of Kaikeyi gave me, I have left on the way, to follow me, the beasts of burden being weary. The messengers who conveyed the orders of the king bade me return with all speed. Now, O mother, answer what I would fain ask. Why is this, thy golden couch, vacated by the king? Why do the king's subjects appear wretched? The king was wont to dwell principally in thy palace. Where is he today? I have come hither to enter his august presence. Where is my father now? I have come to offer salutations to his feet. Is he in the apartment of my chief mother, Queen Kaushalya?" Kaikeyi, knowing all that had taken place but filled with ambition, answered Prince Bharata, as yet ignorant of the matter. Imparting the unpleasant news in honeyed accents, she said, "That fate which inevitably overtakes all beings has befallen that great soul, that renowned and mighty monarch, the support of his people, thy sire." The guileless Prince Bharata, born of a great family, hearing these words, overwhelmed by grief, instantly fell to the ground, and falling, striking his hands on the earth, cried, "Alas, I am undone." That resplendent prince, deeply moved on learning of the death of his father, began to lament, crying, "On this couch my father appeared like the moon in autumn. Today, on account of his absence, this pleasant bed resembles the sky bereft of stars, or the ocean without water." Heaving deep sighs, weeping bitterly and covering his face with the cloth, the prince continued to mourn. Queen Kaikeyi, seeing Bharata lying on the ground, overwhelmed with sorrow, like the branch of a shala tree severed by the blows of an axe, raised him up and said to her godlike son, who resembled the moon, the sun, or the elephant in splendor, "O son of a king, O most illustrious one, rise, rise. Pious men like thee do not thus yield to grief. O wise one, as the radiance of the sun is fixed in that orb, so must thou, who art devoted to charity, sacrifice, and good conduct, and who follow the injunctions of the Vedas, be calm." Prince Bharata, rolling on the earth, wept for a long time, and then answered his mother sorrowfully, saying, "O mother, thinking the king was undertaking a great sacrifice, having bestowed the throne on Sri Rama, I started for home with great joy. But now I see matters are otherwise, and my mind is torn with anguish, since I no longer behold my ever magnanimous parent. O mother, from what malady did the king suffer, that he was carried away in my absence? How fortunate are my brothers, Sri Rama and Lakshmana, who have performed the monarch's obsequies. If the great sovereign had been aware of my return, would he not have bent his head and embraced me? Alas, where is that royal hand, the touch of which filled me with delight and which cleansed my body from the dust? O mother, where is my sagacious brother Rama, whose servant I am and who resembles my father? Tell me quickly where he may be found. Since my virtuous and enlightened brother has now become as a father to me, I desire to take refuge at his feet. He alone is my sole support. O mother, what commands concerning me did the righteous and learned king, the ever-truthful monarch of firm vows, give? I desire to hear the last words of the great sovereign." Thus questioned, Queen Kaikeyi openly answered, saying, "The king at the time of death did not speak thy name, but cried, 'O Rama, O Sita, O Lakshmana,' and thus gave up his life. Thy father, bound by the ties of fate and duty, like a mighty elephant caught in ambush, uttered these words at the end. Those who see Rama, Sita, and Lakshmana returning from the forest will attain their desire." As Kaikeyi revealed this unpleasant intelligence, the prince grew yet more distracted and inquired of his mother, "O mother, where is the virtuous Rama? Where is he now with Sita and his brother Lakshmana?" Thus questioned, the queen began to relate what had occurred, supposing the news of the unpleasing event would be welcome to her son. She said, "O child, that prince, clothed in robes of bark, has entered the great Dandaka forest with Sita and Lakshmana." Hearing from his mother that Rama had entered the forest, Prince Bharata was alarmed, filled with misgivings and concerned for the honor of his house. He said, "O mother, how is this? Has Sri Rama without reason slain any, either rich or poor? Or has he looked on the wife of another with desire? For what reason has Rama, versed in the scriptures, been exiled to the forest?" Then the mother of Bharata, imbued with feminine qualities, capricious and culcating, began to relate the whole matter. Hearing her son's words, Kaikeyi, gratified, vainly imagining herself wise, said, "My son, neither has Rama robbed a Brahmin of his wealth, nor has he slain any, rich or poor, without reason. Neither has Rama looked on another's wife with desire. My son, having heard that he was to be proclaimed regent, I requested thy father to banish Rama and bestow the kingdom on thee. Thy sire, in order to honor the promise made to me, fulfilled my request. He sent Rama together with Sita and Lakshmana to the forest. Then that mighty monarch, unable to endure the separation from his son, died. O righteous prince, now do thou rule the kingdom. For thy sake I have contrived all this. My son, do not grieve. Do not afflict thyself. The kingdom and the capital, being now without a ruler, depend on thee for support. Therefore, seeking advice from Sri Vasista and the learned Brahmins, perform the funeral rites of thy great sire, and, without hesitation, accept the throne. Chapter 73. Prince Bharata reproaches his mother. Hearing of the death of his father and the exile of his brothers, Prince Bharata, deeply afflicted, answered Queen Kaikeyi, "What will the throne avail me, since I am stricken by the death of my father and bereft of my brother, who was as a parent to me? Thou hast destroyed the king and banished Rama, causing him to become an ascetic. Thou hast thus rubbed salt into the wounds which thou hast inflicted. Thou hast entered this royal house for its extinction, like the night of death. My father, unaware that thou wert an all-consuming fire, supported thee. O sinful one, thou hast deprived the king of life. O thou destroyer of the family, overpowered with avarice, thou hast shattered the peace of the hearth. Through union with thee, my father, a lover of truth, has suffered untold misery and grief. Wherefore hast thou slain my virtuous sire? Wherefore hast thou exiled Rama? Hard indeed were it to live with such a mother. How will Kaushalya and Sumitra now endure life? My elder brother, Sri Ramachandra, ever devoted to his duty and to the service of his guru, treated thee as his own mother. So also my elder mother, Queen Kaushalya, knowing what would befall, yet acted towards thee as a true sister in a proper spirit. Thou hast sent her son to the forest in ascetic's garb, and still thou dost not grieve? What hast thou gained by sending that renowned hero Rama to the forest, Rama who was unacquainted with suffering? Wert thou ignorant of my great love for Raghava, that thou, possessed by avarice, committed this great sin, O mother? By what power can I rule, deprived of Lakshmana, and that lion among men, Sri Rama? King Dasaratha ever depended on that mighty and valorous Rama as the forest depends on Mount Meru. How can I sustain the burden of the kingdom without the support of Rama? How should a calf sustain the load that taxes the strength of a full-grown bull? Even if it were possible for me to rule through wisdom and sound policy, yet would I not allow thy evil intention in seeking the kingdom for thy son to prevail. I should have abandoned thee, O mother, did I not know that Rama regards thee as his mother also. O thou evil-minded one, thou hast brought disgrace on the dynasty of my ancestors. How didst thou conceive such a purpose, bringing shame into our lives? It is the immemorial custom of our house that the eldest brother shall occupy the throne and the younger brothers obey him. Thou art not acquainted with the duty of a king, nor dost thou know the rules of government. In the house of Ikshwaku, the succession of the eldest son is enjoined. Today, thou hast cast into the dust the glory and integrity of the house of Ikshwaku that was enriched by the noble conduct of its kings. Thou too wert born of a renowned and royal house. How camest thou to entertain this evil intention? O mother, let it be known to thee that I will never fulfill thy evil desires, come what may, since thou hast introduced that which is destructive of life into this royal house. I shall now bring my sinless brother Rama back to the capital and thwart thee. Not only will I cause Rama to return from the forest, but I will serve him with my whole heart." Thus reproaching Kaikeyi, himself afflicted with harsh words, Bharata spoke once more, roaring like a lion in the caves of the Manthara mountain. Chapter 74. He laments the death of his father and the exile of Sri Rama. Sri Bharata denounced his mother in great anger, saying, "O cruel-hearted one, O wicked being, thou art without virtue. Enter the forest. I am about to die. Weep for me. Since thou hast deserted thy consort, do not mourn for him. Tell me, what harm had the king or the most virtuous Rama done to thee, that thou hast slain the one and exiled the other? O Kaikeyi, the sin by which thou hast destroyed the dynasty is equal to the murder of a Brahmin. Do thou enter hell. Thou hast no right to inhabit the region to which the king has gone. Thy deed and guilt are infamous. In denouncing Rama, who is beloved of all the world, thou hast secured me a kingdom, but brought me ignominy. Thou art the cause of my father's death and the exile of Rama, and also of my dishonor. Thy heart is adamant. Thou art not my mother, but an enemy in the form of a mother. O slayer of thy husband, thou dost not merit that one should address thee. O defamer of the fair name of this dynasty, thou art the cause of distress to my mothers, Queen Kaushalya and Sumitra. Thou hast forfeited the title of daughter to the great king Ashwapati. Thou art surely a demon born in that family to destroy my father's line. Thou hast banished Rama to the forest, he who ever delighted in virtue, and thou hast deprived my illustrious father of his life. It is I who must bear the weight of thine iniquity, who am fatherless, bereft of my 2 brothers, and an object of universal loathing. O thou sinner, O traveler on the path of self-destruction, say what state shalt thou attain, who hast deprived the virtuous Kaushalya of her husband and her son? O evil one, didst thou not know that Sri Rama was the chief asylum of his relatives, the son of Kaushalya and a father to me? All relatives are dear, but to a mother the son is dearest, since he is born of the body and heart of the father. Hast thou forgotten this truth? In ancient times, the cow, Kamadhenu, worshipped by the gods, beholding 2 of her sons, weary with plowing, swooned away. At that time, the king of the celestials, Indra, was wandering on the earth, and the fragrant tears of Kamadhenu fell upon him. Experiencing the sweet odor issuing from the body of the sacred cow, Indra realized her superior worth and, startled, looked upward and beheld in the sky the afflicted Kamadhenu weeping piteously. The bearer of the mace, distressed on seeing the renowned Kamadhenu shedding tears, addressed her with humility and said, "O benefactor of the world, why dost thou weep? Is it the premonition of some future calamity which causes thee to lament thus?" The wise Kamadhenu patiently answered, "O Devaraj, thou hast no cause for fear. I am afflicted on account of the suffering of 2 of my sons. See how wretched they are, how wasted and oppressed by the sun's heat. O Devaraj, the plowman has struck them cruelly. Born of my body, I am filled with grief to see them yoked to the heavy plow. Verily, nothing is dearer to a mother than her son." Indra, perceiving that the cow mourned over the wretched state of 2 of her innumerable sons, recognized that to a mother nothing is dearer than a son. O mother, Kamadhenu extends her blessings equally to all and has the power to fulfill the desires of others. If she, who is constantly producing thousands of offspring filled with maternal love, mourns thus for 2 sons, how then, O Kaikeyi, will Kaushalya bear the exile of her only son? Thou hast brought about the separation of Rama from his mother Kaushalya, and for this thou shalt not know happiness in this or in the other world. I shall perform the last rites for my sire, and then, with my heart and soul, serve my brother and carefully promote his honor. Having brought back Sri Rama to the capital, I myself shall inhabit the forest. O thou of evil intent, how shall I endure thine iniquity when looked on by the people of the capital with sorrow-stricken gaze? Now it befits thee to enter the fire or hang thyself in the Dandaka forest. Death alone is thy desert. Only when Rama returns and that Prince of Truth is by my side shall I find peace and my purpose be accomplished." Bharata, lamenting and breathing like a serpent, fell to the earth like an elephant tormented by the goad. His eyes red with anger, his dress loosened, his jewels cast aside, he fell like the banner of Indra, uprooted at the close of a ceremony. Chapter 75. He seeks to console Queen Kaushalya. The valiant Bharata, regaining consciousness, his eyes suffused with tears, perceived his mother filled with distress. Seated in the midst of his counselors, he poured forth reproaches on his mother, saying, "It was never my desire to rule, nor did I consult my mother in this matter. I was not acquainted with the king's intention to confer the crown on Rama, being far from the capital with Shatrughna. I knew naught of the exile of Sri Rama, Lakshmana, and Sita, nor how it came to pass. My heart is filled with anguish." Kaushalya, hearing the sound of Bharata's weeping, came to Sumitra. "Bharata, the son of the cruel Kaikeyi, has come. I wish to see the prudent Bharata." The queen, pale and weak on account of her separation from Rama, advanced trembling to where Bharata was, while the prince with his brother Shatrughna started likewise for the apartment of the queen. The 2 brothers beheld the wretched queen proceeding with tottering footsteps and were filled with distress. Bowing down to Kaushalya, they wept bitterly. Then the chief queen embraced Bharata, sobbing with grief, and said, It was thy desire to rule, and thy cruel mother has accomplished this matter without hindrance. But for what reason has this pitiless queen sent my son to the forest in ascetic's garb? Let Queen Kaikeyi banish me also to that region where my illustrious and golden-complexioned Rama abides. If not, I will go together with Sumitra to where Rama dwells, preceded by the sacrificial fire. O Bharata, do thou take me to where my son, that lion among men, in great affliction is practicing asceticism. Queen Kaikeyi has made thee sovereign of this country, replete with wealth, grain, horses, elephants, and chariots." Hearing the bitter words of Queen Kaushalya, Bharata was pained as a man who suffers when his wound is probed by a lancet. Agitated and confused, he fell at the feet of the queen, lamenting. Then, growing composed with joined palms, he addressed the sorrowing queen. "O mother, thou knowest how great is my love for Rama, and also that I am innocent in this matter. Why dost thou reproach me? May he who is the cause of the exile of Rama forget the teachings of the Vedas and the holy tradition. May he who has given his consent to the exile of Rama become a slave of the lowest caste or incur the sin of killing a cow. May such a man be subject to the same punishment as one who withholds the wages of his laborers. May he who has consented to the banishment of the holy prince bear the same guilt as one rebelling against a king who protects his subjects as his own offspring. May the guilt of a king taking the sixth part of the revenue of his people and yet failing to protect them be his who exiled Rama. May the fruits of the sin incurred by one who, well equipped with elephants, horses, and chariots, and all weapons, does not fight according to the law of righteousness, be his. May he who agreed to the exile of Rama forget the teachings of Vedanta, which ensures happiness, and all the secrets obtained from his spiritual preceptor by serving him. May such a one not live to see the coronation of Prince Rama, whose countenance equals the sun and moon in splendor. May that wretch incur the sin of one who, partaking of milk and rice, does not make an offering to his ancestors and guests or to the gods. May he be guilty of not honoring his spiritual preceptor by offering salutations to him in a fitting manner. May that wretch who gave consent to the exile of Rama bear the same guilt as one who strikes a cow, reviles his guru, or betrays his friends. May he incur the guilt of one who forswears his trust. May he who participated in the exile of Rama reap the sin of one who does not do good to others. May the wretch who ordered the exile of Rama bear the guilt of one who, partaking of sweetmeats, fails to share them with his servants, women, children, or those surrounding him, or one who, living on excellent food, gives to his inferiors that which is raw and ill-cooked. May he, by whom Rama was sent into exile, die without marrying a woman of his own caste, or producing offspring, or performing the fire ritual. May he not behold the offspring born of his spouse. May his years be brief. May he be slain in battle, retreating from a superior foe in fear, or may he be as one who slays a fleeing enemy. May he, like one dressed in rags, demented, carrying a skull in his hand, wander about begging from door to door. May he who has conspired to send Rama to the forest be given over to wine, women, and gambling, and become an object of contempt on account of his concupiscence and anger. May he ever indulge in the practice of unrighteousness and forget his duty and distribute immense wealth and charity to the undeserving. May the accumulated wealth and extensive possessions of the one who has furthered the exile of Rama be stolen away by thieves. May the sin of him who sleeps at sunrise or sunset be his. May the sin of him who is guilty of arson or looks with desire on the wife of his spiritual preceptor, or who betrays his friend, be his who has advocated the exile of Sri Rama. May he who acquiesced in the exile of Rama be deprived of the worship of his ancestors and parents, as also of the funeral rites. May such a one even now be driven from the society of good people and lose the renown and merit of companionship with the virtuous. May his mind never be devoted to such deeds as are undertaken by the righteous. May that man who sought to exile Rama fail to obey his mother and ever be employed in evil deeds. May he maintain a large family in extreme poverty. May he, ever restless, be consumed with fever. May he be guilty of that sin incurred by one who fails to satisfy a miserable suppliant who looks to him for succor. May he be deceitful, slanderous, base, depraved, and ever walk in fear of authority. May he incur the guilt of one who disregards his chaste and devoted wife, who approaches him in the season of her flowering. May he be dull-witted and abandoning his lawful spouse. May he live in sin with other women. May the guilt of a Brahmin who abandons his children, who are dying of hunger, be his. May he be like the one who defiles a reservoir or administers poison to another. May that man lose the power of his limbs as he who seeks to impede the hospitality to be shown to a Brahmin by speaking ill of him. May his be the sin of one who drinks the milk of the cow that possesses unweaned calves. May he incur the sin of him who, having water in his dwelling, turns the thirsty man from his door. May he bear the guilt of him who, arbitrating between two learned disputants, grants victory to the one he favors. With these words, Prince Bharata, seeking to console Queen Kaushalya for the separation from her son, fell to the ground, overcome with distress. The queen then addressed him, who, distraught and afflicted, seeking to establish his innocence, had fallen to the earth and said, "My son, my pain is increased by the words thou hast uttered, but fortunate it is that the hearts of Lakshmana and thyself are fixed in love of thy brother. Assuredly thou wilt enter the region attained by the blessed." Then the queen, taking the mighty armed prince in her lap, wept aloud. The prince, whose heart was rent with grief, also wept in an excess of sorrow. Caressed by the queen, lamenting wildly, lying on the earth and sighing heavily, he passed the night in this wise. Chapter 76. The prince commences the performance of the funeral rites. Sri Vasista, renowned among the sages, beholding Sri Bharata overcome by grief, addressed him in sage words, saying, "O illustrious prince, may happiness be thine, restrain thy grief. The time has now come to perform the obsequies of the great king." Bharata, lying on the earth, heard the commands of the holy sage, and rising began to perform the funeral rites. The attendants now removed the body of the monarch from the vessel of oil and laid it on the earth. Though the body had assumed a yellow hue through being immersed in oil for many days, yet it appeared as if the king slept. They then laid the king on a couch set with gems, and Bharata, overwhelmed with grief, began to lament. He said, "O great king, I know not why, in mine absence, thou didst send Rama to the forest. Whither art thou gone, leaving me bereft of Rama, that lion among men and the doer of famous deeds? O great sovereign, who with a constant mind is able to preserve his mighty kingdom, thou art dead, and Sri Rama is banished. O mighty ruler, this earth is widowed and divested of all beauty without thee. Without thee, the capital resembles a moonless night." Sri Vasista again addressed Sri Bharata, perceiving him still to be a prey to grief, and said, "O mighty armed prince, this is no time for giving way to sorrow or procrastination. Now perform the last rites for the king." Thus addressed, Sri Bharata, with the aid of the Brahmins and the spiritual preceptor of the monarch, inaugurated the funeral ceremonies. In the sacrificial hall, the priests performed the fire ritual. The servitors placed the body of the king on a litter and conveyed it thence, weeping and lamenting. Scattering golden coins and silver flowers and laying cloths before the bier, they proceeded on their way, and before the palace, sandalwood, ambergris, and incense were kindled. On the banks of the river Sarayu, a funeral pyre of Devadaru, sandal, and other fragrant woods was raised. Aromatic herbs were thrown on the pyre, and the body of the king laid upon it. The sacrificing priests poured oblations on the funeral pile to the end that the monarch should attain the beatific state, and intoned the traditional mantrams, whilst the Brahmins, acquainted with the Samaveda, sang the Sama hymns. The queens, carried in palanquins, attended by the royal and aged guards, approached the funeral pyre weeping. Then they, overcome with grief, together with the priests, circumambulated the blazing body of the king. The piteous wailing of the stricken queens and the cries of distress of innumerable women following them resembled the call of the Karancha birds in the mating season. Then the queens, abandoning their vehicles, approached the bank of the river Sarayu, and together with Prince Bharata, the counselors and ministers offered libations of water. Thereafter, weeping bitterly, they returned to the capital, where for the period of 10 days they slept on the bare earth. Chapter 77. The ceremonies are continued. On the 11th day, Prince Bharata purified himself, and on the 12th day he performed the Sapindi ceremony and distributed jewels, gold, silver, gorgeous apparel, and other articles among the Brahmins. He also gave in charity countless white goats and cows, male and female servants, chariots and horses. On the 13th day, the mighty armed Bharata, overcome with grief, went to collect the ashes of the king, and, standing near the funeral pyre, spoke in a voice choked with emotion. He said, "O Lord, my brother Ramachandra, to whom thou hadst entrusted me, has entered the forest, and thou, also, hast abandoned me, helpless and wretched as I am. O Father, where hast thou gone, abandoning Mother Kaushalya, whose son is now exiled?" Seeing the white ashes of the king's bones and the body wholly consumed, Bharata burst into fresh lamentation, and weeping, fell on the earth. The people tried to raise the prince, who was lying on the ground like the banner of Indra, its support broken. The counselors raised up Prince Bharata as the sages formerly lifted up King Yayati, who had fallen from heaven on the termination of the fruit of his merit. Perceiving Bharata overcome with grief, Shatrughna, remembering his sire, also fell senseless to the ground. Being somewhat restored, they called to mind the excellent qualities of their illustrious father, and Shatrughna cried, "The boons exacted by Manthara are the ocean inhabited by the crocodile Kaikeyi, in which we are submerged. O Father, where art thou gone, abandoning thy tender and beloved son Bharata? Why hast thou abjured us, thou who wast wont to give us delicious food, fitting gifts, robes, and ornaments? Who will now confer these favors on us? Why is the earth not riven, thus deprived of an illustrious and pious sovereign? Alas, my father has departed to heaven, and Sri Rama has gone to the forest. How can I continue to live? Bereft of my father and brother, I shall enter the fire. I shall not return to the capital. I shall go to Tapavana." The palace attendants, hearing the prince grieving so bitterly, were afflicted and fell to the ground, tormented like bulls whose horns are broken. Then the excellent and wise Vasista, their father's chief priest, raising Bharata up, addressed him, saying, "O prince, 13 days have passed since the cremation of thy illustrious father's body. Do not delay longer, but collect the bones that remain. Every man suffers the 3 pairs of opposites: hunger and thirst, pleasure and pain, life and death. Do not permit thyself to grieve for that which cannot be avoided." Then the wise Sumantra raised up Shatrughna, and consoling him, explained the nature of birth and death that visits all beings. Standing erect, those 2 lions among men, their eyes red with much weeping, resembled the standards of Indra, bereft of glory by the effects of sun and rain. Then the counselors approached the 2 princes and requested them to undertake the remaining ceremonies. Chapter 78. The hunchback Manthara incurs Prince Shatrughna's displeasure. As Bharata, still grieving, was considering how he should approach Sri Rama in the forest, Prince Shatrughna spoke. "O brother, how is it that Sri Rama, the support of all beings in distress and who is powerful, has been banished to the forest with his consort? Even if Sri Rama were bewildered, why did the mighty and courageous Lakshmana not defend him and restrain his father? The king, falling under the sway of desire, forsook the precepts of justice. Prince Lakshmana, who was acquainted with what was right, should have restrained the king from this sinful act." While Prince Shatrughna was conversing thus with Bharata, the hunchback Manthara, attired in costly garments adorned with precious gems, appeared at the east door. Painted thickly with sandalwood paste, wearing a robe and ornaments befitting a queen, bestowed on her by Kaikeyi, her waist encircled by a jeweled girdle, her whole body covered with precious stones, she resembled a captive monkey. The guards, seeing that wicked and deformed slave, seized her and said to the prince Shatrughna, "This is the sinful wretch who has caused the exile of Sri Rama and the death of the king. Deal with her according to thy pleasure." On hearing the words of the guards, the prince, smarting with indignation, reflected on his duty and said to those in the palace, "Let this woman, the cause of the grief of my brothers and the death of my father, suffer the consequence of her acts." Shatrughna then seized Manthara from amidst her companions with such violence that her shrieks filled the palace. The women, perceiving Shatrughna so enraged, dealing thus with the hunchback, ran away in all directions. They reflected among themselves, saying, "The enraged prince will surely put an end to us all. Let us therefore take refuge with the compassionate, liberal, and illustrious Queen Kaushalya. She alone will protect us." Prince Shatrughna, the conqueror of his foes, his eyes red with anger, threw Manthara on the ground and forcibly dragged her hither and thither while all her ornaments were scattered, causing the palace to look like the autumn sky studded with stars. Dragging Manthara in anger before Queen Kaikeyi, who sought to deliver her, the prince reproached his mother with bitter words. Pained by the harsh speech of Prince Shatrughna, the terrified Kaikeyi fled to Prince Bharata for protection. Perceiving Shatrughna overcome by anger, Bharata addressed him, saying, "O brother, women are not to be slain by any living being, therefore pardon her and set her free. If women were subject to the law of retribution, and were it not that Rama would forsake me as a matricide, I would have slain this sinful woman long since. If Sri Rama became acquainted with our treatment of this deformed woman, he would never converse more with us." Thus instructed by Prince Bharata, Shatrughna restrained his wrath and released Manthara, who fell at the feet of Queen Kaikeyi, panting and lamenting. Perceiving Manthara full of fear under Shatrughna's displeasure and trembling like an imprisoned Karuncha bird, Kaikeyi gradually calmed her. Chapter 79. Prince Bharata decides to go to the forest and bring back his brother. Early on the 14th day, the king's ministers, being assembled, thus addressed Prince Bharata. "Our venerable sovereign, King Dasaratha, having sent his eldest son, Sri Rama, and the mighty Prince Lakshmana into exile, has himself joined the circle of the gods. Thou art today our lord, O mighty prince. The kingdom is now rulerless, and the king bequeathed it to thee. It is not improper for thee, therefore, to ascend the throne, nor will any censure thee on this account. O Prince of the House of Raghu, all the articles for thy coronation are made ready. Thy relatives, counselors, and ministers, and the citizens look to thee. O great Prince, accept the kingdom of thy paternal ancestors and cause thyself to be installed and protect us all." The speaker of truth, the illustrious Bharata, hearing these excellent words, reverently circumambulating the articles designed for the coronation ceremony, replied to those who thus addressed him. "Hear, O my people, it is known to you that according to the tradition of our royal house, the throne is inherited by the eldest son of the deceased sovereign. It is therefore improper for you to make this request to me. Sri Rama is my elder brother, and therefore should be king. I shall enter the forest and reside there during 14 years in his stead. Now order my whole army to hold itself in readiness. I will go to the forest and bring my brother back, taking with me all the articles necessary for his installation. Rama will there be proclaimed king. I will restore him like the holy fire which is brought to the place of sacrifice. I will never suffer the ambitions of Queen Kaikeyi to be fulfilled. I will enter the forest, hard to penetrate, and shall make Rama king. Let the rough and uneven roads at once be repaired by skilled artisans. Let them be followed by mechanics and laborers." The people were gratified to hear the auspicious words of the prince and replied, "O Prince, may the goddess of prosperity ever abide with thee. Desirous of making Rama our king, thy words are timely." Then all present experienced great joy and shed tears of delight. The happy courtiers, ministers, and servants spoke cheerfully, saying, "O chief of men, at thy command we are summoning the workmen to prepare the way." Chapter 80. A royal highway is constructed for the prince. Now commanded by Prince Bharata, water diviners, expert and industrious mechanics, builders of bridges, wheelwrights, men able to perform all kinds of work, woodcutters, artisans skilled in the sinking of wells, laborers, hewers of wood, cooks, and those acquainted with the way, set forth. The multitude of people advancing appeared astonishing, like the sea under the full moon. Those proficient in various ways, equipped with axes and other implements, advanced in groups, cutting through trees, shrubs, bushes, and rocks, leveling them and hewing out a path. Planting trees where these were needed, they cut back the branches of others that obstructed the way. Strong men set fire to tree trunks and cleared the road, leveling the uneven places with clay and filling the ditches. Others bridged the small rivers and brooks and swept the road clear of pebbles and thorns, pulverizing the rocks that impeded the flow of water. They speedily built barriers to dam the small streams and deepen the ponds by digging in many places. They also sank wells where water was scarce and built platforms on which men could rest. Lime was spread on the road, trees were planted where birds sang, and the highway appeared as if adorned with banners. Sprinkled with the essence of sandalwood and decorated with flowering branches, it resembled the pathway of the gods. Those skilled in building prepared dwellings on pleasant sites near fresh water and fruit trees. Camps were set up for the army in accordance with Prince Bharata's instructions, and all that was needed was provided. Those acquainted with the auspicious planetary positions erected quarters for the illustrious Bharata. Bordered by deep moats with intersecting roads, these camps were as lofty as the Blue Mountain. Stately white temples were set up, and rows of houses bordering the roads were adorned with flags. The balconies on the buildings, elevated like dovecotes, resembled the abode of the gods, and the whole arena rivaled Indra's capital. The way prepared for Prince Bharata extended to the banks of the Ganges, in whose cool waters fishes glided as it flowed between woods and forests, and that royal highway, erected by skilled artisans, appeared as beautiful as the night sky, adorned by moon and stars. Chapter 81. Vasista summons the royal assembly. Yet a little of the enchanting night still remained when the bards began to praise the prince. 3 hours before the sun rose, the great drums were struck with golden sticks, while conchs were blown and the sound of countless musical instruments was heard. The music filling the heavens increased the grief of Prince Bharata, who commanded it to cease, saying, "I am not the king." Then addressing Prince Shatrughna, he said, "Hear, O brother, how unfitting are the praises now sung at the instance of Queen Kaikeyi. She has done us a great wrong. The king has departed to the regions of the gods and left me desolate. The future and the kingdom trembling in uncertainty resembles a ship without a pilot drifting on the ocean. My father is dead, and my mother, abandoning the path of virtue, has sent Sri Rama into exile." The women of the palace, hearing the great prince lamenting, began to weep aloud pitifully. At this time, the great and illustrious sage Vasista, versed in the science of government, appeared in the assembly hall, which was decorated with wrought gold encrusted with gems. Attended by his followers, the spiritual preceptor of the royal dynasty entered the council chamber as Indra enters the celestial hall named Sudharma. Seated on the golden throne, which was covered with an excellent carpet with the swastika design, Sri Vasista said to the messengers, "Go speedily and summon the learned Brahmins, the counselors, the warriors, and the leaders of the army. Matters of great importance await them. Bring also the royal princes together with their secretaries and ministers, Yudhajita and Sumantra." A great tumult now arose from those invited, who approached in chariots and on horses and elephants. The counselors, seeing Prince Bharata drawing near, were gladdened by his sight, as though King Dasaratha himself had entered the assembly. The presence of Bharata added to the splendor of the court, so that it appeared as when King Dasaratha was present, or as the clear waters of the ocean are enhanced by whales, alligators, shells, and golden sand. Chapter 82. The chiefs of the army prepare for departure. The wise Bharata beheld the royal assembly presided over by the great Vasista and other venerable sages, resembling the night made glorious by the full moon. Illumined by these excellent ones who occupied their seats, attired in splendid apparel, the conclave was of incomparable brilliance. The assembly of learned men resembled the beauty of the full moon on a winter's night. The virtuous priest, Sri Vasista, beholding all the ministers and the chief counselors, gently addressed Bharata, saying, "O child, King Dasaratha, having practiced virtue in his life, has bequeathed this rich and prosperous land to thee. Sri Ramachandra, observing the vow of truth, in obedience to his father, and in conformity with the duty incumbent on him, to vindicate his parents, has not failed to accomplish his father's command, as the moon does not abstain from shedding abroad its radiance. Now enjoy the possession of this peaceful kingdom given to thee by thy father and brother. To please thy counselors, cause thyself to be installed. The kings of the north, south, and west, the peers and titular sovereigns of the western boundary, and the monarchs of many islands will bring thee countless gems as offerings." Hearing the words of his spiritual preceptor, Prince Bharata was distressed, knowing well that according to the ancient tradition of his dynasty, the eldest son inherits the kingdom. Calling Rama to remembrance, Sri Bharata resolved to seek out his elder brother. The throat of the youthful prince was choked, and in tones resembling the cry of the swan, he plaintively reproached the venerable guru for the impropriety of his command. Bharata said, O Holy Lord, how can I usurp the legitimate possession of one who, learned in the Vedas and sciences, acquired by dwelling as a servant in the house of his guru, knows their meaning well and follows them in practice? How can one born of King Dasaratha, striving to fulfill the law of Dharma, take possession of the king of Rama? Not only does the kingdom belong to Rama, but I also belong to him. O Holy One, may thy counsels accord with righteousness. King Dasaratha owned this kingdom, as did King Dilipa and Nahusha before him. So should the virtuous Prince Rama, the eldest and most excellent son, inherit the kingdom. If, as instructed by thee, I accept it, it would be a great sin and worthy of an evildoer, not in accordance with the way that leads to heaven, and I should be adjudged the destroyer of the house of Ikshwaku. I abhor the wrong committed by my mother, and I offer salutations to Rama, residing in the forest. I will follow him. He alone is king and worthy of ruling the three worlds. It were easy for him to administer this kingdom. All seated in the assembly, devoted to Rama, having listened to the righteous words of Bharata, shed tears of joy. Once again, Sri Bharata spoke, saying, "If I fail to bring back Sri Rama, then I will dwell there with him in the forest as Lakshmana has done. O ye wise men, accompany me to the forest, and with your good help, I will try every means to persuade him to return. Skilled excavators, engineers, and carpenters have been set forward by me to render the road passable." The lover of his brother, Sri Bharata, turning to the royal counselors, addressed the wise Sumantra seated near them and said, "Go speedily and summon the army in my name to accompany me to the forest and bring the leaders here." Sumantra gladly carried out the commands of Prince Bharata. The military commanders were filled with joy at the order of Prince Bharata to proceed with the army to recall Sri Rama. In every home, wives joyfully urged their husbands to go with all speed and bring back Sri Rama. The leaders of the army, riding their swift horses or in bullock carts and chariots, gave the order to march. His preceptor, the Guru Vasista, being near, Sri Bharata said to Sumantra, who was at his side, "Speedily prepare my chariot." Sumantra replied with reverence, "Be it so," and highly pleased brought the chariot to which excellent horses were yoked. The prince, filled with fortitude, illustrious, of fixed vows and a hero of the region of truth, resolving to recall Sri Rama from the forest, addressed Sumantra, saying, "O Sumantra, mobilize the army and order my friends and the chiefs of the people to be prepared. I desire to recall Rama for the good of the world." As instructed by the great prince, Sumantra speedily issued the command to the chiefs of the army and the friends of Bharata, fully explaining its purpose. In every dwelling, the Brahmins, the warriors, the merchants, and the laborers brought together camels, chariots, mules, elephants, and excellent horses. Chapter 83. The whole army reaches the river Ganges. Early in the morning, the prince rose and, mounting an excellent chariot, set out in haste, desirous of seeing Rama. Sri Bharata's chariot was preceded by ministers on horseback and priests in coaches and shone like the vehicle of the sun. 9,000 richly bedecked elephants and 60,000 carts with archers, together with 100,000 troops, accompanied the self-controlled prince, the devotee of truth. Kaikeyi, Sumitra, and the renowned Kaushalya, riding in resplendent chariots, went forward to bring Rama home. The multitude of the twice-born, proceeding from the capital, conversed solely of Sri Ramachandra, and listened only to that which related to him. They said, "When shall we behold Sri Rama, that cloud-complexioned, mighty-armed one of fixed purpose, the destroyer of the grief of the world? As the rising sun ends the darkness of the earth, so by the mere beholding of Sri Rama will our grief disappear." Conversing thus of Rama and embracing each other, the citizens went forward, filled with gladness. The foremost merchants of Ayodhya, who had received permission from Bharata to accompany him, also those who had not been so favored and others, went forward happily to meet Rama. Skillful engravers, potters, weavers, and workers in gems, those who made fans of peacock's feathers, woodcutters, plasterers, works in glass and ivory, masons and perfumers, famous goldsmiths, makers of woolen cloth, washermen, masseurs, appliers of unguents, physicians, and those who fumigated the dwellings with incense. Also, retailers of wine were present. Fullers, tailors, chiefs of villages, cowherds, dancing men and women, fishermen, and countless Vedic scholars of subdued mind, devoted to Rama, followed Prince Bharata in carts drawn by bullocks. all apparelled in pure raiment, their bodies anointed with red sandalwood, mounted on vehicles of various kinds, followed in the wake of Prince Bharata. The leaders of the army joyfully accompanied the prince, now going forth to bring Prince Rama home. Mounted in chariots, palanquins, bullock carts, or on horses and elephants, the people proceeded a considerable distance and reached the banks of the Ganges at Shrangaverapur, where the friend of Sri Rama, Guha, dwelt with his people, guarding his country with vigilance. Arriving at the banks of Sri Gunga, the haunt of the Chakravaka bird, those following the prince halted. The eloquent Bharata, seeing the beautiful Ganges, reviewed his troops and said to his ministers, "Let the whole army camp here tonight. Tomorrow we will cross the river. Now I desire to offer a libation to the spirit of my father, the king." His counselors replied, "Be it so, O prince," and caused the people to halt there, each according to his rank. The saintly Bharata, alone in his tent, on the banks of the Ganges, reflected anxiously how he might best bring Sri Rama home. Chapter 84. Guha, chief of the ferrymen, is filled with apprehension. Observing the great army of Bharata encamped on the river bank, Guha was filled with apprehension and said to his followers, "My friends, this great army which is occupying the riverbanks is not to be numbered even in imagination. Assuredly, Prince Bharata has come here with evil intent, since the flag of his dynasty flies over his tent. Either he has come to bind and destroy me, or he is going to slay Rama, who is exiled by his father and helpless. Perchance the son of Kaikeyi desires to slay Rama in order to gain complete possession of the kingdom. But Rama, the son of Dasaratha, is my lord, my supporter, and my friend. I command you, therefore, to don your armor and take up arms, lining the banks of the Ganges for the protection of Rama. Let my servants and the troops living on fruit, roots, and flesh guard the ferry boats of the Ganges. Let 500 boats be manned with their crews, and let each be guarded by youthful watermen and well-armed and accoutred. See that they are vigilant. If Prince Bharata be well disposed towards Rama, his army may cross the Ganges today." Thus mobilizing his troops and servants, Guha, the chief of ferrymen, taking gifts of fish, flesh, and honey, went to meet Prince Bharata. Seeing Guha approaching, the excellent Sumantra said to Bharata, "This Guha, attended by 1,000 kinsmen, is the king of this place. He is a native of these parts and is fully acquainted with the forest. He is a friend of thy brother Sri Rama. Therefore, O prince, let him be admitted in audience to thee. He assuredly knows the place where Rama and Lakshmana dwell." Hearing the words of the sagacious Sumantra, Bharata said, "Go and tell Guha that I desire to meet him." The sanction of Prince Bharata being given, Guha with the chiefs of his people approached the prince and thus addressed him, "O Lord, consider this country as thine own domain. Not being acquainted with thine intention, I am unable to offer thee a fitting welcome. This inconsiderable kingdom is thine, and we also are thine. We entreat thee to abide in thy servant's house. I have brought roots, fruits, and flesh, both fresh and dried, for thee, and other products of the forest for thy use. It is my hope that thine army remain here tonight as my guests. May we have occasion to serve thee, O prince. Tomorrow thou canst go forward with thine army." Chapter 85. He is filled with joy on hearing of Prince Bharata's intention. The wise Bharata listened to the words of the chief of ferrymen and revealed his purpose to him, stating his reasons thus, "O friend of my elder brother, thy hospitality is great, since thou desirest to entertain so great an army as accompanies me." Prince Bharata then addressed Guha once more in gentle and well-chosen words, and said, "O chief of the Nishadas, by what way shall I proceed to the hermitage of the sage Bharadwaja? The valley of the Ganges being flooded is difficult to cross." Guha, acquainted with all the paths and inaccessible parts of the forest, replied with great humility, "O illustrious prince, have no anxiety. These, my kinsmen, armed with bows and arrows, fully acquainted with the forest, shall accompany thee, and I also shall follow thee in person. But observing thy great army, I am filled with apprehension. Art thou going to approach Rama, urged by some evil intent?" Sri Bharata, whose heart was pure as the taintless heavens, answered him in sweet accents, saying, "O Guha, may the time never come when I cause him distress. Do not look on me with fear, O friend. Rama, my elder brother, is to me equal to my father himself. O Guha, I go to bring back Sri Rama from the forest. Do not impute any evil motive to me. O friend, this is the truth and the truth alone." Guha was filled with joy on hearing the words of Prince Bharata and again addressed him saying, "O Bharata, blessed art thou. In the whole world I see none equal to thee, since thou desirest to relinquish a great empire that has fallen to thee without any effort of thine own. Thy fame in the world will live forever, since thou, suffering distress, didst go forth to bring back Sri Rama." While Prince Bharata and Guha were thus conversing, the sun set and the night drew on. Gratified with the converse and hospitality of Guha, his army fully refreshed, Sri Bharata entered his tent to rest. But the prince, whose heart formerly had been unacquainted with grief and who was patient and free from sin, which is the chief cause of suffering, was yet overcome by pain on account of Rama. Sorrow for Raghava consumed him inwardly, as a fire consumes a withered and hollow tree in the forest. The perspiration caused by the fire of grief ran down his body, as the snow flows from the Himalayan peaks melting under the heat of the sun. By the mountain, the peak of which was sorrow, the recollection of Rama the rocks, his sighs, the mineral-charged streams, his desolation, the forest, and weariness, the promontories, his deep anxiety, the wild beasts, his restlessness, the herbs. By this mountain of affliction was Sri Bharata overwhelmed. Assailed by unspeakable anguish, the prince sighed heavily and almost bereft of reason, unconscious of his body, like a bull driven from the herd, was deprived of all rest. Guha, approaching with his friends and kinsmen, embracing Sri Bharata, gently began to reassure him regarding his elder brother. Chapter 86. Guha tells of Sri Rama's stay by the sacred river. The dweller in that dense forest, Guha, began to console the virtuous and affectionate prince, whose love for the pious Lakshmana and Sri Ramachandra was unwavering, and said, "O Lord, when the valiant Lakshmana, well armed, was keeping watch over the then sleeping Rama, I said to him, 'O friend, a soft couch is prepared for thee. Sleep thereon at ease. O Prince of Raghu, those dwelling in the forest are accustomed to hardship, but thou art worthy of comfort. We will keep guard over Sri Rama this night. O Prince, there is none in the world so dear to us as Rama. Be not anxious, we will keep watch over Sri Rama. Do thou rest. By the grace of Rama, I hope to acquire great renown and the limitless wealth of Dharma in this world. Therefore, O Prince, I will protect my friend, Sri Rama, who is reposing with Sita. My kinsmen will keep watch. Nothing in the forest is unknown to me, who constantly traverse it. I could challenge a great army with success should it venture to attack Sri Rama. O Lord, the illustrious Lakshmana, established in virtue, answered me, saying, O Gutta, when the virtuous Rama and Sita are resting on the naked earth, how should I occupy an easy couch? How can any of the comforts of life, or life itself, be mine, if Sri Rama does not also enjoy them? O Guha, behold Sri Rama capable of subduing the gods and demons, resting on a bed of grass. Through great austerity and penance was Sri Dasaratha blessed with a son, like unto himself. Assuredly, the king will not long survive the exile of Sri Rama, and the land will soon become widowed. The women will lament loudly and then grow silent. I fear lest my father, Queen Kaushalya, and my mother, Sumitra, will not survive. Perchance, my mother will continue to live in expectation of the return of Shatrughna, but Kaushalya, the mother of that great hero, will surely die. The king desired to transfer the throne to Prince Bharata, but this ambition will not be realized by him. A great and honorable duty will be fulfilled in performing the funeral ceremonies for my sire. The capital of the king, abounding with beautiful terraces and parks, pleasant highways and tall houses encrusted with gems, crowded with horses, elephants, and chariots, resounding with music, furnished with pleasure grounds where happy and healthy people gather, is blessed by those who walk therein. O Guha, shall we, returning with Rama, the fulfiller of firm vows when the 14 years of exile are over, joyfully enter Ayodhya in his company? Guha said, O Prince, thus keeping watch, the mighty Lakshmana, bearing his bow and arrows, passed the night. When the clear sun rose, the two princely brothers, on this self-same bank of the sacred river, caused their beautiful locks to be matted, and were then conveyed by me in safety over the Ganges. The royal brothers, heroic, resplendent, and the subduers of their enemies, their hair matted, attired in bark, armed with bow and quiver, departed with Sita, looking back at me like mighty elephants. Chapter 87. How Sri Rama spent his first night of exile. Having heard the moving tale related by Guha, Prince Bharata began to reflect on Rama, that tender prince of powerful arms, whose shoulders resembled a lion's and whose eyes were like the lotus, who was patient, youthful, and charming in appearance, yet sad at heart, at length sank to the ground unconscious, like an elephant stricken to the heart by a goad. Prince Shatrughna, ever in attendance on Bharata, deeply afflicted by his state, embracing his body, wept aloud. Then all the mothers of Prince Bharata, emaciated with fasting and sorrow for their deceased lord, surrounded him, lying unconscious on the earth. The pious Queen Kaushalya, approaching, raised Bharata up and pressed him to her breast. The ascetic queen, the lover of her son, straining him to her bosom as if he were her own child, weeping, inquired of him, saying, "O my son, art thou afflicted by pain? The life of this royal family wholly depends on thee. O child, Sri Rama has gone to the forest with Lakshmana. I live only if I behold thy face. King Dasaratha being dead, thou alone art the protector of the people. O child, hast thou heard aught against Lakshmana, or my only son, who with his wife is gone to the forest?" The renowned Bharata, returning to his normal consciousness, consoled the weeping Kaushalya, and then addressed Guha. "O Guha, where did my brother pass the night here? What did he eat? On what couch did he rest? Where did Sita and Lakshmana dwell?" Guha, the king of Nishadas, gladly related how he had entertained his gracious guest, Sri Rama. He said, "O Bharata, rice, other foods, and fruit in abundance were placed by me before Sri Rama. To please me, that hero of the realm of truth, Sri Ramachandra, accepted the gifts, but recollecting his duty as a Kshatriya, did not partake of them. He said, 'O friend, we are warriors, and it is our duty to give all to others, not accepting any gift for ourselves.' That night, the great-hearted Rama, having with Sita drunk the water brought by Sri Lakshmana, retired to rest, fasting. Sri Lakshmana, finishing the water that was left over, all observed silence and performed the evening devotion with concentration. Thereafter, the son of Sumitra brought kusha grass and spread it on the earth to serve as a couch for Rama. As Sri Rama and Sita rested there, Sri Lakshmana washed their feet in pure water and then moved to a distance to mount guard over them. O Prince, here is that Ingudi tree, and here is the couch of grass on which Rama and Sita slept. That hero, Sri Lakshmana, with his quiver filled with arrows, bound to his body, donning gloves made of goha skin, drawing the string of his bow, paced round and round at a distance, guarding the royal pair. I also, O Prince, surrounded by my kinsmen, armed with an excellent bow, kept watch through the night, protecting Sri Ramachandra, who resembled Indra." Chapter 88. Prince Bharata sleeps on the same spot where Sri Rama had rested. Sri Bharata, with his counselors, reverently approached the Ingudi tree and looked with love on the grassy couch. He said to his mothers, "This grass was pressed by the royal frame of the illustrious Ramachandra, who passed the first night of exile in this place. It ill became the great and wise son of King Dasaratha to sleep on the bare earth. How could Sri Rama, who ever reposed on a soft couch, sleep on the naked ground? Sri Rama, who dwelt in a 7-storied palace, the floors of which were studded with gold and silver flowers, overlaid with soft carpets of many a hue on which marvelous floral designs were woven, the whole fragrant with perfume of sandalwood and ambergris, and which resembled the clouds, where the cries of parrots and hyenas were constantly heard and cool air flowed uninterruptedly through the shafts, where the walls inlaid with gold and silver resembled the Meru mountain. In such a palace, Sri Rama was accustomed to rest, awakened each morning by the sweet music of the royal musicians and the gentle tinkling of women's anklets, and duly praised by the bards, panegyrists, and ministers in verse and song. Today he sleeps on the naked earth and hears the cry of jackals and other wild beasts. This matter is past belief. It resembles a dream. I consider nothing more powerful than the will of the Lord. How otherwise should the son of King Dasaratha be seen sleeping on the earth? How could the daughter of King Janaka, that beautiful princess, the beloved daughter-in-law of King Dasaratha, sleep on the naked ground? O mother, here is my brother's couch. On it he tossed, crushing the grass by the weight of his limbs. It would seem that Sri Sita rested here also, wearing her ornaments, since I perceive particles of gold lying here and there. O mother, see Sita's scarf became entangled here, for in this place I see threads of silk. Whether it be hard or soft, the couch of her lord is sweet to a woman. See, the young and tender Sita, devoted to her husband, experienced no smart resting here. Oh, I am undone. What a merciless wretch am I. On my account, Sri Ramachandra and his spouse lay on this hard couch. Alas, that Sri Rama, deprived of kingly felicity, though born of a royal line, dear to all and the cause of universal joy, whose complexion resembles the blue lotus, whose eyes are slightly red, charming to look upon, not meriting tribulation, should have to sleep on the naked earth. Blessed and fortunate is Lakshmana, who followed his brother in the days of adversity. Fruitful is the life of Princess Sita, thus accompanied her lord to the forest. Wretched are we, bereft of Sri Rama, nor are we certain that he will allow us to serve him. King Dasaratha being dead and Sri Rama having entered the forest, the earth appears to me like a boat without a pilot. None desires to usurp the place spiritually reserved for him who dwells in the forest. Today the capital is empty and unprotected. Horses and elephants wander here and there unconfined, there being none to control them. The gates of the city are left open and unguarded. The army is melancholy and indifferent to the defense of the capital. Ayodhya, externally without protection and bereft of purpose, is in a sorry state. Even its enemies turn from it as men turn away from poisoned food. From today, assuming an ascetic garb, I will sleep on the earth and live on fruit and roots. I shall live in the forest for the remainder of the term which Rama has to discharge, so that his vow may be fulfilled. My brother Shatrugna shall dwell with me in the forest, while Lakshmana returns with Rama to protect the capital. The learned Brahmins will install Sri Rama in Ayodhya. I entreat the gods to fulfill the desire of my heart. If Rama, however, will not grant my request, I will remain in the forest as his servant. But how should he reject my appeal? Is he not compassionate towards his devotees? Chapter 89. The army crosses the holy river. Bharata, having slept on the same spot where Sri Rama had lately rested, and the night being over, called Shatrugna and said to him, "Arise, O brother, may good attend thee. The day has dawned, sleep no more. Please summon Guha, the chief of the Nishadas, so that he may convey our army across the river." Shatrugna answered, "O noble one, I am awake. I was not able to sleep, for like thee I have been meditating on Sri Rama." As these two, the chiefs of men, stood conversing together, Guha, approaching, said with humility, "O prince, didst thou rest at ease on the riverbank? Did any disturbance visit thee or thine army?" Hearing these words of Guha uttered with affection, Sri Bharata answered him, saying, "O king, we have passed this night in peace, having been highly honored by thee. Now let thy servants convey our army over the river." Guha hastily returned to his city and spake thus to his servants and relatives, "Brothers, arise, awake, may you ever be fortunate. Bring boats to the bank and convey the army over the river." Thus addressed, the ferrymen arose and gathering 500 boats together, brought them to the bank. A special barge that was seaworthy, named Swastika, hung with large bells and flying banners with apertures for air, was also furnished, whereon white woolen rugs were spread like carpets, small bells tinkling melodiously when it sailed. This bark was steered by Guha himself. On it stepped the illustrious princes Bharata and Shatrugna, with the queens Kaushalya and Sumitra and other ladies of high degree, preceded by their spiritual preceptors, the priests and learned Brahmins. Finally, the baggage was loaded. At the time of departure, the noise of those burning the residue left by the army, of those who plunged into the holy Ganges, and the porters bearing the luggage, ascended to the sky. The boats, crowded with attendants, guarded by picked ferrymen, sailing swiftly, conveyed them over the river. Many vessels contained women only, while others were filled with horses or bullocks, carts, cattle, and mules. Reaching the other bank of the river, the people disembarked, the ferrymen and Guha's relatives playing diverse games in the water as they returned. Some of the elephants, resembling mountains as they moved, were driven across by their mahouts. Others crossed in boats, some on rafts and some swam. Guha's servants ferried the army over the river before taking their morning bath. During the period of Maitra, following on the sunrise, the army crossed the sacred stream and entered the charming forest. Arriving at holy Prayaga, the magnanimous Bharata spoke encouraging words to the army and ordered them to camp at ease. Then the prince, accompanied by the guru Vasista and other priests, went to see the sage Bharadwaja. Approaching the hermitage of that learned and illumined sage, the son of Brihaspati, they beheld in the dense and delightful forest charming huts thatched with leaves. Chapter 90. Prince Bharata and Sri Vasista visit the sage Bharadwaja's hermitage. Bharata, beholding the hermitage of the sage Bharadwaja, leaving his army a league behind and laying aside his weapons and royal apparel, attired in a simple silken garment, proceeded on foot, preceded by his preceptor. Perceiving the sage himself, he left his counselors and followed Sri Vasista only. The great ascetic Bharadwaja, beholding the Prince Bharata approaching, rising from his seat, commanded his disciples to bring the arghya. The Muni advancing to greet Sri Vasista, Prince Bharata offered salutations to him, the sage recognizing him as the son of King Dasaratha. The sage Bharadwaja, then calling for the ritual appointments, presented them with the arghya and refreshed them with fruits. He then inquired respecting their welfare and if all were well in Ayodhya. Then he asked concerning the state treasury and the ministers, but knowing the king to be dead, he made no enquiry concerning him. In return, Sri Vasista and Bharata inquired as to the health of the sage, the state of his body, the sacred fire, his disciples, the deer and the birds. The great ascetic Bharadwaja informed them respecting all these things, and then, prompted by the affection he bore for Sri Rama, said to Bharata, "O Prince, what occasion has brought thee hither? Who art now the ruler of the kingdom? Tell me all." King Dasaratha, urged by his consort, banished Prince Rama to the forest for the period of 14 years. I trust that thou, desirous of enjoying the kingdom without reserve, art not the harborer of ill will to thy brother? Bitterly wounded by the rishi's words, Prince Bharata, his eyes suffused with tears, his throat choked with emotion, said, "O Lord, thou art all-knowing. If thou dost thus regard me, then my life is vain. I am in no way implicated in the fate of Sri Rama. Such villainy would never proceed from me. O my lord, why dost thou charge me thus? That which my mother has done on my account is not approved by me, nor should I ever condone it. I go to gratify that great prince by offering salutations to him, and with the intention of bringing him back to the capital. O Divine One, this is my purpose. Be pleased to tell me where Rama, now the Lord of the earth, is to be found." Requested likewise by Sri Vasista and the other priests, Sri Bharadwaja, captivated by the words of Bharata, answered, "O Great One, thou art born in the illustrious family of Raghu, and it is therefore not a source of wonder that dutiful regard for thy preceptor, self-control, and the following of the path of the wise are all united in thee. By my yogic powers, the contents of thy heart were known to me, but I questioned thee, that thy resolution might be established and thy fame proclaimed throughout the whole world. It is known to me where Sri Rama and Lakshmana, conversant with righteousness, abide. They dwell on the great mountain Chitrakuta. Do thou go thither tomorrow. Today stay here with thy counselors, O wise one. Do thou accede to my request." Then Bharata, the prince of great renown, accepted the offer of the sage and remained all that night at his hermitage. Chapter 91. Sage Bharadwaja entertains the whole army. Prince Bharata, having decided to remain in the hermitage, the sage invited him to a repast. Sri Bharata said, "O holy Lord, thou hast already entertained me with water, fruit, and berries. I am wholly satisfied." Sri Bharadwaja smilingly answered, "I know thee to be pleased with whatever is lovingly offered to thee, but, O Prince, I desire to entertain thy whole army. It is meet that thou accede to my request. O great Prince, why art thou come, leaving thine army at a distance? Why didst thou come unattended by thine army?" Hearing these words, Prince Bharata answered with humility, "O Lord, I did not come attended by mine army in deference to thee. It becomes a king or a king's son to protect the hermitages of his kingdom. O Lord, I am accompanied by many horses and wild elephants accompanying a vast area. Fearing lest they should destroy the trees, the thatched huts, and defile the water of the ponds and wells, I came alone, leaving them behind." Then the Maharishi Bharadwaja said, "Bring thine army hither." Thus commanded, the prince brought his army thither. Entering the sacrificial pavilion, the rishi drank 3 times of the water there, and reciting a certain formula, sprinkled some on his body. Then invoking Vishwakarma to provide the entertainment, and speaking slowly, he said, "I summon the celestial beings, Vishwakarma and Twashta. Let them prepare dwellings for the army. I desire to offer Prince Bharata hospitality. I therefore call upon the deities Yama, Varuna, Kuvera, and also Indra. Let them assist me in providing the entertainment. I also summon all the rivers flowing above or below from east to west and from west to east. Let some of these produce the delicious wine named Maireya and that named Sora, and also cool sweet water like the juice of the sugar cane. I summon further the heavenly musicians called Haha and Huhu, together with other divine beings and nymphs. I summon the dancing Apsaras, Gritachi, Vishwarchi, Mishrakeshi, Alambursha, Nagadanta, Hema, and Soma, who dwell in the Himalayas. I call on the dancing nymphs attendant on Brahma and Indra. Let them attire themselves in beautiful apparel, bringing their instruments. I desire the celestial forest, Chaitrarata, to appear here, the leaves of whose trees are formed like beautiful damsels. I desire further foods of many kinds that can be chewed, sucked, or licked, and various drinks to be prepared by the deity presiding over the moon. Let garlands of fresh flowers be made ready, and beautiful goblets and different dishes of flesh be produced here instantaneously. By his yogic power and the proper recitation of these sacred mantras, the holy sage Bharadwaja produced all that was necessary. Facing the east in the posture of invitation, Sri Bharadwaja sat in meditation for a space. Then, one by one, the gods appeared before him. The cool, slow, and fragrant breezes, blowing from the Malaya and Dedura mountains, tempered the heat. The clouds rained down flowers, and the sound of the divine dundubis, or drums, was heard. Delightful zephyrs began to blow. Nymphs danced, the celestial musicians sang, and the notes of the veena were heard everywhere. The earth and the sky were filled with sweet and harmonious sounds heard by all living beings. As the divine music continued, Bharata's army beheld the wonderful structure wrought by Vishwakarma. They perceived the whole area within a radius of 4 miles to be covered with a carpet of green and glistening grass, sparkling like a green emerald. Its beauty was enhanced by silwa, kapita, amlaki, and mango trees. A wood appeared wherein people could wander, also a divine stream flowing between banks adorned by various trees. Beautiful white mansions were erected, with stables for elephants and horses. Palaces with their balconies decorated with leaves and flowers were to be seen, and others adorned with green and flowery sprays and garlands of pure white blossoms sprinkled with scented water. These dwellings contained square courts, serving as reception halls with space for palanquins and coaches. Food of all kinds, rice, the juice of sugarcane, and every variety of confection was to be found there, with curry puffs, pancakes, and other delicious dishes served in clean vessels, while excellent carpets and seats were spread for relaxation, and couches with spotless coverings and quilts. Entering these mansions with the permission of the sage Bharadwaja, Prince Bharata was followed by his servants, ministers, and priests, who, perceiving all to be well furnished, were highly gratified. In one of the mansions, a room was set apart containing a throne where retainers holding the canopy and chamara were in attendance. Bharata, with his ministers, circumambulated the royal dais as if it were occupied by Sri Rama, and bowing to it respectfully, Sri Bharata, holding the chamara, occupied a lower seat, the counselors, priests, and army commanders assuming positions in accordance with their respective rank. Now, at the command of the holy sage, streams of milk thickened with rice flowed before Bharata's eyes. Beautiful houses, washed with quicklime, appeared on the river banks. 20,000 youthful women, enchantingly attired and wearing beautiful ornaments, came there at the instance of Brahma. Kuvera also sent 20,000 lovely damsels adorned with gold, gems, and pearls. Further, 20,000 nymphs from the region of Indra appeared, whose beauty caused men to lose their reason. Narada, Gofa, and other brilliant musicians began to sing and play before Bharata, and the celestial nymphs to dance in the presence of the prince at the rishi's command. All the flowers most highly esteemed in the celestial gardens among the gods were seen at Prayaga through the power of Bharadwaja. The trees applauded, the Bahadura tree performed on the cymbals, and the pipal danced through the influence of the sage, and those named Devaparna, Tala, and Kururaka assumed the form of dwarfs. Plants by the name of Shingsapa, Amalaki, and Jambu, and twining creepers such as the jasmine and malika, taking on the shape of women in the hermitage of Bharadwaja, cried out, "O wine-bibbers, drink! O hungry ones, eat kiva! Come, fill yourselves with the various kinds of meat." Each person was bathed in the cool river and attended by 7 or 8 beautiful maidens with lustrous eyes, who massaged their body with oil and unguents. Their bath completed, many women dried them with soft cloths and gave them sweetened water, tasting like ambrosia, to drink. The keepers attended carefully to the horses, elephants, mules, camels, and bullocks. Those steeds belonging to the royal stables and ridden by great generals were fed by the grooms on bundles of sugarcane and parched and sweetened rice. Their attendants and mahouts could hardly recognize their charges. The soldiery were now intoxicated with wine and indulging in every pleasure. Each was gratified in whatever he desired, their bodies anointed with sandalwood paste, and united with the nymphs in amorous dalliance. They exclaimed, "We will neither go to Ayodhya nor enter the Dandaka forest. Let Bharata live at ease and Sri Rama dwell in the forest." Thus did the warriors and grooms express themselves in the state of inebriation, while thousands of soldiers in exultation shouted aloud, "Verily, this is heaven!" Running hither and thither with garlands round their necks, innumerable soldiers danced, sang, and laughed. Though they had partaken to the full of excellent dishes, sweet as nectar, yet when they perceived fresh articles of food, they could not restrain themselves from eating anew. Thousands of messengers, servants, and the wives of soldiery, putting on colorful raiment, displayed themselves with pride. Elephants, horses, camels, deer, and birds were fully satisfied. None wanted for anything. No one in the army of Bharata was seen in soiled garments, or hungry or unkempt. None was seen with an unclean countenance or uncombed hair. The men beheld countless dishes of mutton, pork, venison, and other meats cooked in fruit juices and fried in butter with cloves, caraway seeds, and lentils simmering gently in them. Thousands of vessels were filled with spiced rice, garnished with flowers and flags. All were speechless with wonder on beholding them. Within a radius of 5 miles, the wells were filled with frumenty, or kiva, and cows like Kamadenu fulfilled every desire. The trees dripped honey, and the lakes were filled with the sparkling wine Mareya, and banked with dressed viands such as deer, chickens, and peacocks. Hundreds and thousands of dishes were provided, and myriads of vessels filled with curds, mixed with caraway seeds, ginger, and other fragrant spices were served there. Lakes of yogurt and milk, together with heaps of sugar, were to be seen on the river banks, as also fragrant crushed leaves and unguents, with large pots of sandalwood paste, mirrors, and towels. An abundance of sandals and shoes were provided, whilst antimony, combs, brushes, parasols, bows, and quivers, armor, and ornamental seats were placed here and there. Tanks full of liquid mixed with herbs to promote digestion were taken to the banks of lakes where descent was easy and where the people could bathe freely and drink when they pleased. These lakes were filled with pure water, abounding in lotuses and fringed with tender grass of blue and emerald hue. Here, resting places for the beasts were also to be found. Prince Bharata's companions were astounded at the entertainment provided by the Maharishi Bharadwaja. All passed the night in amusement, as in the garden of Indra. At dawn, the rivers, celestial musicians, and nymphs took leave of the Maharishi and returned to their own abode. But Prince Bharata's followers were still flushed and inebriated, their bodies painted with sandalwood, the flower garlands in heaps like mountains lying everywhere, scattered and trampled on by men and beasts. Chapter 92. Prince Bharata with the army departs for Mount Chitrakuta. Prince Bharata, having passed the night in enjoyment of the entertainment provided, early in the morning, desirous of seeing Rama, approached the Muni. With joined palms, he stood before the holy rishi who was engaged in the fire ritual. The sage Bharadwaja inquired of him, saying, "O sinless prince, didst thou pass the night in my hermitage in peace? Are all satisfied with the meager entertainment provided by me?" Sri Bharata, offering salutations to the Maharishi, who had come out from his hermitage, replied, "O blessed Lord, I and my whole army have been rendered completely happy in thy hermitage. Thou hast fully satisfied us all. My people have passed the night agreeably, and they have slept in excellent houses and partaken of delicious dishes, and have lost all sense of the fatigue caused by the journey. O great sage, now allow me to take leave of thee and go to my brother. Look on me with favor, I beg of thee. O wise one, how far from here is the hermitage of the pious Rama, and which is the way thither?" The sage, eminent in ascetic practices, replied to Bharata, who desired to see his brother, "O prince, at 10 miles distance from here, in a field full of boulders, is the beautiful mountain named Chitrakuta. To the north of that mountain flows the river Mandakini, winding through flowery forests, its banks planted with blossoming trees. O friend, close to that river on the Chitrakuta mountain, thou shalt find thy 2 brothers dwelling in a thatched hut. O fortunate prince, on the southern bank of the Yamuna, thou wilt see the 2 paths. Do thou take the right path with thine army, horses, and elephants. This path will take thee to Sri Rama." At the moment of departure, the consorts of King Dasaratha, descending from their chariots, came to the place where the great sage was and stood encircling him. Among them, the frail and trembling Kaushalya and Sumitra touched the feet of the holy man. Then Kaikeyi, thwarted in her designs and despised by the whole world, touched the feet of the sage and circumambulated him. Grief-stricken, she stood at a little distance from Bharata as the holy Bharadwaja addressed the prince, saying, "O prince, I desire to be acquainted with thy mothers." The ever-eloquent Bharata answered humbly, "O Lord, here is my father's chief queen, wretched and weakened through fasting, yet resembling a goddess. She is the mother of that lion among men, the highly intrepid Prince Rama. Comparable to Aditi who brought forth Prajapati, she has given birth to Raghava. She who, leaning on her arm, stands with a sorrowful heart, like the branch of the Karnakara tree, stripped of its flowers, is the Queen Sumitra, the mother of those heroes of truth, Sri Lakshmana and Shatrughna. O great sage, she who has brought great affliction on these 2 chiefs of men and caused the death of King Dasaratha by separating him from his sons, who is given to anger and who is vain and shallow, esteeming herself favored, who is highly ambitious and fickle, and yet looks upon herself as free from imperfection, that cruel and wicked Kaikeyi is my mother. O great Muni, it is she who has caused my great misfortune." Unable to utter further, his throat choked with emotion, the prince began to sigh heavily, his eyes inflamed, breathing like a provoked serpent. Then the holy sage, acquainted with what should come to pass, answered, saying, "My son, do not reproach Queen Kaikeyi. The exile of Sri Rama will be productive of great good, and the gods and Danavas and the illustrious sages will gain great benefit from the presence of Sri Rama in the forest." Hearing this, Bharata bowed low to the rishi, and receiving his blessing, circumambulated him with reverence. Then, craving permission from the sage to depart, he ordered his army to prepare to march. The leaders of the forces mounted their horses, while others, ascending golden chariots, started on their journey. Elephants with howdahs, fixed by golden chains and adorned with fluttering flags, went forward, the bells hanging from the male and female tuskers causing a sound like thunder of the clouds at the end of the rainy season. The other vehicles, large and small, conveying members of the royal family, advanced also. Sri Bharata, intent on seeing Rama riding in a resplendent palanquin shining like the sun or moon with his great army, moved towards the south, covering the earth like a vast cloud. The horses and elephants were all contented, and the vast concourse, inspiring the wild deer and birds with terror, looked splendid as it entered the deep forest. Chapter 93. They behold the hermitage of Sri Rama. As the mighty army traversed the forest, the leaders of the herds of wild elephants with their companions ran away in alarm. Bears, leopards, and other fierce beasts could be seen fleeing on the hilltops and by the banks of the river. Supremely gratified, Prince Bharata proceeded in the midst of his soldiers, who shouted as they marched. The army of the illustrious Bharata resembled an ocean whose waves spread over the earth, or like the clouds covering the sky during the rainy season. The ground for miles was covered with elephants and horses, so that no trace of it could be seen. Having marched a considerable distance, Sri Bharata, perceiving his animals to be fatigued, addressed the holy priest, Sri Vasista, saying, "This country appears to be as beautiful as described to me. I deem that we have reached that place spoken of by the sage Bharadwaja. This mountain is Chitrakuta, and this is the Mandakini River. and this is the forest which, from a distance, resembled a blue cloud. These are the glorious peaks of Chitrakuta, which are being trodden by my great elephants. See, O holy Guru, as the dark clouds pour down water in the rainy season, so do the elephants, whose trunks are scarred by the waving branches of the trees, scatter flowers on the hills. O Shatrughna, behold the lovely Chitrakuta mountain, sought after by the gods. Everywhere herds of deer wander about, enhancing its beauty, like crocodiles swimming gracefully in the sea. As clouds driven by the wind in winter adorn the sky, so do these deer running before the army render the forest delightful. Our soldiers, decorating their heads with flowers, resemble the people of the south who crown themselves with blossoms. See, O Shatrughna, the forest that appeared terrifying and seemed to breathe by being filled with men resembles Ayodhya itself. The dust rising from the hoofs of the bullocks covers the sky and settles there, till the wind quickly dispels it, as if those things obstructing my vision of Sri Rama were being removed from my eyes. O Shatrughna, behold these horses yoked to the chariots with their charioteers, swiftly passing through the forest, and see those beautiful peacocks with long feathers running in fear towards their habitation on the mountain. O sinless brother, this place appears enchanting to me and a fit abode for ascetics. How lovely are the spotted deer wandering about with their hinds. They appear as if studded with flowers. Let my leaders go forward and seek out the place where Sri Rama and Lakshmana dwell. Hearing the words of Sri Bharata, the warriors, bearing weapons in their hands, entered the forest and there perceived a spot where smoke was ascending. On beholding this, they returned to Prince Bharata and communicated to him their belief that the two royal brothers dwelt where the smoke arose. They said, "If it be not Sri Rama and Lakshmana yonder, then surely it is some devotee who can inform us concerning the dwelling place of Raghava." Hearing this pleasing report, Sri Bharata addressed the leaders of the army, saying, "Do you remain here, do not proceed further. I, with the holy Guru Vasista and Sumantra, will go forward to that place." Thus commanded, the warriors halted, and Sri Bharata looked towards the spot where the smoke was visible. Observing the smoke, the warriors waiting at that place rejoiced, believing the time for the meeting with Sri Rama was at hand. Chapter 94. Sri Rama decides to spend his exile on the mountain. Sri Rama, who had passed many days on that mountain, gratified Sri Sita by showing her many scenes of natural beauty, they themselves appearing as lovely as Indra and his consort. Sri Rama said, "O fortunate one, beholding the beauty of this pleasant mountain, no longer does the separation from my friends or my country cause me pain. O center of delight, behold the loveliness of these peaks abounding in metals of various kinds, reaching the skies and frequented by birds of every species. These peaks, some of which shine like silver, some of which are ruddy, some yellow, some glittering with the splendor of the brilliant gems concealed in them, some sparkling with sapphire and crystal, and some resembling quicksilver and glittering like the stars. Though many lions and leopards abound in the forest, yet influenced by the pure nature of the ascetics dwelling here, they have ceased to follow their cruel instincts. Many varieties of birds have their nests on yonder hill. Trees laden with fruit and flowers, affording delightful shade, render the mountain enchanting. Here are mango, jambu, asana, lodra, piala, panasa, duva, ankota, bavya, tinisha, bilua, tindura, bamboo, kansanari, arista, varana, madhuka, tilaka, vadari, amlaka, nipa, vetra, danweria, vijaka, and other trees. O auspicious princess, behold the ravishing loveliness of these hills, where the wise Kinnaras wander in pairs, their swords and colored apparel hanging on the branches. See the charming retreats of the Vidya Dharas and their companions. These mountains with their cascades and bubbling springs appear like mighty elephants, the ichor flowing from their foreheads. What mind would not be filled with delight by the breezes issuing from the caves of the mountain, redolent with fragrance, pleasing to the senses? O peerless one, if it be for me to dwell here with thee and Lakshmana for innumerable years, no grief or anxiety will visit me. O lovely lady, on the mountain of Chitrakuta, rendered pleasant by a profusion of flowers and fruits, whose delightful peaks echo with the sweet song of birds, I am content to dwell. By residing here, two objects have been achieved: the fulfillment of my father's vow and the satisfaction of Prince Bharata. O daughter of the king Videha, behold this enchanting spot where self-control and asceticism are easily exercised. Say, art thou happy here? The discipline of residence in the forest is declared royal by sages to be a means to liberation. Our ancestors, such as Manu, have held that residence in the forest is the means of acquiring the form of the gods. Behold, O princess, yonder mountain adorned by thousands of rocks, blue, yellow, purple, and white. At night, the healing herbs shine like fire, lighting the crags with their radiance. See, O princess, some of the caves resembling houses, some appear like flower gardens, all enhancing the glory of the mountain. It would seem that Chitrakuta has sprung forth from the earth, and from every side appears incomparably beautiful. Observe, O auspicious one, how those devoted to pleasure have spread couches here and there, and covered them with azure lotuses, overlaid with coverings of bark. See the faded garlands cast aside by them, and the rinds of many fruits of which they have partaken. This mountain, Chitrakuta, in variety of flowers and transparent waters, has surpassed the capital of Indra in loveliness. O Sita, I will pass the 12 years here with Prince Lakshmana and thee. Pursuing the highest virtue and discipline, I shall thus protect my kingdom and earn merit. Chapter 95. He points out the beauties of nature to Sita. Having pointed out the beauty of the hills to Sita, Raghava now showed her the pleasant river Mandakini issuing from the mountain. The lotus-eyed lord addressed the daughter of King Janaka, whose countenance resembled the moon, saying, O princess, behold the river Mandakini with its delightful banks frequented by swans, cranes, and other waterfowl, abounding in flowering trees of different kinds, which cause it to resemble the river Sangandika in the region of Kuvera. Its pleasant fjords where I desire to bathe, the waters of which had been rendered muddy by the herds of deer who have come to drink and recently departed, all these attract the heart. O dear one, the ascetics attired in robes of bark and deerskin bathe at stated seasons in this river. O princess of beautiful eyes, here the Munis, observing strict and austere vows, stand with uplifted arms, worshipping the sun. The trees, agitated by the breeze, cause the hills to appear as if they were dancing. The blossoms, scattered by the force of the wind, make it seem as if Chitrakuta were offering flowers to the river. O auspicious one, here the waters of Mandakini sparkle like gems, and there they form a sandy beach. Groups of perfect beings frequent the banks. O princess, behold the heaps of flowers shaken down from the branches by the wind, and others floating through the air and falling into the river to be carried away by the water. O Kalyani, behold the wild geese standing in the shallows, uttering sweet cries to summon their mates or diverting themselves with them. O lovely Sita, when I behold the Chitrakuta mountain and the river Mandakini in company with thee, I esteem it a greater joy than any Ayodhya could yield me. Come, O Sita, and let us too bathe in the river Mandakini, frequented by perfect beings who are endowed with inner and outer control and are devoted to the practice of austerity. O princess, thou didst formerly play with thy maids of honor in Ayodhya. Today amuse thyself with me in the Mandakini river, pelting me with red and white lotuses and splashing the waters over me. O dear one, imagine those dwelling here to be the citizens of Ayodhya and the Mandakini to be the river Sarayu. O Sita, I am happy with thee, who art obedient to my command, as is also Prince Lakshmana. O beloved, bathing thrice a day with thee in the river and living on honey, fruits, and berries, I feel no desire for the comforts of the kingdom of Ayodhya. Who will not be happy dwelling on the banks of the river Mandakini, where herds of elephant wander and lions and monkeys come to quench their thirst, and where flowers grow throughout the year? Thus Sri Rama conversed on many wondrous things concerning the Mandakini river with Sita, and taking the hand of the princess, wandered with her over the blue and beautiful Chitrakuta mountain. Chapter 96. They see the army approaching, and Lakshmana vows to destroy it. Having shown Sita the beauties of the river Mandakini, Rama and Sita seated themselves on a rock. Feasting Videhi with venison, Sri Rama, in order to please her, spoke in this wise: This meat is pure and is rendered delicious by being roasted in the fire. While thus conversing with Sita, he observed the dust rising like a cloud, stirred up by the feet of the approaching army of Bharata, and heard the tramp of marching warriors, at the sound of which the leaders of the elephants with their herds ran hither and thither in agitation. Seeing the herds of elephants fleeing at the tumult caused by the army, Sri Rama said to Lakshmana, "O Lakshmana, Queen Sumitra is fortunate indeed to be thy mother. Is this warlike clamor issuing from the clouds? The herds of elephants dwelling in the dense forest, the wild buffaloes and the deer are fleeing away in terror. Has any king or prince come to hunt in the woods, or has some terrible and bloodthirsty beast entered the forest? Inquire into the matter, O Lakshmana. Even the birds are not carefree in their flight. It becomes thee to seek out the cause of this commotion." Speedily climbing a shallow tree, Sri Lakshmana looked in all directions. First he examined the eastern quarter, then he looked towards the north, and there he beheld a vast army composed of elephants, horses, chariots, and well-armed infantry. Describing the approaching army with its elephants, horses, chariots, and flags, Sri Lakshmana said to Rama, "O Great One, put out the fire and let Sita enter the cave. Do thou arm thyself and take up thy bow and arrow." Sri Rama answered Lakshmana, saying, "O child, ascertain by the symbols on the flags to whom this army belongs." The prince listened to Rama's words and, burning with anger, desirous of consuming the army, replied, "Without doubt, Bharata, having secured the throne, has come to slay us both in order to enjoy rulership unopposed. See, by that large and beautiful tree is a chariot with a white flag bearing the sign of a pomegranate tree. The soldiers mounted on swift-moving horses are coming towards me. I see the riders on elephants also. O hero, let us both, armed with bows and arrows, climb the hill, or clad in battle array, stand here fully prepared. We shall surely defeat Bharata. Today we shall subdue him on whose account all our sufferings have come to pass. O Rama, that Bharata on whose account thou, Sita, and I have been deprived of our kingdom and cast into tribulation is approaching like an enemy. He must certainly be slain, O Prince. I see no sin in destroying him. It were no sin to slay one who seeks to injure thee. O Prince, he has already wronged thee. By slaying Bharata, thou canst acquire mastery over the whole earth. Today Kaikeyi, avid for the kingdom, will see her son slain in the field. Seeing Bharata slain by me like a tree uprooted by an elephant, Kaikeyi will suffer great anguish. I shall slay Kaikeyi also, and her friends, and Manthara too. O bestower of honor, I will free the world of the sinful Kaikeyi. Today I will let loose my long-restrained wrath on the forces of mine enemy, as a fire consumes dried grass. Today I will drench the fields of Chitrakuta with the blood of mine enemies. Today those elephants wounded by my sharp arrows, and those men slain by me, will be dragged hither and thither by wild beasts. Today I will redeem my vow by destroying Bharata and his army with my bow and arrow. Chapter 97. Sri Rama cannot believe Prince Bharata comes as an enemy. Seeing Lakshmana overcome with anger and desire for vengeance, Sri Rama sought to pacify him, saying, "O Lakshmana, the learned warrior Bharata, fully armed, is coming to see us in person. Of what value is shield or sword? What should I do with the kingdom obtained by slaying my brother Bharata, I having undertaken to fulfill my father's behests? I will never accept riches obtained by the slaying of relatives and friends, which would be as acceptable to me as food mixed with poison. O Lakshmana, I promise thee, it is for the sake of my brothers that I desire to pursue virtue, legitimately acquired wealth, pleasures, and even the kingdom. O Lakshmana, I speak the truth by this sign, touching my arms. I desire a kingdom only for the sake of supporting my brothers and securing their good. O charming prince, the acquisition of the kingdom is not difficult to me, but, O my brother, I do not even desire dominion of the celestial region if it can only be acquired by unrighteous means. O dear one, may the deity of fire consume all that gives me joy, if it is not for thy good and to the advantage of Bharata and Shatrughna. It seems to me that when my dearest brother, ever devoted to me, returned to Ayodhya from the home of his maternal uncle, after hearing that we three, robed in bark, had entered the forest, he, overwhelmed by affection and grief, set out hither to seek us. I see no other purpose for his advent here, or it may be that Bharata, wroth with his mother, has reproached her with bitter words and has come here to be reconciled with me. It is meet that Bharata should see me, and I cannot believe that he comes as an enemy. What harm has Bharata ever done to us, O brother, that today thou assumest him to be against us? It is improper for thee to speak ill or harshly of Bharata. Those bitter things thou sayest of Bharata, thou hast in fact said of me. O son of Sumitra, How should a father slay his son, or a brother slay his brother, whatever betide? If thou hast said all this on account of the kingdom, then I will desire Bharata to give thee the kingdom. O Lakshmana, if I say to Bharata, give the crown to Lakshmana, assuredly he will answer, be it so. Sri Lakshmana was profoundly humiliated by the words of Rama. His limbs and muscles contracted, and he was sunk in shame. He said, "It appears that the Maharaja Dasaratha himself has come hither to see us." Seeing Lakshmana abashed, Sri Rama answered, "I also believe my father has come to see us and will seek to take us home to the capital, knowing how grievously we suffer in the forest. It may be, too, that the king, knowing Sita to be worthy of every happiness, will take her home. See, O brother, 2 excellent horses of noble breed, swift as the wind, appear in view. The great and aged elephant, Shatrunjaya, that carries my illustrious father, marches before the army, but I feel apprehensive, for I do not behold the white umbrella of my renowned lord. O Lakshmana, descend from the tree." The prince, having descended in obedience to Sri Rama, stood before him with joined palms. Sri Bharata, meanwhile, commanded his army not to approach or disturb the hermitage of Rama. The army, with its elephants and horses, occupied an area of 7 miles, and the prudent Bharata, who, to please Rama, had rid himself of all egoity and employed only virtuous means, caused it to take up its position at some distance from the Chitrakuta mountain. Chapter 98. Prince Bharata goes on foot to meet Sri Rama. That exalted one, Sri Bharata, truly obedient to the behests of his guru, perceiving his army well lodged, proceeded on foot to meet Sri Rama. As soon as the army was encamped, he addressed Shatrughna in these words, "O excellent one, thou with thy men and a few huntsmen speedily search the forest and seek out Sri Rama's hermitage. Let Guha, attended by 1,000 of his warriors, armed with bows, arrows, and swords, search for Sri Rama in the forest. I myself, in the company of the councillors, citizens, elders, and Brahmins, will go on foot through the forest. I shall not rest till I have beheld the saintly Rama, the valiant Lakshmana, and the most auspicious Sita. I shall not seek repose till I have looked on the shining countenance of Sri Rama, my elder brother. My mind will taste no peace till I have placed my forehead at the feet of Rama, that bear the marks of royalty. My soul will find no delight till I have placed Sri Rama on the ancestral throne and beheld him anointed with the holy water at the time of his coronation. Fortunate is Prince Lakshmana, who looks on the moon-like lotus-eyed resplendent face of Rama each day. Blessed is the daughter of King Janaka, who follows Sri Rama, the lord of the earth and ocean. Blessed also is Chitrakuta, equal to the Himalayas, on which Sri Rama dwells, as Kuvera and Chitraratha dwell in the forest. Blessed is this forest today, abounding in poisonous serpents and difficult to penetrate, because the mighty warrior Rama abides in it." Thus speaking, the valiant Prince Bharata entered the forest on foot. The chief of eloquent persons, the pious Bharata, reached the center of the forest, where blossoming and fruitful trees adorned the mountain heights. Climbing a shala tree, he saw the smoke rising from the fire in Rama's hermitage. The prince with his friends rejoiced like those who have crossed the ocean to find the dwelling place of Rama. Finding that Sri Ramachandra dwelt on the mountain frequented by ascetics, Sri Bharata, leaving his army behind in the company of Guha, speedily started for the hermitage. Chapter 99. The 4 brothers meet with tears of joy. Sri Bharata, with great eagerness, pointed out the indications of the position of Sri Rama's hermitage to his brother Shatrughna. He appealed to Sri Vasista to bring his mothers there speedily, while he, devoted to his elder brother, hastily went on before. Sumantra followed Shatrughna, who walked behind Bharata, and who was equally anxious to behold Rama. The prince, proceeding, at length descried the hut thatched with leaves in the midst of the hermitages of the ascetics, and beheld it before a heap of broken wood and flowers plucked for worship. To mark the site of the ashrama, Sri Rama and Lakshmana had bound kusha grass and strips of cloth to the trees. He perceived also great heaps of the dung of deer and buffalo, dried for fuel, to be used in winter. The illustrious and mighty Bharata, going forward, spoke measured words to his brother and counselors, saying, "I deem we have reached the place spoken of by the sage Bharadwaja, and that the river Mandakini is not far distant from here. Prince Lakshmana has bound strips of cloth to the trees, so that when fetching water on a dark night, he may know the way back to the hermitage. This appears to be the road traversed by the great elephants who were roaring in the forest. I perceive the black smoke rising from the ascetic sacrificial fire. Here I shall behold that lion among men, Sri Rama, the great preceptor, seated in majesty like a resplendent sage. Proceeding a little further, Prince Bharata reached the river Mandakini on Chitrakuta, and addressing his companions said, "That chief of men, a very god among living beings, is seated in this lonely forest in the posture of an ascetic. Woe unto me, wretched is my life and birth, on account of which the most resplendent lord of all, Sri Ramachandra, is plunged in this affliction and dwells in this forest deprived of all joy. Despised by men because of this, I will now fall at the feet of Rama and Sita in order to propitiate them." While lamenting, Bharata perceived the hut thatched with leaves, pure and pleasant, covered with the leafy boughs of sala, tala, and other trees, resembling an altar covered with kusha grass. Here and there, mighty bows and shields covered with gold, wielded in battle, hung, adding to the beauty of the place, and nearby stood a quiver of arrows, bright as the rays of the sun, and keen as the serpents with shining hoods of the Bhagawati River. There also were 2 scimitars and scabbards of gold and 2 shields emblazoned with golden flowers, also many deerskins and gloves with gold-embroidered gauntlets. That habitation was impregnable as a cave and unassailable by the herds of wild deer. Bharata discerned in this dwelling Sri Rama seated near the altar, resplendent as fire. For a long time, Sri Bharata gazed on the beauty of the scene. He saw Rama sitting, his matted locks coiled on the crown of his head, shining like a flame, his body clad in a robe of bark, covered with the skin of a black antelope. His shoulders resembling a lion's, his arms were long, his eyes like lotuses, that ruler of the earth and ocean, the sovereign of eternal decrees. Sri Bharata beheld that righteous one with Lakshmana and Sita, seated on a platform strewn with kusha grass, appearing like the eternal Brahma. Beholding him seated thus, the pious Bharata was overpowered with sorrow and affection, and ran towards him, his throat choked with grief, weeping and lamenting. Though the pain was past restraining, he yet mastered it and spoke. "Alas, my elder brother, worthy of a seat in the royal assembly, beloved of his counselors, is today associating with wild beasts in the forest. He, deserving of apparel adorned with thousands of golden coins, is sitting, clad in a deerskin, in order to practice the obligations of righteous living. Sri Rama, who was formerly adorned with garlands of different flowers, how can he endure the weight of his matted locks? He who should have acquired merit by the performance of sacrifices aided by the rishis, today increases his meritorious deeds by the practice of austerity. Now is the countenance of my elder brother, formerly adorned with sandal paste, covered with dust. Alas, it is on my account that Sri Rama, who formerly enjoyed every delight, is today undergoing this distress. Woe unto me, who am abhorred by all." Thus lamenting, the wretched Bharata, his face bedewed with tears, sought to run and fall at the feet of Rama, but sank unconscious on the way. Deeply afflicted, that great hero, Prince Bharata, cried out, "O excellent one!" and uttered no more. Exclaiming only, "O noble sire!" he could proceed no further. Shatrughna, also weeping, embraced the feet of Sri Rama, on which Rama, gathering them both in his arms, melted into tears. Then Sumantra and Guha approached Sri Rama and Lakshmana, and it appeared as if the sun and moon, Jupiter and Venus had conjoined in the heavens. The inhabitants of the forest, beholding the 4 princes met together in their midst, shed tears of joy. Chapter 100. Sri Rama inquires of Prince Bharata concerning the discharge of his royal duties. Sri Ramachandra saw Bharata lying on the ground, clothed in ascetic's garb, his hair coiled on the crown of his head, his palms joined in supplication, resembling the sun bereft of splendor, fallen to earth at the time of the dissolution of the world. Taking hold of the hands of his brother, who was emaciated and weak, Sri Rama raised him up, and smelling his head, embraced him, clasping him in his arms and tenderly inquiring of him, "O child, where is thy father, that thou art come to the forest alone? Had he lived, thou couldst not have come hither unaccompanied. Alas, I grieve that I scarcely recognize my brother, thin, weary, and full of care. What brings thee to the forest? O my brother, is the king well and happy, or has grief brought about his end? O darling, thou art yet a child. Tell me, is aught amiss in that eternal kingdom? O hero of truth, hast thou served the king well? Say, is that sovereign of men, devoted to truth and to duty, the performer of the great sacrifice, in good health? Is that highly learned monarch, master of the ascetic Brahmins, fully cherished? O child, are Mother Kaushalya and Queen Sumitra, mother of an illustrious son, well? Is that highly exalted Queen Kaushalya happy? O friend, dost thou sufficiently regard that humble, experienced, high-born, magnanimous companion of mine, he who is skilled in action, the son of Sri Vasista? Does the royal priest, highly versed in the Veda, who is wise and beneficent, inform thee of the time of sacrifice? O brother, dost thou offer full reverence to the gods, father, mother, guru, thine elders, the physicians and Brahmins? O friend, dost thou give due respect and honor to Sudama, skilled in the science of arms and conversant with the mantra-driven weapons? Hast thou made those thy counselors who are trustworthy, patient masters of ethics and who have transcended avarice? O prince, the good fortune of kings is secret consultation with those versed in the spiritual laws. My son, hast thou overcome sleep? Dost thou awaken betimes? Dost thou in the late hours meditate on the methods of acquiring legitimate wealth? Dost thou reflect alone on matters of moment and consult with thy ministers in public? Do other monarchs know of thy decisions before they are applied? When thou hast determined upon what must and should be done, dost thou speedily accomplish it? Are lesser kings acquainted with thy determined resolve after the event or before thou hast set it in motion? Dost thou prefer the society and advice of a learned pundit to that of countless fools? In times of adversity, it is of infinite advantage to have the proximity of a learned man. If a sovereign surround himself with 10,000 ignorant persons, he will receive no help from them. But should a king be attended by a wise minister, thoughtful, studious, versed in the moral laws and government, he will reap a great advantage. O brother, dost thou employ men of exalted character in affairs of moment and lesser ones in unimportant events? Dost thou appoint ministers who are pure of heart, full of integrity and of a noble disposition, whose ancestors have served the crown in positions of authority? O son of Queen Kaikeyi, do the arrogant and proud, when incensed, offer thee or thy ministers insult? As a woman disregards one who has illicit connection with another's wife, or the priests condemn that man who has sinned while offering the sacrifice, so is a king despised who levies harsh taxes. That monarch who does not condemn a man to death, who has, through avarice and deluded by ambition, accused others who are virtuous, and even threatened the life of the king, is himself destroyed. O brother, art thou attended by such persons? Has a commander-in-chief who is active, victorious over his enemies, skilled in arms, patient in adversity, devoted to thee and experienced, been appointed by thee? Hast thou honored with suitable rewards those men who are valiant, distinguished, eminent in military sciences, resourceful, and whose abilities have been tested? Dost thou distribute remuneration and provisions in a fitting manner when they are due? Servants who are not paid at the proper season become incensed and disregard their master. Dissatisfied retainers are a source of danger. Are the liege warriors and chieftains devoted to thee? In time of need are they ready to lay down their lives for thy sake? Hast thou appointed as thine ambassadors those who are citizens of thy kingdom, who can divine the motives of others, who are of sound judgment, eloquent, and able to overcome their opponents in debate? Dost thou employ 3 spies, each unacquainted with the other, to master the secrets of the 15, excluding thy ministers, priests, and the heir apparent? Dost thou set a watch over enemies whom thou hast driven from thy kingdom, and yet who have returned? Dost thou deem them harmless? Art thou attended by Brahmins of atheistic opinions? Such persons deem themselves wise, but in fact are fools, yet they may divert others from the path of virtue, being skilled in dispatching souls to the lower regions. They do not study the authorized treatises on the duties of men, but indulge in arguments against the Veda and, becoming eminent in useless knowledge, discuss unworthy matters continually. O friend, dost thou carefully preserve the capital, Ayodhya, the seat of our ancestors and great men, justly termed invincible, having strong gates and being filled with elephants, horses, and chariots, where Brahmins engaged in spiritual duties dwell, also warriors and merchants, and superior men who have subdued their senses and are intent on various enterprises. That progressive city which is replete with temples of many forms, frequented by learned men. O brother, Ours is a capital which has been the site of many great sacrifices, which contains innumerable temples and lakes, frequented by cheerful men and women, where festive assemblies are held, where no portion of the earth is uncultivated, where elephants, horses, and cattle dwell in large numbers, where no one lives in jeopardy, and which is irrigated by artificial means, so that people need not depend solely on rain, which is delightful, and where no dangerous beasts like lions abound, which is free from wicked men, which improves daily, and which is protected by the spirits of our ancestors. Tell me, is that city prosperous? O brother, art thou satisfied with the husbandmen and those who live by tending their cattle? Dost thou provide what they need and preserve them from harm? Dost thou ever guard them and provide them with sustenance? O brother, a king should ever protect his subjects by righteous means. Dost thou propitiate the women of thy realm? Are they duly safeguarded by thee? Dost thou put thy confidence in them? Dost thou communicate thy secrets to them? O prince, dost thou, well adorned, show thyself to thy people in the assembly hall ere noon? Do those who work for thee approach thee with assurance, or do they hold back on account of fear? Both these states are unprofitable. Dost thou treat thy subjects with moderation? Are thy forts well supplied with wealth, food, arms, water, armaments, and furnished with archers and bowmen? O prince, does thy treasury contain more than is needed for thine expenditure? Is thy wealth spent unprofitably on musicians and dancers? Is a part of thy treasure devoted to the gods, thy sisters, the Brahmins, the uninvited guests, warriors, and friends? Dost thou condemn any through avarice, without regard for justice or subjecting the offender to close examination by those eminent in law and who are of good conduct? Are those who serve thee just men, innocent of lying and theft, and not of ill repute? O noble one, those who are apprehended for theft, caught in the act, and their guilt established on due examination, are they able to obtain release by bribing the officials? In a dispute between a rich and a poor man, do thy experienced judges carry out justice uninfluenced by a desire for gain? O Prince of Raghu, the tears of those who are unjustly condemned by a monarch who lives at ease and is indifferent to justice being meted out destroy his children and his herds. O Prince, dost thou satisfy the aged, children, and physicians by providing them with their needs, treating them with affection, and granting them the benefits of wise administration? Dost thou offer salutations on meeting thy guru or the aged, the ascetics, strangers, sacred objects, and the Brahmins who are learned and enlightened? Dost thou use the time reserved for the performance of thy duty, for the acquisition of wealth, or dost thou waste the opportunity of fulfilling thy duty and acquiring wealth by partiality to comfort and dissipation? O chief of conquerors, O knower of the significance of time, dost thou divide thine hours between the observance of thy duty, the acquisition of wealth, and legitimate diversion? O wise one, do the learned pundits and the citizens pray daily for thy welfare? O Bharata, dost thou abjure the 14 failings a sovereign must eschew: atheism, dissimulation, anger, inattention, procrastination, neglect of the wise, indolence, surrender of the senses to external objects, disregard of counsel, consulting those who advocate evil, the deferring of that which has been resolved upon, the concealment of counsel received, the abandoning of righteous conduct, the offering of respect equally to the low and highborn, and the ruthless conquest of other lands. O king, art thou acquainted with the results of the following, and dost thou constantly reflect on them? Hunting, gambling, sleeping during the day, slander, inordinate affection, vanity, concentration on dancing and music, lounging here and there to no purpose, the 5 fortifications, by moat, by high banks, by thickly planted trees, by wasteland destitute of means of subsistence, and by a waterless region, the 4 means to success, concluding peace, liberality, punishment, and sowing dissension in the ranks of the enemy, the 7 requisites of administration, the king, the ministers, government, treasury, territory, army, and allies, the kinds of persons with whom one should not contract friendship, those who speak ill of others, the bold, the curious, the injurious, those who take others' property, the abusive, the ruthless, and the 8 objects which should be pursued: righteousness, acquisition of legitimate wealth, suitable diversions, the study of the 3 Vedas, treaty, stratagem, invasion, proper timing and allying oneself with the powerful? Art thou acquainted with the 5 kinds of suffering caused by celestial beings, by fire, water, disease, famine, and plague? Hast thou carefully considered the misfortunes occasioned by officials, thieves, enemies, and the king's favorites? Dost thou reflect that it is not proper to be intimate with a child, one who is senile, one who has long been afflicted, one who has been excommunicated, a coward, a terrorist, one who is avaricious or who excites covetousness, one who is despised by others, one who is voluptuous, one who consults everybody, one who speaks ill of the Brahmins, one who ascribes all to fate, or who is afflicted by famine, or who wanders from country to country without a purpose, one who has many adversaries, one who does not act at the proper season, one who is not devoted to truth, one who lives under foreign domination, and one who is aggressive. Hast thou given the following due consideration and found them to be in accord with thee? Thy subjects, women, the kingdom, those who have lost their wealth, thine enemy, thy friend, those unfriendly to thine enemy. O wise one, art thou acquainted with the preparations necessary for a journey, the methods of punishment, the drawing up of treaties, and who is to be trusted or distrusted? O prince, dost thou enter into consultation with thy counselors collectively or separately, and dost thou treat each interview as private? Dost thou conclude thy study of the Veda with charitable gifts? Dost thou employ thy wealth in distribution of alms and legitimate diversions? Do thy marriages become fruitful of progeny? Dost thou practice what thou hast learned from the scriptures? Dost thou approve of acts of benevolence, duty, and worship, and regard them as productive of fame and longevity? O prince, dost thou follow the path of thy predecessors, which promotes happiness and which all applaud? O Bharata, dost thou partake of delicious dishes by thyself? When amongst thy companions, dost thou first present them with succulent food and then partake of it thyself? No, O brother, that monarch who is acquainted with the law and also knows how to administer justice and rules by righteous means becomes lord of the earth and enters heaven on his death. Chapter 101. Sri Rama hears the account of his father's death. Bharata, hearing these words of Rama, replied, "What will the discharge of royal duties avail me, who am destitute of all virtue? O Great One, according to the tradition of our line, the younger brother may not be king while the elder lives. Therefore, O Raghava, return with me to the auspicious city of Ayodhya, and for the sake of our family, cause thyself to be installed as king. Some may consider the king a man, but I hold him to be a god, since his conduct differs from others, being inspired by duty and divine grace. When I was at the home of my maternal uncle, and thou exiled to the forest, King Dasaratha, adored by the good, the performer of spiritual sacrifices, departed to heaven. As soon as thou with Sita and Lakshmana hadst left the capital, the king, overwhelmed by sorrow and affliction, passed away. O chief of men, offer the traditional libations for thy father. Shatrughna and I have already carried out this ritual. O prince, it is said that the water and rice offered by a beloved son grants imperishable bliss to one departed. O Raghava, thou wast indeed the beloved of thy royal father. Through grief on thy account and the desire to see thee, thy sire, his mind unceasingly fixed on thee, overcome by sorrow, departed to heaven." Chapter 102. They are all afflicted with grief. On hearing the account of his father's death from his brother, Sri Rama fell unconscious. Bharata's words proved as dreadful to Sri Rama as the mace of Indra falling on the Danavas in battle. Wringing his hands, Raghava fell to the earth like a tree severed by an axe. The Lord of the world, Sri Rama, fallen on the earth, lay like an elephant, which, having borne away the river bank, sinks under the load. His 2 brothers, together with Sita, perceiving him to have fallen in a swoon, sprinkled him with water in order to restore him. Recovering somewhat, Sri Rama began to lament. The virtuous prince, conscious that his sire had passed away, uttered these pious words to Bharata. "What should I do in Ayodhya, now my father has departed to heaven? Who can preserve the capital bereft of this illustrious monarch? What can I, worthless and wretched, do for that magnanimous one, my father, who died through grief at my separation, and whose funeral rites I was not able to perform? O sinless Bharata, thou indeed art blessed, by whom the last rites of thy warrior parent were performed. Now when I return to the capital after completing the term of my exile, none will instruct me in what is good and what is evil. Formerly, in affection, my father, being pleased with my good conduct, enlightened me. Who will now utter those words which fell pleasingly on my ears?" Turning his face towards Sita, whose countenance resembled the full moon, Rama thus addressed her. "O Sita, thy father-in-law has left this life. O Lakshmana, thou art fatherless. Bharata has related this bitter news to us. O Lakshmana, bring the pulp of the Angudi fruit and change this apparel of bark. I desire to offer libations of water to my royal sire. Let Sita precede me, and thou follow her. On such occasions, this procedure must be observed." Then Sumantra, the aged retainer of the royal line, wise, intelligent, tender-hearted, self-subdued, and humble, wholly devoted to Rama, comforted the princes and led them to the river Mandakini, whose waters were sacred and meritorious. Deeply afflicted, the illustrious ones approached the pleasant river that passed through blossoming woods, and descending into the pure, swift-flowing, and unmuddied stream, they offered the ritual water in the name of their royal father, saying, "O great king, may this water be thine." Then Sri Rama, filling his palms with water, turning to the south, wept and said, "O mighty king, may this sacred water offered today by me be thine forever in the region of thine ancestors." Thereafter, Raghava with his brothers offered balls of rice in memory of the king on the shores of the river Mandakini. Having made a cake by mixing the juice of berries with the pulp of the Angudi fruit, Sri Rama spread it on kusha grass and, deeply afflicted, weeping, said, "O mighty king, be pleased to accept and partake of this food, for that which is man's customary food, the gods approve." Then ascending the hillside, Sri Rama returned by the way he had come. The great Raghava, reaching the door of the thatched hut, took hold of the hands of Lakshmana and Bharata and wept. The sound of the weeping of the four princes and Sita re-echoed in the mountains like the roaring of a lion, and the army, hearing it, were greatly perturbed, and said among themselves, "Sri Rama and Bharata have met, and they are bewailing the death of the king, their sire." Leaving their camp and turning their faces to where the sound of weeping arose, they went in haste to that spot. Some mounted horses and elephants, some rode in gilded chariots, and others on foot hastened towards that place, for though Sri Rama had but lately left the capital, it appeared to them as if he had been long absent from them. Desirous of seeing Rama, they proceeded to the hermitage of the illustrious prince in various kinds of vehicles, and the sound of their advance and the rolling wheels created a noise like thunder. Elephants, terrified by the tumult, ran with their mates into other woods, perfuming the forest with their ichor. Boars, wolves, buffaloes, snakes, tigers, wild cattle, and deer of many kinds were filled with fear. Ducks, waterfowl, swans, geese, cuckoos, and herons fled in every direction. The air was filled with birds, and the earth with men, rendering both beautiful. At length, the army reached the place where they perceived the illustrious and innocent Rama, the chief of men, seated on the sacrificial seat, and, seeing his condition, they began to curse Kaikeyi and Manthara, and approaching closer, wept bitterly. Sri Rama, observing them so afflicted, embraced them like a parent. Embracing those who were worthy of his affection, offering salutations to some, he treated those of his age and his relatives with the respect due to each. The voice of their weeping filled the earth and sky, and reverberated in the caves and in every quarter like the beat of a drum. Chapter 103. Sri Rama greets the queens. Sri Vasista, preceded by the widowed queens of King Dasaratha, proceeding towards Sri Rama's hermitage, beheld the slow-moving Mandakini and the holy place frequented by Rama. Afflicted with grief, Queen Kaushalya wept and then said to Sumitra and the other queens, "O see, here is the place where the defenseless Rama, Lakshmana, and Sita, deprived by Kaikeyi of their kingdom, come to bathe. O Sumitra, here meseems thy son Lakshmana unwearyingly brings water for my son. Though engaged in this menial service, a kind office performed for an elder brother is an honorable act. Though the carrying of water is a humble occupation, when Sri Ramachandra, persuaded by Bharata, returns to the capital, then thy son, worthy of every comfort, will abandon these laborious duties." Queen Kaushalya, of large eyes, now perceived the funeral cake offered by Sri Rama in memory of his father. She beheld how the sorrow-stricken Rama had laid the flower ball on the ground in his great sire's remembrance, and she then addressed the widows of the departed king, saying, "See how this has been offered by Raghava in memory of the great king of the house of Ikshwaku. I do not consider this flower ball mixed with the juice of the Ngudi fruit to be worthy of the Mahatma Dasaratha, who was equal to a god. How should the sovereign of the earth enclosed between the four seas find this cake of Ngudi pulp acceptable? Nothing is more painful to me than this, that the illustrious Rama should offer this paltry flower ball to his deceased father. Why does my heart not break into 1,000 fragments seeing this poor offering? It is a common saying among men that the food eaten by a man is the food of his god and his ancestors." The consorts of the king consoled the chief queen, and proceeding onwards, reached the hermitage where they beheld Sri Rama seated like a god descended from heaven. Seeing Sri Rama withdrawn from every pleasure, they were deeply distressed and wept bitterly. Sri Rama, the devotee of truth, rose up and touched the feet of his mothers, and the large-eyed queens with their tender hands took the dust from his feet. Sri Lakshmana, distressed to see their grief, offered salutations to them with deep affection, and they, wiping the dust from the feet of Sri Rama, manifested the same love to Prince Lakshmana, since he too was the son of King Dasaratha. Sita also, full of grief, her eyes suffused with tears, stood before the queens, touching their feet. Kaushalya, embracing Sri Sita, who was emaciated through the privations of her exile, addressed her as a mother her daughter and said, "Alas, alas, the daughter of King Videha, the daughter-in-law of King Dasaratha, and the consort of Sri Ramachandra, has undergone great privations in the forest. O Janaki, I burn with the fire of grief when I behold thy countenance, scorched by the sun like the faded crimson water lilies, or gold defiled with dust, or the moon obscured by clouds. I am being consumed by the pain arising from this, like a piece of wood slowly consumed by fire." While Queen Kaushalya was thus lamenting, Sri Ramachandra approached the holy Vasista and touched his lotus feet. Having touched the feet of the great ascetic, who was as resplendent as fire, like Indra offering salutations to the feet of Brihaspati, Sri Rama sat down near him. Then the pious Bharata, accompanied by his counselors, the chief people of the city, and his generals, approached Sri Rama and occupied a lower seat. The heroic Bharata, with joined palms, seated by his elder brother who was attired in ascetic's garb, appeared like Prajapati before Brahma. At that moment, the principal citizens present were filled with curiosity to know what Sri Bharata would say to Raghava. The ever-truthful and valiant Rama, seated with Bharata and Lakshmana, together resembled 3 ritual fires in the place of sacrifice. Chapter 104. He requests Prince Bharata to ascend the throne. Sri Rama, together with Lakshmana, addressed Sri Bharata, saying, "O Bharata, say why thou art come hither to the forest in ascetic's garb, clothed in bark and deerskin. For what purpose, O prince, hast thou, abandoning thy throne, come to the forest, attired in the skin of the antelope?" Thus questioned, Sri Bharata, controlling his grief, answered, "O noble sire, my father, the king, by my mother acting in an improper manner, has died of grief through separation from his son. O mighty prince, my mother has done an exceedingly evil deed and forfeited her fair name. Widowed and overwhelmed with affliction, she will fall into hell. Though the son of Kaikeyi, yet am I thy servant. Be gracious to me and allow thyself to be installed today and ascend the throne like Indra. The elders of the people and my widowed mother have come hither to entreat thee. Be pleased to grant our request, O Lord. O thou who payest due deference to all men, being the eldest son of the king, shouldest by right occupy the throne. Accept the burden of kingship and gratify the desire of thy friends. The earth, obtaining thee as her lord, will rest satisfied as the winter night in the presence of the moon. Not only am I thy brother, but thy devoted follower and servant. I and my ministers salute thee and beg of thee to look with favor on our request. O chief of men, let not these counselors and those who have traditionally held office plead in vain." Having spoken, Prince Bharata, his eyes suffused with tears, placed his head at the feet of Sri Rama. Sri Rama, lifting him up, embraced Prince Bharata, who was sighing like one distraught, and said, O Bharata, why should a virtuous and enlightened prince such as thou act so that his elder brother commits sin? O hero, I see no fault in thee, but it behooves thee not to speak ill of thy mother. O sinless one, the father or the spiritual preceptor can order his disciple, his servant, or his wife as he will. Therefore it must be known to thee that a wise son or devotee should ever manifest obedience. I am, therefore, submissive to my sire. O lovely one, we are subject to the king, and it is one if he send us to the forest, to the abode of ascetics, or retain us in his proximity. O chief of the virtuous, a mother should be revered even as the father. O Bharata, by the command of my pious mother and father, I was sent to the forest. How should I dare to disobey them? Do thou, O prince, return to the capital, and acclaimed by the people, ascend the throne, while I reside in the forest as an ascetic. Remember, thus did the king resolve in the presence of his people, and now he has departed. The sovereign is the instructor of his people, and of thee also, and it was meet he should do as he has done. O Bharata, do thou enjoy the kingdom given thee by my father. O beautiful one, I shall remain in the Dandaka forest for 14 years, and enjoy what my father has conferred on me. The illustrious monarch, my sire, honored by the whole world, has commanded me to come to the forest, and to obey him is my happiness. Meseems the sovereignty of the whole world is in vain, if it be mine in defiance of my father's command. Chapter 105. Prince Bharata appeals to Sri Rama to return and rule the kingdom. The princes, surrounded by relatives and friends, passed the night sorrowing. The day having dawned, the brothers observed the fire sacrifice and performed the repetition of silent prayer on the banks of the river Mandakini. Then, entering the hermitage of Rama, they sat in profound silence, no one uttering a word, a great peace prevailing over all. At length, Sri Bharata, in the midst of his friends, broke the silence and thus addressed Sri Rama. O my brother, our illustrious sovereign conferred the kingdom on me to satisfy my mother and fulfill the obligation of his former boons, and my mother having given this kingdom to me, I now offer it to thee. Enjoy it without hindrance. When the dam bursts in the rainy season, none can stem the tide. Similarly, none but thee can protect this vast dominion. O king, as an ass cannot equal the pace of a horse, nor an ordinary bird's flight that of an eagle, so am I unable to rule the kingdom without thee. O Rama, happy is the sovereign on whom others depend, but wretched is the one who depends on others. A tree planted and watered, though it grow and spread forth great branches that no dwarf can scale, and be covered with blossom, if it bear no fruit, the one who planted it suffers obloquy. O mighty hero, let this metaphor be understood by thee, that thou, being the Lord of all, mayest guide thy servants. O Lord, let us behold thee, the destroyer of thy foes, seated on the royal throne, shining resplendent like the sun. May these mighty tuskers follow thy chariot, and all the queens dwelling in the palace rejoice. The people, hearing Sri Bharata's words, applauded them, saying, Well said! Well said! Then the compassionate Rama, perceiving Bharata afflicted and lamenting, consoled him, saying, O Bharata, man is not free. Time drags him hither and thither. All objects perish. All individualized souls must depart when their merit is exhausted. Sons, friends, wives, all who live must die one day. Hoarding and spending, prosperity and destitution, meeting and parting, life and death are all akin. When the ripe fruit falls, we are not surprised. Thus a man being born should not fear when death claims him. As a building supported by stout pillars on becoming old falls into ruin, so man, subject to age, must one day meet with dissolution. O Bharata, the night once past does not come again. So the waters of the Yamuna flowing to the sea do not return. See, the days and nights are passing away, decreasing the period of our life's span, as the rays of the sun in summer suck up the earth's moisture. O Prince, grieve for thyself, therefore. There is naught else worthy of grief. Age withers all, whether movable or immovable. Death is ever at our side, nor does it leave us when we travel to a distant place, and it is still present at our returning. What shall a man do when his skin is wrinkled and gray hair covers his head, and he is stricken in years? Man rejoices when the sun rises and sets, heedless of the waning of his powers. He welcomes the approach of each season, such as the arrival of spring, yet the succession of the seasons devours man's days. As the pieces of driftwood floating on the sea come together for a space, so wives, sons, relatives, wealth, and property remain with us a while, but in the course of time leave us. One, sitting by the wayside, cries to a group of travelers passing by, "Let me go with you." Why then should man grieve to tread the road which has been trodden by his predecessors? The life of man, like a river flowing, does not return. Thus our days diminish, and we should perform those righteous acts that bring us to the knowledge of reality. Practicing virtue, man should enjoy worldly pleasures. Our father, the illustrious Dasaratha, having performed benevolent deeds and given fitting charitable gifts, has departed, clothed in virtue. Having cherished his servants and nourished his people, having levied those taxes alone warranted by moral duty, having set up water tanks and created reservoirs and performed many sacrificial acts, he has passed away. Leaving the world after enjoying a variety of pleasures and offering countless sacrifices, the king, at a great age, has gone to heaven. O brother, it is not meet to grieve for the king, who, full of years, having enjoyed the pleasures of the world, respected by the good, has given up his life. Having abandoned his worn-out frame, he has obtained the form of a celestial being. A wise, learned, and enlightened man like thee should not grieve for such a sire. Exercising patience, thou shouldest cease to lament, and giving up sorrow, return to the capital. O chief among the eloquent, thy father has commanded thee to dwell in Ayodhya. I too will perform the behests of him who ever practiced righteousness. I cannot disregard the commands of my illustrious father. He is worthy to be obeyed by thee and me, being our parent and our ruler. O son of Raghu, I shall therefore obey his will and dwell in the forest. O chief of men, those who desire felicity in a future state and who are virtuous and benevolent should obey their elders. O great one, bear in mind the behests of our father, a lover of truth, and return to the capital to rule over the kingdom. The magnanimous Rama, having uttered these sage words relative to the need for obedience to his father, became silent. Chapter 106. In spite of the entreaties exhorting him to return, Sri Rama remained steadfast in his vow. Rama, the lover of his people, having spoken, ceased. Then the pious Bharata answered Rama, putting forth persuasive arguments of righteous purport, saying, O Lord, who is there in this world like thee? Adversity does not move thee, nor does any agreeable thing touch thee. All look on thee as their superior, yet thou seekest counsel of thine elders. The man to whom the living and dead are one, and who is indifferent as to what he possesses or loses, for what reason should he grieve? O Lord, those who, like thee, know as thou dost what is the nature of the soul and its essence, are not moved in the hour of distress. O Prince of Raghu, like the gods, thou art magnanimous, thou art ever forbearing and faithful to thy vows. Thou art wise, thou knowest and seest all. Thou art aware of the motives of men's actions and the cause of their abandoning them. Therefore, that distress which is unsupportable to others does not in any wise disturb thee. Having spoken thus, Bharata continued, O Rama, be gracious to me. Though during my absence in a strange land my mother committed those sins which caused my affliction, I am bound by the ties of duty, else would I have slain my wicked mother. What is evil and what is good is known to me, descended as I am from the righteous King Dasaratha, therefore I am unable to act contrary to virtue. I cannot speak evil in the assembly of my pious and aged father who has passed away, and where is a man to be found so wholly acquainted with the law of righteousness as was the king? Yet what person familiar with the moral law would commit so great a wrong prompted by the desire to please a woman? There is an ancient saying that, at the approach of death, man loses the power of judgment. The king has verily justified this adage to the whole world. Through fear of Queen Kaikeyi's wrath or her threat of self-imposed destruction, or through mental agitation, the king may have acted thus without consulting his subjects, but thou art not bound by such a deed. He who imputes the transgressions of his father to righteous motives is not considered a good son. As heir to the king, reveal not the errors of thy sire, but conceal this unjust deed from the world. O hero, it is thy duty to save my mother Kaikeyi, my father, my relatives, and myself from the consequences of this action condemned by all. O brother, remember thy duty as a warrior and reflect on the outcome of thy sojourn in the forest as an ascetic, but do thou also consider the good of thy people. It becomes thee not to undertake this course of action. The first duty of a warrior is to be installed so that he may be able to protect his people. Say, why should a man, giving up that which is an established duty, embrace that which is wretched, cheerless, visionary, and undefined? If, O Blessed One, thou desirest to undertake this mortification, why dost thou not seek it through the arduous labor of ruling the four castes? It is said that the duty of the householder is the highest dharma. Then why dost thou abandon it? O Lord, hear me. I am but thy child in respect of learning, age, and state. How should I be able to govern the kingdom? I, a child, void of understanding and virtue, and in rank also thine inferior. How should I be able to live without thee, much less rule in thy stead? Therefore, O Raghava, O thou virtuous one, do thou with thy relatives govern the kingdom without opposition and acquire merit. The great sage, the holy Vasista, is here, present with the ministers and priests. Permit thyself to be crowned and return with us to Ayodhya. As Indra, having conquered his foes, entered heaven attended by the Maruts, do thou enter Ayodhya, thereby discharging thy duties to the gods, the sages, and thine ancestors, gratifying the ambitions of thy friends. Regard me as thy servant and command me. O noble one, let thy friends today rejoice at thine enthronement, and let the evildoers flee to the uttermost ends of the earth. O chief of men, wash away the taint of my mother's guilt, and deliver our great parent from this heinous sin. With my head bent in submission, I entreat thee. As Sri Vishnu shows his compassion to all beings, do thou show mercy to us. Shouldest thou, however, reject my prayer and go hence to some other forest, then I will follow thee there. Sri Rama, thus entreated by Sri Bharata, who had placed his head at the feet of his brother in humility, still remained steadfast in his vow and did not waver or consent to return to Ayodhya. Beholding the constancy of Sri Rama, all present rejoiced to see him so faithful to his vow, yet bewailed his determination not to return to the capital. The merchants, the learned Brahmins, and the priests, filled with wonder, and the weeping matrons, praised Bharata and unitedly entreated Rama to return. Chapter 107. He instructs Prince Bharata to return and be installed. Sri Rama, worshipped by Bharata, who sought to petition him further, replied to his younger brother in the presence of the other warriors, saying, O Bharata, son of Queen Kaikeyi and the mighty Dasaratha, what thou hast said is meet and right. In ancient times, when King Dasaratha, our sire, sought my mother, Princess Kaikeyi, in marriage, he promised her father that he would be succeeded by a son of hers. Furthermore, in the war between the gods and Asuras, our sovereign made the promise of 2 boons to thy mother in return for her great services, in consequence of which thy illustrious and charming mother asked 2 favors of the king, holding him to his word. O lion among men, by 1 boon was my exile secured, and by the other the kingdom was obtained for thee. O chief of men, as a result of the boon granted by my father, I have consented to live in the forest for 14 years. Determined to prove the truth of my father's word, I have entered the forest with Sita and Lakshmana, regardless of heat and cold. O great ruler, it becomes thee also to prove thy father to be a votary of truth and allow thyself to be speedily installed. O Bharata, honor this debt. Thou owest it to the king, and thus protect his fair name. By occupying the throne, shalt thou succeed in pleasing me and rejoicing thy mother, Queen Kaikeyi. O friend, I have heard that formerly a great monarch named Gaya, when offering a sacrifice at Gaya to the spirit of his ancestors, said, A son is called Putra because he saves his father from hell and protects the spirits of his ancestors by enjoined acts of benevolence. To have many learned and virtuous sons is greatly to be desired, for some of them may offer a sacrifice at Gaya and thus deliver the spirits of their ancestors. O son of Raghu, all the royal sages have approved this tenet. Thou shouldest also, therefore, accept it. O Bharata, do thou return to Ayodhya with Shatrugna and thy people and promote the happiness of thy subjects there. O king, I shall speedily retire to the Dandaka forest with Sita and Lakshmana. O Bharata, be thou king of men, and I will be sovereign over the wild beasts. Do thou return joyfully to the capital, and I will cheerfully proceed to the forest. May the royal canopy protect thee from the sun's heat. I shall seek shelter from its rays in the dense shadows of the trees. O Bharata, Shatrughna of limitless understanding shall attend thee, and I shall be attended by the illustrious Prince Lakshmana. O brother, do not be a prey to grief any longer. Thus shall we, the 4 sons of the great King Dasaratha, establish his fame in the realm of truth. Chapter 108. A Brahmin utters words contrary to Dharma. As Sri Rama thus instructed Bharata, a Brahmin named Javali uttered these words contrary to Dharma. Well spoken, O Raghava, but it is not for thee to think as common men, for thou art a man of understanding and also a philosopher. Consider well, O prince, a man has neither a real friend nor an enemy. He enters the world alone and leaves it alone also. He who thinks this is my father or this is my mother and becomes attached to this relationship is without sense. From the standpoint of right reasoning, none belongs to any. As a man traveling from his own village to another remains for the night somewhere on the way and leaves at dawn, so father, mother, wealth, and family remain with a man for a brief space, and the wise do not become attached to them. O chief of men, thou dost not, being youthful, merit the path of suffering set with thorns. It ill becomes thee to abandon thy father's kingdom. Return to Ayodhya and rule over that prosperous land. The goddess protecting Ayodhya, devoted to thee, awaits thy return. O prince, enjoy those chosen pleasures which befit a king, and divert thyself in the capital as Indra in Amaravati. Dasaratha is naught to thee, nor thou to him. The king is one person, and thou another. Therefore, follow the advice I give thee. The father's seed is but the remote cause of man's birth, since if it does not enter the mother's womb, it cannot fructify. The true source of conception is the womb of the mother. The king has departed to the place destined for all mortals. Why dost thou claim this false relationship and distress thyself in vain, O Rama? I grieve for those who, abandoning the pleasures of the world, seek to acquire merit for felicity hereafter and sink to an untimely death. I do not grieve for others. Men waste food and other precious things by offering them up yearly as sacrifices in honor of their departed ancestors. O Rama, has a dead man ever partaken of food? If food that is eaten by one nourishes another, then those who journey need never carry provision on the way. Relatives might feed a Brahmin in his name at home. O Ramachandra, these scriptural injunctions were laid down by learned men, skilled in inducing others to give and finding other means of obtaining wealth, thus subjugating the simple-minded. Their doctrine is, sacrifice, give in charity, consecrate yourselves, undergo austerities, and become ascetics. O Rama, be wise. There exists no world but this, that is certain. Enjoy that which is present and cast behind thee that which is unpleasant. Adopting the principle acceptable to all, do thou receive the kingdom offered thee by Bharata. Chapter 109. Sri Rama replies in words based on the Vedas. Sri Rama, patiently giving ear to the utterance of Javali, replied with a due sense of judgment and in words based on his belief that those duties enjoined in the Vedas should be fulfilled. O Muni, that which thou hast spoken with the desire to please me is not authorized, nor are thy admonitions just, since even the most cursory analysis proves them to be false. O sage, in the assembly of the good, men who are not self-subdued and who are wanting in integrity, and those who act contrary to what is ordered by the scriptures, are not honored. It is his conduct that renders man virtuous, a coward or a hero, and transmutes impurity to purity. Should I embrace error and abandon the authority of my elders, relinquishing rectitude and honor, as also moral conduct and the Vedic ordinance, then I, conforming to thy beliefs and sacrificing prudence, would forfeit the respect of wise and virtuous men. Following thy counsel, were I to cease to pursue the way of truth and tread the lower path, by what means should I attain heaven? Were I to depart from the moral code, then every man might act according to his inclination, since the subject mirrors the king in action. Above all, a sovereign should manifest probity, benevolence, his chief duty being to uphold truth. Truth is verily the kingdom, by truth is the world supported. The gods and sages esteem truth as the highest principle. He who utters truth attains the supreme state. Men fear a liar as they do a venomous serpent. Truth is the root of all felicity and the support not only of this world, but the best means of attaining heaven. Whatever is offered in sacrifice, whatever austerity is undertaken, has its foundation in truth. So the Vedas declare, hence truth is the most sacred of all things. One maintains a family, another governs the whole world, another falls into hell, another attains heaven in accordance with the fruit of his actions. Acquainted with the law of karma founded on truth, ought I not to prove my sire a devotee of that truth? Why should not I, who have pledged my word, follow that which I have accepted as truth? Honoring my father's vow, I shall never abandon the way of truth, either for the sake of governing a kingdom, or through being misled by others, or through ignorance or anger. Hast thou not heard that neither the gods nor the ancestors received the offerings of one who is irresolute, infirm of purpose, and false to his word? I hold truth as the supreme virtue of mankind. I desire to reverence that truth upheld by men of old. Should I follow the duty of a warrior, I should be unjust. To do that which is false is worthy only of mean, covetous, and depraved souls. Should I pursue that crooked path indicated by thee, then I should perpetrate falsehood through the mind, the body, and the soul. Those who uphold truth acquire land, renown, fame, and heaven also. Therefore let all men utter truth and act according to truth. That which thou, after much deliberation, believest to be true, and recommendest to me is wholly improper. Oh, how can I disregard the command of my sire that I should reside in the forest? When I pledged my word in the presence of my father to enter the forest, Queen Kaikeyi was rendered glad at heart. How should I now give her cause for distress? Giving up falsehood and deceit, differentiating between what should and should not be done, subduing the senses, possessed of full faith in the Vedic injunctions, I shall devote myself to the fulfillment of my father's will. By sacrifice, one acquires the state of Indra and enters heaven. The sages, by virtue of sacrifice, have gone thither. The illustrious and glorious Ramachandra, highly displeased by the materialistic arguments of Javali, spoke thus in terms of refutation and reproof. O Javali, by speaking the truth, by pursuing the duties of their caste and station, by manifesting their valor in time of need, by gentle speech, by service of their spiritual preceptor, the gods and unexpected guests, men attain heaven. Therefore, those Brahmins instructed in truth pursue virtue with a single mind in accordance with their caste and station, and eagerly await their entrance to Brahmaloka. O Javali, I perceive with regret the action of my illustrious parent in permitting one of atheistic ideas, who has fallen from the path of rectitude enjoined in the Vedas, to remain in his court. Those who preach the heretical doctrine of the Charvaka school are not only infidels, but have deviated from the path of truth. It is the duty of a monarch to deal with such persons as with felons, nor should men of understanding and learning stand in the presence of such atheists. O Javali, those versed in wisdom who precede thee performed many holy acts by virtue of which they acquired eminence here and in the spiritual realm. Those sages have ever practiced harmlessness, truth, asceticism, charity, benevolence, and sacrifice. O Javali, those who fulfill their spiritual duty, who are the foremost in deeds of charity, and who harm none, who frequent the assemblies of the good and are revered by all men, they are without sin. Their name shall live forever as that of our illustrious Guru, Sri Vasista. Rama, having uttered these harsh words to Javali, he with humility addressed Rama, saying, O Rama, I am no atheist. On this occasion, I assumed this atheistical disguise in order to turn thee from thy purpose and persuade thee to return to the capital. Chapter 110. Vasista, proclaiming the tradition of the dynasty, calls upon Rama to return. Perceiving Rama still to be indignant at the speech of Javali, the holy Vasista said, O Rama, the sage Javali is a believer in the transmigration of the soul. He has thus spoken through his desire to persuade thee to return to the capital. O sovereign of men, hear from me concerning the creation of the world. In the beginning all was water, and from that element the earth was formed, and after this Brahma and other gods came into existence. The eternal, imperishable Brahma was begotten of Akasha, and ether, and from him came forth Marichi, and from him Kashyapa was produced. From Kashyapa was born Vivaswat, and the son of Vivaswat was Manu himself, who was the first among the Prajapatis. Ikshwaku was the son of Manu, and to him the whole world was given by Manu, and Ikshwaku became the first king of Ayodhya. The son of Ikshwaku was named Kukshi, and his son was Vikukshi, whose son was the resplendent and illustrious King Vana, and the great warrior Anavanya was his son. During the reign of the virtuous King Anavanya, there was neither famine nor scarcity of rain nor any thief. The son of Anavanya was Prithu, and his son was Trishanku. So great was Trishanku's observance of truth that he attained heaven in his embodied state. His son was the mighty Dundumara. The son of Dundumara was Yuvanashwa, and his son was Mandhata. The illustrious Suzandi was the son of Mandhata, and Druvasandi and Prasanagita were the offspring of Suzandi. The renowned Bharata was the son of Druvasandi, and from Bharata sprang Ajita, against whom the great kings Hamaya, Talaganga, and Shashavindu declared war. Ajita laid siege to them by building fortifications, but found their defeat beset with difficulties. Resigning his throne, he retired to the delightful Himalayas to devote himself to spiritual practices. It is said that one of his two queens was pregnant, and the other gave her poison to destroy the fetus. The queen Kalindi approached the sage Shayavana, the son of Brigu, who resided in the Himalayas at that time, and paid him respectful homage. He, gratified, knowing her to be desirous of a son, said, "O goddess, thou shalt bring forth a son who will be renowned, virtuous, magnanimous, of excellent conduct, a promoter of his race, and a subduer of his foes." The queen, hearing this, saluted the rishi with reverence. She then returned home and brought forth the son, whose eyes resembled the lotus, and who resembled Brahma in splendor. Being born with the poison that her fellow consort had administered to her, Kalindi's son was named Sagara. Consecrated at a fitting season, King Sagara drained the ocean. His son was called Asamanjas. He oppressed the people, and the king ordered him to be banished on account of his evil ways. The son of Asamanjas was Anshuman, and his son was Dilipa. The son of Dilipa was Bhagarata. The son of Bhagarata was Kakustha, whose son was Raghu, from whom the royal line has since been named. The sons of Sri Raghu were known by the names of Pravrita, Purushadaka, Kalmashapada, and Sudasa. The son of Kalmashapada was Shankana, who, rising to great power by a curse, was destroyed with his whole army. The mighty hero Sudarshana was the son of Shankana, and his son was Agnivarna, and Agnivarna's son was Shigraga. His son was named Meru, and Meru's son was Prashusvara, and his son was the great sage Ambarisha. The son of Ambarisha was the truthful prince Nahusha, whose son was the virtuous Nabhaga. Nabhaga has two sons, Aja and Suvrata, and the son of Aja was the illustrious sovereign Dasaratha. Thou art the son of the great monarch Dasaratha, renowned all through the world, who reigned over the earth and heaven. In the dynasty of Ikshwaku, the eldest son succeeds to the throne. While the eldest son lives, none else can become king. It is not meet for thee to violate this sacred tradition of the house of Raghu. O Great One, reign over this earth filled with treasures and those extensive dominions subject to thee, as did thy sire. Chapter 111. Prince Bharata still entreats Sri Rama, who is resolved to follow his father's command. Having spoken thus, Sri Vasista continued, uttering words of wisdom. O Rama, when a man is born, he must regard as his teachers his father, his mother, and his spiritual preceptor. O chief of men, the parents bestow on man the physical frame, but the spiritual preceptor confers wisdom on him, and hence he is called Guru. I am the preceptor of thy father and of thee. Mark my counsel and do not override the way of the good. O my son, here are thy relatives, the learned Brahmins and the people of the capital, as also the warriors and merchants. Fulfill thy duty to them and do not exceed the limits of moral obligation. Here is thy pious and aged mother, whom thou shouldest not disobey. That man is called virtuous who renders obedience to his mother. O prince, thou shalt not have swerved from the path of righteous action by acceding to Bharata's request that thou shouldest occupy the throne. Thus, having addressed Rama with mildness, the holy Guru Vasista resumed his seat. The mighty Rama then made answer, saying, The good that parents do to their son cannot easily be recompensed. In childhood, they present him with beautiful attire and delectable dishes. They put him to rest and tenderly rub his body with oil of sesamum seed and manifest affection in gentle counsels. Further, they strive single-mindedly for his ultimate good. The commands of my sire, the author of my being, shall not be set aside. The magnanimous Bharata, hearing these words of Ramachandra, suffered great distress and spoke to Sumantra, saying, "O charioteer, prepare a seat of kusha grass on this trestle seat. I will place myself before Sri Rama till he be pleased to grant my request. Like a Brahmin who is destitute, I will lie at the door of this hut, fasting and covering my face, till Sri Rama consents to return to the capital." Sumantra, looking towards Sri Rama, spread kusha grass, and Prince Bharata, full of grief, seated himself there before his brother. Perceiving this, Sri Rama, chief of the royal sages, said to him, "O beloved Bharata, what wrong have I done that thou shouldest sit thus before me? A Brahmin may adopt this measure towards his aggressor, but it is not meet that a crowned head should do so. O lion among men, rise, abandon this cruel vow, and return speedily to the capital." Bharata, afflicted yet resolute, remaining firm, said to the people of the capital and of the country who surrounded him, "Why do you not also make entreaty to Sri Rama?" Then they answered, saying, "We are unable to press Kakustha further, since he is resolved to follow his father's command." Rama, hearing their words, said to Bharata, "O prince, consider the words of thy companions versed in righteousness, and weigh the matter carefully. Having reflected on their words with attention, arise, O Raghava, and undergo that which shall purify thee for having enacted that which does not become a warrior. Do thou drink water, and touch me also." Bharata, rising, said, "Hear, O Brahmins, countrymen and warriors, I do not desire the kingdom of my father. I did not urge my mother to demand it. I knew naught of the exile of Sri Rama. If it be required that someone shall dwell in the forest in obedience to my father's command, then will I reside there for 14 years in his stead." Sri Rama, astonished at his brother's resolution, addressed the people present, saying, "Friends, whatever was bought, pledged, or sold by the king in his lifetime can by no means be cancelled by me or Bharata. Neither can I accept contumely and permit Bharata to go as my representative to the forest. What Kaikeyi demanded was rightfully granted by the king. I know Bharata to be disinterested and a true disciple of his guru, and that excellent one is a lover of truth. I herewith declare that on my return from the forest I shall accept the kingdom and with my virtuous brother govern the country with honor. O Bharata, I have discharged the boon granted to Kaikeyi by the king and vindicated his honor. Do thou liberate the king from the charge of falsehood and redeem the second boon." Chapter 112. Following the advice of the celestial sages, Prince Bharata is reconciled to becoming Sri Rama's deputy. The great sages who were present at the meeting of the two illustrious brothers were astonished. The royal sages, those perfect ones also celestial beings who were invisible, praised the two princes and said, "Blessed is the king, whose sons are highly virtuous and veracious. We are immeasurably gratified to hear their converse." Desirous that the life and reign of Ravana should end soon, certain sages approached Bharata and unitedly addressed him, saying, "O Bharata, O highly resolute prince, O pious and renowned one, collect that thou art born in a royal line. Let not the word of Rama be disregarded by thee. If thou art wishful to bring felicity to the spirit of thy parent, it is our desire that thy father, who has entered heaven, may be absolved from every debt, having discharged his obligations to Queen Kaikeyi." Having spoken thus, these celestial sages returned to their abode. Rama, gratified by their words, said, "By you have I been assisted in upholding virtue." Prince Bharata, with trembling accents, again entreated Rama, saying, "O Rama, he who is skilled in righteous governance and who is the eldest ascends the throne. Do thou, observing the tradition, fulfill the desire of thy mother Kaushalya. I alone have neither the courage to administer so vast a dominion, nor should I be able to satisfy the people of the capital and kingdom. Our relatives, friends, and warriors await thy conversion to sovereignty, as the husbandman eagerly anticipates the rain clouds. Therefore, O wise one, accept the crown, for thou alone art able to establish this kingdom." Having spoken thus, Bharata fell at the feet of his brother and fervently entreated him, crying, "O Rama, O Rama!" Sri Rama, raising up the young prince, who, eloquent and lotus-eyed, resembled a wild swan, embraced him and said, "That genuine humility which thou hast demonstrated will furnish thee with sufficient courage to govern the kingdom. Do thou consult thy ministers, counselors, and friends in the great work of thy rule. The moon may cease from shining, and the Himalaya abandon the snows, Mount Meru its splendor, or the ocean exceed its boundary, but I shall not relinquish the vow made in the presence of my sire. O beloved one, it is not for thee to determine whether that which was brought about by thy mother was done through love of thee or through ambition to see thee made king. It is for thee to treat her as thy parent." Then Prince Bharata answered Rama, who resembled the sun in glory and the new moon in splendor, saying, "O noble one, place thy feet in these sandals adorned with gold, since soon they will furnish our only means of support and protection." The illustrious Rama, having put on the sandals, took them off and returned them to Bharata. He, bowing reverently to the sandals, addressed Rama thus, "From today I shall for 14 years, assuming matted locks and a robe of bark, live on fruits and roots, awaiting thy return. Offering up the management of the kingdom to these sandals for 14 years, if I do not see thee returning on the final day of that period, I will enter the fire and be consumed." Sri Rama, embracing Bharata with great reverence, answered, "Be it so." Then he spoke further, saying, "Cherish thy mother Kaikeyi, and be not angry with her. In my name and in the name of Sri Sita, I adjure thee to reverence and protect Queen Kaikeyi." His eyes suffused with tears, Sri Rama then bade farewell to Sri Bharata and Shatrughna. Bharata, offering due reverence to the ornate and glittering sandals, circumambulated Sri Rama and then placed them on the head of the mighty elephant belonging to King Dasaratha. Then Sri Rama, immovable like the Himalayas, in the practice of virtue and the promoter of the honor of the house of Raghu, made obeisance to his holy guru, the ministers, citizens, and his brothers, and dismissed them. His mothers, overcome with grief, were unable to utter a single word. To them also Sri Rama offered reverent salutations and sorrowfully entered his own dwelling. Chapter 113. Prince Bharata commences the return journey. Then Sri Bharata, fully reconciled, taking the sandals from the head of the elephant, placed them on his own and ascended the chariot with Shatrughna, Sri Vasista, Vamadeva, and Javali of firm vows, with all the sagacious counselors preceding him. Circulating the Mount Chitrakuta, they proceeded towards the east by the river Mandakini, where they beheld countless veins of metal. Sri Bharata with his army went forward and at a short distance from Chitrakuta perceived the hermitage in which the holy Bharadwaja and other sages dwelt. Approaching the hermitage of the sage Bharadwaja, Sri Bharata, having dismounted from his chariot, offered salutations to him. Bharadwaja, full of joy, said to Bharata, "O friend, hast thou beheld Sri Rama? Is thy purpose accomplished?" Sri Bharata, ever devoted to his brother, answered the sage, saying, "O Lord, I and the holy Guru Vasista besought Rama to return, but he cheerfully replied, 'My father's decree that I should reside in the forest for 14 years shall be faithfully observed by me.'" Then the learned and eloquent Sri Vasista, skilled in wisdom, addressed Sri Rama in this wise, "O wise one, be pleased to bestow thy sandals, adorned with gems, on thy deputy. Do thou bear the good of the capital in thy heart." Sri Rama, in obedience to his holy Guru, turning towards the east, put on the sandals, and thereafter delivered them to me. Now, frustrated in my design to bring back Sri Rama, I am returning to Ayodhya with these sandals. The Maharishi Bharadwaja then uttered these auspicious words, "O Prince, versed in the knowledge of virtue, thine excellence is as little a source of wonder as water ever flowing towards a hollow. King Dasaratha, possessed of a righteous and duty-loving son, such as thou art, has surely found immortality." Sri Bharata, touching the feet of the holy Rishi in great reverence, with joined palms, circumambulated him, and then, with his counselors, proceeded to Ayodhya. The army following Prince Bharata, some riding elephants, some horses, and some in bullock carts, crossed the Yamuna with its singing waves and came to the sacred waters of the Ganges. Having crossed the holy river Gunga with his companions, Sri Bharata entered the town of Sringavera and from there passed on to Ayodhya. Beholding Ayodhya, a stricken city, deserted by his father, King Dasaratha, and his brother Sri Ramachandra, Prince Bharata, deeply distressed, said to his charioteer, "Behold, the ruined capital, bereft of its former glory, unadorned and lacking all signs of festivity. How silent, how wretched is this city, formerly so full of life." Chapter 114. He finds Ayodhya desolate. The prince in his chariot, which gave forth a thunderous sound as it rolled onward, entered Ayodhya. There he beheld the city where cats and owls ranged, and where the doors of the dwellings were closed, darkness and gloom reigning over all. The city resembling the planet Rohini that has lost its splendor on the moon's eclipse, or a mountain stream whose waters have dried up in the sun's heat, deserted by the waterfowl, the fishes all having perished. Sad and wretched on account of its separation from Rama, Ayodhya resembled the sacrificial flame, which, when the oblation is poured into it, shines like a golden cone and then sinks into smoking ash, or like a mighty army divested of its weapons in battle, its horses, elephants, chariots, and standards scattered abroad, and its heroic warriors slain. That city, which looked as it were like the waves of the sea, whipped into foam by the storm, rolling and breaking, and then sinking into silence with the dying out of the wind, or like the sacrificial pavilion deserted by the priests who go forth in search of alms after the sacrifice, or like kine bereft of the bull who have ceased to graze in the pasture and stand in the enclosure dispirited, or like a necklace stripped of its precious gems, or like a meteor, its virtue exhausted, fallen to earth, deprived of its splendor, or like a flowering branch loaded with blossom in the spring, visited by a swarm of bees that is suddenly consumed by a forest fire. The streets were deserted, and the fairs and markets closed, and no merchandise was offered for sale. Dark and fearful, Ayodhya resembled the moon and stars obscured by heavy clouds in the rainy season, or a deserted tavern, its revelers departed, the liquor expended, and naught but fragments of broken glass and pots in wild disorder scattered here and there. Ayodhya appeared like a tank sunk into the earth, the water being spent, the foundations having collapsed, the jars and earthen vessels lying scattered amidst the thirsty, standing there in despair. Or it resembled the string of a great hero's bow that has been severed by the arrow of his adversary and is lying on the earth, or an aged and ill-nourished mule urged on by a soldier, slain in the battlefield and left unheeded. Viewing the desolation, Prince Bharata, seated in his chariot, spoke to Sumantra, who was driving the equipage. "Alas, how sad that this city, formerly so gay, today appears so melancholy, the intoxicating fragrance of floral garlands and the scent of incense no longer filling it. O Sumantra, I do not hear, as formerly, the sound of clattering chariots, the neighing of horses, and the prolonged roaring of elephants. Alas, since Rama departed, the young men of Ayodhya have ceased to adorn themselves with garlands of fresh blossoms and sandalwood, and men no longer walk abroad decked with flowers. No longer are festivals observed, and the people of the capital are merged in grief. It seems as if the glory of the city had departed with Rama. O Ayodhya is bereft of light, like the night overcast with clouds at the time of the waxing moon. When will my brother Ramachandra return like a festival, diffusing joy in Ayodhya, as do the autumnal rains? Formerly, the royal highways of the capital were filled with richly attired youths, but today they are all deserted." Wailing and lamenting, Prince Bharata entered his father's palace, which, bereft of the king, resembled a cave without a lion. Seeing the inner compartment in complete darkness, the prince wept aloud like the gods when warring with the Titans are afflicted when beholding the darkening of the sun. Chapter 115. Prince Bharata retires to Nandagrama and rules the kingdom from that city. The sorrowing Bharata, firm in his resolve, having brought his mothers back to Ayodhya, said to the holy Guru Vasista and the elders, "I crave your permission to retire to Nandagrama and there endure the woes occasioned by Sri Rama's absence. The king has departed, and my elder brother has entered the forest. I shall therefore await the return of Sri Rama, since verily he alone is lord of Ayodhya." Sri Vasista and the counselors, hearing the words of Prince Bharata, answered him, saying, "O Prince, thy words, inspired by devotion to thy brother, are worthy of praise. Verily, they do thee honor. Who will dare oppose thee, who art deeply attached to thy brother? and who in this land has reached such an exalted state?" Perceiving the counselors reconciled to his purpose, the prince said to Sumantra, "Bring hither the chariot." The chariot having come, Bharata, after conversing with his mothers, mounted the equipage with his brother Shatrughna. Accompanied by the priests and ministers, the two princes cheerfully proceeded to Nandagrama, the guru Vasista and the pious Brahmins leading the procession. Then the army, elephants, horses, and chariots, together with the people of the capital, followed him unbidden. The peerless Bharata, filled with fraternal love, carrying the sandals of Sri Rama on his head, at last reached Nandagrama. Dismounting from the chariot, he addressed his spiritual preceptor and the elders, saying, "My brother Sri Rama gave this kingdom to me as a precious trust. Verily, these sandals, decorated with gold, shall represent him." Once more lifting the sandals reverently to his head, he addressed the people of the capital, saying, "Ye men of Ayodhya, accept these sandals as symbols of the feet of Sri Rama. Let them rest beneath the royal canopy and wave the chamara over them. These are the sandals of our supreme guru, and by them will righteousness be established in the kingdom. I shall preserve the trust lovingly reposed in me by Rama till his return. When he returns to Ayodhya, I myself will assist him to put on the sandals. Then I, united with him once more, will deliver the kingdom to him, and like a son will I honor him. By restoring the capital and kingdom to Rama, I shall wash away the stigma of dishonor brought on me by my mother. Sri Rama will be installed and his subjects made happy. Then shall ill fame pass away, and I shall win exceeding honor from the people." Thus lamenting, the afflicted Bharata, with the assistance of his counselors, retired to Nandagrama and ruled the kingdom from that city. With matted locks, assuming the bark dress of an ascetic, Sri Bharata dwelt in Nandagrama, protected by his army. Residing in Nandagrama, obedient to Sri Rama and faithful to his promise, Sri Bharata, placing the sandals on the royal throne, spreading the canopy over them, and waving the chamara above them, committed the seals of the kingdom to their keeping, he himself passing his life as a servant of Rama. Every matter of import and all the business of state was first laid before the sandals, and every gift brought to the king was first offered to them, and afterwards treated as occasion required. Chapter 116. The holy men of Chitrakuta depart, fearing the coming oppression of the Asuras. Bharata, having departed to Ayodhya, Sri Rama perceived that the ascetics living on Chitrakuta were filled with apprehension and desirous of withdrawing from that place. Formerly, these holy men dwelling in Chitrakuta looked for Sri Rama's protection, but now they sought to take their departure. By the expression in their eyes and other signs, they manifested their misgivings and could be observed conversing secretly in low tones with one another. Sri Rama, beholding their anxiety, addressed them with humility, saying, "O blessed ones, has my conduct towards you suffered a change? For what reason are your hearts filled with dread? O holy ones, has my younger brother involuntarily injured you? Or has Sri Sita, ever devoted to my service, given you cause for offense? Perchance she has done that which is not fitting for a woman." Thus questioned, a great sage, an aged ascetic, his frame emaciated by austerities, trembling, answered the ever-compassionate one, saying, "O child, bounteous to all that lives, Sri Sita is innocent of any breach of the traditional attitude to any, least of all towards holy men. In truth, the reason is that the Asuras, through enmity to thee, have begun to oppress the sages, and therefore they, being terrified, seek how they may defend themselves in secret. Ravana's younger brother, Kara, who dwells here, is casting out the ascetics from their hermitages. O friend, he is inexorable, and he is a mighty warrior. He is brutal and cannot endure thy presence here. Since thou hast come to dwell in this hermitage, the Asuras have increased the persecution of the sages. Appearing in the grotesque and terrible forms, they fill them with terror. Then, to do them further mischief, they fling unclean and inauspicious objects into the sacred precincts. Finally, when meeting with the guileless and pure-hearted hermits, they slay them. Those evil-hearted Asuras wander everywhere covertly, till perceiving a sage to be alone and defenseless, they put an end to his life. At the time of sacrifice, when the sacred fire is kindled by the ascetics, then do the Asuras, scattering the hallowed vessels and ladles, quench the fire by discharging water over it and destroying the utensils. O Sri Ramachandra, weary of these wicked Asuras, the sages are urging us to abandon these hermitages and depart hence. O Rama, those terrible Asuras threaten to slay us all. Therefore we are leaving this hermitage. Not far distant is the wonderful Tapavana belonging to the Maharishi Ashwa. It is rich in fruits and roots. There we would dwell. O friend, if it seem proper to thee, do thou come there, for thine oppression is also planned. O prince, though thou art able to defend thyself, thy sojourn here with thy holy consort is fraught with peril. Hearing the words of Kalupati and perceiving their anxiety to be gone, Sri Rama sought to persuade them to stay, but in vain, and the sages departed. Sri Rama accompanied them a short distance, then taking leave of them and offering obeisance to them, returned to his sacred dwelling. On leaving the holy men, they instructed him lovingly in the path of duty and bade him farewell. Sri Rama did not then abandon the hermitage, which the sages had deserted. Among them were a few who, inspired by Rama's example, had surrendered their hearts to him, and of them the prince was ever mindful. Chapter 117. Sri Rama decides to leave the hermitage and comes to the ashrama of the sage Atri. The rishis having left the hermitage, Sri Rama reflected on the matter and judged it wisest not to dwell there longer. Remembrance of his people, his mothers and Prince Bharata, who had been united with him there, caused him unending distress. Further, the elephants and horses of Bharata's army had defiled and laid waste the ground, rendering it squalid and foul. On mature reflection, he thought, "We will depart hence," and taking Sri Sita and Lakshmana with him, he left that place. Proceeding further, he came to the ashrama of the sage Atri and made obeisance to him, that holy one regarding him with a fatherly affection. He bestowed his favor likewise on Sita and Lakshmana and treated Rama with the hospitality due to him. The virtuous sage Atri, ever devoted to the good of all, summoned his aged and pious wife, Anasuya, and respectfully asking her to be seated, addressed his worthy and excellent spouse. He said, "Sri Sita has visited our hermitage. Do thou take her with thee and receive her hospitably." Then the sage Atri said to Ramachandra, "Formerly, when rain was withheld for a period of 10 years and the earth dried up, this virtuous woman, Anasuya, by her great austerity, produced fruits and berries for the sages and caused the sacred Ganges to descend so that they might bathe therein. Thus, by her arduous ascetic practices, did she dispel the impediments in the path of the sages. O sinless Rama, this is the same Anasuya who, at one time, to succor the sages, caused 10 nights to be reduced to 1. This Anasuya is to be highly revered for her age's sake and is the object of reverence of all beings. Do thou permit the Princess Sita to accompany the meek and aged Anasuya. By her great and noble deeds, she has acquired immeasurable fame. Let Janaki attend her." Then Sri Ramachandra answered, "Be it so." And the illustrious prince said to Sita, "O princess, thou hast heard the words spoken by the sage. For thine own good, do thou wait on this aged ascetic." Thereafter, Sri Sita went with Anasuya, who was proficient in every virtue. On account of her age, her physical form was feeble and emaciated, her hair gray, whilst her body trembled like a palm tree agitated by a strong wind. Uttering her name, Sri Sita made obeisance to her, the gentle saint returning her salutation with great humility, inquiring as to her welfare. The aged Anasuya, beholding Sri Sita offering humble obeisance, spoke encouraging words, saying, "O Sita, fortunate art thou, that thou art attentive to the duties owed to thy consort. It is supremely auspicious that thou, forsaking thy people, thy individual comfort, thy wealth, and thy possessions, shouldest accompany thy husband to the forest. She who is devoted to her spouse, whether in the city or the forest, regardless whether he be a sinner or virtuous, that woman attains the highest region. Whether a husband be cruel or the slave of desires, or poor, a virtuous wife will continue to worship him as a god. O princess, I have studied deeply, and I do not think that a woman can have a better friend than her husband, for he, in all circumstances, protects her. O princess of Videha, those evil women who, enslaved by desire, do not regard what should or should not be done. O princess of Mithila, they imprudently commit unworthy acts, and becoming abhorrent, fall from virtue. But women such as thou, acquainted with what is good or evil in the world, like pious men, attain heaven. O Sati, thou hast ever been faithful to thy conjugal duty, and through thy virtuous acts, undertaken in conjunction with thy husband, shalt attain merit and fame." Chapter 118. Princess Sita receives gifts of love from the sage's wife. The blameless Anasuya having spoken, Sri Sita, approving her words, gently answered, "O noble lady, the advice thou hast given me is in no wise a source of wonder to me, for it is my conviction that the husband is in authority over his wife. Even if the husband be poor and ignorant, yet women, such as I, should feel no aversion for him. But the husband who is worthy of praise on account of his excellent qualities, and who is compassionate, self-controlled, constant in his affections, fully acquainted with his duty, and who manifests the loving kindness of a parent, excels all expectation. Whatever love Sri Ramachandra bears to his mother Kaushalya, he bestows equally on the other queens, and not this alone, but whoever the king has looked on with affection, that woman he also regards as his own mother. When departing for the fearful forest, my mother-in-law, Queen Kaushalya, imparted certain instruction to me, and I inscribed her words on the tablet of my heart. I call to mind also the advice given me by mine own mother at the time of my nuptials. O righteous one, the crowning discipline for a woman is the service of her Lord. Today thou hast awakened in my memory the counsels formerly given to me by my relatives. Today Savitri dwells in the heaven through the service of her spouse. Thou also shalt enter the supreme abode through service of thy Lord. Rohini, a pearl among women and a dweller in the celestial region, ever accompanies the moon. Thus many others who have followed virtue with fixed resolve enter heaven through their merits." Anasuya rejoiced to hear Sita's words, and kissing her head in benediction, said, "O Sita, much merit has accrued to me by prayer and fasting. O Princess, pure in heart, I desire to confer a boon on thee by virtue of these merits. Tell me what thou dost desire. O Princess of Mithila, thy words have given me extreme satisfaction. Now say what good I may accomplish in thy name." Sri Sita, hearing the words of the pious Anasuya, versed in domestic duty, and being filled with astonishment, answered smilingly, "Thy loving kindness has already fulfilled my every desire." Sri Anasuya, hearing these words, was gratified in greater measure, and said, "O Sita, fortunate am I to behold thee. Let my joy bear fruit. Ask a boon. I can give thee celestial garlands, apparel, and precious unguents to adorn thy person. O daughter of Janaka, my gifts would enhance thy beauty. They will never fade, and they will become thee well. Apply this powder which I now give to thee. Thou shalt by this augment thy husband's beauty, as Lakshmi increases the glory of the imperishable Vishnu." The princess accepted the robes, powder, and ornaments, gifts of love from the ascetic. The illustrious Sita, having received the symbols of affection from Anasuya, sat down near her with joined palms. Then Anasuya requested Sri Sita to relate something of moment, saying, "O Sita, I have heard a brief account of thy wedding. Describe it to me now in detail." Sri Sita obediently answered, "Hear me, and I will relate it all to thee. The king of Mithila, that brave and virtuous monarch, Janaka, the protector of his people as befits a warrior, once, when plowing the earth to establish sacrificial ground, beheld me like a daughter emerging from the furrow. At that time, the king, repeating the holy texts, was scattering the seed of herbs, and, seeing my bodies besmeared with dust, was astonished. Being without issue, he took me in his arms and said, 'This shall be my daughter,' and treated me with extreme love. Then a voice rang out from the heavens, saying, 'O king, verily she is thy daughter.' The king rejoiced in my possession, and since my birth his prosperity has increased. That sovereign, constant in the performance of sacrifice, gave me into the care of his chief queen, she nourishing me with maternal affection. When I came to maturity, my father grew anxious, like an indigent man who is bereft of all he possesses. The father of a daughter, be he equal to Indra, must defer to his son-in-law, whether in status he be his peer or his inferior. My father was willing to submit to this eventuality and was consumed with anxiety, as one desirous of crossing a river who finds himself without the means of transport. After much seeking, he was unable to find a suitable bridegroom and was beset with fears. On profound reflection, he resolved to convene a meeting of princes that I might elect a husband. In ancient days, on the occasion of a sacrifice, one of our royal forebears received from Varuna a great bow with 2 quivers that should never lack arrows. The bow was so heavy that many persons together could not move it, and no monarch could draw it, even in dream. By his merit, my honored sire had acquired the bow, and he, summoning the kings in council, addressed them, saying, 'Ye sovereigns of men, I will give my daughter in marriage to him who is able to lift up and string this bow." The kings, beholding the bow resembling a mountain in weight, unable to lift it up, made obeisance to it and went their way. After a long time, the resplendent Ramachandra came to my father's sacrifice in company with the sage Vishwamitra. The king, my father, offered that truth-loving hero together with the sage Vishwamitra abundant hospitality. Then Sri Vishwamitra said to the king, "These are the two sons of King Dasaratha who desire to see the bow. Be gracious enough to allow these two princes to view it." King Janaka commanded the bow to be brought as requested by the sage Vishwamitra. In an instant, Sri Ramachandra, lifting the bow, drew it. Having been bent by the thong, the bow broke in two, creating a sound like the crash of thunder. Thereafter, my honored father caused water to be brought and offered to Sri Ramachandra, and prepared to bestow me on him. But Sri Ramachandra did not consent to accept my hand till the intentions of his own father were known. King Janaka then requested the aged King Dasaratha to come thither, and he, acquiescing in the matter, did so. With his approval, I was pledged to the great-souled Ramachandra, my younger sister, a guileless girl, Urmila, being wedded to Sri Lakshmana. O great ascetic, thus was I bestowed in marriage, and since then have taken extreme delight in ministering to my lord, Sri Ramachandra, as is my duty. Chapter 119. The holy ascetics blessed the exiles who entered the forest. Sri Anasuya, faithful to duty, listened to this stirring narrative, and, taking hold of Sri Sita's hands, embraced her, savoring the fragrance of her locks. Then she addressed her, saying, "I have heard thy tale brilliantly and lucidly set forth, which thou hast so singularly related to me. O sweet-speaking one, I would fain hear more of thy story, but the sun has gone down behind the Asatalakala mountain, and the lovely night is near at hand. See, the birds who have sought food far and wide all the day are now returning home to rest. Hark how they sing. The holy ascetics too are returning from their bathing in their wet robes of bark with loshtas in their hands. The smoke, in hue resembling a pigeon's neck, rising from the sages' sacred fires, is being driven by the wind here and there. The bare trees, scarcely seen in the distance, appear like dense clouds in the gathering darkness. The light is slowly fading in every quarter. See, the rangers of the night are abroad, and the deer of the Tapovana forest are sleeping round the sacred altars. Behold, O Sita, the night adorned with stars has come, and the moon diffusing her light has appeared in the heavens. Do thou go, O princess, and minister to thy lord, Sri Ramachandra. How fortunate am I to have had sweet converse with thee. O princess, do thou attire thyself in these robes and ornaments, and thus increase my delight." Sri Sita, adorning herself in the gorgeous apparel, placed her head at the feet of Anasuya and departed. Sri Ramachandra, that most eloquent one, seeing Sita adorned with the ornaments given to her by Anasuya, was filled with joy. Sri Sita then told him of the liberality of the aged ascetic and showed him all her gifts. Rare indeed were those gifts, and Sri Rama and the great warrior Sri Lakshmana rejoiced over the bounty of Anasuya. The night passed and day dawned. The two princes bathed, performed their morning devotions, and then approached the ascetics for food. The pious hermits then addressed Sri Rama and said, "O Prince, it is dangerous to wander in the forest on account of the presence of asuras. O Prince, wandering about in various guises, these beings feed on human flesh and drink the blood of men. These creatures, like wild beasts, kill and devour any ascetic who is negligent or impure. O Prince, for our sake, do thou destroy them. This path, O Prince, is the way by which the sages go to gather fruit. Let it be thy path also." Then the holy men humbly blessed Sri Rama, and he, the harasser of his foes, entered the forest as the sun enters a dark cloud. End of Ayodhya-Kanda.